I have been curled up in the Church's confessional for a decade, while the bloodkin believed I feared the light, that I in this moment. Amidst the blinding radiance erupting from the altar, they discovered the 12 radiant wings that sprouted from my back wings forged from the luminous essence of 3,600 masses I have consumed. Chapter 1. The Devourer of Light. The Repository of the Mind. The Forbidden Fruit, a legendary, enigmatic fruit from the abyss. Any being that partakes of it may acquire the power of their deepest desires, yet they must also pay an equal price. Since the emergence of the forbidden fruit, human society has undergone a monumental transformation. Those who have consumed it have either bestowed blessings upon humanity or wrought havoc across the ages. Moreover, animals that have gained the forbidden fruit have inflicted tremendous damage upon human civilization, compelling humanity to erect towering walls and reside within. Fortress after fortress, the overwhelming majority of beings find themselves unable to resist the allure of the forbidden fruit. Once it is discovered, they will consume it on the spot. Thus, for most, the forbidden fruit remains as elusive as a myth. However, the myriad extraordinary powers birthed from the forbidden fruit are far more accessible. Silver City, within an aged building. YUCN, donned with a mask and clutching a briefcase, accepted the pen-like syringe handed to him by the proprietor of the clandestine establishment, inquiring, "Boss, which generation of blood is this?" "The blood of the third-generation vampires, but I must caution you. While directly injecting the blood of a vampire can indeed transform one into a vampire, it renders you a rogue, or what is commonly referred to as a feral vampire. Once your existence is discovered by the vampire clan, you will face their utter hostility, along with relentless pursuit by the purifiers." The proprietor of the black market gazed at UCN, speaking slowly. Centuries ago, the progenitor of the vampire clan underwent a transformation from human to vampire by consuming the forbidden fruit. Today, the vampire clan has evolved into an immensely powerful force within human society. Only those humans who pass the rigorous assessments and trials set by the vampire clan are deemed worthy of the initial embrace, thus becoming vampires. Such vampires are accepted and protected by the entire clan. Yet they are also required to contribute their strength to the clan. In the past, some have attempted to assassinate vampires and subsequently transform themselves into vampires by means of the vampire's blood, seeking immortality. However, without exception, these individuals met their demise at the hands of the purifiers dispatched by the clan. The dilemma for UCN is that he cannot afford to wait that long. He lacks the patience to undergo the vampire clan's trials. He is merely a high school student who has recently inherited a small factory from his late father, possessing a modest amount of wealth. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, upon graduation, he would have managed the factory like his father did, eventually passing it down to his own son or daughter in due time. Alas, misfortune has struck that a year ago, he was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. This affliction is hereditary. His father succumbed to the very same disease. This terrifying terminal illness can only be treated by the extraordinary realm. However, the majority of treatment methods come with exorbitant costs. For instance, to engage a healer with supernatural abilities to cure his ailment in one fell swoop would demand a staggering sum of 100 million. Even if he were to liquidate his factory, he could at most gather around 20 million, which is far from sufficient to enlist the healer's services. Other treatment alternatives, the least expensive of which range from 60 to 70 million, are also accompanied by peculiar and troubling side effects. Ultimately, after expending considerable resources on investigation and consultation, he discovered a clandestine establishment that purportedly possesses the means to procure anything one desires. Following the sale of his factory and a retail outlet, he managed to amass the necessary funds to purchase vampire blood, finally grasping a glimmer of hope for survival. By injecting the vampire's blood and transforming into a vampire himself, his affliction would miraculously dissipate. The trade-off, however, would be an existence reliant on the sustenance of blood, coupled with an aversion to silver and sunlight. "This is the final payment," he declared. YUCN produced a silver ring, utilizing it to verify the authenticity of the blood within the pen-style syringe. Once assured that the contents indeed contained vampire blood, he placed his briefcase on the table and promptly turned to depart. Upon returning to his abode, UCN hurriedly drew the curtains shut before retreating to his bedroom to sit down. Removing his mask, he cautiously extracted the pen-style syringe. Gazing at the crimson liquid within, A wave of euphoric relief washed over him. He would not face death after all. It is essential to recognize that the moment he received his diagnosis of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, he felt as though the very sky itself was collapsing upon him. He wandered through a month and a days before finally summoning the courage to accept the grim reality of his impending demise, desperately seeking ways to save himself. In truth, he often felt a profound weakness in his hands and intermittently experienced a numbing sensation in his legs. He was acutely aware that death drew ever closer. Fortunately, there was still time. After shedding his garments and calming the tumult within, he slowly injected the blood from the pen-style syringe into his own body. Almost instantly, he felt a chilling sensation radiating from his very marrow, and soon, his consciousness began to fade, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloping him. He obediently reclined, gently closing his eyes. In those final moments, he could sense his heartbeat slowing. A day and night swiftly passed. In the darkness, he turned over. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he opened his eyes wide, sitting up abruptly in bed. Have I succeeded? He murmured to himself, quickly pressing his hand against his chest. After a minute, a smile graced his face. Indeed, his heart had ceased its rhythmic beating, signifying that he had been transformed into a vampire through the blood. Vampires' hearts beat only once a year. It is said that for every 10 beats, they gain a minor talent, and for every 100, a significant one. Thus, the longer a vampire lives, the more formidable their powers become. Moreover, under conditions of ample sustenance, vampires can even achieve a heartbeat once every 6 months, thereby accelerating their power enhancement. This phenomenon elucidates why all vampires, regardless of hunger, resort to blood consumption. Recently transformed vampires invariably possess an initial talent. Yuxian reminisced about the information he had gathered, then meticulously attuned himself to the changes within his body. First and foremost, he could eliminate the possibility of an active ability. Typically, active abilities are akin to the act of opening one's mouth to eat. One can easily utilize them with a mere sensation, provided there are no cognitive impairments. Given that it was not an ability requiring his conscious release, it must pertain to a passive capability. This posed a greater challenge, as passive abilities often require a trigger to unveil their nature. I am feeling a bit hungry, but fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare ample blood bags. Yuxian did not perceive any abilities. Instead, he was overcome by a wave of hunger. He instinctively rose from his bed and switched on the light, only to find himself frozen in place. His body was absorbing the light. No, it was more accurate to say that his body was devouring the illumination. How could this be possible? Although vampires are only averse to sunlight, ordinary light does not harm them. In fact, vampires generally dislike bright light and may even experience mild discomfort under intense illumination. Yet at this moment he not only felt no discomfort, but rather a sense of comfort. Could it be that my first talent is light consumption? Yuxian raised his gaze to the incandescent light, his initially perplexed expression gradually transforming into one of unbridled joy. He swiftly approached the window, having exchanged all the curtains for opaque blackout fabric after deciding to embrace his vampiric existence. Yet he was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly daytime outside. My instincts cannot be mistaken. Though the curtains separate me from the outside, I can sense the sunlight filtering through, its warmth palpable against the fabric. However, I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, I even sense a yearning. With one hand grasping the curtain, Yuxian took a deep breath and suddenly drew it open. Light instantaneously dispelled the darkness as the morning sun poured in, enveloping him in its radiant embrace. That he could distinctly feel the gnawing hunger dissipating rapidly. He was indeed partaking in a feast, with sunlight as his sustenance. He was an anomaly among vampires that he thrived on light. He was a devourer of sunlight. On the balcony of the 3rd floor, Yuxian reclined on a sun lounger, adorned with sunglasses, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, he picked up the phone beside him and dialed his homeroom teacher's number. Moments later, he spoke. "Teacher Chun, it's me, Yuxian." Previously, he had applied for a leave of absence from school under the pretext of managing his responsibilities at the factory. Initially, he had resolved to forego his education. But upon discovering the formidable power of the Light Eater ability, he recognized that his identity as a student served as an excellent disguise. After all, Which vampire would roam freely during daylight? Even if other vampires harbored suspicions about him, a cursory investigation would swiftly absolve him of any doubts. Following an explanation to his homeroom teacher, Yuxian confirmed his intention to return to school. By next Monday, he would once again be a diligent student, nurtured by the gentle spring breeze and bathed in sunlight. Thud! Just as Yuxian set down the phone, he felt a sudden flutter in his chest. He immediately pressed his hand against his heart, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't it said that it only beats once a year, or perhaps, with sufficient sustenance? Once every 6 months? He had only been sunbathing for half a day. Hiss! Yuxian inhaled sharply. The light eater ability seemed even more potent than he had imagined, thanks to the abundant sunlight. His capacity to absorb energy was vastly superior to that of an ordinary vampire's bloodsucking. Thus, theoretically, his sustenance was far more plentiful. He would not require 6 months, let alone a year. Half a day was sufficient for his heart to beat once. Assuming he experiences a heartbeat merely once or twice a day, within 5 to 10 days he could acquire a minor talent, and in 100 days, he would undoubtedly attain a significant one. Even though the progenitor of the vampire lineage has lived for centuries, Yuxian estimates that within a decade, he shall surpass this ancestor in strength. His sole priority now is to survive, to live safely and discreetly, nurturing his growth. On a Monday morning, clad in his school uniform and carrying a backpack, Yuxian strolled under the sun towards Silver City No. 3 High School. "You're back, huh? I thought you had dropped out." A slightly plump boy hurriedly approached Yuxian, a look of excitement on his face. He was Zhang Shou, Yuxian's lunch companion at school. Yuxian replied with a smile, "The issue has been resolved, so I returned to school early." Upon arriving at school, he still needed to submit his re-enrollment application. However, he had already informed his homeroom teacher, so it would merely be a matter of filling out a form. The two of them engaged in casual conversation as they ambled towards the school gate. "How about some soup dumplings?" "My treat," Zhang Shou suggested, his senses captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from a nearby breakfast stall. Yuxian shook his head. "I've already had breakfast. You can enjoy it." In truth, since his transformation into a vampire, he has only 2 sources of sustenance: blood and light. The former is a vampire staple, while the latter emanates from his innate abilities. Certainly, other foods can also be consumed, albeit they possess a taste akin to chewing wax and are virtually indigestible. Vampires, being extraordinary beings, possess a plethora of unique abilities, including night vision, heightened olfactory senses, and remarkable regenerative capabilities. Their physical prowess far surpasses that of ordinary humans. Without the use of weapons, a vampire can effortlessly overpower a dozen well-trained Special Forces soldiers. As Yuxian has only recently transitioned into a vampire, a mere 3 days have passed, and his body is still gradually strengthening. For the time being, he can only contend with 1 or 2 Special Forces operatives, anymore, and he would likely be at a disadvantage. Like most vampires, who are often depicted as ethereal and exquisite, Yuxian's appearance will become increasingly refined, and his physique will evolve into a slender, elongated form. This conspicuous transformation is one of the reasons why wild vampires find it challenging to remain hidden. Their features are overtly distinct, compounded by their nocturnal lifestyle and reliance on blood for survival, making them susceptible to exposure with even the slightest investigation. Should Yuxian forego his studies, the moment his physical traits become unmistakably pronounced, the vampire clan would undoubtedly seek him out. However, his decision to attend school alters the scenario significantly. After all, the race of strikingly beautiful, slender individuals extends beyond just vampires. Those humans who have transformed into elves through forbidden fruits also possess alluring appearances and graceful physiques. Although Yuxian does not have pointed ears, he can walk under the sun. In his mind, the vampire clan would only suspect him to be a hybrid of human and elf, never truly doubting his identity as a vampire. 2 individuals entered the school, ascending to the 5th floor where Class 3 of the senior year resided. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Zhang Shou was slightly breathless. Noticing Yuxian's composed demeanor, he skeptically remarked, "You must be secretly training behind my back, you lazy one." "Look over there." Yuxian nonchalantly pointed diagonally across, diverting the topic. Directly opposite Silver City No. 3 High School lay the Supernatural Academy, though merely a street apart. The view from the 5th floor allowed a glimpse into the happenings across the way. It seemed the security presence at the Supernatural Academy had intensified, with men in suits patrolling the perimeter of the wall. "Are those bodyguards?" "I heard that the Blood Clan princess was attacked not long ago," Zhang Shou stated matter-of-factly. displaying a dispassionate indifference. The chasm between ordinary humans and those endowed with extraordinary powers is insurmountable. Despite the proximity of Silver City No. 3 High School and the Supernatural Academy, interactions among students from both institutions were virtually non-existent. The Blood Clan Princess? Yuxian contemplated as he gazed at the Supernatural Academy, a flicker of intrigue stirring within him. Could it be that the blood he had injected was drawn from her? In truth, due to the close quarters of the two schools, even if students seldom focused on the affairs of the Supernatural Academy, peculiar bits of knowledge would mysteriously infiltrate their environment. At the very least, Yuxian was unaware of who disseminated such information. Nevertheless, thanks to this knowledge, he understood that upon becoming a supernatural being, reproductive capabilities would significantly diminish. Since the dawn of the vampire lineage, most members have been transformed from humans through the process of initial embracing, with those born from breeding being exceedingly rare. The Supernatural Academy boasts a total of 6 vampire students, among whom the highest ranking is the vampire princess, Nora Rex. It is rumored that she is a hybrid, the offspring of a second-generation vampire and a human, which has sparked considerable controversy within the vampire community. Some believe that the principle of the first blood should be upheld, while others argue that her impure lineage warrants purification by the purifiers. Ultimately, her father staunchly defended her, sending her to Silver City, far from the heart of the vampire society, for her education. Due to her father's esteemed status within the vampire ranks, she has been bestowed the title of Vampire Princess in Silver City. By the way, old Zhang, what is the Vampire Princess's special ability? Yuxian inquired as they walked. Zhang Shou pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, I forgot. I think I heard some gossip from one of the girls in class that it is quite unique. The Vampire Princess's talent? I know. It's Daywalker. At that moment, the girl walking ahead turned back to join the conversation, adding, that's why she faces scrutiny from the vampire community. After all, she is the only one capable of walking in the sunlight. Zhang Shou gave a thumbs up, quipping, Chun Ling, when it comes to gossip, I acknowledge you as the queen of our class. Daywalker. Upon hearing this, Yuxian felt a jolt within, increasingly convinced that the blood he had injected came from Nora. However, this revelation might compromise the facade of his status as a student. What if the Blood Clan suspects that the wild vampires transformed from Nora's blood are equally unafraid of the light? In the depths of a villa in Silver City, under the dim glow of lights, several men were blindfolded and suspended in midair. Their capabilities were meager, yet their bravado was immense. Since they could procure anything, I wonder if they can now purchase their own lives. A slender youth clad in a tailcoat, with long hair cascading down, surveyed the audacious individuals before him. As he spoke, his murderous intent intensified. Had it not been for the need to extract information regarding the whereabouts of Nora's blood, he would have already dismembered these men and fed them to the dogs. As the guardian of Nora in Silver City, he, Roque, bore significant responsibility for Nora's assault. In truth, Roque felt quite innocent. Nora possessed the innate ability of a daywalker, allowing her to traverse under the sun. And all he could do was assign human bodyguards for her protection. What could he do when Nora was attacked during her daytime outings? Following the incident involving Nora, he promptly mobilized the entire Blood Clan force in Silver City and managed to intercept the assailants just before their escape. To his astonishment, he discovered that none of them were extraordinary beings. They were all mere mortals. Now speak. To whom have you sold the blood you stole? Roque approached one of the young men, gently patting his face as he slowly inquired. This young man was evidently the leader of the group, having posed a considerable threat during their capture with silver weaponry. Unfamiliar with him, I discerned that he wore a mask, likely adorned with makeup beneath it. There are unspoken rules in our profession. Prying into a client's background could breach these protocols, and thus, I was only privy to so much information. The young man maintained his composure, responding earnestly. With a cold smirk, Roque suddenly plunged his hand into the neck of the man hanging nearby. The individual convulsed violently, letting out a harrowing scream as blood gushed from the wound, cascading down Roque's hand to form a slender sword of crimson. Since you have your own rules, I shall invoke mine. Let us see whose rules hold greater weight, Roque remarked darkly. The basement became a cacophony of anguished cries and chilling sounds of tearing flesh. At last, before the moon descended, silence enveloped the space once more. Roque ascended from the basement, receiving a white towel from his assistant to meticulously cleanse his hands. Tombo, you are to investigate. The thief who obtained Miss Nora's blood should be of a similar age to her, possessing some wealth, and likely withdrew over 25 million recently. The search should not prove too arduous. Understood. I will unearth that individual. And then, the assistant began, lowering his head. However, Roque interrupted him. Bring him back alive. Miss Nora should be the one to take action. The Duke has decreed that it is time for her to witness the bloodshed. Logically, even if the bodyguard had been shot, Nora herself was not someone an ordinary person could easily subdue. Vampires, as extraordinary beings, possess physical prowess that far surpasses that of mere mortals. Even when faced with weaponry, escaping is not a formidable challenge. However, at that moment, Nora was rendered utterly disconcerted by the death of her bodyguard, failing to react in time and consequently allowing these ordinary individuals to injure her with silver implements. Had those people been intent on taking Nora's life, she would have surely faced a dire fate. In the third year of Silver City No. 3 High School, Class 3, Yuxian occupied the fourth row by the window on the left side of the classroom, basking in sunlight while engrossed in a novel. This particular spot, once the clock struck 1:30, became a haven for direct sunlight. Even with the curtains drawn, the heat was palpable, and Yuxian had previously harbored a dislike for this seat. Yet now, he found great satisfaction in it. In the presence of ample sustenance, vampires do not require sleep. Thus, during the day, he dutifully soaked up the sun at school, while at night, he honed various combat techniques through online classes at home. Yuxian was acutely aware that he had one foot firmly planted in the realm of the extraordinary, whether he desired it or not. The future would inevitably demand the use of violence, and all he could do was prepare in advance, safeguarding against potential threats. Only with early preparations could he avoid floundering when the time for violence arrived. Recently, his physical strength had been surging, enabling him to achieve feats that once eluded him with ease. For instance, he could now perform 1,000 one-handed push-ups without breaking a sweat. His power was escalating daily. A single finger is sufficient to suspend oneself upon the wall without falling. The force exerted by a single arm's punch exceeds a ton, capable of striking down a cow with a single blow. He remains uncertain whether his strength is formidable or feeble among vampires. After all, he has never heard any discourse regarding the strength of vampires. In contrast, werewolves, sorcerers, knights, and martial artists are renowned for their immense power. He wonders what talent he might awaken. Yuxian closes the book and leans upon his desk, basking in the sunlight, his heart filled with anticipation. His heart has already beat 9 times. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, today he shall reach the 10th heartbeat and awaken his first minor talent. Information available online, or talents that the Blood Clan has chosen to disclose to the public, include bat manipulation, blood flame, enhanced olfaction, and hibernation. In Yuxian's perspective, bat manipulation and blood flame are the pinnacle talents. Enhanced olfaction is a moderate talent, while hibernation is the least desirable. In truth, hibernation is not without merit. The majority of vampires within the Blood Clan acquire hibernation as their first minor talent. This ability significantly reduces physical expenditure during sleep and aids in stabilizing injuries as well as repairing the body. The drawback, however, is that while in hibernation, vampires possess a markedly dulled perception of their surroundings, rendering them susceptible to ambushes. There have been instances where ordinary humans discovered the safe houses of wild vampires and easily eliminated those hibernating within, subsequently earning the right to join the Blood Clan. Thus, for a wild vampire like Yuxian, unless there exists a place of absolute safety, even with the awakening of the dormant talent, one would dare not employ it recklessly. The midday sun grows increasingly intense. The students seated in front have drawn the curtains, leaving only a small portion open for Yuxian to bask in the sunlight. The second class is history. Yuxian raises the history book to shield himself, and then rests his head on the desk to soak up the sun. It must be said that the history teacher seems to possess an extraordinary power. Despite not feeling drowsy, the soothing timbre of the teacher's voice lulls him into a stupor, his eyelids engaging in a relentless battle. Suddenly, his heart beats fiercely, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. This heartbeat is more vigorous than before, as if some force is erupting from his heart, surging through his entire body and limbs, ultimately crashing into his brain. In that moment, it feels as though he hears thunder within the depths of his consciousness, a certain power coalescing through his veins into his very soul. In an instant of inspiration, he realizes what his first small talent is. His first small talent is an active ability, named Blood of Silver. The aberrant creature, the vampire, fears not only the sunlight, but also silver. While silver may not possess the lethality of sunlight, it significantly hinders a vampire's regenerative abilities. Under normal circumstances, if a vampire has ample nourishment and their heart remains unscathed, most injuries will heal swiftly. However, wounds inflicted by silver are particularly challenging to mend. Within the realm of the Blood Clan, there exist numerous dormant vampires, many of whom have suffered grievous injuries from silver weaponry. Upon returning home after school, Yuxian promptly rummaged through the cabinet, retrieving the silver ring he had previously used for inspections. It is said that even the mere touch of silver causes a burning sensation on a vampire's skin, and prolonged contact can lead to ulceration. However, as Yuxian grasped the silver ring in his hand, he felt none of these sensations. Could this be considered a minor talent? It seems unlikely that an ordinary vampire would possess such an extraordinary gift. As he crushed the silver ring into a crumpled mass, Yuxian confirmed that his newly acquired ability, Blood of Silver, had rendered him immune to silver's debilitating effects on vampires. Yet, the primary purpose of Blood of Silver was not merely to confer immunity. Rather, it allowed Yuxian to consume silver, transforming all the blood within him into blood of silver. Once his entire blood supply had been converted, his physical capabilities would be significantly enhanced, enabling him to actively utilize the silver blood within to form long whips or fine threads with which to assault his adversaries. Thus, the immunity to silver's harm could be regarded as a mere ancillary benefit. Evidently, this talent transcended mere fortune. It was indeed a stroke of exceptional luck. At that moment, Yuxian opened his mouth, and his elongated fangs gradually emerged. He placed the crumpled silver ring against his fangs and instinctively drew in a breath, akin to savoring a mouthful of jelly. Once the silver entered his body, it swiftly amalgamated with his blood. Too little. Yuxian could distinctly perceive the blood of silver birth from the fusion of silver and blood. In contrast to his previously cooled blood, the temperature of the silver blood was marginally warmer, coursing through his veins like a gentle current of warmth. This sensation was not unpleasant. Rather, it offered a certain comfort. As he acclimated to this change, his yearning for silver intensified. However, acquiring a substantial amount of silver proved challenging, as his remaining funds could scarcely procure any. This predicament stemmed primarily from the fact that the vampire clan had been consistently acquiring silver, inflating its price to surpass that of gold. Furthermore, the vampire's procurement of silver was shrouded in mystery, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Notably, there existed a rule among the vampires. Any individual who contributed over 10 tons of silver could bypass any trials and directly obtain the status of a vampire. Although this route did not grant access to the inner sanctum of vampire power, the allure of immortality was sufficient to entice affluent individuals fearful of death. The financial prowess of the vampire clan was largely attributed to this cohort of wealthy individuals who had joined their ranks through such means. Yuxian pondered deeply throughout the night, yet remained utterly perplexed on how to acquire more silver. He contemplated venturing into the black market. Yet that particular establishment was far too perilous, having even attracted the ire of the vampire princess, Nora. Thus, he dared not engage with them any further. While silver was undeniably significant, safety held greater precedence. He would rather save money slowly and gather silverware from private sources than ever return to that black market shop. This morning, as usual, Yuxian basked in the sunlight on his balcony. However, for some inexplicable reason, an unpleasant odor intermittently invaded his nostrils, reminiscent of a decaying rat in a garbage heap, causing him to feel nauseated. It was strange. Why was there such a foul smell? Rising from his recliner, Yuxian sniffed around, and suddenly the stench reappeared, only to vanish again in an instant. Wait. Yuxian realized that he could only detect the foul odor at the precise moment when the flow of silver blood coursed through his nostrils. In other words, the presence of silver blood heightened his sense of smell, enabling him to perceive scents ordinarily undetectable. Intent on testing this, he deliberately directed the flow of silver blood to his nose, and indeed, the unpleasant smell returned. Following the scent, he leaned over the balcony to peer down below, discovering that the source of the odor emanated from the apartment downstairs. The residents of this community were primarily from middle-class families and above. Downstairs lived a family of 3, with the husband seemingly a lawyer, the wife owning a clothing store, and their daughter currently in the 4th grade. Could it be that the entire family had perished within their home? Yuxian suppressed his revulsion, silently pondering this unsettling thought. Yet, just yesterday, Yuxian was not one to meddle in others' affairs, and soon relinquished his thoughts, realizing it was nearly time for school. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside, just in time to encounter the daughter of the couple living below him, also heading out with her own bag. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he concentrated the scant traces of his silver blood at his nose, only to be assailed by a pungent odor emanating from her. What a stench! Swiftly, Yuxian redirected the silver essence from his nose to his right eye, and the foul aroma dissipated. However, as he peered through the enhanced vision of his right eye, he was horrified to behold what appeared to be countless red worms writhing beneath her skin. A shiver ran down his spine. He felt his mild claustrophobia creeping in. At that moment, she glanced his way, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, brother," upstairs. Deep within his pupils, a silvery glimmer flickered as he caught sight of the wriggling creatures, akin to tentacles, through her parted lips. "Good morning," Yuxian replied with a strained smile. He hastily descended the stairs and strode briskly toward the school. Along the way, he furrowed his brow, occasionally catching whiffs of the repugnant odor from passers-by. A year prior, a shocking incident had rocked Rong City, the Rong City tragedy. The harrowing tale involved a local high school where all students and faculty unwittingly fell victim to a mysterious parasitic entity that hollowed out their brains. Had it not been for a student who had secretly partaken of forbidden fruit transferring to Rong City No. 1 high school, and discovering that the entire school community had become the living dead, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. A year ago, following the tragic incident in Rongqing, the authorities of Yinqing organized a comprehensive health examination for all citizens. It was during this examination that he was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Consequently, he spent an entire month in a state of confusion, leaving him unaware of any findings from that health assessment. To his astonishment, the parasite from Rongqing had silently infiltrated Yinqing. This was a grave predicament. Should I report it? Yuxian pondered hesitantly. If he decided to report, the authorities would undoubtedly possess the necessary resources to eradicate the parasite. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that eradicating the parasite would likely entail a second round of health examinations, during which his identity as a wild vampire would inevitably be exposed. Just a fish out of water? What am I thinking so deeply about? At this moment, Zhang Shou's voice interrupted Yuxian's contemplation. Yuxian turned to Zhang Shou and noticed that he had not been infected by the parasite, which brought him a slight sense of relief. "Nothing, just didn't sleep well," Yuxian replied nonchalantly. Zhang Shou yawned and inquired, "You weren't up all night perusing that forum, were you?" "What forum?" Yuxian asked, puzzled. Realizing Yuxian was genuinely unaware, Zhang Shou elaborated. "That forum is simply called that forum. You should take a look when you have time, especially the forbidden fruit section. There are individuals who meticulously document the patterns of forbidden fruit appearances, predicting where it might emerge next. If one day the predicted location is in Yinqing, I will certainly make an effort to pursue it. Not everyone is inclined to remain subservient, whether one joins the Blood Clan or other factions. Surpassing the progenitors is nearly impossible. Consequently, some ambitious individuals have turned their gaze towards the elusive forbidden fruit, giving rise to forums such as that forum, specifically catering to these seekers. However, Yuxian harbored no interest in such forums. His current concern lay with the issue of parasites. Transferring student Nora revealed a staggering fact. Nearly 30% of the school's populace was infested. As Yuxian entered the school, he meticulously observed all the students during the recess exercises, only to feel a sinking sensation in his heart. The situation in Silver City appeared to be even more dire than in Rong City, and exposure seemed merely a matter of time. Once the parasites were revealed, it would only be a matter of time before he too was implicated. This matter was urgent, with the potential for an outbreak looming at any moment. Action was imperative. Yuxian returned to the classroom and carefully examined various reports concerning the tragic events in Rong City on his phone. This parasite had been officially designated as anomalous worm 6 months prior, yet its transmission pathways remain unclear. According to research, once the eggs of the anomalous worm enter a host organism, they rapidly infiltrate the bloodstream, ultimately taking root in the heart, where dense tendrils emerge. These tendrils can secrete at this stage. The aberrant worm's host retains self-awareness, yet loses all capacity to perceive the external world, succumbing to boundless darkness filled with fear and despair, a profound psychological torment indeed. In the depths of the host's despair, the aberrant worm gradually devours the host's brain. Upon completion, it instinctively replicates all the behaviors exhibited by the host in life, rendering itself nearly indistinguishable from the original. This mimicry enables the aberrant worm to effectively conceal its true nature. Moreover, during the emulation of its host, The aberrant worm begins to realize that it is not merely a parasitic entity, but an independent being endowed with the wisdom of the host. If the host is human, the aberrant worm acquires human intellect, becoming exceedingly cunning and difficult to confront. This represents the worm's ultimate form. Within this form, numerous eggs are discovered, which is why it is designated as the adult form. The Rongqing incident witnessed the emergence of several adult forms, ultimately leading to the sacrifice of multiple elite officers and a considerable number of special police forces to neutralize the threat, yet many individuals remain unaccounted for. The authorities suspect these missing persons may have become adult aberrant worms and are still being pursued. If she still possesses consciousness. As Yuxian perused the various documents regarding the aberrant worm, an inexplicable image of the little girl greeting him that morning surfaced in his mind. Subconsciously, he tightened his grip, causing numerous fine cracks to appear on his phone screen. What on earth? As he regained his senses, Yuxian discovered that his phone had slipped into darkness, prompting him to hurriedly check its status. Following the sale of his factory and shop, his sole source of income now stemmed from a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment he was renting out. If he did not exercise restraint in his expenditures, it remained uncertain when he would be able to gather sufficient funds to purchase silver. Around noon, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Consequently, classmates began to rise from their seats, flocking to the corridor to peer down. A significant event is unfolding. The vampire princess is transferring to our school. Zhang Shou exclaimed excitedly as he entered from outside. Furrowing his brow, Yuxian responded, "Our school is merely an ordinary institution. What could she possibly learn here? The Super Ability Academy imparts knowledge of the extraordinary world, which is entirely different. Could it be that my identity has been exposed and Nora is coming for me? I'm not sure, but she truly has arrived. And she is stunning. Definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen," Zhang Shou declared with enthusiasm. At that moment, Chun Ling entered the classroom, her face alight with excitement. "Do you know why the vampire princess is transferring to our school?" she inquired. "You know again?" Zhang Shou replied, astonished. Chun Ling, with an air of pride, straightened her posture and smiled. "You should consider who I am. There is no news in Silver City No. 3 High School that I cannot uncover. Truly, she deserved the title of our class's gossip queen." "Then do tell, why is the princess coming to our school?" Zhang Shou asked, curiosity piqued. Chun Ling glanced around and softly remarked, "This matter must begin with the incident involving the little princess's attack. You may find it hard to believe, but the assailants were merely ordinary individuals." Zhang Shou, puzzled, inquired, "What does that have to do with the little princess transferring schools?" Chun Ling replied with a hint of pride, "I am close friends with Shou Jie from the adjacent class. Her second cousin works at the Public Security Bureau. It is said that investigations revealed the attackers did not employ any extraordinary means. They were simply a group of well-trained, ordinary people wielding silver weapons." This news spread to the little princess's school, leading to her being ostracized. This indeed sounds quite humiliating, Zhang Shou understood. If he possessed extraordinary powers yet was bullied by a group of ordinary individuals, he would feel a profound sense of shame. Students at the Supernatural Academy held themselves in high regard, having never truly experienced the perils of the world. In their eyes, the little princess Nora's defeat to mere mortals was tantamount to losing face for the entire realm of the extraordinary. Thus they would naturally isolate and even shun her. Nora's position within the vampire clan was already precarious. The students did not resort to overt violence against her, but rather employed subtle forms of bullying, which even the vampire clan could not effectively counter. The vampire faction, while powerful, did not dominate entirely. There were official forces capable of suppressing the majority of factions, not to mention the elves, witches, cultivators, and martial artists, all of whom possessed their own strengths to contend with the vampires. Ultimately, the consequence was Nora's transfer. Rather than seeking admission to a supernatural academy in another city, she chose to transfer to No. 3 High School. Even if she transfers to a different city's academy for the gifted, the students there may still engage in subtle forms of alienation and exclusion upon discovering her presence. Thus, attending an ordinary school seems a more prudent choice. After all, vampires naturally grow stronger with age. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell signaling the start of class rang. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, entered the classroom, and under the gaze of all the students, a girl with flowing golden hair, her right arm wrapped in bandages, and an air of frigid elegance, gracefully walked in. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, as if the collective dreams of the boys in the class had suddenly shifted to a new muse. Even the girls were captivated by Nora's flawless beauty. As a being of extraordinary lineage, Nora's beauty was exquisitely refined, her allure unparalleled. Although the school had never held a beauty pageant since Nora's arrival, the boys had silently reached a consensus that she was undoubtedly the undisputed campus beauty. From today onward, classmate Nora will be joining us in our studies. Mr. Chen cleared his throat, waiting for the students to regain their composure before beginning his lecture. Nora scanned the classroom, her gaze subtly lingering on Yuxian. To be honest, 25 million is not a trivial sum. Such a significant flow of funds is not difficult to trace, especially when considering age and gender. Consequently, the vampire clan swiftly identified Yuxian through their peripheral forces. Originally, the plan was for Tang Bo to lead the effort to capture Yuxian, followed by Nora executing the final act. However, upon discovering Yuxian's identity, Nora's father altered his stance, instructing Roche and Tambo to refrain from any aggression towards Yuxian. After all, Yuxian had only recently transformed into a vampire and was of a similar age to Nora, making him an excellent sharpening stone. If Nora could hunt personally and defeat Yuxian through her own strength, it would undoubtedly contribute to her growth. At the very least, she must not fall prey to ambushes like a sitting duck again. Within the vampire clan, the father's orders were absolute, which is why Nora transferred schools. The information that Chunling gathered contained both truths and fabrications. It was indeed the case that some classmates isolated Nora because of this. However, Nora paid no mind to those individuals. They were never part of her circle, and she never felt the need to appease anyone. After introducing herself, Nora was assigned by the homeroom teacher to sit in the fourth seat of the right-hand row, directly adjacent to Yuxian. Her first talent was that of a daywalker, and her second talent, awakened the day after her 10th birthday, was blood flame. Although she harbored a desire to incinerate Yuxian, who had turned her into a laughingstock throughout the academy, with her blood flame, she refrained from acting rashly. In her estimation, Yuxian possessed the same daywalker talent, likely granting him high resistance to light and fire damage, leaving her uncertain if her blood flame could vanquish him instantly. Should she fail? Considering the regenerative abilities of vampires coupled with the physical advantages of male vampires, she might not prevail against Yuxian. Therefore, she prepared a secret weapon, a silver short dagger. Now, her primary objective is to familiarize herself with the surrounding students, thereby diminishing Yuxian's vigilance. Once Yuxian relaxes, she will swiftly and decisively plunge a dagger into his heart, an assured, lethal strike. The game continues until the bell signaling the end of class rings. Yuxian silently exits the classroom and stands by the railing in the corridor, gazing into the distance in a trance. A cool breeze sweeps past, prompting him to close his eyes. Yet before he can inhale the fresh air it brings, a foul stench flashes by, instantly darkening his previously relaxed mood. He harbors a profound fear of death, particularly a demise as agonizing as his father's, having witnessed his father's suffering firsthand. He comprehends the torment and despair of a life sustained only by machines, where even the simplest acts of breathing and swallowing are beyond one's control, reduced to nothing but a brain. Yuxian can envision that such a fate is far more terrifying than that endured by his father. Through understanding, he empathizes deeply. Call the police. Yuxian takes a deep breath, resolutely making his decision. Though he has forsaken his humanity, he cannot abandon his compassion. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Regardless of the multitude, he will forge ahead. Even if his identity is exposed, he can retreat into the depths of the mountains and return to human society once he has gained invincibility. He does not believe that vampires could ever track him down in the wilderness. After all, he has no need for blood, nor even for ordinary sustenance. As long as the sun rises, he fears no drawn-out battles. Lao Zhang, may I borrow your phone? Yuxian approached the window and addressed Zhang Shou, who was engaged in conversation with Chunling. What about yours? Zhang Shou inquired, retrieving his phone, unlocking the screen, and handing it to Yuxian. Reluctantly, Yuxian produced his shattered device, exclaiming, "The screen is broken, and I have no idea if it can be repaired." After saying this, he returned to the railing and dialed the number for the Public Security Bureau. "Hello, I wish to report something." Yuxian's heart raced as he spoke into the phone. "What would you like to report?" came the inquiry from the other end. Yuxian steadied himself and replied, "I need to report that the aberrant insects have invaded Silver City. Many individuals are already parasitized by them. The situation is extremely urgent, and I implore you to act swiftly." Suddenly, he realized he had revealed too much. The voice on the other end shifted from that of a woman to a high-pitched male tone. Yu Xian's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Even the sunlight that bathed him could not dispel the chill in his heart. Who was on the other end? Since you've exposed yourself, let's play a little game. Thank you for your call, young man. Don't die on me, okay? The voice on the line replied nonchalantly, as if completely unfazed by the revelation. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly terminated, and Yu Xian gritted his teeth, his phone crumbling in his grip. Damn it, could it be that the aberrant insects have infiltrated the Public Security Bureau? Before he could contemplate his next action, an incandescent burst erupted from the distant chemical plant, succeeded by a deafening explosion and violent tremors that shattered the school's windows, eliciting terrified screams from the students. At that instant, one after another, students infested by the aberrant parasites rose expressionlessly from their seats. As if receiving a unified command, 6 crimson tentacles, each 3 meters in length, sprouted from their backs, causing the students, who had just recovered from their initial terror, to stare in wide-eyed astonishment. Zhang Shou, who had been conversing with Chun Ling, upon witnessing this spectacle, immediately vaulted through the window into the corridor. A tentacle lashed out with sudden velocity, ensnaring Zhang Shou's neck before he could react. In the subsequent moment, a flash of silver light cleaved the tentacle asunder. Yu Xian, having concentrated the dwindling essence of his argent blood at his fingertips, declared, "Seek refuge behind me." As he spoke, he dashed to the window, executing a somersault into the classroom. While airborne, he deftly severed the tentacle constricting Chen Ling's neck. "I'm grateful," Chen Ling gasped, her breath coming in ragged intervals. Yu Xian ushered her behind him, instructing, "Stay with Zhang Shou, and do not stray too far from my vicinity." While articulating these words, he severed several encroaching tentacles, then, wielding a chair as an improvised weapon, he swung it mightily, felling one of the advancing aberrant parasites. He crushed its cranium beneath his foot. Then, brandishing the chair with celerity, he laid low the aberrant parasites in his path. The chair, being of negligible weight to him, presented no impediment to his forceful swings. With his formidable strength, if he possessed an appropriate weapon, he would not fear these aberrant insects in the slightest. The issue, however, lay in the fact that he lacked a suitable armament. Even a few strikes with a chair left it warped and ineffective for the task at hand. Goodness, could it be that the idle fish had tasted forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou, armed with a chair for self-defense, was utterly astonished by the sight before him. Chen Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration as she whispered, "How come I never noticed before? Yu Xian is so handsome, so manly. Stop dawdling, save the others." At that moment, Yu Xian cast a side glance at the two, his tone irritable. Several students, caught off guard, had already been knocked to the ground by the aberrant insects. Their fates uncertain. Even more infuriating was the sight of Nora, a dignified vampire, ensnared by the tendril of an aberrant insect, dangling helplessly in midair, her long legs, barely concealed by her school uniform, kicking wildly. Initially, Yu Xian had harbored suspicions that Nora had transferred to confront him. However, witnessing her clumsy performance, he dismissed all apprehensions. With such a display, even an ordinary person could easily subdue her. Idle fish, help. At that moment, Zhang Shou attempted to block a tendril with his chair, only to have it snatched away in an instant. Yu Xian turned to look, his brow furrowing in concern. It was evident that the students from the other classrooms had been utterly decimated, and more aberrant insects were advancing from other classes. With entrances at both the front and back of the classroom, it was impossible to hold their ground. They had to retreat to the rooftop, where only one exit existed. By securing that entrance, they could await official rescue. Prepare to retreat. We are heading to the rooftop. Yu Xian flung a chair with great force, instantly toppling the aberrant creature that had seized Zhang Shou's seat. He then leaped over 2 tables, grasped another chair, and delivered a stunning blow that obliterated the aberrant creature restraining Nora. He hoisted the fallen Nora and charged towards the exit, with the surviving students following closely behind. They barreled through the chaos. Any aberrant creature that obstructed their path was either sent flying or dispatched with a brutal punch. Fortunately, the teaching building comprised only 6 floors, and Class 3 of the senior year was situated on the 5th floor. Thus, within a minute, they ascended to the rooftop. Yu Xian gently laid Nora down beside Chen Ling before turning to guard the entrance, forcefully kicking the pursuing aberrant creatures down the staircase and securing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, Yu Xian basked in the sunlight to regain his strength. The other students panted heavily, each bending over and resting their hands on their knees. Drenched in sweat, after a brief respite, Zhang Shou could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Xianyu, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many aberrant creatures in our school? Is it possible that the aberrant creatures from Rong City have come to our school? One student exclaimed in terror. Ling retorted sharply, what do you mean is it possible? The situation is quite clear. Those are indeed aberrant creatures. But what do they intend to do? As she spoke, she cast a glance at Yuxian, seeking answers from him. I do not know, Yuxian sighed, shaking his head in response. He truly did not comprehend the objective of the aberrant insects, and the enigmatic figure on the other end of the phone cast a profound shadow over him. With merely a word, that individual could command all aberrant insects, undoubtedly a perilous entity beyond his reckoning. This place is not secure. Once the aberrant insects seize control of the entire school, they will certainly launch a full-scale assault on the rooftop. I cannot defend it alone. Would you all kindly survey the surroundings for anything useful? After a brief respite, Yuxian addressed the group. The aberrant insects are not akin to zombies. One cannot simply hide in silence and expect to evade them. Shall we dismantle the barbed wire and bind the door? Zhang Shou suggested immediately. The rooftop of the teaching building is enclosed by barbed wire, which, with Yuxian's brute strength, could indeed be removed. It is currently 4:30 in the afternoon, and we have a mere 2.5 hours until dusk. If we can hold out until then, my guardian, Roki, will surely arrive, and we shall be saved, Nora timidly interjected. Truth be told, she felt utterly useless at that moment. She had come to assassinate Yuxian and yet found herself in need of his salvation. Her silence was not due to shyness, but rather a sense of shame. Clearly, her abilities were not lacking, especially with Blood Flame as her trump card. Yet when confronted with an attack, she had remained as daft as a goose. It was utterly humiliating. 2.5 hours is an eternity. By the time your guardian arrives, we may very well have been completely devoured by the aberrant insects. Yuxian was acutely aware that he had already exposed his identity before Nora. Once her guardian arrived, while others might fare better, he feared for his own safety. Moreover, it had only been a little over 10 minutes since the aberrant insect had voluntarily revealed itself, and many students from various classes had already perished. Should the aberrant insect concentrate its efforts for an all-out assault, he felt confident he could leap from the building with 1 or 2 companions. Yet the remaining individuals would likely meet their demise. Old Zhang, you, and those few male classmates hold the door. I will attempt to procure a weapon, Yuxian suggested. Glancing at the barbed wire, he contemplated that if he could securely coil the wire, it might serve as a makeshift club. I have a weapon, Nora interjected eagerly. As she spoke, she revealed a bracelet on her wrist, and in the next moment, a crimson pistol materialized out of thin air. Spatial equipment? All the classmates looked at Nora in astonishment. Although there were online descriptions of spatial equipment, it was the first time everyone present had witnessed it in reality. What other weapons do you possess? Yuxian inquired, taking the pistol to aim at a distant target before returning it to Nora, casually asking. The handgun contained only a few dozen bullets, and having never fired a gun, he doubted he could even kill a single aberrant insect before exhausting the ammunition. After a brief silence, Nora retrieved a half-meter-long dagger, stating, "This is a silver blade. Although it is not particularly sharp, it is highly effective against vampires. So please handle it with care." A silver blade? Yuxian took the knife, a half-smile playing on his lips. Nora immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Aware that Yuxian had undoubtedly discerned something. "Thank you. This knife arrived just in time." Yuxian said little more. Indeed, the knife was perfectly timed. Then, under the astonished gazes of all present, he squeezed the dagger into a silver sphere the size of a shot put. He opened his mouth and took a bite, chuckling. Just when I was feeling hungry. Nora looked up at Yuxian, as if beholding some incomprehensible creature. Fearless of the sun, treating silver as sustenance. Was this still a vampire? Could it be that Roki and the others were mistaken? This was utterly absurd. Once Yuxian had absorbed all the silver, a warm sensation enveloped him, and his senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree. He could perceive every rustle within several hundred meters. Taking a deep breath, his body swiftly transformed into a pitch-black silhouette. "Yuxian?" Zhang Shou exclaimed in astonishment at this sight. Yuxian reassured him, "Do not worry. I am well, better than ever." To the others, he appeared entirely shrouded in darkness, primarily because he had enhanced his ability to absorb light using the blood of silver. Previously, while he could absorb light, it was not flawlessly executed, and some light would still reflect off him, allowing others to see him. Now, however, with the augmentation from silver blood, His body absorbed light completely, reflecting none back. It is widely acknowledged that when an object fails to reflect any light, it does not emit any photons detectable by the human eye, thus becoming what is known as a perfect black object. Currently, Yuxian embodies this condition. During the day, he remains visible to others, but as night falls, it is unlikely that anyone could perceive him standing in the shadows. Moreover, in this state, his physical recovery rate is remarkably swift. Even if injured, he can recuperate in the blink of an eye, for the nourishment available is exceedingly abundant. I will descend to deal with those aberrant insects. You all remain here and do not move. Yuxian, having acclimated to this state, smiled faintly at the group before turning to leave. Once Yuxian had descended the stairs, Chunling curiously inquired, Yuxian must have consumed the forbidden fruit. What do you think his ability is? It is unlikely that Yuxian merely consumed the forbidden fruit to become an extraordinary being, starting at the eagle tier. He would not need to go through such complications to eradicate the aberrant insects within the school, Nora interjected. Since the emergence of the forbidden fruit, many fortunate individuals have acquired a plethora of abilities through it. Different systems possess their own unique hierarchies and classifications, resulting in considerable confusion regarding strength delineation. Eventually, dozens of the most potent extraordinary beings convened and established a unified tier system: insect, ant, bee, sparrow, snake, eagle, wolf, tiger, dragon, and god. The insect tier is the lowest, while the god tier is the highest. Despite being the lowest rank, even the most basic insects possess the capability to easily overpower ordinary humans. Yet, in the words of a certain esteemed individual, do not presume that a modicum of ability grants you the license to act recklessly. Insect level. This serves as a reminder to those who have recently acquired extraordinary powers. In the eyes of stronger beings, you are still merely an insect. So, what level is a salted fish? Zhang Shou inquired curiously, gazing at Nora. After pondering for a moment, Nora speculated. Perhaps it is at the upper tier of insect level or the lower tier of ant level. Do you think could he possibly be a vampire? A vampire? Haha. How could that be? Unafraid of light and fond of silver, how could he be a vampire? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Although Nora yearned to refute this claim, she found herself bereft of any arguments. Unafraid of light could be explained by the Daywalker, but what about silver? Could Yuxian possess a talent for consuming silver? However, let us not forget that if Yuxian truly transformed into a vampire using her own blood, it has only been a few days. It is utterly implausible for her to possess a second talent. Moreover, Yuxian also possesses the ability to turn her entire body black. That accounts for 3 abilities. Indeed, no matter how one contemplates it, the notion of her being a vampire seems highly unlikely. The more Nora reflected on it, the more she felt that Roki and his team must have erred in their investigation. Although Yuxian had indeed employed a significant amount of funds, perhaps it was allocated elsewhere, such as purchasing silver as sustenance. Silver has been inflated by the Blood Clan to a price comparable to gold, thus explaining Yuxian's considerable expenditure. Nora realized she needed to have a serious discussion with Roach and the others to ensure Yuxian was not wrongly accused. Downstairs, Yuxian traversed the 6th-floor corridor, his fingers dancing like a pianist's. In an instant, 3 aberrant insects were dismembered into pieces. Though his blood had not entirely transformed into silver blood, at least 40% of it had already undergone the change. With an ample supply of silver blood, he could unleash incredibly sharp silver threads. These threads were not pure silver, but a unique alloy of his blood and silver, possessing both pliability and formidable sharpness and resilience. Most importantly, the silver threads moved according to his will, capable of effortlessly slicing through classroom walls or steel as if they were tofu. At that moment, more and more aberrant insects emerged from the classrooms. However, they were immediately slain by Yuxian's silver threads before they could even approach. An insect parasitizing a teacher witnessed this scene and, with terror in its eyes, bellowed, "Everyone, come out quickly. There's an enemy. Attack." Aberrant insects from the classrooms behind them surged forth, roaring as they charged at Yuxian. With a mere thought, a silver thread shot from his finger and swept across, bisecting the onrushing insects at the waist, causing them to fall in 2 halves. Yuxian gazed toward the end of the corridor. The language arts teacher who had just shouted had already vanished. Indeed, the aberrant parasites that inhabit the teachers are far more cunning than those that afflict the students. At that moment, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed, clearly indicating that the Silver City officials had not been completely annihilated. They had finally begun to mount a counterattack. "Splendid!" exclaimed Zhou Tai, his spirits lifted as he heard the gunfire, akin to a heavenly melody. The presence of reinforcements signified the absence of lingering worries, freeing him from the need to consider future complications. His sole intention now was to wreak havoc, obliterating every aberrant parasite within the school. However, just as he prepared to descend the stairs, a mournful groan pierced the air, causing him to halt abruptly. Were there still students alive? He turned back and entered a classroom, discovering a faintly breathing survivor amidst the debris in a corner. In Silver City, at the Tsongshan Psychiatric Hospital, numerous aberrant parasites were voraciously devouring the medical staff. The director, Chun Ching-song, cowered behind a cabinet in his office, scarcely daring to exhale. He had never anticipated that so many patients within the hospital had succumbed to parasitic infestation. In comparison to those parasites that invaded the bodies of ordinary individuals, those that preyed upon the mentally ill were evidently more ferocious, displaying an alarming resistance to pain and exhibiting superior mobility than their typical counterparts. The armed security personnel within the hospital managed to fire but a single shot before they were swiftly overwhelmed. Now, all he could do was hope for a prompt rescue from the authorities. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully swung open, and a gaunt man clad in a hospital gown stepped in with a casual gait. "Director? Director? Where are you?" "It's Zhou Tai," he called out softly, scanning the office. Eventually, he approached a cabinet and rapped on its door, muttering to himself, "Is anyone there? No? Yes? No?" After a moment, he appeared somewhat disheartened, murmuring, "It seems the director truly isn't here. I had a grand secret to share." With that, he turned to leave, while Chun Ching-song's eyes widened in shock as he exhaled slowly. "Zhou Tai? He is the most dangerous patient in our hospital." Zhou Tai suffers from dissociative identity disorder, and the alarming truth is that, aside from his primary persona, all his other identities are exceedingly terrifying, ranging from serial killers to skinning artists, finger collectors, and cannibalistic perversions. This individual had been confined to the hospital, almost under constant restraint. Chun Ching-song could hardly fathom how Zhou Tai managed to escape his bindings without being attacked by anomalous insects. Thus, whether Zhou Tai was human or an aberration, he had no desire to engage with him. However, contrary to his expectations, just as he believed Zhou Tai had departed, the cabinet door was abruptly yanked open. Zhou Tai beamed at Chun Ching-song, exclaiming, "Found you, my dear esteemed director." He then seized Chun Ching-song and pulled him onto the office chair, seating himself opposite. "What do you intend to do? You had better not act recklessly, or else," Chun Ching-song said in a panic. Zhou Tai interrupted him with a laugh. "Or else what? Are you going to lock me up again? Ha ha ha. From this moment forth, no one can confine me." Suddenly, his expression changed, shifting from mania to a hint of timidity. "Dean, am I unwell? Please take a look at me and check my pulse." As he spoke, he placed his hand on the table, gazing expectantly at Chun Ching-song. Chun Ching-song did not act hastily, and Zhou Tai seemed indifferent, muttering to himself, "Dean, isn't this world truly marvelous? A parasite seeks to invade me, and I am utterly terrified. Yet, it unexpectedly chose the most useless leader. After usurping the leader, it instead became the one we have invaded. This sensation, it is simply extraordinary. Its body is remarkably powerful. Are you suggesting that the true Zhou Tai has been supplanted by the consciousness of the aberrant worm? And you personalities have thus become parasitic within the consciousness of the aberrant worm, suppressing its awareness?" Chun Ching-song exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Zhou Tai nodded repeatedly. "Indeed. No wonder you are the dean. You have unraveled the situation with just a few words. Then do you consider yourself human or an aberrant worm?" Chun Ching-song asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, unable to contain his curiosity. A smile gradually spread across Zhou Tai's face as tendrils emerged from his features, his eyes nearly drawing closer to Chun Ching-song's face with the aid of the appendages. One of the tendrils split open, emitting a sound. "I am undoubtedly human." Chun Ching-song gazed upon the horrifying scene before him, his pupils quivering violently as fear gripped his heart, ultimately leading to his demise. "How dull," Zhou Tai remarked, gradually retracting his appendage and casting a glance at the lifeless Chun Ching-song, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Suddenly, an amusing thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. "There's still time. Why not seek out that young gentleman for some amusement?" As he spoke, his expression shifted repeatedly, culminating in a greedy glint as he beheld Chun Ching-song's corpse, clearly indicating that this body had undergone a change in personality. Had Chen Qingsong still been alive, he would have surmised that perhaps the aberrant insects possessed a form of consciousness network capability, with Zhou Tai's persona acting like a virus, having infiltrated all aberrant insects through this network. His various personalities were poised to seize the body of any aberrant insect at will, even lurking within the network to issue commands to all aberrant insects. At Silver City No. 3 High School, Yu Xian carried a student with a broken leg back to the rooftop. He gently laid the injured student down and spoke. "Old Zhang, all of you boys come help. I've dealt with the aberrant insects on the 6th floor, and several injured classmates require our assistance." "All right." Zhang Shou nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a few other boys gritted their teeth, resolute in their decision to descend and offer aid. Chen Ling interjected, "I shall go as well. It suffices to leave 2 classmates here to care for the injured. Then I shall join," Nora declared, feeling compelled to contribute in some manner. Yu Xian did not refuse. Given the multitude of injured students, an additional pair of hands could only aid the situation. However, as the group descended to the 6th floor and entered the classroom of Class 6, Year 3, they could not help but turn and flee to the corridor, retching uncontrollably at the horrific scene before them. The conditions within the classroom were nothing short of ghastly. Some students had been ravaged by the aberrant insects, left with little more than half a body, while others bore the gruesome fate of having only half a face remaining, rendering the place akin to a hellish nightmare. Zhang Shou and his peers, innocent and naive high schoolers, had never before encountered such terrifying imagery. "Are they all right?" Nora inquired, her concern directed towards Chun Ling and the others. Yu Xian, slightly taken aback, glanced at Nora and remarked with a smile, "I anticipated they might react this way. However, I must say, I am surprised you didn't succumb to nausea." "I am a vampire. I lack the capacity for vomiting," Nora retorted, casting Yu Xian a sidelong glance. It dawned on Yu Xian then, explaining why he himself felt no physical discomfort despite the dreadful scene, the realization that he was indeed a vampire. At that moment, a grotesque insect surged up the staircase from the 5th floor. With a flick of his finger, Yu Xian summoned a silver thread that swiftly cleaved the creature in two. His confidence in allowing Zhang Shou and the others to assist was rooted in his assurance of their safety. "Silver blood," Nora exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the severed insect's remains on the floor, her mind racing with shock. This was the extraordinary gift that awakened in her father at the age of 150, yet why had it manifested in Yu Xian? She gazed at Yu Xian in disbelief, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. In truth, her understanding of the blood of silver was rather limited. Her father had never exhibited the act of consuming silver in her presence. She only knew that the blood of silver possessed the ability to create silvery threads. Otherwise, had she witnessed Yu Xian consuming silver earlier, she might have drawn some connection. After a while, Zhang Shou and the others finally regained their composure. Yu Xian took the lead into the classroom, and Zhang Shou, gritting his teeth, immediately followed suit, with the others trailing behind. Here, her heart still raced. Yu Xian swiftly located the first survivor, a girl who was missing limbs and had a bite mark on her face. The somber expressions of all present deepened upon witnessing the state of the girl. Previously, the phrase "roaching tragedy" was merely 4 words, and many could not fathom why the term tragedy was employed. Now, having witnessed the horrific plight of a fellow student, those present felt that the word tragedy scarcely sufficed to describe the horror of this calamity. After Zhang Shou and the others had adjusted, Yu Xian chose not to remain on the 6th floor, but instead prepared to descend and continue purging the anomalous insects. Had it not been for the discovery of surviving students in the 6th floor classroom, some of whom urgently required hemorrhage control, her original plan was to descend continuously and eradicate all the anomalous insects within the teaching building. Presently, Zhang Shou and his team are diligently tending to the wounds of the surviving students, determined to eradicate the aberrant insects swiftly and save more of their peers. "Wait, I want to join you," Nora bravely declared at that moment. Yu Xian turned to Nora, perceiving her as a charmingly Navi goose, and was inclined to decline her request, but she interjected, "If you allow me to accompany you, I shall reward you with 20 pounds of silver next time." "Deal." Yu Xian acquiesced immediately. Given the current high value of silver, 20 pounds would suffice him for a considerable duration. The two descended to the 5th floor, where Yu Xian flicked his fingers, and silvery threads instantaneously severed several aberrant insects that were gnawing on students in the corridor. Nora, not to be idle, swiftly drew her pistol and aimed at a distant aberrant insect. With a resounding bang, the creature was obliterated on the spot. Yu Xian was momentarily startled, gazing at the firearm in Nora's hands, astonished by the impressive power of its bullets. I hit it! I hit it! Nora exclaimed, gazing at the fallen insect in exhilaration. She then aimed at another aberrant insect that had emerged in response to the noise, pulling the trigger repeatedly as one after another succumbed to her gunfire. In a classroom, there are approximately 25 to 30 students, yet only about 5 to 10 have been infected by the aberrant insects. The first floor of the teaching building accommodates 4 classrooms, implying that each floor harbors around 30 to 40 aberrant insects. Nora's pistol contained a total of 15 rounds, and after successfully dispatching 15 aberrant insects, she began to fumble as she reloaded her weapon. The aberrant creatures were naturally reluctant to grant her the opportunity to fire, as they surged forth from their concealment within the classroom. However, before they could draw near, they were swiftly dispatched by Yu Xian's deft manipulation of silver threads. Once it was confirmed that all the aberrant creatures on the 5th floor had been vanquished, the duo descended to the 4th floor. Following the established strategy, Nora was to first eliminate a portion of the aberrant creatures with her handgun, subsequently enticing the rest to launch a full-scale assault with the promise of changing ammunition. Yu Xian would then conclude the final wave of attackers. Do you have sufficient ammunition? Yu Xian inquired as they descended to the 3rd floor. Nora nodded affirmatively. I have enough. I prepared 100,000 rounds. Ever since the ordinary person incident, she had taken it upon herself to amass a substantial stockpile of handguns and ammunition, ensuring she would never fall short. On the 3rd floor, the two worked in seamless harmony, dispatching all aberrant creatures within a mere minute. After confirming that none had escaped their grasp, they proceeded to the 2nd floor. You are also a vampire? Nora, walking behind, cast a lingering glance at Yu Xian, her expression laden with complexity before she quietly inquired. Yu Xian, leading the way, replied with composure, Indeed. I have been afflicted with ALS. Should I not become a vampire, I would perish. I have heard that because of me, you not only faced an attack from thugs, but also encountered ostracism from other students at school. I am truly sorry. He had already mentally prepared himself for the consequences when he called the police. Once this calamity was resolved, he intended to disappear, never to return to human society unless he was invincible. I see, Nora murmured, her gaze fixed on Yu Xian, her expression a tapestry of emotions. As they reached the 2nd floor, Nora cast aside her distractions, gripping her handgun firmly as she continued to fire at the aberrant creatures. As the last bullet was expended, she retrieved another round, her gaze fixed upon Yu Xian. The remaining anomalous insects seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. Yu Xian gestured with a flick of his finger, causing a silvery thread to cascade down like a wave, instantly slicing the anomalous insects into an array of bizarre shapes. At that moment, the teacher who had previously fled burst forth from a classroom, leaping down the corridor and landing in the plaza below. Still trying to escape? Yu Xian observed this scene and promptly pressed one hand against the railing, leaping from the 2nd floor to the plaza. Before he could act, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed, and the upper half of the teacher, parasitized by the anomalous insects, exploded, and he collapsed in response. Nora, positioned above, brandished her weapon, and as Yu Xian turned to look, a cunning smile graced her lips. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, causing her golden hair to dance in the breeze, momentarily dazzling Yu Xian. He retracted his earlier thoughts. This was not merely a golden, vacant-headed goose, but rather a beautiful, vacant-headed goose. Suddenly, terror flashed in Nora's eyes, and she opened her mouth as if to utter a warning. Watch out. The instant her voice rang out, a shadow darted past. Yu Xian reacted swiftly, already evading as Nora's eyes widened, yet he was still struck, losing an arm to the shadow. Thud. A rectangular sign crashed heavily onto the steps of the teaching building. Blood, belonging to Yu Xian, flowed from above the sign, meandering through the words "School ahead, slow down," before ultimately dripping onto the ground. Yu Xian pressed a hand against his wound and glanced at the signpost, then turned away, noticing a woman in professional attire squatting on the school wall. Hello, young man, I've come to play with you. The woman exhibited a manic grin, yet her voice was distinctly masculine. Yu Xian's expression turned grave, silver glimmers flickering in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. You are the one on the other end of the line. Scoundrel. Indeed, I am that scoundrel. The woman leaped down from the wall, her smile widening as she introduced herself. I am Zhou Tai, once human, now a mutant insect. She slowly approached the body of the teacher, now a host for the mutant insect, kneeling before it and muttering to herself, TSK, possessing such a formidable body yet not knowing how to wield it. What a waste. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Nora seized the opportunity while Zhou Tai was crouched, firing 3 shots at her. However, instead of an explosion, Zhou Tai merely caught the 3 bullets in her hand, rising with a grin. The speed of the bullets is rather slow. In truth, all mutant insects possess the ability to evade them. Yet, having masqueraded as humans for so long, even upon awakening their consciousness to their true nature, they still adhere to certain human vices. Both their reflexes and speed are constrained by their subconscious. Humans possess a self-protective mechanism that, when controlling muscle activity, automatically establishes a safety threshold to prevent excessive force from causing harm to muscles and bones. Many aberrant insects are affected. Thus, they can only exert around 50% of their strength. However, Zhou Tai is different. He is inherently indifferent to his own body and belongs to the type that would harm himself to achieve his aims. Therefore, when his persona inhabits this body, its power is fully unleashed. Here you go, miss. At this moment, he flicked his wrist, and 3 bullets immediately soared towards Nora upstairs. Boom. In midair. The bullets collided with the silver thread, resulting in an immediate explosion. Yu Xian's body had turned pitch black, and he gestured downward, causing the extending silver thread to slice towards Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai's current form is that of a tall woman, approximately 1.70 meters in height. Normally, even if the body is filled with the tendrils of aberrant insects, as long as the exterior remains intact, their movements still reflect those of a human. However, Zhou Tai is different. Faced with the descending silver thread, his body twisted and evaded like a deflating balloon, effortlessly avoiding Yu Xian's attack. He then raised his hand, and the skin on his arm instantly ruptured, revealing a mass of intertwined tentacles that coalesced into a thick arm. Here comes the punch. Zhou Tai laughed heartily and leapt into the air, delivering a powerful blow towards Yu Xian on the ground. Danger! Yu Xian immediately leapt to the side, landing and quickly rolling away. It must be said that the loss of an arm significantly, had his right hand been intact, Zhou Tai would not have dared to leap, lest he be instantly annihilated. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground where Yu Xian had stood moments before quaked violently. Amidst the settling dust, a half-meter crater marked the earth where Zhou Tai's fist had landed. Such a blow, if directed at a person, would undoubtedly pierce their body with brutal force. Meanwhile, Yu Xian, having completed his roll, knelt swiftly, his left hand plunging into the earth. He manipulated silver threads, sending them coursing through the ground to assail Zhou Tai with swiftness. Instantly, a dense web of silver filaments erupted from the pit, ensnaring Zhou Tai and contracting rapidly. In this perilous moment, Zhou Tai's countenance remained cheerful. His form exploded, transforming into a writhing mass of repugnant tentacles, each deftly navigating through the mesh of the net, even shedding his human skin in the process. One who has observed an octopus navigating through minute crevices in the ocean depths could perhaps envision Zhou Tai's escape. Subsequently, all the tentacles retreated swiftly into the human skin, and in the blink of an eye, he reassumed the guise of a youthful maiden. Such finesse, such velocity. Yu Xian, able to discern Zhou Tai's movements, was inwardly startled. Although Zhou Tai's abilities did not surpass the limits of a heteromorphous insect, his mastery over its body was formidable. Such dexterity was beyond the capabilities of most heteromorphous insects. At that juncture, Zhou Tai espied Yu Xian's severed arm a few meters away on the ground. He glanced at Yu Xian, whereupon the ruptured arm sprouted a multitude of tentacles, which promptly retrieved the dismembered limb, each tentacle burrowing into the arm. The aberrant creature possesses a remarkably perverse ability. It can utilize its tendrils to emulate the flesh and nerves of other beings, thereby manipulating their bodies. This can be deemed the fundamental capability of the aberrant creature. Otherwise, should it deplete the host's body, the host's brain would succumb to hypoxia and perish long before. Your arm is rather impressive, young man. Let us continue our play, Zhou Tai remarked with a smile, manipulating the tendrils to control the arm, which swung incessantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards Yu Xian with astonishing speed. How swift, Yu Xian thought, for Zhou Tai's velocity far surpassed that of other aberrant creatures, being at least 3 to 4 times quicker than the average. Moreover, his running trajectory was anything but linear, leaving Yu Xian unable to predict his path. In desperation, Yu Xian could only retreat furiously, striving to create distance between himself and Zhou Tai. The two engaged in a relentless chase across the playground, with Yu Xian occasionally attempting to obstruct Zhou Tai with silvery threats. Yet, Zhou Tai danced through the air as if engaged in a playful ballet, effortlessly evading every assault. Simultaneously, Zhou Tai wielded Yu Xian's right hand, occasionally extending it suddenly to deliver a powerful punch towards Yu Xian. In truth, Yu Xian's attacks posed little threat to Zhou Tai. Although the silvery threads were exceedingly sharp, capable of inflicting severe damage upon contact with Zhou Tai's form, he exhibited remarkable agility, transforming his body with incredible swiftness. On several occasions, Yu Xian endeavored to ensnare him within a net of silvery threads. Yet Zhou Tai always managed to slip through the openings with ease. Ironically, it was Yu Xian himself who narrowly escaped several of Zhou Tai's punches. Though a collision was averted, multiple abrasions marked the skin. Yet, being a vampire, such minor wounds possessed the ephemeral quality of vanishing in the blink of an eye, thus precluding the formation of conspicuous scars. Bang! A sudden gunshot reverberated through the air. Zhou Tai, in pursuit of Yu Xian, recoiled sharply, narrowly evading the projectile that whizzed past his chest, ultimately impacting the distant earth and detonating upon impact. A propitious moment. Seizing the opportune instant, Yu Xian pivoted, brandishing his left hand, unleashing a tempest of argent threads that pirouetted wildly in the firmament, incising Zhou Tai from myriad angles. Encountering the intricate labyrinth of silvery filaments, Zhou Tai resorted to his well-worn stratagem, extruding a profusion of tendrils from his epidermal sheath, selecting a specific grid through which to extricate himself. Bang! Another gunshot resounded. Emerging from the silvery mesh, Zhou Tai was struck by Nora's bullet, resulting in the severance of numerous tendrils amidst the explosive force. The remaining tendrils swiftly retreated into the female integument, followed by a rapid, tumbling withdrawal. Despite Nora's subsequent barrage of shots, Zhou Tai's velocity proved insurmountable, causing the remaining projectiles to miss their mark. Vile creature, I was engaged in playful dalliance with my charming young man. Your presence is entirely superfluous. Zhou Tai, executing a series of backward somersaults, alighted upon a bough of a schoolyard tree, his wizened visage contorted with venomous resentment as he gazed upward at Nora. Neither Nora nor Yu Xian uttered a word. Instead, they shared an uncanny accord, to strike while the iron was hot, to capitalize on vulnerability. A confluence of bullets and argent threads intertwined, instantaneously rending the tree upon which Zhou Tai stood, obliterating it with a gaping chasm, while simultaneously being eviscerated into fragments by the relentless argent filigree. However, just before Zhou Tai launched his attack, he swiftly leaped back, finding himself against the school wall. Young man, I shall return to play with you next time, and, you vile wretch, your demise is inevitable. I will kill you. I will surely kill you. Zhou Tai first spoke to Yu Xian with a smile, only to change his demeanor in the next moment, glaring maniacally at Nora. As his words hung in the air, bullets and silver threads once again came hurtling towards him. He immediately executed a backflip and vanished beyond the school's confines. Initially, Zhou Tai's plan was to eliminate Yu Xian or to completely ruin this body. However, upon acquiring Yu Xian's arm, he discerned that there was something extraordinary about it. Thus, in order to secure Yu Xian's arm for himself, he made the decision to retreat. Yu Xian and Nora did not let their guard down immediately following Zhou Tai's departure. They stood in place for a while, ensuring that he had truly left before they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Exhausted, Yu Xian sank to the ground, feeling utterly drained both physically and mentally. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death from Zhou Tai's powerful blows, and now he was overwhelmed with trepidation. At that moment, Nora descended from the second floor, jogging over to him. As she approached, she slowed her pace. When their eyes met, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them, and they both broke into relieved smiles. That was terrifying. I have never encountered such a fearsome creature, Nora confessed as she sat beside Yu Xian, equally shaken. Yu Xian nodded in agreement, responding, fortunately, we managed to drive him away. Suddenly, Nora pressed her gun against Yu Xian's lower back, prompting him to reluctantly raise his only hand in compliance. There are countless individuals within the blood clan who surpass that monster tenfold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. My father's patience is finite. He has instructed me to eliminate you. Should I refrain from taking action, he will dispatch someone far more formidable, and you will undoubtedly meet your doom. Nora gazed at Yu Xian as she spoke. Yu Xian could not help but chuckle and inquire, so, you have resolved to strike me down first? I offer you a piece of advice. It would be wise for you to seek a way to join the Qilin. Nora retracted her firearm and addressed Yu Xian. Yu Xian hastily probed, Qilin? You cannot be suggesting that a mythical beast truly exists and that I should align myself with its faction? Not at all. Qilin is the name of an official organization, though I am not entirely privy to the specifics. However, 3 years ago, I heard of a vampire much like yourself who, upon joining Qilin, was no longer subjected to purification by the Blood Clan, Nora revealed. Qilin, an official organization. Yu Xian's eyes brightened. This option seemed considerably more viable than retreating to the wilderness to live as a hermit. Yu Wei, if one can lead a human existence, who would choose to become a ghost? Yu Xian had no genuine desire to dwell in the remote mountains as a savage. It was merely a lack of alternatives. Do you have a mobile phone? Yu Xian, intrigued about the nature of Qilin, inquired of Nora, who stood nearby. Nora produced her phone and handed upon unlocking his device. Yu Xian opened his browser and searched for the term Qilin. The results revealed a myriad of legends surrounding this mythical creature. There were even assertions from individuals in various forms claiming to have encountered a Qilin in the wild. Surely. You don't believe you can find credible information about Qilin online? Nora chuckled softly at the absurdity. Yu Xian returned the phone to Nora, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied, "There's no harm in seeking knowledge. Why not give it a try?" At that moment, Nora extracted a packet of blood from her bracelet, using her sharp fangs to puncture the bag. After a moment's thought, she procured another packet and offered it to Yu Xian, as if sharing a delightful snack. "No thanks. Although I am a vampire, I do not indulge in blood." Yu Xian declined. Despite his vampiric nature, he believed that since he could sustain himself on light, it was preferable to abstain from consuming blood altogether. "Fear not. I am no traditionalist. This is all synthetic plasma. Do give it a try," Nora encouraged playfully, licking her fangs with a mischievous grin. The two engaged in a playful tussle. And ultimately, Yu Xian yielded to Nora's insistence and accepted the blood packet. Very well, he conceded. Curiosity piqued about the taste of blood as experienced by a vampire. With a swift motion, he pierced the packet with his fangs, and in an instant, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, warming every cell in his body. The sensation was exquisite, an entirely different experience from basking in sunlight. Gradually, he found himself lost in this warm sensation, his mind a blank slate. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered that the entire school had been surrounded by a multitude of soldiers. "What have you infused into the blood?" Yu Xian rose, surveying the soldiers around him, and could not help but inquire of Nora beside him. Having consumed the blood, he had lost consciousness, leaving him utterly defenseless should Nora or any of these soldiers have chosen to act against him. With a smile, Nora explained, "It is merely ordinary synthetic blood plasma. Though I did not anticipate you would react to it as my cousin does, becoming intoxicated by blood. In simpler terms, consuming it is akin to the effects of inebriation." Yu Xian was rendered speechless. It seemed vampires could indeed become intoxicated by blood. Fortunately, he had recognized this vulnerability in time. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant problem during critical moments in the future. The subsequent cleanup was entirely managed by the arriving soldiers, while Yu Xian and Nora, under the guidance of the surviving teachers, retreated to a tent outside with Zhang Shou and the others to rest. Presently, the entire Silver City had entered a state of war, making a return home utterly impossible. The night passed in silence. The following day, Yu Xian awoke from the wooden bed in the tent, unable to suppress a languid stretch. Perhaps due to the considerable exertion from his battle with Zhou Tai the previous day, he had slept soundly until dawn. This indicated that vampires did not genuinely require sleep. Rather, their recovery rate of energy surpassed their consumption, thereby creating the illusion that they were immune to the need for slumber. Indeed, it is also plausible that the regeneration of an arm demands an immense expenditure of energy. Upon awakening, Yu Xian discovered that his right hand had completely healed. The newly grown limb bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to his original arm, with the exception that it appeared even more flawless. In truth, many individuals experience discrepancies in arm size due to their dominant hand. For instance, a right-handed person often exhibits a noticeably larger right fist compared to the left. Previously, Yu Xian was right-handed, resulting in a slight disparity in size between his arms. However, now both limbs were perfectly proportionate, whether throwing a punch or executing other movements. His sense of balance had significantly improved. Stepping out of the tent, the sunlight enveloped him, and Yu Xian felt akin to a smartphone connecting to a power source. His vitality surging and his thoughts sharpening, rendering him acutely aware of his surroundings. Not far away, Zhang Shou and the others were seated in a row. gazing intently at the school where soldiers clad in white protective gear were diligently conducting disinfection efforts to preclude the possibility of abnormal insects laying eggs and creating hazards. What are you looking at? Yuxian approached and settled beside Zhang Shou. With a grave expression, Zhang Shou replied, I just heard that there are only a little over 100 survivors in the entire school, and most of them have sustained lifelong disabilities. Among these survivors, half were rescued by Yuxian and his companions. Had it not been for the swift and coordinated efforts of Yuxian and Nora in exterminating the abnormal insects within the teaching building, it is likely that the number of survivors would have dwindled to merely 30 or 40. After listening, Yuxian fell into a contemplative silence. Among the multitude of students and teachers, only a few had survived. Then, as if prompted by an unspoken understanding, several girls began to quietly weep, deepening the sorrowful atmosphere, even causing Zhang Shou's eyes to redden. Xianyu, do you think my parents are all right now? By the way, where is my phone? Zhang Shou suddenly inquired. Yuxian's expression turned awkward as he sheepishly replied, Your phone, as you know, the incident was so sudden that I inadvertently damaged it. True enough. It was chaotic at that moment, and we were fortunate to have you. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. Zhang Shou reflected on the previous day's events with understanding. He recognized that without Yuxian, he and the other classmates would undoubtedly have fared poorly. After all, it was Yuxian who saved their lives. A mere phone was inconsequential in comparison. At that moment, Chunling entered with a male teacher, each carrying several bowls. She forced a smile and announced, Everyone, it's time for breakfast. Oh, I've been starving. Zhang Shou instantly perked up, rising to exclaim. Chunling approached Yuxian, offering him a bowl of noodles. Accepting it with a smile, Yuxian said, Thank you. Despite the fact that he struggled to digest other foods and found them tasteless, he did not wish to refuse Chunling's kindness. Balancing the bowl in one hand and holding chopsticks in the other, Chunling suddenly noticed that Yuxian's right hand had healed. Yuxian, your hand is better? She exclaimed, astonished. Yes, it grew back after a good night's sleep. Yuxian replied, taking a bite of the noodles with a smile. At that moment, he furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced towards the male teacher beside him, who was distributing breakfast. This teacher was. He looked at the man and inquired of Chunling. Chunling introduced Mr. Yu Wei, the physical education teacher for the third-year students. He happened to be free yesterday, so he slept in the dormitory and thus escaped the clutches of the aberrant insects. Oh, Mr. Yu must have been unwell yesterday, Zhang Shou remarked with a smile. Although the pressure of studying in the third year was not as intense as that of the final year, physical education teachers frequently found themselves ill as well. Chunling shot Zhang Shou an exasperated glare, while Yuxian scrutinized Yu Wei, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, despite having enhanced senses from the blood of silver, which detected no immediate issues. He could not shake the vague sense that something was amiss with this teacher. Surely, the authorities must have examined everyone present, ensuring that no one slipped through the cracks. Yet, something fell off. Something fell off. Something fell off. Yuxian lowered his head to eat his noodles, but deep within, a persistent voice echoed, warning him that Yu Wei was indeed problematic. As the sun illuminated the sky, Yuxian continued to observe Yu Wei until noon. However, Yu Wei revealed no signs of deceit. His scent was that of an ordinary man, and there were no tendrils writhing beneath his skin. His heartbeat was remarkably normal, indicating that there were no foreign objects within his heart. Furthermore, through prolonged observation, Yuxian discovered that Yu Wei suffered from kidney stones, lumbar muscle strain, and rhinitis. In summary, he appeared to be an aging middle-aged man, showing some signs of physical activity, albeit minimal, which aligned perfectly with the profile of a junior high physical education teacher. How peculiar, Yuxian pondered, utterly baffled. If Yu Wei truly possessed something amiss, what precisely was it? Zhang Shou, unable to contain himself, interjected, Xianyu, if you genuinely suspect there is something wrong with Teacher Yu, why not report him directly to the authorities? Once he is apprehended, a thorough investigation will reveal the truth. Would they even believe my report? What if nothing is discovered? Yuxian retorted, then inquired, by the way, where is Nora? He turned to Zhang Wei, posing 3 questions in quick succession. Zhang Shou opened his mouth, realizing he could only respond to the last query. He informed Yuxian that Nora's identity was rather unique. Her father was a diplomatic envoy of the vampire clan, and thus she had been escorted away by bodyguards the previous night. Very well, Yuxian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He had intended to seek Nora's opinion. Although she occasionally appeared dazed, resembling a beautiful, dim-witted goose, she was indeed quite insightful. Perhaps it was precisely because she was so intelligent and full of ideas that she seemed oblivious at critical moments. In the afternoon, all students were summoned to individual tents for an inquiry. Yuxian entered one of the tents, where a male and female staff member were present. They first reassured him not to be anxious, followed by a routine questioning. Name, Yu, as in abundance, Ancien, meaning sich. Gender, male. Age, 17. Race, human, vampire. Yuxian hesitated momentarily. The female staff member smiled and said, as long as you believe you are still human, you may identify as such. Then I shall declare myself human, for I shall never drink blood again in this lifetime, Yuxian declared resolutely after a moment of contemplation. Upon completing the basic information, the two staff members prompted Yuxian to meticulously recall the events of the previous day and recite them in detail. Initially, the two listened with a degree of ease, jotting down notes, but as the account progressed, their expressions shifted to one of concern. What? This young man is the first to discover the aberrant insect? What? The Public Security Bureau has been infiltrated? What? He even encountered a suspected leader of the aberrant insects? Once they finished writing, they exchanged glances, unable to contain their surprise, and instructed Yuxian to wait while they hurriedly departed with the report. After approximately an hour filled with trepidation, the tent was opened once more. A middle-aged man with a square face entered alongside a remarkably imposing young man, both taking their seats before Yuxian. The young man spoke first. I am Jin Sheng, and this is Jin Dajuan. We have come primarily to verify certain matters with you. The moment the young man stepped in, Yuxian experienced an illusion akin to confronting the sun, and the heartbeat emanating from the other party resonated like a lion's roar, clearly suggesting that they were not ordinary individuals. Very well, I shall be forthright. Yuxian inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with tension. Jin Dajuan could not help but chuckle. Do not be anxious. We are already quite well informed about the situation. Not only did you unveil the sinister plot of the anomalous insects, compelling them to act prematurely, but you also saved numerous classmates amidst the catastrophe. Here, no one dares to trouble you. Yuxian, listen to this voice. Does it not resemble Zhou Tai's? Jin Sheng retrieved his phone and played a segment of audio. The recording was chaotic, punctuated by intermittent screams. Yet Yuxian listened intently as a distorted male voice murmured, Dean, is this world not wondrous? Chen Qingsong's office had been clandestinely equipped with a listening device by his wife, who intended to gather evidence of his infidelity to secure a larger share of their assets in the impending divorce. However, both Chen Qingsong and his wife ultimately perished. Yet, this listening device captured crucial dialogues that eventually fell into the hands of Jin Xing and his associates. The voice bore approximately 60% similarity, but the intonation was nearly identical. I can assert with certainty that it is indeed him. Upon listening to the audio, Yuxian spoke earnestly. Jin Sheng and Jin Dajuan both wore grave expressions. When Zhou Tai was still an ordinary person, he posed a significant threat. Now, those with twisted personalities can not only control the aberrant insects, but can even parasitize a specific aberrant insect, greatly amplifying the danger. If this issue is not resolved promptly, the consequences could be unimaginable. May I inquire about the original plan of the aberrant insects? Yuxian could not help but ask. Jin Dajuan nodded and replied, had you not exposed the invasion of the aberrant insects, they would have gradually consumed the entire Silver City, turning all ordinary people into their food and hosts, until Silver City became the lair of the aberrant insects, and by that time, it is likely we would have no chance of eradicating them completely. Yuxian, do you have any further questions? Jin Sheng cast a deep glance at Yuxian, as if hinting at something. In fact, the two were fully aware of Yuxian's circumstances upon their arrival, a person afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, who had to resort to illicit means to become a wild vampire, yet remained altruistic despite his precarious situation, ultimately making the right choice. Thanks to Yuxian's decision, at least tens of millions in Silver City were spared, a monumental achievement indeed. With such a protective aura surrounding him, the nation would surely not neglect his welfare. No force, be it the Blood Clan or any other, would dare to act recklessly. I would like to ask, do I have the opportunity to join the Qilin? Yuxian rubbed his hands together, revealing a look of aspiration as he inquired. Jin Xing was momentarily taken aback, then cast a glance at Jin Dajuan, who hastily distanced himself, exclaiming, it wasn't me. I never said anything. Just like you. This is my first encounter with classmate Yuxian. Jin Sheng inquired, classmate Yuxian, from whom did you hear about Qilin? Jin Dajuan chuckled, No need to ask. If I am not mistaken, it must be the darling daughter of Marcus, am I right? He could not resist adding, classmate Yusian. You have indeed asked the right person. This fellow is affiliated with Qilin, ranked 89th, codename Lionlight, and I am his father. Ha 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 ha. Jin Sheng looked at Jin Dajuan in silence. The reason for his immediate suspicion towards Jin Dajuan stemmed from the fact that the latter had boasted about his comrades, incessantly proclaiming that his son had joined Qilin. Are you certain you wish to join Qilin? Jin Sheng sighed, then turned to Yu Xian and inquired. His intention was for Yu Xian to seek official protection, as the authorities merely needed to inform the Blood Clan, stating, "This lad is under my protection. As long as he remains within the country, the Blood Clan would not dare to make a move." Although the public often exaggerated the might of the Blood Clan, in reality, at a national level, the Blood Clan, devoid of even a dragon-level powerhouse, was merely a second-rate force. The wild vampires, most of whom can be successfully cleansed by the Blood Clan, primarily arise from individuals of dubious character. Indeed, some resort to attacking ordinary people to satiate their thirst for blood, prompting the state to turn a blind eye. Individuals like Yu Xian, who possess a pristine reputation and have saved countless lives in a city, are dismissed by the Blood Clan as insignificant. The unconditional trust placed in the Blood Clan, or rather, in vampires, is a significant weakness of this species. They are fearful of sunlight, silver, garlic, and crosses, and their sustenance is solely blood. Prolonged abstinence from feeding leads them into a deep slumber, gradually desiccating their bodies. Only when blood falls upon them does the faintest chance of awakening arise. Had becoming a vampire not been one of the easiest paths to immortality, the Blood Clan would likely be regarded as a mere third or fourth-tier force. The reputation of the Blood Clan in the public eye is largely attributed to their immense wealth, particularly their extraordinary riches. Consequently, affluent individuals transformed into vampires have consistently employed legions of supporters to extol the clan's might, fearfulness, and mystery. This has created an illusion among ordinary people that the Blood Clan represents a first-rate power, leading them to believe that offending the clan would result in certain death. In reality, the 5 major nations possess the capability to easily suppress the Blood Clan, alongside various extraordinary forces that inhabit numerous smaller nations, all equally capable of extinguishing the Blood Clan. The continued existence of the Blood Clan is not due to their strength, but rather their understanding of the situation. Originally, Yu Xian believed that joining the Qilin would be a formidable challenge, perhaps requiring him to endure various trials. However, the following day, Jin Sheng placed identification documents, a firearm, and a special mobile phone before him. With a straight face, Jin Sheng, suppressing a smile, declared, "From this moment forth, you are a member of the Qilin's exorcism squad. Ranked 6330, codenamed Salted Fish." Yu Xian gazed incredulously at the documents on the table, unable to contain his astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this real?" "Indeed, it is authentic. As long as you present this identification, all public security bureaus nationwide can verify its legitimacy and will unconditionally assist you in your endeavors." Jin Sheng replied with a smile. Yu Xian, tucking the documents away, inquired, "How many members are there in the exorcism squad, and who is the captain?" "I am the captain of the exorcism squad. There were originally 5 members, and with you, we now total 6. However, the squad does not typically operate together. Each member undertakes individual missions. We only convene as a squad for tasks of a higher tier," Jin Sheng elucidated. He then proceeded to inform Yu Xian about the specific details of the squad. The teams under Qilin enjoy considerable autonomy, primarily because most members capable of joining Qilin are exceptionally talented, extraordinary individuals. Given that each extraordinary being possesses unique circumstances, compelling them to act in unison may inadvertently hinder the progress of certain team members. Under normal circumstances, team members are free to accept tasks of the insect and ant levels, while 2 or more members may collaborate on tasks of the bee level. However, tasks of the sparrow level and above require the entire team to undertake them collectively. What level does Silver City currently fall under? Yu Xian inquired with curiosity. Jin Sheng responded, "The aberrant insect disaster is classified as tiger level, not due to its strength, but rather because of its potential harm. Only by annihilating all aberrant insects can the task be deemed complete. However, this mission is destined to be exceedingly challenging, as we are uncertain about its mode of transmission and the current population. I actually have a suspect in mind. I suspect he might be an aberrant insect. Yet I lack the evidence," Yu Xian said, recalling Yu Wei, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Jin Sheng immediately adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Who do you suspect?" "Yue Wei, teacher Yu. Although I have observed him for most of the day without finding any flaws, I still felt something was off when I encountered him this morning. He is definitely not right," Yu Xian remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Jin Sheng promptly turned and headed outside, stating, "Let us proceed. Since you suspect him, we should detain him and conduct an examination." The two exited the tent, with Jin Sheng instructing the soldiers to apprehend Yue Wei and confine him within a separate tent, guarded by several soldiers. Throughout the process, Yue Wei did not resist. He merely appeared somewhat anxious. Jin Sheng and Yu Xian observed from a distance, yet neither could discern any peculiarities. "Do you still believe he is suspicious?" Jin Sheng inquired, and Yu Xian nodded in response, saying, "Indeed, there is certainly something amiss, yet my current abilities do not allow me to discern the issue." "Then let us observe further." "Come." Jin Sheng pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to place his unwavering trust in Yu Xian. The two entered the tent where Yue Wei was detained. Upon seeing them, Yue Wei promptly spoke, "Officer, and you, Yu Xian, what brings you here?" Neither Jin Sheng nor Yu Xian responded. They encircled Yue Wei, and suddenly, Jin Sheng's eyes transformed into a golden hue, while a silvery glimmer flickered deep within Yu Xian's pupils. "What are you doing? Am I unwell?" Yue Wei felt a tinge of fear as he recoiled slightly. Jin Sheng's golden gaze gradually dimmed, and he shook his head at Yu Xian, indicating that he had not detected any anomaly. The silver light in Yu Xian's pupils also returned to its usual state, revealing no peculiarities. "Are you certain?" Jin Sheng asked, seemingly without context. Yu Xian understood the implication and nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely certain, especially now. He evokes a profound sense of incongruity within me." He spoke truthfully. The distance between him and Yue Wei was merely around 20 centimeters, and an indescribable discomfort washed over him as he regarded Yue Wei, as if something were inherently out of sync. "Then proceed as you see fit. Even if you err, I shall bear the responsibility." Jin Sheng remained silent for a moment before ultimately deciding to uphold his faith in Yu Xian. After all, Yu Xian was now a member of his team, and supporting his comrades was indeed one of a captain's duties. In the Kirin archives, there exists a case where a team member discovered an issue, yet the captain chose not to believe it, resulting in the tragic survival of only 2 individuals from the entire team. From that moment on, every captain under the Kirin banner steadfastly opted to stand by their comrades. Yue Wei, sensing imminent danger, cried out in terror, "What do you intend to do? Help! Help! This is murder!" "Silence! Be quiet!" Jin Sheng retorted sharply, his eyes narrowing. In the next instant, a golden light enveloped Yue Wei's mouth, rendering him only able to produce muffled sounds. "Commence. Do as you wish. You may dissect him or dismember him entirely," Jin Sheng coldly instructed Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded, casting a reluctant glance at Yue Wei, and spoke, "Teacher Yu, please bear with me. I shall strive to avoid causing you harm." He then concentrated, conjuring a delicate silver thread with his fingers, which, under his control, slowly penetrated Yue Wei's neck and began to navigate through his body. Through the battle 2 days prior, his mastery over the blood of silver had significantly advanced, and he proceeded with utmost caution to avoid injuring Yue Wei. Simultaneously, he conducted a meticulous examination of the blood vessels, internal organs, bones, and nerves. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly as the silver thread seemed to encounter an unusual sensation. Before he could react, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Once again exposed. "Young man, it seems you are indeed the greatest adversary of the little creatures." In an instant, Yue Wei's head rotated a full 90 degrees, his entire visage contorting into a wrinkled mask of distress. Zhou Tai's voice reverberated within his mind, and subsequently, a multitude of neural fibers burst forth from his eye sockets, nostrils, and ears, swiftly lunging toward Yu Xian. However, at that moment, Jin Sheng emitted a radiant golden aura, effortlessly deflecting Zhou Tai's assault while firmly grasping the aberrant worm, disguised as Yue Wei's neural fibers, within his hand. So that is the case. No wonder I failed to detect any signs. Jin Sheng mused, contemplating the aberrant worm in his grasp. Yu Xian, now cognizant of the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brow and remarked, "This level of infiltration is utterly terrifying." In truth, the aberrant worm had not completely commandeered Yue Wei. It merely masqueraded as a segment of his neural fibers. Since Yue Wei was still alive, the foul odor remained undetectable to Yu Xian. And due to the worm's simulation of neural fibers, it was nearly imperceptible unless one were to resort to dissection. Yu Xian surmised that his intuition regarding Yu Wei's anomaly stemmed primarily from Zhou Tai's scrutiny through Yu Wei's guise, evoking an innate sense of unease within him. Had it not been for Zhou Tai's invasive observation, he likely would have remained oblivious to Yu Wei's condition. Thus, should the aberrant worm infiltrate the entirety of a nation, it is conceivable that no one would discover its presence. Their current revelation is undoubtedly a momentous breakthrough. That night, at the Qilin headquarters, several high-ranking officials descended upon Silver City. Yu Xian trailed closely behind Jin Sheng, encountering several formidable figures whose presence exuded an aura reminiscent of demonic deities. Although these esteemed individuals greeted him with smiles and appeared exceedingly amiable, even shaking his hand and affectionately ruffling his hair while praising him as a good child, Yu Xian remained tense throughout, his limbs rigid, akin to a chick that had fallen into a den of lions. Notably, the term aerial deployment is to be taken literally. These dignitaries had flown directly from the capital, descending from the skies. The following day, the body of Yu Wei, along with the aberrant insect captured by Jin Sheng, was taken away by one of these prominent figures. It is believed that the Kirin headquarters will conduct various studies on them, and perhaps soon there will be a method to identify the victims among the crowd who are being manipulated by the aberrant insects. At noon, the sun radiated a scorching heat. The soldiers stood resolute under the blazing sun, their postures unwavering despite the sweat pouring down their backs. Yu Xian sat outside his tent, basking in the sun while perusing his mobile phone, a device specifically designed for internal use within Kirin. It was not only waterproof, dustproof, shockproof, fireproof, and electric shock resistant, but it also maintained a stable signal in the majority of environments. Furthermore, the phone featured several official applications, among which the Kirin app contained a plethora of intriguing panels. Yu Xian's favorite was the Records panel, which documented numerous extraordinary incidents resolved by various Kirin teams. These included encounters with criminals who had inadvertently acquired abilities or animals that had indulged in forbidden fruits to commit malevolent acts, showcasing the team's ingenuity and bravery in overcoming these extraordinary challenges. Indeed, there are instances where discord among teammates or a lack of trust from the captain leads to the failure of missions and the loss of team members. The authorities have chosen to disclose these cases internally primarily due to the grave and intricate nature of superhuman crime. Continuous learning and broadening one's perspective are essential to avoid being misled by the diverse abilities of complex criminals, thus preventing one from falling into a labyrinth of thought. Yu Xian is currently expanding his horizons and gaining substantial knowledge. For instance, he once believed that obtaining forbidden fruit would guarantee his ascent to greatness. However, upon reviewing one particular dossier, he realized that the forbidden fruit is not omnipotent and comes with numerous limitations. The dossier features a youth named Chen Xing, who discovered a piece of forbidden fruit on his family's balcony. Upon consuming it, he ascended to the status of a deity. Yet, the price for this newfound power was the complete obliteration of his self-awareness. Presently, Chen Xing is sealed within the extraordinary containment facility at the Qilin headquarters. Designated as number 006, codenamed Fortune Deity. Anyone who kneels before him is granted a boon of good fortune. However, once one begins to kneel, it necessitates daily sincere supplication. Should this act of reverence cease, misfortune will inevitably ensue. Where there was once great fortune, there shall follow equal misfortune. Additionally, there is the case of number 001, codenamed Pangu, who is similarly ensnared in eternal slumber. It is said that he will awaken only after the world's demise, subsequently creating anew. Within the Qilin app, the blood of Pangu available in the merit shop is derived from this individual, with officials having discovered a method to extract his blood without causing harm to his body. The more Yu Xian contemplated, the more he grasped the profound depths of the official authority. In comparison, the blood clan seemed rather insignificant. He pondered the potential benefits of consuming a drop of Pangu's blood. After perusing a particular dossier, curiosity flickered across his face. The team that resolved the incident was led by a once ordinary soldier who, through remarkable achievements, had exchanged for Pangu's blood, thereby ascending to the rank of a sparrow-level transcendent. Just a single drop of Pangu's blood could forge a minor adept of that caliber. Indeed, no one can escape the allure of the undeniable truth. Although Yu Xian had resolutely declared that he would never again partake in blood, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire for Pangu's blood. In fact, there were warriors in Silver City who had consumed Pangu's blood, They belonged to the Public Security Bureau's Riot Police Unit. However, the majority of this unit's members had only ingested diluted versions of Panga's blood, their strength hovering around the lower tier of the insect level. Aside from possessing physical capabilities superior to those of ordinary individuals, they did not possess any extraordinary abilities. Currently, the riot police were collaborating with armed police to systematically inspect all buildings within Silver City, purging any potential hidden aberrant insects. With a resident population of approximately 30 million, this task proved to be quite formidable. Historically, Silver City's population was just over 10 million, but following the tragedy in Rome City, a massive influx of migrants occurred, resulting in a dramatic population surge. Presently, Silver City stands as one of only 2 cities in the country with a resident population exceeding 30 million. It is noteworthy that, due to the influx of residents into Rongqing, the several properties held by Yu Xian have appreciated considerably. However, in light of recent events, it is likely that the 2 remaining properties in his possession will suffer a significant decline in value. Fortunately, his recent induction into the exorcism squad not only provides him with a salary, but also a stable position. Thus, the impending losses are merely trifles in his eyes. As Yu Xian prepared to delve into the next file, his classmates Zhang Shou and Chun Ling approached him. Zhang Shou leaned in conspiratorially and inquired, "Xian Yu, there are rumors circulating online that the authorities intend to popularize extraordinary education. Is there any truth to this? Extraordinary education?" Yu Xian paused momentarily, then shook his head. "I am unaware. I have not heard anything about it. In fact, the entire nation is currently fixated on the situation in Yin City. Major cities have resumed comprehensive health screenings, and many individuals are on high alert, filled with anxiety. Subsequently, news of the potential implementation of extraordinary education emerged, prompting netizens to shift their focus and fervently debate the merits and drawbacks of such a program. If it comes to fruition, I shall undoubtedly aspire to become a cultivator. My destiny shall be mine to command," Zhang Shou proclaimed with an expression of hopeful longing. Yu Xian opened the contact list on the Qilin app and remarked, "I will inquire. Perhaps the captain has some insight." Over the past few days, he has come to appreciate the significance of his rank at 89. At the Qilin headquarters, Jin Xing not only holds a seat in various meetings, but also possesses voting rights, allowing him to gain advanced knowledge of numerous policy updates. He selected Jin Xing's profile and began to type fervently. "Xian Yu, Captain, are you busy? Lion Guang, I have just dealt with a miscreant taking advantage of the chaos. Is there something you wish to discuss? Salty fish, there are rumors circulating online that the nation intends to promote extraordinary education. Is this true? Lion Guang, indeed. Discussions are underway. In fact, the topic has been on the table since the tragic incident in Rongqing. This recent event in Yinqing has merely expedited the process. After all, both instances of the aberrant insects were uncovered by students within the schools, and you, along with that classmate, are both extraordinary individuals. However, I estimate that widespread implementation will not occur swiftly. The government will likely select a few cities as pilot locations first." Salty fish. "Oh, I see." Yu Xian looked up at Zhang Shou and said, "The captain confirmed that this matter is indeed occurring. But it appears they will select a few cities as trial areas initially. Historically, heroes have transgressed laws through martial prowess. While the comprehensive promotion of extraordinary abilities may allow more potential talents to emerge, it simultaneously poses a risk of empowering individuals with nefarious intentions. Hence, the authorities will undoubtedly be cautious and unlikely to make a hasty decision. I have resolved that once the government announces which city will serve as a pilot, I shall pursue my studies there." Zhang Shou immediately exclaimed with excitement. Chun Ling, however, offered a calm analysis. "I believe that Yinqing and Rongqing have a significant chance of becoming pilot cities. After all, we are both victims of the aberrant insects, and the government is likely to show a bit more concern for our 2 cities. If only it were Yinqing." Another female classmate sighed. In recent days, the good news has been scant, while the bad news seems to proliferate endlessly. It is said that the casualties at first and second high schools were particularly devastating, as the anomalous creatures seem to have infiltrated these institutions, with students bearing the brunt of the assault. Particularly in many elementary schools, it appears that not a single survivor remains. The extent of despair that has befallen countless families remains unknown. Yu Xian gazed at his anxious yet hopeful classmates, feeling a subtle resonance within himself. Before succumbing to amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, he, like his peers, had yearned for extraordinary powers. However, He gradually came to accept the ordinariness of his existence. Clearly, after narrowly escaping death, his classmates, much like him in his affliction, now yearned for extraordinary abilities even more fervently. This yearning, at its core, stems from an unease about the future and a profound fear of mortality. In truth, there exists little distinction among them. Even if one were to acquire extraordinary powers, it merely renders them stronger. Their hearts remain human, and their emotions mirror those of everyone else. The female staff member was correct. So long as one perceives themselves as human, no matter the extraordinary race they may become, they will always be human. Vampires are merely a lineage, after all. In the luminous presence of the lion under the night sky, Yuxian sat outside his tent, basking in the moonlight. As the clock struck midnight, ominous clouds gradually obscured the moon, and a thin mist began to rise from the ground. Realizing that he could no longer enjoy the moon's glow, Yuxian placed his phone into his pocket, inverted his body, and commenced performing handstand push-ups. Having joined the Qilins team of demon hunters, he was theoretically no longer subject to the relentless pursuit of the Blood Clan, implying a newfound safety. As a vampire, his lifespan was infinite. As long as he adhered to the simple pleasure of basking in sunlight, he could indeed lead an unremarkable existence. Ironically, his name, when read backward, translates to salted fish, yet he was not a man who sought mere indulgence. In recent days, he had been contemplating how to live the remainder of his life and the purpose behind it. The death of his father had instilled in him a profound fear of mortality, yet this very fear made him cherish life more fervently than anyone else. He recalled the scenes from school, classmates who diligently pursued their studies, those who reveled in playfulness, the shy and reticent ones, and the vivacious and cheerful souls. Ultimately, all had succumbed to the fate of becoming mere remnants, their faces etched with terror and faint traces of tears visible amidst the bloodstains, forever seared into his memory. After sifting through countless documents, he perceived valiant spirits silently safeguarding the ordinary lives of others, witnessing young lives extinguished amidst pools of blood. The unwavering trust that Jin Sheng placed in him stemmed from the sacrifices of predecessors who had paved the way with their own lives as cautionary tales. In the end, clarity dawned upon him. He yearned to become a beacon of light. He sought to dispel the fears harbored within every heart, to safeguard the smiles gracing each visage. This endeavor demanded formidable strength. Thus he resolved to become stronger, ever stronger. 1005, 1007, 1010, 1020. Yuxian supported his body with a single finger, executing a series of rapid handstand push-ups. At that moment, Jin Sheng returned from outside, bearing several mice larger than full-grown terriers. He paused, observing Yuxian. As Yuxian prepared to switch hands and continue, Jin Sheng approached, extending an invitation. "Shall we practice over there?" He gestured towards the playground within the school grounds. Was this to be considered a form of instructional guidance within the team? Yuxian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired with a smile. Jin Sheng replied with a grin, "You may perceive it that way. Do you wish to go?" "Absolutely." Yuxian responded promptly, flipping himself to the ground and clapping his hands. After entrusting the captured mice to a soldier, Jin Sheng proceeded into the campus alongside Yuxian. Once they reached the playground, they distanced themselves from one another. Jin Sheng declared, "I shall restrain my strength to that of insect level. Come forth." The captain should exercise caution. Yuxian nodded in agreement. With both hands, he began to flick his fingers, unleashing a multitude of silver threads that swiftly darted towards Jin Sheng. Standing firm, Jin Sheng encased his fingers in golden light. As the silver threads approached, he deftly flicked his fingers against them, effortlessly deflecting every single one. "Is the movement of your fingers truly necessary? It is rather conspicuous." Jin Sheng observed Yuxian deftly manipulating the silver threads and inquired with curiosity. Yuxian, his hands skillfully guiding the silver lines in a swirling motion, swiftly directed the tips toward Jin Sheng while responding. This method allows for better control. Moreover, the flexibility of the silver threads varies depending on the point of origin. Those emanating from the fingertips exhibit the greatest agility, followed by the palm, then the wrist, forearm, elbow, and upper arm. Threads originating from other areas are considerably more challenging to maneuver. Given the limited amount of silver blood within me, I must focus on the most dexterous areas. This is also the reason my strength was significantly diminished when Zhou Tai severed my right arm. The disparity between flexible and rigid silver threads in combat is immense. It is merely a matter of proficiency. I have witnessed Marcus wielding the same ability, manipulating the silver threads in a myriad of ways, making it nearly impossible to defend against him. He could even envelop himself in a suit of silver armor, far surpassing your current capabilities. Jin Sheng effortlessly evaded the silver assault, conversing even as he dodged. Yu Xian's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the physical defenses of a vampire were rather feeble. If he could weave the silver threads into armor, it might provide substantial protection. Perhaps he could even learn the art of knitting, as the underlying principles should be quite similar. However, the foremost priority now was to compel Jin Sheng to make a move. Thus far, Jin Sheng had remained on the defensive, effortlessly blocking all of his attempts with a mere finger. Although the pressure was not as intense as with Zhou Tai, Yu Xian could distinctly perceive the vast disparity in combat experience between them. Yu Xian persistently endeavored to breach Jin Sheng's defenses from various angles. However, Jin Sheng appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, as he effortlessly thwarted every assault, irrespective of its direction. Realizing that further attempts would merely squander his energy, Yu Xian swiftly retracted all his silver threads. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded the silver strands to entwine around his hands, forming a pair of rudimentary silver gloves, and then charged towards Jin Sheng. Whether through ranged attacks or close combat, he yearned to glean more knowledge from Jin Sheng's prowess. An admirable notion, Jin Sheng remarked with a smile as he observed Yu Xian's approach. He then adopted a serious demeanor, faint golden light emanating from the palms of his hands. With ease, he countered Yu Xian's punches, and the two engaged in a relentless exchange on the playground. Each encounter culminated with Jin Sheng's finger gently pressing against Yu Xian's brow, signaling the end of their skirmish. "Have you studied martial arts?" Jin Sheng inquired amidst their bout. Yu Xian replied candidly, "I have learned some techniques online, but they seem rather ineffective. The combat skills available on the internet are primarily designed for ordinary individuals. We possess extraordinary powers, rendering many conventional weaknesses ineffectual against us. This is why you feel they are futile. Your lifespan is extensive. You should embrace a multitude of experiences. As for technique, it is merely a matter of diligent practice. You will inevitably improve," Jin Sheng responded with a smile. Through their exchanges, he had already discerned that Yu Xian was markedly different from the typical vampire. Ordinary vampires, in the first century following their transformation, possess rather unremarkable abilities. They may easily intimidate mere mortals, yet when compared to the majority of extraordinary beings, they are akin to frail creatures. This is the price of immortality. However, Yu Xian stands apart. Each of his punches exudes an exaggerated force, akin to being struck head-on by a rhinoceros. To put it simply, Yu Xian's strength and speed have reached a level comparable to that of a lower-tier ant, belied by the fact that he has only recently become a vampire. Instead, he resembles those ancient beings who have existed for 2 or 3 centuries. "Now that I have a fair understanding of your capabilities, be cautious," Jin Sheng remarked with a slight smile as he parried Yu Xian's thrust. Danger! In an instant, Yu Xian felt every hair on his body stand on end, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Yet, Jin Sheng appeared to anticipate his every movement, closing the distance as Yu Xian attempted to withdraw. With rapid succession, Jin Sheng unleashed a flurry of punches. Though Yu Xian could clearly see the fists coming, he was utterly unable to defend against them. One punch after another, until finally, with an uppercut, Jin Sheng sent Yu Xian soaring into the air. "Essence of the tiger fist, lion's majesty," Jin Sheng declared. As Yu Xian hung suspended in the air, golden particles erupted from within him, coalescing into a gigantic golden lion. With a single swipe, the lion Jin Sheng gradually approached Yu Xian and took a seat beside him, gently prodding Yu Xian's hand with a finger, and chuckled. "Still alive?" Not dead," Yu Xian groaned, managing to utter the words with difficulty. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he was acutely aware that he had not sustained any serious injuries. It was evident that Jin Sheng possessed a profound understanding of the vampire's attributes, striking only non-vital areas. Moments later, Yu Xian sat up from the ground, his injuries having healed significantly. "Indeed, there is something quite unusual about you. I had anticipated you would need to lie down for several hours, yet here you are, up and about in less than 10 minutes, Jin Sheng remarked, observing Yu Xian, who appeared to be more extraordinary than most superhumans he had encountered. "Is this truly a normal vampire?" Yu Xian glanced at the moon and replied with a smile. "If it were daytime, perhaps I wouldn't need even a minute. Are you a vampire or a superhero?" Jin Sheng couldn't help but retort. What sort of vampire recovers their abilities more effectively during the day? That completely defies logic. In a cohesive team, trust is paramount. When Jinxing chose to unconditionally trust Yuxian, the latter had already resolved to extend the same level of trust in return. Though their conversation seemed casual, Jinxing was already cognizant of the fact that Yuxian could rejuvenate his strength by absorbing light, which also explained why he did not require blood. Captain, are you a superhuman? What was that line all about just now? Yuxian inquired with curiosity. Jinxing gazed up at the sky and replied, I am not a superhuman, but a pure warrior. I began my training in the Golden Light Child technique from a young age. Upon mastering it at 18, I transitioned to the Tiger Subduing Divine technique. Approximately 5 years ago, after consuming a drop of Panga's blood, the Tiger Subduing Divine technique transformed into the Golden Light Lion Divine technique, which has become my unique martial art. It was from that day forth that I acquired my current codename, Lion Light. It turns out you are a warrior. No wonder your close combat skills are so formidable, Yuxian realized. Upon hearing this, Jinxing seemed as though he had stepped on a tail, becoming visibly agitated. What do you mean by a warrior having strong close combat abilities? Many warriors possess weak close combat skills and rely solely on formidable inner strength for range combat. You will come to understand this with experience. The only way to enhance close combat abilities is through practical experience. There is no other shortcut. His solid combat skills were forged through countless battles against the Jin army during his youth. The journey was fraught with bloodshed and tears. How could it be overshadowed by a mere phrase, it turns out you are a warrior? Noticing Jinxing's sudden fervor, Yuxian could faintly sense the underlying resentment in his words and couldn't help but chuckle. TSK. Jinxing looked at Yuxian and, with a resigned sigh, shook his head with a bittersweet smile. In the days that followed, the restrictions gradually eased. The aberrant insects within Silver City have been thoroughly eradicated, leaving only certain areas outside the city in need of further cleansing. Residents who had sought refuge in various sports halls are gradually returning to their homes. On the 5th day, Yuxian made his way back to his abode. He changed into casual attire and promptly reclined on a chair on the balcony. Over the past few days, he had been basking in the sunlight, perhaps due to the substantial energy depletion caused by his rebirth after losing an arm. Which is why it was only yesterday that he managed to achieve 9 heartbeats. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, today he is poised to awaken his second minor talent. He opened his mobile phone and accessed the task section. With the management of Silver City now relaxed, he could finally accept tasks. The merit shop was filled with numerous valuable items, such as the blood of Pangu, silver, storage equipment, extraordinary weapons, and exceptional armor. All these treasures could be exchanged for merit. Although Jinxing mentioned that he would receive a significant merit reward once the Silver City incident was completely resolved, Yuxian believed that accumulating as much merit as possible would be advantageous. Moreover, with idle time on his hands, he thought it possible to gather enough merit to purchase 1 or 2 items by the time school commenced. The tasks available in the task section were diverse, including those officially released as well as those posted by other team members. Yuxian filtered the tasks to display only those of insect and ant levels, immediately obscuring all higher-tier tasks, leaving him with a selection of lower-level assignments. He began to meticulously search for tasks he could undertake. Insect-level task: capture the Frostlight Snow Weasel, with a reward of 10 merit per capture, requiring a total of 100. Official: insect-level task: collect mutated ghost hands, each weighing 15 merit points, with a requirement of 1,000 pounds. Ant-level task: gather zombie fangs, each worth 25 merit points, with a need for 66 pieces. Official: ant-level task: eliminate the zombies that have appeared in Fanshui Town, with each zombie yielding 50 merit points, requiring complete extermination. Yuxian discovered that official tasks tend to offer substantial rewards. However, the demands are significant as well. Moreover, many tasks issued by the authorities overlap with those released privately, allowing for the possibility of accepting both tasks simultaneously to earn double rewards. While contemplating whether he could accomplish these tasks, a sudden surge of heat coursed through his heart, causing it to pound vigorously. Drawing from past experience, Yuxian remained composed. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and patiently awaited the manifestation of his new ability. After approximately 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar. He extended his hand, and a crimson energy materialized in his palm, resembling both water and fire. Blood energy is arguably the most quintessential and vital ability of a vampire. According to the educational section of the Qilin app, this ability has an exceedingly low probability of awakening in vampires that have lived for over 3 centuries. marking it as a remarkable talent. Furthermore, the informational guide advises that members below the sparrow level should retreat immediately upon encountering a vampire wielding blood energy. As vampires acquire blood energy, they gain the ability to master various blood spells, no longer relegated to the lower echelons among the myriad of extraordinary races. Indeed, among magical beings, vampires who wield blood energy are regarded as particularly formidable adversaries. If one were to liken an ordinary vampire to a fragile assassin, then a vampire adept in blood energy would be akin to a noble sorcerer, their status contrasting vastly. However, as Justin contemplated the blood energy in his possession, the foremost question that arose was, whom should he approach to learn blood spells? It is known that currently only two races possess the knowledge of blood spells, the Blood Elves and the Blood Clan. The blood spells circulated within the Blood Clan are said to have originated from the progenitor, who, having benefited from forbidden fruit, intuitively mastered them during his growth. As a mere wild vampire, Lucien is fortunate that the Blood Clan does not seek to eliminate him. It is utterly inconceivable for them to impart any blood spells to him. As for the Blood Elves, they have dwindled in number since their progenitor perished centuries ago. Now mostly residing in Europe, they are notoriously reclusive, even more so than the Blood Clan, making it highly unlikely for them to share their knowledge of blood spells with him. Must he then resort to unleashing the extraordinary wisdom he has concealed for many years to create his own blood spells? As Lucien gazed at the blood energy in his hands, his eyes gradually took on a profound intelligence. In Silver City, at Jiangxinya Courtyard, Building 3, Room 601, Zhang Shou burst from his room, hurriedly rushing to the restroom. Standing before the toilet, the sound of water echoed, and he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard a splash, and a look of confusion crossed his face. He was not defecating, so where did the sound of something falling into the water come from? He opened his eyes and glanced at the toilet, only to behold a fruit radiating a crimson glow. The forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou's eyes widened in disbelief, and he promptly slapped himself. The pain. This was no dream. It was all too real. Without a hint of disgust, he bent down and retrieved the forbidden fruit from the toilet. He gazed up at the ceiling, then surveyed his surroundings, instinctively swallowing hard. Should he consume it or not? After all, no one would know it had been fished out from the toilet. Eating it seemed the right choice. To avoid further complications, he hastily donned his trousers and carried the forbidden fruit to the sink, rinsing it briefly before swallowing it whole. A faint hint of urine lingered, amplifying the surreal experience. His wishes could not be extravagant. He merely desired a system, any system. A couple of days prior, he had heard Lucien mention that the forbidden fruit was not omnipotent. The greater the wish, the heftier the price. He certainly did not wish to become a vegetable, nor did he want to sleep for a millennium. Therefore, he set his expectations modestly. A system would suffice. Ding. The super nanny system has been activated. Zhang Shou felt a rush of excitement at the ding he heard in his mind. But he was soon dumbfounded by the name of the system. Wait a moment. He had wished for the Sword Immortal system. How had it transformed into the super nanny system? Male caregiver? Please, no? Zhang Shou's expression oscillated between tears and laughter. After a considerable time, with no changes in the system, he could only resign himself with a bitter face. Attributes, Zhang Shou lamented. Immediately, a luminous screen materialized before him, displaying his attributes in rapid succession. Name, Zhang Shou. Gender, male. Age, 17. Occupation, supreme healer skills. Beginner healing spell. Consumes a portion of stamina to conjure a sphere of light to heal the target. Beginner touch of healing. Consume stamina to summon tendrils with the abilities to heal, detoxify, and cure ailments. Upon touching the target, it removes most abnormal states. Passive. The healer does not succumb to injury. Upon receiving a fatal blow for the first time each day, he instantly restores to full health. Upon receiving a fatal blow for the second time, he retains 1% of his health. Upon receiving a fatal blow for the third time, he dies but resurrects at the same spot after 1 hour. As Zhang Shou gazed at his attributes, he grew increasingly exhilarated. Healers are wonderful. Healers are miraculous. Long live the healer. With 3 lives each day, who could rival him? Unable to contain his joy, Zhang Shou burst into laughter, but suddenly struck the wall with his fist, a thought crossing his mind. His face quickly flushed red, then turned pale, finally settling to a ghostly white. That hurts. After a while, he finally recovered, blowing on his bruised knuckles. Didn't they say that consuming the forbidden fruit would start one at the eagle level? How could the eagle level be so weak? Zhang Shou gazed at his swollen, crimson fist, his mind swirling with questions. He dashed back to his room, retrieved his newly acquired mobile phone from the bedside, and promptly dialed Yuxian's number. At that moment, Yuxian was perched on the ceiling, engrossed in exploring the myriad applications of blood energy. With no means to master the orthodox blood spells, he resolved to conduct his own experiments. After all, possessing the blood energy, was he not capable of conjuring spells himself? It was akin to having a generator. Could one not manually create a fan, a rice cooker, an electric vehicle, or even an electromagnetic cannon? Presently, Yuxian had already devised several innovative uses for blood energy. Firstly, when it adhered to his body, he could traverse walls like Spider-Man, remaining steadfast even while inverted on the ceiling. Additionally, when applied to silver threads, he could enhance their tensile strength and even imbue them with adhesive properties akin to spider silk. Essentially, this involved rendering blood energy viscous, producing remarkable effects. Moreover, Yuxian could manipulate the blood energy through sheer will, inducing corrosive properties. A single drop could erode the floor, creating a substantial cavity. Could it be that spells merely transformed the inherent qualities of blood energy, yielding wondrous effects? Perhaps fire could serve as fuel for blood energy? Yuxian focused on controlling the blood energy, envisioning flames, attempting to ignite it. Suddenly, the phone rang. He glanced at the blood energy in his hand, then descended from the ceiling to the floor, picking up the phone from the table to answer the call. Yuxian, I have consumed a forbidden fruit. Zhang Shou's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Most of the time, Zhang Shou referred to him as salted fish, while he called Zhang Shou Old Zhang. It was only during moments of particular anxiety or seriousness that Zhang Shou would address him as Yuxian. Yuxian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Are you certain it was a forbidden fruit? Surely, you are not merely dreaming? I slapped myself quite hard. It was extremely painful, so I assure you, I am not dreaming. I have become an extraordinary being, though it seems there are some complications, Zhang Shou replied earnestly. After contemplating for a moment, Yuxian instructed, Do not move around your home. I will come to find you. With that, he ended the call. In truth, he was skeptical about Zhang Shou's claim of consuming a forbidden fruit and suspected that perhaps Zhang Shou had ingested some toxic mushrooms, leading to hallucinations. It felt as surreal as if your best friend suddenly called to inform you that he had won the lottery, utterly implausible and fantastical. Yuxian changed his attire and hurriedly departed. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the residential complex where Zhang Shou lived. Swiftly ascending to the 6th floor and knocking on Zhang Shou's door. Salted fish, come in quickly, Zhang Shou whispered with a conspiratorial air as he opened the door. Upon entering, Yuxian noticed Zhang Shou promptly closing and locking the door, as if this action would provide him with a greater sense of security. All right, you claim to have consumed a forbidden fruit. What extraordinary abilities do you possess now? Yuxian queried as he settled onto the sofa, gazing at Zhang Shou with anticipation. Zhang Shou made a slight alteration to the location of the forbidden fruit, claiming to have discovered it in his room rather than in the restroom, and proceeded to divulge everything else to Yuxian without reservation. Now, why don't you attempt to summon the healing touch? I'd like to see it, Yuxian remarked after listening. Zhang Shou nodded and immediately activated his skill. A spectral green tendril materialized beside him, resembling an octopus arm devoid of suckers, and began to sway gently. Yuxian gazed in astonishment as the tendril appeared out of thin air, his eyes widening in disbelief. Compelled to accept that Zhang Shou had indeed encountered remarkable fortune, he rose and approached the tendril, lightly grazing it with his hand, only to recoil swiftly as he realized his hand had been scalded. This tendril exhibited an unexpectedly restraining effect on vampires. Huh, do you believe it now? Zhang Shou asked with a triumphant expression. Yuxian nodded, conceding, I do believe. But do you understand why your strength has not reached the eagle level? Indeed, why? Zhang Shou queried eagerly. Yuxian's expression turned grave as he retorted, Because you are far too greedy. Do you realize you nearly became a system itself, instead of merely a person with one? Initially, he had dismissed Zhang Shou's words with laughter, but now, confirmed in their veracity, Yuxian felt a chill of dread. Zhang Shou believed his ambitions were modest, when in truth, they were boundlessly grand. The system he received possesses almost no adverse effects, and his professional skills are remarkably exaggerated, particularly that passive ability, which is simply extraordinary. Yuxian felt that Zhang Shou had undoubtedly exhausted all his good fortune in this lifetime. However, for safety's sake, he resolved to contact the captain. After all, discovering a consumer of the forbidden fruit necessitates reporting, and it would be opportune to arrange for Zhang Shou to undergo a comprehensive medical examination. In a week, at the South City Public Security Bureau, next door. Qilin has offices in every city, and the branch in Silver City is conveniently located adjacent to the Public Security Bureau in South City. Yu Xian and Jin Xing sat in their office, gazing through the window at the adjacent room, where Zhang Shou was being examined by several doctors. Could it be that a freak's friend is also a freak? After learning about Zhang Shou's situation, Jin Sheng, observing the vibrant Zhang Shou next door, remarked with an expression that conveyed an ineffable complexity. In this age of rampant online novels, the imagination of the populace has been increasingly stimulated by the creativity of internet authors. The concept of a system is not a novel idea. Centuries ago, there were individuals who, after consuming the forbidden fruit, sought to acquire a system, aspiring to utilize it to achieve divinity. Their wish was ultimately granted, but the side effect was that they transformed into a system themselves, doomed to parasitize others. Once the host perished, they too would cease to exist. The outcome was clear. Both the individual and their host perished, neither attaining divinity. Logically speaking, Zhang Shou's desires are quite similar to those of that individual. Thus, it seems that Zhang Shou's fate should be somewhat similar. However, he has not only failed to transform into a system, but is also lively and full of vigor, which is rather perplexing. After the examination, the results will not be known until tomorrow. Upon exiting the room, Zhang Shou noticed Yu Xian waiting for him in the corridor and anxiously inquired, "Xian Yu, are my side effects quite severe?" "We will only know after viewing tomorrow's health report," Yu Xian replied. Zhang Shou nodded and then optimistically remarked, thinking positively, "Perhaps my celestial fortune has granted me such extraordinary abilities? That is improbable. It would be wise to temper your hopes. Although your capability is merely at the insect-level lower tier, its potential is immense. Attaining such a level of power from the forbidden fruit must undoubtedly come with side effects," Jin Xing said as he emerged from the office, casting a glance at Zhang Shou. After Zhang Shou left the room, Jin Xing observed the doctor's expressions through the glass. Although the report was yet to be released, he surmised that the outcome would not be favorable. He retracted his earlier statement, realizing that only Yu Xian was truly the anomaly. This plump fellow was merely a fortunate unfortunate. Zhang Shou's smile instantly faltered. He had believed he was restrained in his wishes, yet Jin Xing's assessment was surprisingly high. "Captain, could I transfer my merit to old Zhang and request the state to intervene and save him?" Yu Xian could not help but ask. Jin Sheng responded calmly. "He will remain here tonight. You may choose to stay with him or return home to rest. Everything will be addressed once the report is released tomorrow. The forbidden fruit may be deemed a stroke of fortune, yet it can equally be regarded as the root of calamity. The vast majority of animals that indulge in this forbidden fruit subsequently become threats to human safety. Conversely, when humans partake, they may either soar to great heights by fortune or suffer dire consequences. The progenitors of zombies, drought spirits, and ghouls, among others, all descended into chaos after consuming the forbidden fruit, leading to the complete dissolution of their self-awareness and their transformation into harbingers of disaster. Take, for instance, the progenitor of zombies. After being vanquished by numerous squads of Qilin, its body erupted with a tremendous miasma of decay. This necrotic aura proved impossible to eradicate entirely. Wafting across the globe, once a corpse becomes infected with this aura, it mutates, ultimately transforming into a zombie. The Qilin persistently strives to eliminate newly emerged zombies, while humanity can mitigate the risk of their emergence through timely cremation. However, the situation with animal zombies is considerably more troublesome, as they seem inexhaustible. Consequently, upon discovering a new consumer of the forbidden fruit, the Qilin mandates a thorough medical examination, prohibiting any departure until the results are disclosed. "I will remain here with old Zhang," Yu Xian stated. Jin Xing nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is prudent for you to stay, to prevent him from overthinking and potentially making irrational decisions." In the past, individuals who had consumed the forbidden fruit were summoned to the office for examination, only to succumb to internal turmoil as night fell, their fears escalating with each thought of the impending results. Coupled with a lack of trust in the authorities, they would often sneak away. By the time they were located, they had already succumbed to their powers backlash, facing imminent demise. As night descended, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou shared a small double room. "I can't sleep," Yu Xian lamented. After a moment of closing his eyes, Zhang Shou opened them again to gaze at Yu Xian. Defying gravity, Yu Xian hung from the ceiling and calmly remarked, "Do not ponder too much. If necessary, I can transform you into a vampire. There will always be a way to survive." In that moment, overwhelmed by the allure of the forbidden fruit, Zhang Shou sighed. "I should have consulted you first." Yu Xian manipulated his blood energy to weave threads, intertwining crimson strands with silvery ones to create a web. He descended from the ceiling and reclined within the net, asserting, "It is impossible. The forbidden fruit possesses an immense allure for living beings. Your rationality could not endure until you thought to consult me. If two individuals were to discover the forbidden fruit in the wild, even the closest of friends might turn against each other under its influence, and even familial bonds could be severed. This explains why the forbidden fruit is regarded as a fruit from the abyss. Any creature that encounters it will gradually lose its sanity, and Zhang Shou could hardly withstand its temptation for long. Thus, consuming the forbidden fruit while still of sound mind is indeed the wisest choice." The following day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat on a bench in the corridor. Zhang Shou appeared as a suspect awaiting judgment, his face a portrait of anxiety. At that moment, Jin Sheng emerged from another office, holding a report with a serious expression. He approached Yu Xian, seated beside him, and handed over the document. Yu Xian accepted the report and passed it to Zhang Shou, who waved it away, saying, "You read it first. I need a moment." "All right." From Jin Sheng's expression, Yu Xian could already infer that the outcome was far from favorable. After perusing the report, his brows furrowed deeply, his face etched with concern. "Is the result truly that dire?" Zhang Shou inquired, discomfort evident in his voice as he observed Yu Xian's demeanor. Yu Xian pressed his lips together and replied, "It is worse than anticipated. Your body is currently infused with a peculiar energy, and the rate of telomere degradation is several hundred times that of an average individual. Each exertion of physical strength effectively equates to the consumption of your own lifespan. Based on the results of your telomere assessment, you likely have no more than a week's worth of life remaining. What if I were to become a vampire?" Zhang Shou immediately pressed on. Yu Xian shook his head, stating, "The energy within you possesses a highly exclusive nature. The blood of a vampire would likely disintegrate upon entering your system. Thus, you cannot be transformed into a vampire. And other extraordinary powers that extend life would probably have no effect on you either. So, am I to die in a week?" Zhang Shou's complexion turned ashen. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. What use are 3 lives? When the king of hell demands your demise at the stroke of 3. Even 100 lives would be futile. The forbidden fruit has never served as a magic lamp or a wishing bead. The acquisition of its benefits invariably comes at a cost." Zhang Shou's fate was grim. In the corridor, the 3 remained silent. Jin Xing felt a pang of regret. For individuals like Zhang Shou, who possessed extraordinary healing abilities, were in short supply throughout the world. If Zhang Shou were not burdened by such significant flaws, he would undoubtedly have been hastily recruited into the exorcism squad, thus transforming it into one of the few teams in Qilin with a healer. "Captain, can the blood of Pangu save old Zhang?" Yu Xian inquired, clutching the report with unwavering hope. Jin Sheng shook his head and replied, "The blood of Pangu is ultimately just a byproduct of forbidden fruit. Given Zhang Shou's condition, the severity of the side effects is likely on par with Pangu itself. The exclusive energy he possesses is unlikely to be inferior to that of the blood of Pangu. Thank you, but there is no need to trouble yourselves. For the next week, I simply wish to be alone." Zhang Shou sighed deeply, managing a strained smile towards Yu Xian. After saying this, he rose to leave. But Yu Xian, unable to quell his concern, stood up to follow. However, Jin Sheng placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, subtly shaking his head, and said, "Let him have some personal space." "Understood," Yu Xian replied, watching Zhang Shou retreat into the distance, his fists clenched tightly. He yearned to become stronger, determined that he would never again feel so helpless in the face of adversity as he did today. Lost in a haze, Zhang Shou found himself in a nearby park without realizing how he had arrived. He sat on one of the benches, his mind blank as he gazed vacantly at the sky, feeling as though the world was shrouded in gray. The park was eerily quiet, even in the morning. There were hardly any elderly individuals out and about. The aftermath of the anomalous insect incident was evidently still lingering. It felt as though he had won a grand prize only to discover that even a consolation prize was out of reach. Zhang Shou recalled the ecstatic version of himself from the previous day and couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. He sat in the park for a good half hour before rising to stroll along the street for quite some time. Eventually, he returned home and confined himself to his room. After sleeping until dusk, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to descend and dine at a nearby steamed vegetable restaurant. As he neared the end of his meal, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from the innermost part of the establishment. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he turned to see a little girl whose arm had been scalded by boiling tea, turning it a vivid crimson. The server was profusely apologizing while the young couple floundered in distress. The father attempted to console the girl while the mother diligently wiped the burn with a towel. Observing the child's plight, Zhang Shou paused in silence before stepping forward. "Allow me," he declared, "healing spell." He bypassed the server, pointing at the child's injured arm, channeling his energy to cast the spell. A verdant orb of light soared from his fingertips to envelop the girl's arm, and as it made contact, the once inflamed skin swiftly returned to its normal hue. Thank you, young man," the father exclaimed, gratitude pouring forth as he witnessed the miraculous recovery. The mother and the nearby server quickly joined in expressing their thanks, while the onlookers around them regarded Zhang Shou with admiration. In that moment, he sensed a shift in his mood, feeling less burdened by his earlier woes. Returning to his seat, he took a few more bites of his meal before suddenly setting down his chopsticks. He was acutely aware of why his system was deemed a healer's system. The devastating incidents caused by the aberrant insects at school had not only profoundly impacted Yu Xian, but had also left an indelible mark on him. Alongside Chen Ling and others, he scoured through the remnants of countless classmates, searching for survivors. They endeavored to dress wounds and alleviate the suffering of their peers, striving to ensure they could endure until rescue arrived. At that moment, his aspirations did not revolve around becoming a sword immortal. Rather, he yearned to be a doctor, to save everyone. Do you wish to perish as a coward or seize the chance to be a hero? Zhang Shou mused to himself while observing the streets outside the restaurant gradually thawing. Rising with a smile, he exited the establishment, his steps growing increasingly resolute. "Sir, you haven't settled the bill," the waitress called out, chasing after him. Zhang Shou halted abruptly, hurried back to pay, and then left the restaurant in a flurry. The following day, Yu Xian received a call from Zhang Shou early in the morning. After hanging up, he rushed to the entrance of the nearby market. Even from several dozen meters away, he spotted a large banner stretched across the square in front of the market, proclaiming, "Extraordinary Healer, free online treatment for terminal illnesses, stubborn diseases, and complicated ailments, healing at your doorstep." Beneath the banner, Zhang Shou sat on a chair, continuously casting healing spells on those who approached him. Employing the touch of healing for more unique afflictions, Yu Xian swiftly stepped forward, interrupting Zhang Shou as he continued to cast his spell. Furrowing his brow, he exclaimed, "Have you lost your senses? Do you not remember my words? The more skills you unleash, the swifter your demise will be. I summoned you in hopes that you would help maintain order amongst the crowd. If death is inevitable, I would at least prefer to meet my end with a semblance of value." Zhang Shou gazed earnestly at Yu Xian and replied, "If you consider me a friend, do not impede me. Life and death are fated. Do not let my passing be devoid of significance." "Very well." Yu Xian clenched his teeth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Following this, Zhang Shou continued to treat the ailing, while Yu Xian took it upon himself to uphold order within the queue. Anyone attempting to cut in line or cause a disturbance was promptly dealt with. As the sun ascended from the eastern horizon, casting its golden rays at zenith, Zhang Shou, who had once appeared youthful, now bore the semblance of a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld him. Yu Xian stood in the sunlight, observing Zhang Shou as he treated each patient, a smile illuminating his face with every successful healing. Unbeknownst to them, a throng had gathered around. Some brought sunshades, others offered lunch, while many presented refreshing tea and fans. Numerous individuals, driven by genuine goodwill, came forth to assist in maintaining order, leaving Yu Xian with little to do, as no one dared to cause a ruckus. Everyone patiently formed an orderly queue, awaiting their turn. Across the marketplace, on the rooftop of a tall building, Jin Xing stood, his gaze fixed upon the lengthy line of people, his hands instinctively clenching in response. "Doctor, your hair," the young man suggested. "Perhaps you should take a break today." "Uncle, we will no longer pursue treatment. You must rest more. Look at your complexion." As time continued to pass, more and more individuals began to notice the changes in Zhang Shou. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had transformed from a middle-aged man into an elderly figure. Concern swept through those around him, yet Zhang Shou remained resolute, continuing to treat his patients. That day, he successfully cured hundreds of terminally ill patients and restored health to dozens of classmates with physical disabilities, allowing many infants suffering from genetic disorders to regain vitality. Faced with the inevitability of death, he aspired to heal even more individuals. With a single activation of his skill, he could bestow upon someone renewed health, potentially altering the course of their lives, a transaction he deemed exceedingly worthwhile. Time and again, he repeated this process. Gradually, his vision began to blur, and he struggled to discern the faces of his patients. Fortunately, he was not a traditional doctor. His treatment merely required the activation of his skill. Thus, upon seeing someone approach, he could effortlessly invoke his ability. As night fell, he noticed the colors around him shifting and raised his hand, intending to activate his skill. However, his body suddenly weakened, and he collapsed towards the ground. Those nearby swiftly supported him, and with trim and truth, those around had intervened numerous times. Yet Zhang Shou remained resolute, unwavering in his determination. Many emotional onlookers had already shed tears in secret, and upon witnessing this scene, they began to weep anew. Yu Xian found it truly perplexing. He clearly did not wish to die. One would expect him to harbor a profound fear of death, yet at this moment, he felt an inexplicable absence of fear. Was it because he was aware that his actions were fundamentally just? Hearing Yu Xian's voice, Zhang Shou, in a moment of weakness, spoke with a serene smile gracing his face. Before Yu Xian could respond, his hand gradually fell limp. Unable to contain his grief, Yu Xian erupted into tears, mourning the loss of his father and his closest friend, uncertain of what else he had left to lose. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this poignant moment, exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some remained silent, while others wept openly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In the heart of the sorrowful sea, Zhang Shou passed away amidst the throngs of people. Subsequently, the passive skill the healer does not succumb to wounds was automatically triggered, and his frail, aged body swiftly regained its vitality, returning to its former state within mere seconds. His once stilled heart began to beat vigorously, life rapidly permeating every corner of his being. Yu Xian, embracing Zhang Shou, was the first to notice this transformation. As his sobs ceased, those around him sensed a shift and turned their gazes towards him, soon realizing Zhang Shou's miraculous change. In truth, Zhang Shou had regained consciousness the very moment he appeared to draw his last breath. However, upon noticing the somber expressions of those around him, he hesitated to interrupt. At that moment, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere, he discreetly opened his eyes and found everyone staring at him in a daze, prompting an awkward yet courteous smile to emerge. He swallowed hard and humbly inquired, Given the current atmosphere, it seems rather inconsiderate for me to still be alive. Perhaps I should die again? Enough of your nonsense. Come back with me for a thorough checkup. Do not even think about acting recklessly again. Yu Xian admonished, firmly grasping him and leading him outside. As the crowd instinctively parted to allow their passage. Once the two departed, the onlookers remained in a state of bewilderment, still grappling with the surreal absurdity of the situation. The sorrow they had just experienced now seemed almost comical, and if a few crows were to fly overhead, it would have been all the more fitting. At the Nanjing Public Security Bureau, next door, Yu Xian brought Zhang Shou back and promptly summoned several doctors to reevaluate his physical condition. He sensed something was amiss. As a vampire, although he refrained from consuming blood, he was acutely attuned to the life force of living beings. For instance, he could easily discern a person's health status through the scent of their blood and even determine if a woman was a virgin. The legend that vampires are drawn to the blood of virgins likely stems from their heightened sensitivity to blood's aroma, compounded by psychological factors that manifest as peculiar habits. Fortunately, Yu Xian had no inclination towards blood consumption, rendering this matter irrelevant to him. Nevertheless, he was certain that Zhang Shou's revival bore some significant issues with his life force. The following day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat side by side in the office. In front of them, Jin Sheng held the freshly released report. Taking a moment before he finally spoke, the latest report reveals that Zhang Shou's body has completely returned to its pre-examination state, indicating that his side effects are significant, yet not as severe as we initially presumed. I would like to take a look, Yu Xian interjected promptly. Jin Sheng handed the report to Yu Xian, who swiftly skimmed through its contents. Within the report, Zhang Shou's side effects were designated as the 7-day cycle of life and death. In essence, this means that without activating his abilities, Zhang Shou experiences a cycle of aging and dying every 7 days. Moreover, should he utilize his skills, this cycle accelerates. Furthermore, the report specified that Zhang Shou's passive effects commence recording from the moment the system is activated. Each time he dies for the first time each day, his physical state reverts to what was documented at the activation of the system. In simpler terms, as long as Zhang Shou remains alive, he will be eternally ensnared in the cycle between the ages of 17 and 77. On Mondays he is 17, and by Sunday, he transforms into a 77-year-old elder. This also elucidated why Yuxian sensed something amiss with Zhang Shou's vitality. The essence of a 17-year-old and that of a 77-year-old would undoubtedly differ greatly. Take a look, Yuxian said, handing the report to Zhang Shou. After perusing the document, Zhang Shou found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether to laugh or cry, and could not help but inquire. So, am I destined to live a life of perpetual death and rebirth? It is not certain. For instance, if one were to perish 4 times in a single day, even divine intervention would prove futile. Jin Sheng remarked as he gazed at Zhang Shou. Yuxian, with a serious demeanor, cautioned Zhang Shou. Old Zhang, are you listening? Do not presume that possessing multiple lives grants you the liberty to act recklessly. I am not suggesting you refrain from utilizing your skills, but at the very least, maintain a sense of caution and avoid leaving no room for error. I was thinking, since I was destined to die anyway, I might as well face it heroically. Now that I find myself alive, I certainly will not act indiscriminately. Zhang Shou replied with an awkward smile. The recollection of the dramatic events from yesterday made him cringe, wishing he could erase the memories entirely. At that moment, Jin Sheng produced a form and placed it before Zhang Shou, stating, "Please fill out this form. Additionally, are you interested in joining us? Captain, is it permissible for me to join?" Zhang Shou's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was aware that Yuxian seemed to be part of a prestigious organization. Yet he remained unaware of its name, as the office bore no sign to indicate its identity. "Since you have addressed me as captain, it is certainly permissible," Jin Sheng replied with a smile, internally rejoicing as his small team would finally have a healer. He then proceeded to narrate the circumstances surrounding the Qilin and Zhu Xie teams and concluded by asking, "So, will you join us?" Yes, I shall join. May I be on the same team as Xianyu?" Zhang Shou nodded enthusiastically. Jin Sheng cast a glance at Yuxian and chuckled. "You and the salted fish are a team by nature. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the healer of the exorcism squad, ranked 6340. Codenamed Death Doctor. Your credentials will be provided in a few days." "Death Doctor? Heh, that sounds rather impressive," Zhang Shou remarked cheerfully. Yuxian replied with a beaming smile, "Congratulations." "Fourth Ant." "What fourth ant?" "It's Death Doctor. The tone is entirely different." Zhang Shou immediately countered. Yuxian nodded repeatedly, laughing. Yes, understood, fourth ant." "Captain, perhaps I should still be called Old Zhang instead," Zhang Shou suggested, fully aware that Yuxian would inevitably continue referring to him as fourth ant. Should this catch on, the entire team would be led astray by him. It was better to change the code name now. Jin Sheng sighed. The name Old Zhang has already been taken. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother assigning a new one. Fourth ant is actually quite good. It could confuse the enemy. So, fourth ant it is. "Please, no?" Zhang Shou exclaimed despondently upon hearing this, lamenting the loss of Death Doctor. Indeed, happiness often thrives on the suffering of others, as both Jin Sheng and Yuxian exchanged delighted smiles at that moment. 3 days later, at noon, Yuxian sat on the balcony basking in the sunlight, perusing the class group on his phone. Although many classmates had already met unfortunate fates, no one had removed the accounts of the deceased from the group. Chen Ling sent a voice message in the group. "Have you all heard? Queen, just go ahead and tell us. Your news is always more reliable than ours." Zhang Shou sent a voice message. Yuxian, smiling, replied with a voice message. "Let me guess, school is about to commence, isn't it?" "Indeed, school is resuming, but you would never guess where we are headed." Chen Ling interjected via voice message. Yuxian squinted and ventured, "To the Supernatural Academy?" Almost every school in Silver City had fallen prey to the aberrant insects, with the exception of the Supernatural Academy, which had remarkably remained unscathed. "How did you know?" Chen Ling exclaimed in astonishment. This was information she had painstakingly gathered over several days, and yet Yuxian had unveiled it with such ease. Yuxian chuckled. "Not only do I know we are to attend the Supernatural Academy, but I am also aware that all the surviving students in the city will converge there." As a member of the exorcism squad, he had access to a wealth of information, courtesy of Jin Sheng and the Qilin app. Currently, the number of surviving students in the city was quite limited, and it was estimated that each grade would only accommodate 2 classes. However, many students bore psychological scars and were too fearful to return to their original schools, compounded by concerned parents who were apprehensive about their children attending classes again. Thus, transferring to the Supernatural Academy a haven devoid of victims, was the only means to somewhat alleviate the parents' anxieties. Beautiful You, Monday. Supernatural Academy, outside the gate. A multitude of students, laden with backpacks, stood by the wall at the entrance. The illustrious name of the Superpower Academy is well known among the vast majority of ordinary students, many of whom have harbored dreams in their childhood of one day attending this esteemed institution. However, when the moment finally arrives, a sense of trepidation envelopes them. They are mere mortals, while the students of the Superpower Academy are extraordinary beings, and the chasm between the two is immense. Ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to physical exertion, cannot even break a single brick, whereas these exceptional students can effortlessly demolish a wall, and some possess the strength to topple an entire building with ease. The thought of being accidentally struck by one of these powerful individuals is daunting. The consequences could range from serious injury to catastrophic outcomes. Xinyu, over here. At that moment, Zhang Shou spotted Yu Xian approaching with a backpack and smiled broadly. Yu Xian ambled over and inquired, I was wondering why I didn't see you on the way. Did you spend the night at the office? Indeed, Zhang Shou replied. Dr. Chen mentioned that although my body cannot develop through traditional exercise, it appears that I possess a data-driven attribute panel, and the metrics on this panel can be enhanced through training, thereby augmenting my various capabilities. He glanced around before whispering this explanation to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded in understanding, but chose not to pursue the topic further. He surveyed their surroundings and asked, Aren't we going in? This is the Superpower Academy. Aren't you feeling anxious? At that moment, Chun-Ling emerged unexpectedly, her head popping up from behind the two. And with a curious grip on their shoulders, she asked, Aren't you both nervous? Yu Xian shook his head and remarked, Isn't that still school? Besides, we are not in the same class as the students from the Super Ability Academy. Let's go. He took the lead towards the grand entrance of the academy. At that moment, a sleek car adorned with a bat emblem pulled up at the school gate. Nora emerged from the vehicle, and the students surrounding her fell into a stunned silence, their whispers evaporating into the air. The allure of the golden-haired beauty was simply overwhelming. Ordinary students found it hard to bear. The students from the third high had at least seen Nora before, but those from other schools had not. They were momentarily entranced by the breathtaking scene. Just then, a voice brought everyone back to reality. Good morning, silly goose. Upon seeing Nora, Yu Xian greeted her with a smile. Initially, Nora seemed pleased to see Yu Xian and the others, but upon hearing his words, her expression darkened. She quickly stepped forward and stomped on Yu Xian's shoe, indignantly retorting, You're the silly goose. Snap. Many boys witnessing this scene of beauty and handsomeness felt their hearts shatter. Nora, are you returning to your original class, or will you be in our class? Chun-Ling interjected at that moment. Nora flicked her hair, feeling a tad too close to Yu Xian, and took a slight step back before responding. I have transferred, so of course, I will be in your class. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Yu Xian said, unfazed by the mark on his shoe, a smile still gracing his face. As Yu Xian walked ahead, a throng of students eagerly followed suit. Upon witnessing Yu Xian and his companions enter the school, other students hastened to join them. They had scarcely traversed a short distance beyond the school gates when the trees flanking the path began to grow wildly, their branches bursting forth with a profusion of blossoms. A dozen students soared into the air, their hands igniting with vibrant flames, creating a dazzling display of fireworks that illuminated the sky. With lines of text materializing around them, Greetings, new students. Welcome to the Superpower Academy. Adversity is the finest institution for honing one's character. No matter how long the night may seem, daybreak will inevitably arrive. Each fall serves to prepare us to rise even stronger. Students from the Superpower Academy emerged from the lush foliage, some presenting flowers to their peers, while others offered small trinkets. At that moment, many students parted to make way for a tall, striking girl with silvery long hair, who stepped forward, smiling as she spoke. I am Yumarin, the president of the Student Council. Welcome to all new students at the Superpower Academy. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to approach the Student Council for assistance. Yu Xian, standing at the forefront among the ordinary students, politely expressed gratitude on behalf of his peers. However, as he gazed into Yumarin's eyes, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It seemed as though her eyes reflected not the presence of ordinary students like himself. Was it mere pretense? A flicker of realization stirred within Yu Xian, yet he maintained a facade of amiability. Under the guidance of Yumarin, the group proceeded towards the teaching building, where a teacher awaited at the entrance. Everyone gathered in the new classroom. At the door, Umarin reiterated that should anyone require assistance, they could approach her or the student council, assuring that any difficulties would be addressed. Finally, Umarin departed with all the extraordinary students, allowing Yuxian and the others to begin their class allocation. At the Extraordinary Academy, the senior class was divided into two sections, Class 1 and Class 2. Essentially, all students from the same school were grouped together. Due to Yuxian's timely rescue of numerous classmates, Class 1 was predominantly comprised of students from the 3rd middle school who previously had not been in the same class. Following the incident with the abnormal insects, everyone was already acquainted, and they quickly became familiar with one another after taking their seats. Several students even brought gifts, expressing their gratitude for Yuxian and his friend's life-saving assistance, particularly those among them who had been healed by Zhang Shou, who held them in high esteem. Yuxian, Zhang Shou, Nora, and Chunling settled on the left side of the classroom, occupying the first and second seats of the 3rd and 4th rows, respectively. I didn't expect the students at the Extraordinary Academy to be so warm and friendly. I thought they would look down upon us, Chunling remarked with a smile as she sat to the right of Nora. Nora replied matter-of-factly, "They are not fools. How could they possibly behave that way? If any student were to dare discriminate against their fellow ordinary students today, such an act of prejudice would undoubtedly make headlines by this afternoon, and by evening, they would likely find themselves subjected to a nationwide online backlash. There is even a possibility that official entities would intervene discreetly, reminding such fools who truly holds the power in this nation. After all, their admission to the Extraordinary Academy was a direct consequence of the Silver City anomaly bug incident, a matter that resonated throughout the country. Anything associated with this event is certain to draw significant attention. Currently, the Student Council is organizing a warm welcome for the surviving ordinary students from all extraordinary students. This not only serves to enhance the public's favorable perception, but also bolsters the reputation of the Student Council president. Even if there are students harboring dissenting views, Umarin possesses the means to suppress any opposition decisively. By the way, here you go. Nora, seated before Yuxian, turned around and gloved hands deftly placed an enormous silver ingot upon Yuxian's desk. Previously, she had promised to provide Yuxian with 20 pounds of silver. But after being taken back to the manor by Rocky, she had yet to find the opportunity to fulfill her promise. At last, she has delivered on her commitment. Wow, what a massive piece of silver, exclaimed Zhang Shou, his eyes wide with astonishment. Presently, the price of silver is nearly on par with that of gold. Not only are the blood clans acquiring silver, but various national governments are also in the market for it. Professions such as wizards and Taoist priests also require silver for their practices. It is said that wizards can utilize alchemy to combine silver with several other metals and substances to create mithril. Due to these factors, the price of silver in the international market has been steadily rising each year. Thank you. Yuxian picked up a piece of silver and bit into it, confirming its purity, then smiled and remarked, "Rich lady, I'm hungry, let's eat." At that moment, Zhang Shou looked at Nora with a flattering expression and said, "Nora, I have a bullet here." Nora disdainfully placed a bullet on Zhang Shou's table, retorting, "I am a vampire. I do not require food. There is no rice. But a bullet will suffice. Do you want it? Well done." Chen Ling exclaimed with a smile. Zhang Shou quickly surrendered, acknowledging his defeat, but then discreetly pocketed the bullet, as it was an exceedingly valuable explosive round. After a playful exchange among the four, Yuxian and Zhang Shou received text messages simultaneously. They both pulled out their phones, and Chen Ling noticed that their devices were identical, resembling those used for official purposes. After reading the message from Jin Xing, Yuxian and Zhang Shou exchanged glances and nodded slightly in agreement. After school at noon, Yuxian and Zhang Shou departed for the Nanqing Public Security Bureau next door. They entered Jin Sheng's temporary office, where he was hunched over his desk eating fast food. Upon noticing their arrival, he hastily took a couple of bites before closing the lunchbox. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Have a seat. I have something to discuss with you." Once they were seated, he looked at them and continued, "Tonight, I must return to Beijing to report on my duties. And I have a task to assign to both of you." He then began to elaborate on the assignment. Recently, the nights in Silver City had been anything but tranquil. A multitude of extraordinary creatures lie in wait, alongside some nefarious entities seeking to exploit the chaos. However, following Jin Sheng's recent merciless crackdown, the vast majority of high-level extraordinary beings and malevolent forces have been dealt with, leaving behind only minor nuisances of ant and insect grade. Though these lesser beings lack strength, their sheer numbers render them perilously dangerous to ordinary citizens. The responsibility of patrolling the night and eliminating these threats now falls upon Yu Xian and Zhang Shou during Jin Sheng's absence. Traditionally, such duties belong to the Public Security Bureau, with night shift officers patrolling the city. Yet, during the recent campaign against the anomalous insects, casualties were incurred among the officers, resulting in a shortage of personnel. Thus, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou are to serve as supplementary forces for this operation. I relish this task. As the Prince of Nocturnal Vigils, I can finally indulge in staying up late without reservation, Zhang Shou exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yu Xian smiled silently. Ever since his transformation into a vampire, he had only slept once, and he bore no aversion to this task, as he had little else to occupy his evenings. This operation also counts towards merit. Eliminating a non-elite extraordinary creature earns 1 point. Exterminating an insect-grade extraordinary creature grants 5 points, while dispatching an ant-grade extraordinary creature yields 10 points. Take care not to overexert yourselves in pursuit of merit. Jin Sheng cautioned with a smile as both men accepted the mission. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou nodded in agreement, with Zhang Shou confidently assuring, "Captain, you can rest assured. Neither I nor the lazy fish will falter." Indeed, this return to Beijing marks a conclusion to the incident in Yinqing, and the headquarters will undoubtedly reward our contributions. However, it is not impossible to exchange it for something else. Do any of you have specific rewards in mind that you wish to express now? I shall endeavor to advocate on your behalf, inquired Jin Xing. Zhang Shou, filled with excitement, responded, "Captain, may I also express a wish?" All participants in the rescue operations are entitled to rewards, yet they will likely receive bonuses, honors, and additional points for the college entrance examination. You and Xian are our own, so the reward will certainly be exchanged for merit points, Jin Sheng elaborated. Without hesitation, Zhang Shou interjected. "I would like a storage ring, Captain. May I exchange it for a storage ring?" He had observed the prices of storage equipment in the exchange shop, noting that even a storage bag with a mere 1 cubic meter of space costs around 50,000 merit points. He believed that it was unlikely the headquarters would reward as much as 50,000 merit points. Thus, if he could convert the merit reward into storage equipment, it would be a significant gain for him. "I will inquire. It should not be a problem," Jin Xing nodded affirmatively. He then turned to Yu Xian, who fell into a moment of contemplation before stating, "Could I request storage equipment, silver, and Panga's blood? Might I have them all?" "You must be joking," Jin Xing retorted. He had dedicated 5 years of service to Qilin to accumulate merit points and had borrowed a considerable amount from Jin Dajuan, ultimately managing to acquire Panga's blood. Even now, he was still repaying Jin Dajuan's loan with not a single piece of storage equipment to his name. "Captain, do not be too hasty in your refusal. Inquiring will not bring you any loss," Zhang Shou urged. "If it truly comes to that, I can forego the silver, if that too is unfeasible." "I can relinquish the storage equipment," Yu Xian remarked with a smile. Jin Xing, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "All right, I will inquire. Though I suspect the issue with the blood of Pangu should not pose a significant challenge. The other 2 items, however, may be somewhat precarious." He then sent the 2 individuals a document via his phone, which contained a list of student names. Looking at them, he added, "By the way, these are students from the Super Ability Academy. Do keep an eye on them at school, but do not let them catch wind of it." "Are there any issues with them?" Yu Xian inquired while perusing the list. Jin Xing, glancing at the names on his phone, replied, "They themselves may not pose a problem. Yet their parents are all extraordinary individuals, many of whom operate in the gray areas. I worry they might exploit the chaos to cause trouble. To put it simply, these individuals' parents traverse the murky waters of the extraordinary. In the past, when Silver City maintained order, they might not have had the audacity, but now, with the city in disarray, that may no longer hold true." After reviewing the information in the office, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou rose to return to school. "Xianyu, do you think it is better for us to patrol in a car, or to act independently?" Zhang Shou eagerly asked along the way. Yu Xian turned to Zhang Shou and queried, "Do you not possess a driver's license? My father's car has yet to be sold, so we can go solo." Over the years, he had been caring for his father, who suffers from ALS, leaving him no time to obtain a driver's license. Whereas Zhang Shou had acquired his license shortly after turning 16. Many laws have evolved significantly from ancient times, and the age for obtaining a driver's license is one such example. The 2 individuals returned to school, with half an hour remaining before class commenced. They opted to stand in the corridor, observing the students below. The uniforms of the Supernatural Academy differed markedly from those of ordinary schools, making it easy to distinguish which students belonged to the academy. The blue and black uniforms now occupied opposite sides, their division stark and pronounced, akin to an insurmountable chasm. That student with the long horns. Do you suppose he hails from the dragon clan or possesses the bloodline of a deer spirit? Zhang Shou inquired quietly of Yuxian, as he watched a student approaching from below. Yuxian replied nonchalantly, dragons predominantly reside along the coast. What do you think? He gazed at the distinctly divided groups of students below, perceiving a microcosm of society. In truth, the extraordinary beings and ordinary individuals have maintained a state of mutual non-interference. Most of the extraordinary beings reside in the eastern part of the city, while the majority of ordinary citizens inhabit the southern region. Due to the lack of intersection between their lives, the anomalous insects were able to infiltrate Silver City unnoticed until it was brought to Yuxian's attention. Of course, these insects had also learned from the previous failure in Rome City, exercising great caution this time around. Their movements carefully avoided the realms of extraordinary beings, even selectively steering clear of the ordinary human maids employed in the homes of the extraordinary. This was also the reason why the Supernatural Academy remained entirely unaffected by the current invasion of anomalous insects. Look, you beauty, Zhang Shou whispered at that moment. Yu Marin is a being of extraordinary abilities. In her childhood, she dreamt of the mythical creature Bai Zhe, which awakened her power of beast mastery. Within the school, numerous extraordinary animals reside, all of which are her summoned beasts. As the two observed Yu Marin, she lifted her gaze towards them, offering a slight smile and a nod before gracefully entering the teaching building. It is rumored that President Yu monitors the entire school, which may not be mere gossip. At that moment, Qinling stood behind them, speaking softly. Zhang Shou was startled, shifting aside and exclaiming, Qinling, are you a human or a ghost? You move so silently. Meanwhile, Yuxian noticed a girl with a gloomy expression. She was wrapped in a scarf even on this sweltering day, her face mostly concealed, revealing only a pair of lifeless eyes. Yuxian's gaze fell upon the book in her hands, which emanated a sanguine aura, the unmistakable scent of human blood. His physical prowess had been steadily enhancing, almost daily, along with his senses. Even without employing the enhancement of his silver blood, he could effortlessly discern various scents, particularly those associated with blood, to which he was acutely sensitive. The girl downstairs seemed to sense Yuxian's scrutiny, hastening her steps as she swiftly entered the teaching building. She is Wang Qian, a member of the Witch Clan, known for her expertise in curses. You two should not even think about pursuing her, Qinling remarked. Zhang Shou, astonished, responded, Qinling, are you truly not an extraordinary being? It seems there is nothing you do not know. Dog, you have changed. You no longer refer to me as your majesty, Qinling remarked with an enigmatic expression, gently patting Zhang Shou's shoulder. Zhang Shou's demeanor shifted instantly as he smiled and flatteringly inquired, then, your majesty, are you an extraordinary being? Yes, Qinling replied with a mysterious smile. In truth, her curiosity stemmed from a penchant for gossip, having joined numerous student group chats. Yuxian had the ability to discern whether someone was extraordinary simply by their scent. He merely chuckled at Zhang Shou's suspicion, quietly observing the students below. Hi, handsome. At that moment, a girl with an innocent yet alluring appearance suddenly looked up and greeted Yuxian. She sported wine-red short hair, and beneath her skirt, a tail peeked out. Yuxian merely nodded slightly, refraining from speaking. This girl was one of the individuals Jin Sheng had instructed him and Zhang Shou to keep an eye on. Who to her? She possessed the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox, and her family operated a bathhouse. Her father, Hu Weijia, was a renowned clean-up man in the gray world. If anyone were to cause trouble, he would certainly be a contender. However, today, there was nothing amiss with Hu Tua's scent. Should her father engage in any clandestine activities? Yuxian could uncover clues through the scent left on Hu Tua. As the class bell rang, no other students raised suspicions, with the sole exception of Wang Qian from the Witch Clan. As night fell, Zhang Shou drove while Yuxian sat in the passenger seat, busily knitting a sweater. At precisely 7:30 a.m., codenames Salted Fish and Necromancer commenced their patrol. Zhang Shou activated the Security Bureau's patrol software on his mobile device, then concentrated on driving. The route skirting the city walls of Silver City was sparsely populated with vehicles, and the sidewalks were devoid of pedestrians. After driving along the patrol route for an hour, without sighting any supernatural creatures, let alone ordinary animals, Zhang Shou yawned languidly. Observing Yuxian engrossed in knitting, he lamented, I had anticipated nocturnal patrols to be exhilarating, but they are remarkably monotonous. At this rate, I fear I shall succumb to slumber. Fear not, Should you doze off, I shall administer a gunshot. I believe you have not yet experienced death today, have you? Yu Xian jested. Zhang Shou's condition was refreshed, thereby inverting his diurnal and nocturnal habits, as his skill recorded his state in the early hours. Consequently, upon resurrection, he felt as though he had just awakened from a night's repose, his vigor renewed. However, upon enduring until the following morning, he would likely spend the entire day in slumber. Pray tell, necromancer, since when did you become so malevolent? Zhang Shou exclaimed in mock horror upon hearing Yu Xian's inhumane declaration. Yu Xian was about to retort with a smile when his auditory senses detected something amiss. Instantly, his fingers, which were engaged in knitting, flicked, and a silver thread shot out the car window. Halt the vehicle, he commanded. Zhang Shou promptly brought the car to a standstill. Both individuals alighted from the vehicle and proceeded to the right side of the road. There, amidst the roadside foliage, lay a 2-meter-long venomous serpent, bisected, with its lower half writhing spasmodically. A drill-like appendage protruded from its head. A point of merit was secured. Yu Xian first took a photograph with his mobile phone, then retrieved a recycling bag from the backseat of the car and used a pair of tongs to place the venomous snake inside. Zhang Shou wielded a powerful flashlight, illuminating the underbrush while his other hand grasped a firearm, ever ready to fire. No need to look further. This is the only venomous snake here. I wonder how it made its way into the city, Yu Xian remarked with a smile. Indeed, this was quite peculiar. The perimeter of Silver City was fortified by a 15-meter-high wall, accompanied by barracks outside. Logically, these creatures should not be able to circumvent both barriers to enter the city. Yet, in reality, animals had consistently appeared from seemingly nowhere, as if conjured from thin air. However, this was not entirely surprising. It was akin to countless individuals residing in towering buildings, yet still encountering the occasional cockroach, with no one truly knowing whence they came. Perhaps creatures possess an innate ability to navigate life's pathways. The two men resumed their journey, and after approximately half an hour, a shadow darted from the underbrush. Zhang Shou abruptly applied the brakes. They both leapt from the vehicle, pursuing the elusive figure. A rabbit, possibly of pestilent caliber. I shall take the lead, Yu Xian declared, accelerating and swiftly leaving Zhang Shou behind. After a while, Zhang Shou, breathless, finally halted and grumbled, on my return, I shall feast on rabbit meat. Before he could catch his breath, another shadow flashed past him. Another? Zhang Shou's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to glance behind him. On the other side of the road lies a thicket, at the end of which flows a river. Beyond the river stretches a forest, and further along stands a city wall. Where did this rabbit come from? Zhang Shou mused to himself, then turned to retrace his steps. He felt compelled to investigate whether there might be a burrow hidden somewhere within the thicket. Meanwhile, the rabbit darted away with remarkable speed, but Yu Xian was even swifter. The distance between them diminished rapidly, and a flicker of blood energy appeared in Yu Xian's hand. With a deft flick of his finger, he launched a silver thread enveloped in blood energy, which, in the blink of an eye, pierced through the rabbit ahead. The silver thread then whirled vigorously, slicing through the rabbit's bones and sinews with precision. The applications of blood energy were manifold, a subject Yu Xian had long been studying. Just moments ago, he had harnessed blood energy to amplify the kinetic force of the silver thread, enabling it to travel faster and strike with greater impact. However, the sensation he had just experienced felt somewhat amiss. Observing the still twitching rabbit, Yu Xian furrowed his brow slightly and approached the fallen creature. As he used the silver thread to turn it over, he discovered that the rabbit possessed two prominent fangs and emitted a strong, cadaverous aura. A zombie rabbit, Yu Xian exclaimed in surprise, hastily tightening the bindings of the silver thread around it. If it were to bite an ordinary person, it could spell trouble. He carried the rabbit back and, upon reaching the roadside, saw Zhang Shou rummaging through the thicket. Approaching him, he inquired, "What are you searching for?" "A rabbit hole." "Huh. Why is there only one? I just saw another one scurry by a moment ago." "Did you not encounter it?" As Zhang Shou glanced at the rabbit in Yu Xian's hands, he inquired further. Yu Xian was taken aback. Was there another one? He hastily approached the vehicle. Retrieving a body bag adorned with various talismans from the back seat, he promptly stuffed the zombie rabbit into the bag, secured it, and then sprinted back. Ordinarily, he refrained from enhancing his sense of smell with the blood of silver, primarily due to the overwhelming stench of the mundane world that he found unbearable. However, it was imperative that he employed it now, otherwise, a bite from the zombie rabbit could lead to dire consequences, especially since some individuals, when bitten, do not immediately seek medical attention, clinging instead to a false sense of security, believing they can remedy the situation themselves, inadvertently causing greater harm. The theory of decomposing cadavers proposed that Zhi Jingzong, a 45-year-old cremation worker and enthusiast of metaphysics, harbored aspirations of becoming an extraordinary being since childhood. He diligently pursued this ambition, immersing himself in the extensive literature surrounding publicly acknowledged extraordinary systems. In the past, he even contemplated becoming a wild vampire. However, during that period, the vampire clan executed several captured foreign wild vampires, which he deemed too perilous, leading him to abandon that path. From the ages of 20 to 35, he became fervently infatuated with forbidden fruits, investing considerable resources in the pursuit of his dreams. Yet ultimately, all his efforts were in vain, a mere illusion. To repay his debts, he spent the subsequent decade laboring diligently. Nevertheless, he never relinquished his quest to discover how to transcend into an extraordinary being. Ultimately, he devised a foolproof plan: to become a zombie. Certainly, he did not aspire to become a mindless zombie. His ambition was to be the world's first self-aware undead. Within the pages of numerous ancient texts, he discovered a remedy. First, he procured a soul-binding talisman, ensuring that his spirit would remain firmly anchored to his corporeal form. Next, he sought out a coffin imbued with the power to seal away the essence of a zombie. Once he had succumbed to the infection of the zombie toxin, he planned to find a secluded burial ground where he could recline within the coffin, descending into the depths of the earth, with his soul tethered to his body. When his physical form transformed into a zombie, his spirit would subsequently undergo a metamorphosis into a vengeful specter. A zombie of considerable strength would eventually develop a nascent self-awareness and, in time, grow increasingly astute. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to consume the consciousness birthed from his zombie form, effectively usurping his own essence and achieving a flawless synthesis with the undead body. Thus, upon emerging from the burial ground, he would stand as the singular, conscious, perfect zombie in existence. The plan was splendid. He had even spent an entire year's salary to acquire an authentic soul-binding talisman. As soon as he obtained a tooth from a corpse imbued with the zombie toxin, he would set his plan into motion. However, as an ordinary individual, he found himself utterly unable to procure such a tooth, leaving him in a state of stagnation. One day, he rode his bicycle home after work. Recently, the number of corpses requiring attention had increased, compelling him to work overtime until 7 or 8 in the evening. Nonetheless, the allure of overtime pay delighted him, for it provided him the means to continue pursuing his dreams. Who, after all, could be so heartless? Upon returning home, Zhuo Jingzong noticed a basketball-sized hole in the corner by his front door. He hurriedly approached, retrieved his key, and unlocked the door. Upon switching on the light, he discovered a rabbit incessantly hopping in the corner. Frowning, he grasped a steel rod for self-defense and cautiously advanced. Hey! With one swift strike, the recoil sent a slight tremor through his hand. Realizing that this creature was extraordinary, he gritted his teeth and struck furiously until, after exhausting himself, the rabbit lay motionless. Finally, he exhaled in relief. As he contemplated examining the peculiar creature more closely, Yuxian arrived just in time. Be careful, that is a zombie rabbit. Allow me to handle it, Yuxian promptly intervened. Zhuo Jingzong, initially startled then relieved, turned and angrily demanded, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed in my home? Leave at once, or I shall call the police. I am the police, currently on night patrol. I am responsible for all extraordinary beings," Yuxian replied. Producing his identification and meeting Zhuo Jingzong's gaze, Zhuo Jingzong fixated on the badge in his hand, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and stepped aside. "Thank you for your cooperation. Additionally, in the future, it is advisable to report such incidents to allow the enforcement officers to manage them. Your actions are quite perilous. Being bitten could lead to serious complications," Yuxian said, visibly relieved, as he tied the zombie rabbit with silver wire before addressing Zhuo Jingzong once more. Zhuo Jingzong could only smile in a perfunctory manner as he watched Yuxian depart. He turned around, his smile vanishing instantaneously, his expression darkening ominously. That was the very zombie he had longed for, marking his closest encounter with the extraordinary. Upon returning indoors, he glanced at the spot where the zombie rabbit had fallen. Suddenly, something caught his eye, prompting him to crouch down and carefully grasp a fragment of bone, smaller than a grain of rice. This must be a shard that had broken off from the zombie rabbit when he struck it with an iron rod. As he gazed at this fragment, a look of ecstatic joy began to spread across his face. According to the research report from the Extraordinary Alliance, since the emergence of corpse chi, its prevalence has only escalated, a phenomenon famously known as the corpse chi expansion theory. A mere trace of corpse chi can give rise to a zombie. And as these undead become increasingly powerful, they generate even more corpse chi within themselves. When a zombie is vanquished, this corpse chi does not simply dissipate. Rather, it permeates the natural world. Thus, corpse chi will only proliferate, ultimately dragging all of humanity into the realm of the deceased. Upon reading this theory, Zhuo Zhengzong felt as though the entire world was crumbling around him, leading to a prolonged period of depression. Ultimately, he stumbled upon the wisdom of ancient sages online. If one cannot defeat them, one should join them. In that moment, he felt a surge of enlightenment. If this world was destined to belong to the dead, why not embrace that fate ahead of time? As Yuxian walked down the street, he couldn't shake the suspicion stirred by the pungent odor of decay emanating from the man he had just encountered. He retrieved his phone and logged into the Public Security Bureau's app, swiftly identifying the individual by the house number. He paused momentarily, then shook his head. Indeed, he had been overthinking. It was only natural for a corpse incinerator to carry an unpleasant odor. Yuxian briskly returned to the roadside. Noticing Zhang Shou still searching for a burrow, he first secured the zombie rabbit before standing at the edge of the grass. Observing Zhang Shou as he inquired, "Old Zhang, have you found anything?" "No, this is rather peculiar. Where could they possibly have come from?" Zhang Shou replied, his brow furrowed with confusion as he rose to his feet. Looking at Yuxian, Yuxian chuckled. "This is one of the world's 3 great unsolved mysteries. If I could provide an answer, I would surely gain fame. In this extraordinary realm, numerous enigmas remain unsolved, and the sudden appearance of animals is one such mystery. Some speculate that the world has encountered a glitch, while others believe it to be the effect of some forbidden fruit. Regardless, discussions abound, yet the origin of these animals remains elusive." The two returned to the vehicle, with Zhang Shou resuming his driving. Along the way, they encountered extraordinary creatures intermittently. Yuxian and Zhang Shou moved at a leisurely pace, ultimately making their way to the eastern district of the city. Compared to other urban areas, the eastern district was undoubtedly far more vibrant, with many people traversing the streets even past 11 o'clock, and all the shops bustling with activity. This was a scene unseen in the other districts. "Look, Xianyu, a salted fish," Zhang Shou whispered at that moment. Yuxian, who had been knitting, lifted his gaze towards the window at Zhang Shou's words. Indeed, Hu Tuer was mingling with several young men, occasionally flashing a smile that captivated them utterly. "Truly, a vixen of her caliber is formidable," Zhang Shou remarked. Yuxian's nose twitched, yet he detected nothing amiss, and thus replied nonchalantly, "Let us proceed with our patrol." In truth, the eastern district of the city hardly required their vigilance. The residents there were extraordinary beings, the strongest among them reaching eagle rank. Should a supernatural creature appear, they possessed the means to address it themselves. Nevertheless, bound by duty, Yuxian and Zhang Shou dutifully drove on, patrolling the area. The neurotic worm kept them awake throughout the night. Their initial patrol passed without incident, but it was merely the first round. After all, standing by the riverbank often leads to damp shoes. As their patrols increased, the future remained uncertain. Zhang Shou parked the car near the school and then went off to have breakfast, while Yuxian, not needing a morning meal, headed to the school ahead of him. "Early bird today, aren't you?" Chen Ling exclaimed, glancing up from her phone where she was perusing gossip in the classroom, surprised to see Yuxian in her. "Good morning. You're quite early yourself," Yuxian replied with a gentle smile as he settled into his seat. He placed his hand in the drawer, and with a mere thought, silver threads swiftly materialized, weaving into a pair of gloves in the blink of an eye. Compared to knitting with wool, the silver threads forged from his bloodline were far more manageable. With the right technique, he could conjure the desired protective gear with just a thought. He practiced repeatedly, with silver gloves appearing and disappearing from both hands, the speed increasing with each iteration. Once he could craft the gloves in a mere 0.1 seconds, he began to extend their length. "Xianyu, do you know?" Chen Ling suddenly turned around and, having just spoken, blinked curiously at Yuxian. When Yuxian had entered, he was clearly wearing a blue school uniform, like everyone else. Yet now, he donned a silver trench coat, with a matching silver vest underneath. "You didn't change clothes behind my back, did you?" Chen Ling asked in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, as Chen Ling did so, Yuxian retracted all the silver threads, and when she looked again, he was back in his school uniform. "Did I not sleep well last night?" Chen Ling murmured to herself. Yuxian smiled and inquired, "What were you about to say? By the way, did you hear?" The Dragon King of Donghai has announced plans to venture into the realm of ordinary people's armor, creating equipment capable of withstanding attacks from extraordinary beings. Qianling looked at Yu Xian's attire with suspicion, but couldn't resist her curiosity. The Dragon King of Donghai is merely a moniker. His true name is Li Donghai, one of the direct descendants of the dragon ancestor, and he is also a wealthy magnate. The renowned Donghai Dragon Palace Group is Li Donghai's enterprise, which previously catered solely to extraordinary beings. It seems he now intends to profit from the ordinary as well. Perhaps it's just bluster, Yu Xian commented. The Dragon King of the East Sea is notoriously known for his loquacious nature, with netizens affectionately dubbing him the big-mouthed dragon for his incessant attempts to capitalize on trending topics. Undoubtedly, the release of this satellite was merely an effort to latch onto the traffic generated by Silver City. That's not true, Qianling remarked, her disappointment palpable. She had genuinely wished to procure some useful protective gear. Her parents had previously equipped her with pepper spray for self-defense against wolves, bear spray, and even a stun gun. However, these items might suffice against ordinary threats, but they would likely prove ineffective against extraordinary beings. If there were any equipment available that could guard against attacks from such formidable entities, she would certainly be eager to purchase it. Extraordinary gear is undoubtedly exorbitantly priced. Even with cost-cutting measures, it would probably still amount to several million. The costs of materials alone are substantial, wouldn't you agree? Yu Xian understood well the rarity of extraordinary materials. Even among extraordinary beings, not everyone possesses a piece of equipment, let alone making it accessible to the general populace. Well, I was naive to believe the words of the big-mouthed dragon. After hearing Yu Xian's comments, Qianling's hopes were entirely dashed. She held her phone, speaking while typing, clearly preparing to vent her frustrations on Li Donghai's account. Yu Xian smiled faintly at this, pulling out his own phone to continue honing his knitting skills while also checking the Qilin app for any genuine breaking news. Flyers have been spotted at Gemini West Mountain. A search is currently underway. Members below Eagle level are advised to keep their distance from Gemini West Mountain. The internal ranking assessment will commence on the 1st of next month. Members confident in their ability to improve their standings should register promptly. The Kirin Research Department has discovered a method for detecting the aberrant insect variant known as the brain-embracing neurobug, and a nationwide investigation will commence in 3 days. Upon encountering this intriguing information, Yu Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. Approximately 2 days prior, he had come across related reports, indicating that the scientists within Kirin had thoroughly analyzed this new form of aberrant insect, and aptly named it the brain-embracing neurobug. This peculiar variant transforms its body into a structure strikingly similar to human neural pathways, enabling it to infiltrate the target's brain and usurp its neural functions. It resembles a multitude of tendrils tightly encircling the human brain. At this juncture, the host's brain remains alive. However, all incoming information is meticulously filtered through the brain-embracing neurobug. In essence, whatever the neurobug wishes the host to perceive, the host will see. Whatever it desires the host to hear, the host will hear. The individual becomes a mere puppet of the neurobug, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Moreover, once successfully parasitized by the brain-embracing neurobug, although the host may still be alive, the difference from death is negligible. Currently, the vast majority of means available cannot ensure the host's survival post-separation from the neurobug. After all, the brain-embracing neurobug consumes the host's neural pathways, and without that segment of the brain, survival becomes impossible. Yu Xian finds himself in a state of mixed emotions. He is pleased that the nation finally possesses a means to counteract the invasion of the aberrant insects and the brain-embracing neurobug. The sorrow stems from the uncertainty surrounding how many families may face a fragmented fate as a result of this recent inspection. The name Doghead Gold Mountain originates from the discovery of a massive nugget of gold resembling a dog's head within its confines. However, as extraordinary creatures proliferate, the human inhabitants residing near Doghead Gold Mountain have long since relocated to urban areas, transforming the site into a sanctuary for animals. Within a man-made cave nestled in the mountainside, an array of creatures has gathered: wolves, bears, tigers, and even a number of humans. Clearly, such an assembly is far from normal. As these beings coexist in a state of discord, suddenly, the ground trembles. A colossal white ape, towering at 3 meters, descends from the summit to the flatlands below, turning to tear apart one of the cave's walls. It gazes at all the creatures and exclaims with a grin, "What strength this body possesses, utterly exhilarating." Old 3. Do take care not to damage this physique. It is a vital tool for us, remarks Zhou Tai, perched upon a stone with legs swinging. A tiger nods in agreement, stating, indeed, it took considerable effort to procure such an extraordinary being. If you ruin it, your fate is sealed. Extraordinary creatures are particularly sensitive. Any foreign entity invading their bodies will be detected. Thus, it is exceedingly challenging for aberrant insects to parasitize extraordinary beings. However, following the devastating defeat in Silver City, Zhou Tai understands all too well that relying solely on parasitizing ordinary humans will hinder the insect's development indefinitely. Upon discovering that this colossal ape was a solitary creature, he sacrificed a multitude of aberrant insects, tirelessly exhausting the giant until he successfully achieved parasitic possession. The aberrant insects, once endowed with human intellect, exhibited a primal instinct for self-preservation, rendering their unification exceedingly difficult. However, with Zhou Tai as their leader, the aberrant insects were finally able to coordinate their actions. Despite their innate fear of death, they were compelled to act, marking a significant breakthrough from nothingness to existence. As they parasitize more extraordinary beings, they may encircle cities from the wilderness, ultimately realizing their ambition of world domination. In the Superpower Academy, the afternoon was yet again devoted to self-study. The curriculum for the senior year had been reiterated countless times by the instructors. Now, apart from various assessments and examinations, the remaining time was primarily allocated for self-study. This was largely due to the unfortunate circumstances that befell many teachers, with some having perished and others rendered incapacitated. Only a handful could still attend classes. In the classroom, Zhang Shou dozed off at his desk, his head buried beneath a pile of books, the sound of his snoring audible. Sunlight streamed through the window as Yu Xian, seated beside Zhang Shou, engaged in a game with blood energy. His hands rested beneath the desk, both gathering a sphere of blood energy, which he then manipulated to form two indistinct humanoid figures. These blood energy constructs wielded long spears, clashing against one another in a continuous dance of combat. The Blood Clan possesses two primary sources of power, one of which is blood energy. Any vampire awakening this talent is nurtured with particular care by the clan. Yu Xian was acutely aware of the significance of blood energy. Moreover, during his middle school years, he had perused numerous online novels related to blood clans. Among them, one narrative, titled After Awakening Blood Energy, I Ascended to the Pinnacle of Life, left a lasting impression on him. The protagonist inadvertently saves a prominent figure of the Blood Clan and seizes an opportunity for initial transformation. However, due to his lackluster first talent, he is scorned and mocked by other vampires. Yet, his first significant talent turns out to be blood energy, which elevates him to the status of a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Blood Clan. Ultimately, he not only retaliates against those who belittled him, but also ascends in rank and fortune, marrying a wealthy and beautiful vampire, thus reaching the zenith of his existence. Notably, this novel showcases an abundance of fictional blood techniques. During his second year of middle school, Yu Xian became utterly obsessed with this tale, even envisioning himself as the protagonist. Little did he know that one day he would not only become a vampire, but also possess blood energy as his third talent, an occurrence more fantastical than any light novel. One cannot help but acknowledge that the wisdom of ancient sayings continues to gain value. Sometimes, reality surpasses fiction in its absurdity, for while fiction unfolds under certain logic, reality often defies all reason. Since awakening his blood energy talent, Yu Xian has been diligently contemplating blood techniques. Within the Kirin app, there exists a plethora of visual materials showcasing vampires wielding blood energy. For instance, there are depictions of summoning colossal sides of blood, chains of blood that conceal environments, the art of blood wings for flight, cloaks of blood to shield against sunlight, and even the primordial technique of red cloud and black sky employed during daylight battles. Among these, numerous blood spells are presented, and merely observing their effects leaves one bewildered as to their execution. Ultimately, Yu Xian's focus settled upon the scythe of blood. Although the spell is equally intricate, he felt a tinge of confidence that he might replicate it to some degree. His current endeavor of manipulating blood energy to form small figures in combat serves as a means of honing his ability to shape blood energy. The long spear held by these figures acts as a training tool for the stability of weapons constructed from blood energy. With no guidance available, he remains uncertain of the correctness of his thoughts or the extent of the disparity between his skills and those of the Blood Clan spells. In truth, he has also devised a novel application bubbles, By rendering blood energy sticky and introducing a modicum of air, he can produce bubbles reminiscent of chewing gum. Should he manage to control a multitude of these bubbles beneath his feet, they could yield immense elasticity, dramatically enhancing his speed. Furthermore, he envisions layering countless minute bubbles within the inner lining of armor woven from silver blood, which should provide substantial defensive capability against formidable adversaries. The school bell rings. Yuxian skillfully reabsorbed the blood into his body and then retrieved his phone to peruse various trending news articles, taking a moment to relax his mind. Although the sunlight did not induce fatigue, prolonged concentration brought about a different kind of weariness, akin to laboring on an assembly line, where physical exertion might be absent, yet a sense of fatigue still emerged. It is best to balance work and rest, allowing oneself the necessary moments of relaxation. Are you free tonight, Xianyu? Qianling whispered to Nora for a brief moment before turning to Yuxian. He nodded in response. I am free. What is the matter? Night patrols were not a daily obligation for him. He and Zhang Shou were required to patrol only twice a week, with the remaining shifts managed by the security team. Since he and Zhang Shou had already completed a patrol last night, it was certain they would not be scheduled again today. He genuinely had time to spare. The Beast Arena is hosting a grand performance tonight, and Nora would like to invite us to witness the spectacle. Are you and Zhang Shou interested in attending? Qianling inquired. Yuxian glanced at Nora, noticing her feigned indifference, and couldn't help but chuckle, since the silly goose is treating us. I certainly cannot pass up the opportunity. The Beast Arena essentially involved extraordinary individuals capturing various supernatural creatures in the wild, then placing these beings alongside the extraordinary individuals in a cage for combat, somewhat reminiscent of bullfighting, ultimately culminating in the death of these supernatural entities. Although Yuxian had never witnessed a live match, he had watched numerous paid videos online in the past. The renowned Beast Warriors are, in essence, celebrities. They not only endorse various products but also boast a vast following, with merchandise sales alone capable of achieving significant financial goals. Had he not joined the Qilin, Yuxian believed he might have become a Beast Warrior once he grew strong enough to face the Blood Clan without fear. You silly goose, Nora remarked, rolling her eyes dramatically at Yuxian, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of amusement. In truth, during this period, Nora's status within the Blood Clan had not only remained stable due to her association with Yuxian, but had ascended rapidly. If she had previously been playfully dubbed the Blood Clan Princess by the Superpower Academy, she was now on the verge of truly earning that title. Yuxian's ability to transform her blood into that of a vampire, who also remained untroubled by sunlight, marked a significant advancement. Should all the vampires she embraced share this trait, the Blood Clan would no longer be confined to nocturnal activities. They could boldly assert their existence even during the day. It can be said that Nora represents a new hope for the Blood Clan, with even the ancients casting their gaze upon her, contemplating the bestowal of their blood. The next class was dedicated to self-study. After the trio agreed upon a meeting place for the evening, they fell silent, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Yuxian continued to rest his hand beneath the desk, but this time he manifested a small crimson blade, pressing it against his palm to gauge its hardness and sharpness. If he continues to compress his blood energy, Yuxian, through tactile perception, discerned that the blade he forged was merely of ordinary iron quality. Consequently, he began to concentrate and compress his blood energy through sheer will. Although most vampires possess a fragile constitution, Yuxian stands as an exception. Unbeknownst to him, his physique closely resembles that of an average vampire. He is slender, perhaps even slightly emaciated. At first glance, his facial features and muscular definition would hardly suggest that he could effortlessly lift objects weighing 1 or 2 tons. To accommodate his inherent strength and speed, his skin and bones have become remarkably resilient. Particularly after awakening his blood energy, even a common kitchen knife could no longer pierce his skin, and weapons such as iron rods find it exceedingly difficult to inflict any substantial harm upon him. At this moment, he has compressed the originally 15-centimeter blade down to 10 centimeters. With a gentle swipe, a crimson line appeared on his palm, but under the sunlight, the wound vanished instantaneously. The nine-tailed fox bloodline around 8:30 in the evening. The four of them convened at a nearby milk tea shop, not far from the school, and then proceeded together to the Beast Fighting Arena in Silver City. The arena is situated on the eastern outskirts of the city, just the previous night. While patrolling with Zhang Shou, Yuxian had passed by its exterior and could even hear the fervent cheers and curses emanating from within. Nora had purchased box tickets, and upon arriving at the arena, they were swiftly guided by a dedicated attendant. Once the four entered the box and settled down, a delightful array of fruits, snacks, and beverages was promptly served. It is my first time visiting such an opulent place. However, I feel a bit anxious. Zhang Shou, seated beside Yuxian, surveyed the luxurious decor of the private box and the exquisite delicacies, and quietly remarked to Yuxian. Yuxian, transferring his portion of fruit delicacies towards Zhang Shou, smiled and reassured him, "It's all right. I am nervous too. Once the beast fight begins, it will be fine. Nora, those delicacies are specially crafted extraordinary foods. Do give them a try," she reminded, holding a piece of delicacy. The bloodlines of the extraordinary beings are diverse, encompassing an array of peculiar races. Some extraordinary individuals with orc lineage particularly relish raw meat, as their palates differ from that of humans, finding cooked food unpalatable. The private box tickets for the beast fighting arena are exclusively available to the affluent, thus the arena would never commit such a rudimentary error. When guests purchase tickets, the staff meticulously ascertain their preferences, and on the day of the event, dedicated chefs cater to their needs. For instance, since Nora is a vampire, the majority of food served tonight will be extraordinary delicacies suitable for vampires, ensuring that nothing tastes like chewing wax. "All right, I shall give it a try," Yuxian nodded, picking up a piece of delicacy and placing it in his mouth. Indeed, an unprecedented flavor burst forth in his mouth, and after gently chewing and swallowing, his eyes lit up. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this made of?" "It consists of various animal fats. There is fat within the blood, yet for some reason, vampires cannot consume fatty meat. However, the lipids within the blood can indeed be digested and absorbed, thus giving rise to these lipid confections," Nora responded while savoring her treat. Yuxian had been preoccupied with a particular matter. Typically, vampires refer to themselves as the Blood Clan or our clan, yet Nora consistently identified herself as a vampire, never once mentioning the term Blood Clan. "May I pose a question?" Yuxian inquired, unable to restrain himself. Nora shot him a glance and replied, "Speak properly. Refrain from calling out randomly, and I shall respond. I noticed that other vampires refer to themselves as the Blood Clan, our clan, or my kind. Why do you persist in using the term vampire?" Yuxian asked with curiosity. Nora declared with a sense of certainty, "I am, after all, a vampire. My mother called me Little Vampire, and I see no issue with it. Rather, it is you. You are a silver vampire." Upon hearing Nora's response, Zhang Shou and Chun Ling could not help but chuckle in unison. Yuxian was taken aback. His innocent inquiry had inadvertently earned him the nickname of Silver Vampire. To this day, Nora believed that he fed on silver, unaware that his sustenance was, in fact, light. Had she known, he might have acquired yet another moniker, Light Vampire. At that moment, staff members began inspecting the protective equipment in the arena outside the private booth. Yuxian picked up a piece of confection and, after enhancing his sense of taste, discerned a multitude of flavors. Besides the lipids, there were likely inorganic salts and various other elements whose names eluded him. Clearly, these elements had been extracted from the blood of animals. It must be said that as long as one possesses wealth, even in the form of a vampire, one can savor exquisite delicacies beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As the clock struck 9, the spectacle within the arena commenced. "Greetings, I am your host, Fei Chuan. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all attendees gracing the Silver General Arena. Now, let us proceed to the inaugural match. Featuring two formidable ant-level black wolves pitted against our familiar adversary, the jackal, Hu Junjia." Amidst the host's spirited introduction, two colossal black wolves were unleashed into the arena, followed by a robust man with two tails protruding from his posterior entering the scene, which ignited a wave of cheers throughout the venue. "Hu Junjia appears to be the uncle of Hu Tuer," Zhang Shou remarked, observing the man in the arena. Yuxian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Hu Tuer indeed has quite a few relatives. According to the information provided by Jin Sheng, Hu Tuer's father has a total of 6 brothers, collectively known as the 7 heroes of the Hu clan. However, the 7 heroes do not operate as a unit. Instead, they pursue diverse professions. Hu Junjia is a professional beast fighter and also a part-time internet broadcaster, enjoying considerable fame in Silver City. After the conclusion of the host's introduction, the beast fighting commenced. In fact, the arena hosts 2 types of performances, beast fighting and combat. The former involves a battle between man and beast, while the latter is a contest between individuals. Currently, we are witnessing the former. Hu Weijie possesses extensive experience and is acutely aware of the inherent dangers posed by the two black wolves. He first created some distance, and then, as the two black wolves charged towards him, he adjusted his angle. With this adjustment, the originally parallel-running black wolves swiftly transformed into a staggered formation. At the moment when the wolves drew near, he delivered a powerful kick to the one closest to him, sending it flying, while leveraging the recoil to quickly retreat and increase the distance from the other wolf. This approach is quite effective. I've learned something new, Zhang Shou exclaimed, his eyes wide with realization. Yu Xian nodded earnestly. This technique is not particularly difficult to master, but it demands a keen sense of rhythm and timing, which are cultivated through extensive experience in beast combat and sharp judgment. Do not underestimate the intelligence of the two black wolves. The opening they presented was a result of Hu Junjie's impeccable control of the pace, leading the wolves to unwittingly fall into his meticulously laid trap. Subsequently, Hu Junjie adeptly integrated the battle into his rhythm, leaving the two black wolves bewildered, even using his tail to further confuse them, darting left and right. He effortlessly toyed with them as if they were mere playthings. Ultimately, the outcome of the battle was unmistakable. After a display of skillful manipulation, Hu Junjie easily dispatched both black wolves with a guillotine strike, eliciting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. The bloodline of the nine-tailed fox seems to suggest that the more tails one possesses, the greater the strength? Chun Ling inquired, glancing at Hu Junjie's tails. Nora gazed at the match and replied, indeed. Possessing the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox allows one to gauge strength by the number of tails. One tail signifies a worm level, 2 tails an ant level, 3 tails a bee level, 4 tails a sparrow level, 5 tails a snake level, 6 tails an eagle level, 7 tails a wolf level, 8 tails a tiger level, and 9 tails a dragon level. And what of the divine level? 10 tails? Zhang Shou inquired with curiosity. Yu Xian chuckled. When the progenitor of the nine-tailed fox ascends to the divine level, you shall know. Currently, the fox ancestor possesses only 8 tails, a considerable distance from the dragon level, let alone the divine level. As the subsequent matches unfolded, one after another, each lasting approximately half an hour, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were thoroughly entertained, primarily due to the prowess of the beast warriors participating. Although their strength and speed might not surpass that of Yu Xian, their wealth of experience was unparalleled. Their maneuvering, angle manipulation, rhythm control, and premonition during combat created a spectacle that was a far cry from merely watching a video, particularly the nuances of their exertion. Without being present in the arena, one would find it exceedingly difficult to discern the subtleties. Ladies and gentlemen, was that battle not exhilarating? Laughed the host. Fei Quan also found the matches of our beast warriors to be exceptionally thrilling, igniting a fervor within us. However, the highlight of the evening is yet to come. We present to you the apex of tonight's events. A superlative creature captured by our hunting team just today, a transcendent white ape endowed with human intelligence. As the host's voice resonated through the arena, a cage gradually ascended, revealing a formidable 3-meter-tall white ape within. The creature bowed its head, its eyes obscured by shadows, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled a sense of dread in the audience. Despite being merely a low-ranking extraordinary being, it commanded respect and caution. Our contestant, the king of 1,000 victories, the Iron God Bai Jinlong, emerged on the opposite side, standing at an impressive height of 9 meters. He surveyed the crowd with a hint of a smile, raising a hand to wave at the spectators. In an instant, the arena erupted with cheers for the Iron God. In the VIP box, Yu Xian was reviewing Bai Jinlong's profile. This information, provided by the arena, was easily accessible on a tablet connected to the chair's power supply. Bai Jinlong, age 32, was a B-class superhuman with the extraordinary ability to transform his body into a black alloy. He not only possessed extensive combat experience, but also boasted formidable strength. If faced with an opponent he could counter, he might even fight above his weight class. This individual is undeniably powerful, Yu Xian mused, realizing that despite his best efforts, he would likely be unable to breach Bai Jinlong's defenses, though Bai Jinlong would not be able to eliminate him either. As the match commenced, the electric cage slowly opened after a power cut, and the massive white ape lifted its gaze towards Bai Jinlong. Zhou Tai never conceived that one day he would be effortlessly captured by a team of metahuman hunters after dreaming of dominating the world the day before. Furthermore, his other bodies, in an effort to shield his true form, were easily slain by those scoundrels. Now, his 9 distinct personalities reside within feeble creatures such as mice, rabbits, sparrows, and his original body, the most formidable of all, is held captive by humans, forcing him to perform like a jester. "Come on, big fella." Bai Jinlong beckoned Zhou Tai, a smile gracing his lips. Zhou Tai felt a surge of fury erupt from his chest, a desire to tear all humans asunder. Among all the personalities, his third self was the most tyrannical, harboring dreams of world domination. Unlike those idiots who merely sought to kill or play games, he understood that only by becoming the king of the world could he truly indulge in his desires without restraint. Whether it be flaying skin, arson, or any other act, no creature would dare to impede him. With a roar, he immediately launched a fist at Bai Jinlong, who, anticipating his movement, effortlessly evaded the attack. Moreover, to showcase his skill, he did not even employ his superpower while dodging. Zhou Tai's punch caused the ground to tremble, eliciting cheers from the surrounding audience. Sounds that felt like mockery to Zhou Tai. Again, Bai Jinlong taunted Zhou Tai. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Tai is not controlling an alien insect, but rather a cerebrum neural parasite. Thus, the white ape still lives, albeit completely under the control of Zhou Tai. "Human, you have thoroughly provoked my ire," Zhou Tai exclaimed, his voice laden with an unusual intonation as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Jinlong. Momentarily taken aback, Bai Jinlong was swiftly struck by Zhou Tai's arm, sent hurtling backward to crash against the alloy steel cage, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Tai lunged forward, his hands unleashing a rapid barrage, intent on obliterating Bai Jinlong while he was vulnerable. However, he soon sensed an unexpected resistance and retreated a step, only to behold Bai Jinlong transformed into a formidable figure of darkness. His previous assault had proven to be nothing more than a mere tickle to Bai Jinlong. "To think it can speak. This truly surpasses my expectations." Bai Jinlong rose from the ground, observing Zhou Tai's robust physique, and elucidated to the audience. Indeed, many extraordinary beings possess the ability to articulate human language, such as certain parrots. Not only can they speak, but they do so with remarkable fluency, akin to the cunning weasel that also converses in human tongue. Bai Jinlong had simply not anticipated that the white ape would possess such vocal capabilities and had fallen victim to a surprise attack as a result. Now, fully prepared, he felt assured that the ape posed no threat to him whatsoever. In the private box, Yu Xian and the others were equally startled by the white ape's utterance, particularly Yu Xian, who could not shake the feeling that the ape's speech bore an unsettling familiarity. Yet, it was not a perfect match. There existed a subtle distinction that eluded him. It is akin to two brothers. He has heard his younger sibling's voice. Thus, the elder brother's voice feels remarkably familiar. He furrows his brow, meticulously recalling where he might have encountered this voice before. Yet, the white ape's voice is so coarse and peculiar that it fails to align with any memory. This sensation resembles intuition more than comparison, as no discernible correlation can be established. "Yuxian, do you not feel that this voice seems somewhat familiar?" Nora inquires, her brow knitted and eyes fixed upon the white ape. Yuxian is taken aback, responding, "Do you share this sentiment as well?" "Indeed, but I cannot quite place it." Nora nods in affirmation. Yuxian gazes at the white ape and muses, "Zhou Tai?" He and Nora have encountered many individuals together, yet only one stands out as suspicious, prompting his immediate association with Zhou Tai. "Zhou Tai?" The voice does not match, but there is indeed a certain familiarity, Nora replies, uncertainty lacing her tone. As Yuxian observes the confrontation between the white ape and Bai Jinlong, his suspicions grow ever more pronounced. Notably, the white ape's combat style is characterized by ambush and surprise. Were it not for Bai Jinlong's transformation into an alloy of iron, he may not have stood a chance against the white ape. He is undoubtedly Zhou Tai. Could it be that this white ape has been ensnared by the parasitic neuroworm? Yuxian's expression becomes increasingly serious, silver light flickering within the depths of his pupils as he confirms that beneath the white ape's skin, there are no tentacles. He cannot help but ponder this troubling revelation. In the past, there have been no recorded instances of aberrant insects parasitizing extraordinary beings. Should this white ape indeed be Zhou Tai, the situation would become dire. Once the competition concludes, he will undoubtedly inspect the remains of the white ape. Should it be confirmed that the white ape is Zhou Tai, he will promptly report to the Qilin Bureau. As Zhu Yan awakens, Bai Jinlong is in no haste to conclude the battle. Instead, he consistently provokes the colossal white ape, enduring its assaults time and again. showcasing his formidable defenses to the audience. To him, this is merely a performance. He must continually seize the spotlight, becoming the focal point of the entire spectacle. In truth, he has succeeded. The audience in the arena chants his name, and he revels in the adoration and acclaim from countless spectators. Particularly, this admiration can indeed translate into monetary gain. A feeble fist. If one's strength is merely this, what does it matter whether one is provoked? Bai Jinlong gazes at the giant ape, controlled by Zhou Tai. A scornful smile gracing his face as he effortlessly deflects Zhou Tai's punch with one hand, taunting, as expected. Indeed, upon his utterance, the giant ape's strikes become even swifter. Yet, being but flesh and blood, the blows landing upon his metallic form are utterly inconsequential. Rather, the giant ape's fists begin to bear the marks of injury. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Dia. Under Zhou Tai's control, the colossal ape's eyes blazed with crimson fury, its adrenal glands secreting copious amounts of adrenaline, rendering it impervious to pain in this heightened state of stress. However, once Bai Jinlong's body transformed into an alloy of iron, the giant ape's once mighty strength proved utterly futile against a form that could withstand bullets, leaving it bewilderingly frail. The giant ape could shatter rocks and pierce steel plates with its fists, yet it could inflict nary a scratch upon Bai Jinlong. Murder, murder, murder. Zhou Tai's murderous intent surged within him. Even if he could not harm Bai Jinlong, he was determined to strike. Unbeknownst to him, under his manipulation, the blood within the white ape began to heat, releasing a torrent of extraordinary factors from its veins. Surprisingly, the ape's innate character seemed more harmonious with the extraordinary bloodline coursing through it, revealing hidden strength. Bai Jinlong sensed the surge of power within the giant ape and expressed his astonishment. In the next moment, he perceived a crimson hue manifesting on the white giant ape's arms. Bloodline awakening? Ladies and gentlemen, the white ape before us has indeed awakened its bloodline. Would you care to witness this? It promises to be a spectacle rarely seen in a century. Let the cheers rise and the excitement swell. Bai Jinlong quickly grasped the transformation occurring within the white ape's body and called out to the audience. Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted from the stands. And in response to his query, countless voices eagerly exclaimed, "We do." A smile spread across his lips as he resolved to fulfill the audience's fervent desire. Given his formidable strength, what could the awakening of the white ape's bloodline possibly achieve? The awakening of the bloodline. Zhou Tai, who had also heard Bai Jinlong's words, sensed through the neural parasites that the white ape's body was indeed undergoing a dramatic transformation. However, based on the release of extraordinary power within, even with the bloodline awakened, it would be impossible for the white ape to rival Bai Jinlong unless he could guide the bloodline within the white ape to a profound awakening. Zhou Tai was not a mindless brute. Amidst the surging intent to kill, he maintained a clear and rational mind. With a fierce fighting spirit and murderous intent, he swiftly grasped the crux of the white ape's bloodline awakening. He began to incessantly transmit messages of rage and slaughter to the white ape's brain. Under the overwhelming assault of excessive anger and murderous intent, the structure of the white ape's brain began to undergo new changes. Initially, the white ape's brain resembled an ordinary structure. However, under Zhou Tai's provocation, a crimson substance began to secrete rapidly, and the neural parasites, influenced by this red substance, deeply integrated with the white ape's brain. Simultaneously, the temperature of the blood within the white ape surged to 100 degrees Celsius. Under such terrifying heat, bones, meridians, and internal organs underwent a frenzied transformation. Externally, the once pure white fur of the white ape began to exhibit streaks of flame-like red. Notably, its arms and legs had completely transitioned from white to a deep crimson. Bai Jinlong, initially brimming with confidence, believed he could suppress the awakened bloodline of the colossal ape. Yet, under the relentless barrage of the colossal ape's fists, he soon realized the futility of his resistance. The force behind each blow was astonishing, and the speed of the strikes increased with alarming rapidity. The giant's prowess evolved too swiftly for him to react. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, another fist thundered towards him, leaving him with no choice but to defend. As he attempted to evade, yet another blow was imminent. This was dire. He felt a pang of dread. Bai Jinlong's heart sank as he sought to retreat, but the white ape seemed to anticipate his intentions, closing the distance between them. He raised his gaze to meet the creature's eyes, which flickered with an infernal flame, as if embodying the calamities of war. Zhu Yin bloodline, Bai Jinlong exclaimed in astonishment. In the next instant, he was sent sprawling by Zhou Tai's punch, crashing heavily against the cage, his once formidable physique now rendered unrecognizable. The onlookers were struck with disbelief, their cheers abruptly silenced, all eyes fixated on the white ape, which had undergone a startling transformation. Was its form expanding? Good heavens, its eyes burned with fire. His heart raced uncontrollably. Flee! That is Zhu Yan, run! Suddenly, someone grasped the gravity of the situation, springing to their feet to shout. Having shouted, this individual turned to flee, and a number of astute observers immediately followed suit. Thud, 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 thud. The rhythmic sound of a heartbeat resonated like a war drum, and some of the slower reacting spectators quickly realized that the heartbeat originated from the colossal ape, while they themselves experienced a surge of panic. In the next moment, the hearts of everyone surged violently, followed by an explosion. Many spectators expelled blood with a puff and collapsed onto their seats, while some of the more resilient extraordinary spectators began to flee. The incident unfolded with astonishing rapidity. At that moment, four extraordinary beings burst forth from the arena's passage. One of them penetrated the cage and launched a heart strike at Zhou Tai. He possessed the ability to phase through matter, allowing his arm to enter the target's body and grasp their heart, easily dispatching the majority of his opponents. However, this time he miscalculated. As his hand penetrated the white ape's body and grasped its heart, an intense heat instantly scorched his palm. He could no longer maintain his ability. And with a cry of despair, he attempted to retreat, but in the next instant, the giant ape seized him. The ape's body temperature was exceedingly high, and being touched by it felt akin to being seared by molten metal. The man emitted a more agonizing scream before being swallowed whole by the colossal creature. The ape, originally somewhat emaciated due to the profound awakening of its bloodline, immediately absorbed energy, its body gradually becoming more robust. It turned its gaze towards the three individuals standing outside the cage and declared, "Come in." The three retreated in unison. Within the private box, it seemed there were materials that could nullify Zhu Yan's abilities. The recent wave of heart-stopping attacks had not affected the four individuals in the private box. Alas, an unforeseen incident has occurred. Old Zhang, check whether there are any survivors in the audience. I shall. Buy us some time. Yuxian rose, casting a glance at the arena, directing his words to Zhang Shou. Everything transpired far too swiftly. From the moment the colossal ape retaliated to the slaughter of numerous spectators, scarcely a mere 10 seconds had elapsed. By the time Yuxian realized this was no mere performance, countless lives in the audience had already been lost or shattered. Nora stood up, declaring, I shall go too. Do not. Stay with Qinling. If danger truly arises, evacuate immediately, Yuxian firmly declined. The current white ape was evidently not a foe that firearms could contend with. Had he not diligently honed his abilities during this period, he would have fled at the first sign of peril. His willingness to confront the beast stemmed from his confidence in securing a safe retreat. Yuxian did not entertain the notion of defeating the present white ape. His sole aim was to delay. Nora glanced at Qinling, finally conceding, very well, but do take care. Leaving Qinling alone in such a precarious situation was something Nora could never forgive herself for. Thus, despite her desire to assist Yuxian, she dutifully remained behind. As Yuxian stepped out of the private box, his body instantly transformed into a vivid crimson hue, followed by a multitude of tiny bubbles that erupted and enveloped him entirely, enough to provoke a scream from anyone afflicted with trypophobia. Subsequently, silver threads composed of argentum blood swiftly wove together, enveloping the bubbles to form a suit of shimmering silver armor. The silver thread he crafted was remarkably fine. When tightly woven, the armor appeared seamless. Not only were the angles sharply defined, but it also gleamed like a mirror, exuding an impression of being unassailable. Xinyu, you look absolutely stunning, Zhang Shou exclaimed, captivated by Yuxian's transformation and the striking armor before him. This suit of armor epitomized the dreams of every young man. Zhang Shou felt that donning such an ensemble would amplify his courage by 1,000%, allowing him to stand tall even in the face of an ancestor. Very well. Let us proceed with our respective missions. You shall rescue the people, while I shall hold off the gigantic ape, Yuxian declared, clenching his fist to assure himself that the armor would not hinder his movements. With a nod, Zhang Shou acknowledged, swiftly turning to depart, while Yuxian ventured in the opposite direction. Within the confines of the arena, Zhou Tai held the severely injured by Jin Long in his grasp. Weighing him thoughtfully, he maliciously grinned. Thank you immensely. You have guided me to the true path of strength. As a token of my gratitude, allow you to experience the essence of power and speed. With that, he hurled Bai Jinlong with great force. In an instant, Bai Jinlong shattered the metallic cage, hurtling towards the audience. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a flash of silver darted past, and he was rescued. Zhou Tai furrowed his brow, gazing at the figure clad in silver armor who cradled Bai Jinlong. Unable to discern the depths of his opponent, he chose to refrain from any rash actions. Thus, the two parties stood in a tense silence, locked in a standoff. Yu Xian had once overestimated the strength of the giant ape, yet it was only at the moment he caught Bai Jinlong that he realized he had indeed underestimated it. The instant he grasped Bai Jinlong, the silver threads on his body nearly snapped, and the bubbles formed from blood beneath them burst in succession. After 2 layers of cushioning, his hands, which he used to catch Bai Jinlong, still suffered fractures. Fortunately, they were merely minor fractures, and with his constitution, the injuries healed almost instantaneously. Fortunately, when he designed his armor, he infused it with an aura of magnificence, drawing inspiration from numerous cinematic representations of armor, thus crafting his own with a powerful presence. As long as he stood still, no one could ascertain the extent of his true strength. Clearly, his imposing figure intimidated Zhou Tai, and neither party initiated an attack. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals outside the cage quietly retreated. Although they possessed the strength of a B-level, they felt utterly vulnerable before the giant ape. However, their movement disrupted the delicate balance between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai. Strength, after all, does not arise from nothing. While Zhou Tai had successfully activated the bloodline of Zhuya within the giant ape through the unique properties of the brainworm, it had resulted in a significant depletion of the ape's energy. The giant ape's body was now in urgent need of an energy replenishment. With enough sustenance, the giant ape could grow even stronger, potentially reaching the eagle level. Its eyes flickered, instantly locking onto a middle-aged man, and in the next heartbeat, its body lunged forward towards him. Yu Xian fixed his gaze upon him, mimicking his every movement. In a swift motion, a silver thread shot forth, ensnaring the man targeted by Zhou Tai, pulling him backward with great force. The middle-aged man felt the terrifying wind of a punch bearing down upon him. Just as he was on the verge of being crushed, his body reflexively retreated, and when he regained his senses, he found himself seated abruptly in a chair. Gasping, he realized he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, cold sweat breaking out upon his brow as he took deep, labored breaths. Meanwhile, as the colossal beast lunged forward, the other 2 individuals wisely chose to flee. By the time Zhou Tai regained control of the massive creature, the vicinity was devoid of any presence. "You shall face me. Do not dare harm the innocent," Yu Xian declared, his voice altered through the dual layers of his armor as he addressed Zhou Tai. He feared that Zhou Tai might recognize him upon hearing his voice, which could lead to troublesome consequences if Zhou Tai discerned that his strength was not as formidable as presumed. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of war drums resonated as Zhou Tai narrowed his eyes at Yu Xian, invoking the power of Zhu Yan. However, Yu Xian remained entirely unaffected. If Zhou Tai managed to induce even a single heartbeat, he would have been grateful, but alas, vampires do not possess such a function. Thus, Zhu Yan's ability was rendered utterly ineffective against him. Is it futile? Zhou Tai pondered, secretly holding Yu Xian in higher regard. It must be said, Yu Xian's stillness exuded an air of mastery that was unmistakable. The suit of armor, polished to a mirror-like sheen, along with the gently swaying trench coat, exuded an undeniable aura. Moreover, the helmet featured red lenses obscuring the eyes, rendering Zhou Tai incapable of discerning Yu Xian's emotions through mere gaze. In truth, the red lenses were composed of blood energy, not only providing commendable defensive capabilities but also fortifying Yu Xian's vision. Under the dual enhancement of silver blood and blood energy, his dynamic vision was remarkably acute, which explained his ability to perceive Zhou Tai's movements with clarity. In a different scenario, Zhou Tai might have possessed the patience to confront Yu Xian, yet now he did not. Primarily, they were in the arena, a domain belonging to humanity, where prolonging the encounter only increased his peril. Additionally, the colossal ape's body was ravenous, necessitating immediate sustenance, leaving him no room for delay. He commanded the white ape to grasp the metallic cage, suddenly exerting force to hurl it with tremendous vigor. The cage, which had been firmly anchored to the ground, was uprooted, crashing down upon Yu Xian. To be frank, the scene was quite extravagant, leaving Yu Xian momentarily startled by Zhou Tai's maneuver. Nevertheless, Yu Xian reacted swiftly. The blood energy bubbles beneath his feet provided ample elasticity as he bent his legs and leaped upward. At the very instant the cage descended upon him, he pressed his hands against it and forcefully pushed away, utilizing the momentum to retreat. In a flash, several silver threads entwined themselves around the chandelier above, narrowly evading the cage's assault. With a resounding crash, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a cloud of dust swirling in the air. The cage crashed heavily onto the spectator stands, sending tremors throughout the entire arena. The areas struck by the cage were immediately concaved, and numerous cracks marred the walls. Had the cage come down squarely upon Yu Xian, it likely would have split his body in two. While he might have survived, the pain would have been unbearable. It was utterly terrifying. Yu Xian gazed at the deformed cage below, feeling a greater dread than when he faced Jin Sheng. Who? The giant ape exhaled a plume of steam. The previous outburst had drained considerable energy. Regrettably, it failed to hit its target, resulting in a futile expenditure of strength. However, from Yu Xian's evasive maneuvers, Zhou Tai discerned that at least the giant ape's assault was being met with dodges rather than direct confrontations, indicating that Yu Xian's strength was likely inferior to his own. Now he would assess speed. Should his speed and strength vastly surpass Yu Xian's, this battle could indeed be resolved swiftly. To begin, Zhou Tai expanded the attack range. He surveyed the surroundings, then maneuvered the giant ape's body beneath the arena, directly dismantling the protective barriers in front of the spectator stands. With two barriers in hand, his attack range surged from a mere 2 meters to an impressive 10 meters. As long as Yu Xian entered within this 10-meter radius, Zhou Tai could effortlessly crush him. Meanwhile, Yu Xian raised an eyebrow at the sight of the giant ape dismantling the barriers. In the next moment, Zhou Tai, manipulating the mighty giant ape, propelled himself forward with a forceful kick, his body soaring like a cannonball towards Yu Xian. Simultaneously, he swung his shield, attempting to encircle Yu Xian. However, Yu Xian deftly maneuvered his hands, causing 4 silver threads to dance like serpents, slicing through the shield. These silver threads, composed not only of pure silver but also infused with Yu Xian's own blood, became abundantly empowered after receiving the promised 20 pounds of silver from Nora. Thus, after crafting his armor, he still possessed surplus silver threads for both offense and defense. Of course, it was impossible for him to unleash a dense mass of silver threads as he had done in the previous battle against Zhou Tai. In his armored state, he could only deploy 4 to 5 silver threads, with an attack range limited to between 50 and 350 meters. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient. In an instant, the shield collided with Yu Xian, shattering into countless fragments. Yet his armor remained as brilliant as ever, exuding an air of grandeur. The powerful Bull King, Zhou Tai, upon witnessing the destruction of his weapon, let out a furious roar and hurled the shield aside. He then charged at Yu Xian like a cannonball, utilizing his formidable explosive power. It must be noted that his aggressive tactics significantly heightened the pressure on Yu Xian. The giant ape was now a pure numerical beast, boasting extraordinary strength, speed, and explosive power. Had Yu Xian not enhanced his reaction capabilities with silver blood, he would likely have been crushed within a second. The giant ape radiated intense heat, resembling a blazing fireball as it approached. Without the protection of armor, one would be scorched by the searing heat even without direct contact. Whoosh! Yu Xian unleashed 2 strands of silver threads from his hands, ensnaring a chair behind him. With a swift pull and a bubble of energy generated from his toes, he pressed down and propelled his body backward at an astonishing speed. A colossal fist whizzed past him, the terrifying heat palpable even through his visor. Boom! The fist struck the ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Executing a backflip, Yu Xian landed atop the backrest of a chair. Before he could catch his breath, the giant ape, harnessing the momentum from its previous punch, lunged at him again. One arm swung menacingly towards Yu Xian. Such a straightforward assault tested one's overall capabilities. Yu Xian's nerves were taut, not daring to relax for a moment. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Tai's movements, and as the giant's arm came crashing down, he swiftly utilized the energy bubble to evade. With a missed strike, the giant ape's other hand seized the chair and hurled it at Yu Xian, who was suspended in midair. Instantly, he maneuvered his silver threads to execute a move he could seldom achieve, narrowly dodging the chair's attack. It turned out to be nothing more than a mere fly. After a flurry of assaults, Zhou Tai finally grasped the situation. He realized that Yu Xian was not formidable at all. His appearance was merely deceptive, shrouded in an air of enigma. With newfound confidence, Zhou Tai unleashed his full might in his attacks. He manipulated the colossal ape's body to rise from the ground. its muscles surging forth like a mountain colliding with the freshly landed Yuxian. A mere touch would surely obliterate him. Yuxian retreated repeatedly. Leaping from the audience stands into the arena and then back again, continuously shifting and evading. Suddenly, both parties halted, their gazes drawn to the ceiling. Something was plummeting. With a thunderous crash, the floor erupted. A 5-meter-tall, bull-headed giant descended from above, shattering the ceiling as if a deity had arrived, landing heavily in the arena. Intriguingly, it had awakened to such an extent. The bull-headed creature cast a glance at the white ape, its voice deep and commanding. In an instant, Zhou Tai felt a sense of retreat. Compared to Yuxian's bluster, this bull-headed giant was genuinely formidable. However, before he could take action, the bull-headed giant surveyed the arena and, with a tone laced with fury, declared, "But you shall perish." With that, a terrifying black, demonic flame surged from the bull-headed giant. Zhou Tai barely comprehended the giant's movement before his head was severed by its axe. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had been so swiftly and utterly vanquished. After the bull-headed giant's axe cleaved through the white ape's head, it crashed heavily to the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble, countless cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. Hiss! Yuxian gasped in shock at the sight before him. The situation shifted with astonishing rapidity. Mere moments ago, he was being pursued, and now the colossal ape lay lifeless. Such power is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that he is known as the Great Bull King, the foremost master of Silver City. This individual, Tang Dali, is a household name in Silver City, possessing the bloodline of the Bull Demon King and recognized as the most formidable extraordinary being in the region. He owns numerous enterprises, yet he merely holds shares without engaging in management, indicating that he likely has a financial interest in this arena as well. Following the demise of the white ape, Tang Dali's imposing aura swiftly diminished. "Thank you, young brother, for detaining that monkey. Otherwise, I would have suffered significant losses this time. I am truly grateful. In the future, let us share a meal together to foster camaraderie," he said, hastening towards Yuxian, offering a warm smile devoid of any airs of superiority. As he grasped Yuxian's hand and bowed repeatedly in appreciation. "No need for thanks, it is merely my duty. However, do not take offense if I conduct my business in a formal manner from here on," Yuxian replied, unable to free his right hand from Tang Dali's grasp. He resorted to retrieving his identification with his left hand. Upon seeing the credentials, Tang Dali sheepishly released his grip. Yuxian then proceeded to summon the battle police to secure the scene. After fulfilling the necessary protocols, he tucked away his phone and concentrated his blood energy, conjuring a blood-red long sword in an instant. He approached the head of the giant ape deliberately, fully aware that there must be neuroparasitic worms within its brain. However, it was imperative to dissect it to obtain irrefutable evidence before reporting to headquarters. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Dali refrained from disturbing Yuxian and instead approached Zhang Shou, who was busily tending to the wounded, expressing his gratitude profusely. Just as Yuxian raised his knife to penetrate the giant ape's brain, the creature abruptly opened its eyes, glaring at Yuxian with a gaze filled with hatred. Had its throat not been slashed, it likely would have uttered something. Ignoring the beast's fierce glare, Yuxian plunged the knife into the center of its forehead and began meticulously slicing through the skull. In truth, the giant ape's bones were exceedingly hard, and it took considerable effort for Yuxian to pry open the cranium. Upon revealing the brain, his eyes widened in astonishment. Unlike a typical brain, the giant ape's cerebral patterns astonishingly formed ancient script. Lingbing Doja, Yuxian captured an image of the inscriptions, pondering in his mind. He then thrust the knife into the brain, and the moment he breached the outer layer, numerous nerves shot forth violently. However, he was well prepared and swiftly used silver threads to control the nerve fibers. Indeed, they were the brainworms. He took a photograph with his phone and sent it to Jin Sheng, simultaneously detailing the events occurring in the arena. Within 10 seconds, Jin Sheng replied, "Preserve the body and await reinforcements." "Understood," Yuxian responded while glancing at his phone. In less than a minute, the battle police arrived in their vehicle. In fact, from the moment Zhou Tai erupted to Tang Dali striking him down, the entire ordeal transpired in approximately 3 minutes, everything unfolding with remarkable rapidity. Yuxian and Zhou Tai faced off for merely 10 seconds before Zhou Tai began to relentlessly pursue him. Had it not been for Tang Dali's timely arrival, Yuxian would have been compelled to devise an escape plan within a few more minutes. The riot police were not summoned by Yuxian. Rather, They arrived in response to the reports made by fleeing spectators. Upon encountering the team leader, Yuxian presented his identification and instructed him to secure the entire arena, prohibiting any entry or exit. With Zhang Shou present, those who could be saved would undoubtedly receive aid. For those who could not, further attempts at rescue were deemed unnecessary. Consequently, when the ambulance arrived, the riot police directed it to stand by. After approximately half an hour, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, precisely entering the arena through the gaping hole created by Tang Dali. Greetings, I am a member of the Qilin Support Division, codenamed Ether. Here is my identification. As the golden light settled, it revealed a youthful figure exuding an air of irreverence. He approached Yuxian, introduced himself, and produced his identification. Yuxian scanned the document with the Qilin app on his phone, confirmed its authenticity, and nodded, saying, "Hello, I am a member of the Exorcism Squad, codenamed Salted Fish. I hereby officially transfer this giant ape and the brainworm to you. Please ensure their delivery to headquarters. Rest assured, there will be no mistakes," Ether declared, patting his chest with a smile. He then turned his gaze to the giant ape's body, waved his sleeve, and the enormous carcass vanished instantaneously. Subsequently, he retrieved a box and placed the brainworm inside, finally stowing the box within his sleeve. "Is there a hidden world within your sleeves?" Yuxian inquired curiously as he observed Ether's actions. Ether, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, replied, "The concept of a hidden world within one's sleeves is a grand illusion. I merely sewed storage bags into my sleeves." As he spoke, he raised his sleeve, revealing several storage bags stitched within. "Well then, I must return to report. Farewell." Perhaps feeling shy, Ether hastily bid farewell, his body enveloped in golden light as he soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing through a gaping hole in the ceiling. At the Dragon-level crisis headquarters of the Qilin organization, Ether returned with the corpses of the giant ape and the brain-eating neurobug. The entire research department immediately commenced an all-night study of the specimens. By morning, a substantial amount of data was delivered to the senior officials of Qilin, and upon reviewing the information, each individual swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. A meeting addressing the crisis of the anomalous insects was promptly convened. Simultaneously, in Silver City, at the East District Public Security Bureau, Yuxian and Zhang Shou sat together, facing Tang Dali. "What is your name?" "Tang Dali." "What is your gender?" "Male." "What is your age?" 98. "What is your level?" "Lower wolf level." "When the incident occurred at the Silver Arena, where were you?" Upon hearing this question, Tang Dali's expression faltered, and he softly murmured, "Is that question really necessary?" Yuxian, somewhat exasperated, regarded Tang Dali and insisted, "Please answer truthfully." Had it been an ordinary inquiry from the law enforcement officers, Tang Dali would have easily brushed them off as if they were mere trivialities. However, the credentials presented by Yuxian and Zhang Shou were those of Qilin. Regardless of Yuxian and Zhang Shou's youthful appearances, which could easily mislead one into underestimating them, Tang Dali dared not to be negligent, especially with Yuxian, who had garnered the attention of the elite during the sudden influx of high-ranking figures. While the average person remained oblivious to the unfolding events, Tang Dali was acutely aware. This young man had undeniably caught the eye of the powerful. Akin to a favored subject in the emperor's court, no matter how feeble his prowess, he was not to be taken lightly. At that moment, I was indulging in a foot bath at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Tang Dali scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. Yuxian nudged the wide-eyed Zhang Shou, who took note of Tang Dali's remarks, and proceeded to pose several fundamental inquiries. After receiving the answers, he stood and remarked, "Very well, should further questions arise, we shall consult you again. Thank you for your cooperation." In truth, it was not just Tang Dali who was summoned for questioning. All stakeholders, staff, and security personnel at the arena had been called in, and it was anticipated that further accountability, fines, and compensations would need to be addressed. As Yuxian and Zhang Shou exited the room, the leader of the law enforcement team, Zhang Kaichao, promptly approached to express his gratitude, particularly since the officers found it challenging to manage formidable figures like Tang Dali. Routine inquiries could easily be met with indifference, but with Yuxian and Zhang Shou taking charge, the matters became significantly more manageable. Under normal circumstances, Yuxian and Zhang Shou would not overstep their bounds. However, given the situation concerning the anomalous insects, they ultimately decided to intervene, eager to glean the latest intelligence. Half an hour later, Yuxian and Zhang Shou received the report from the hunting team. The Doghead Golden Mountain appears to be a distant elevation beyond Silver City. Zhang Shou, glancing at the report, inquired with curiosity, "Is it necessary to journey so far to capture extraordinary creatures?" Beside him, Zhang Kaichao elucidated. "One of the missions of the garrison outside Silver City is to eliminate nearby extraordinary beings that pose significant threats. The surrounding peaks no longer harbor any considerable dangers. They are merely inhabited by diminutive entities of insect and ant classifications. The arena seeks to capture extraordinary creatures that present a certain level of challenge, thus necessitating a trek to more remote locales." Yu Xian interjected with analysis. "The aberrant insects lingered near Doghead Golden Mountain just yesterday. Regardless of their speed, they cannot cover much ground in a single day. Allow me to consult the captain to see if we can execute a remote strike on all areas surrounding Doghead Golden Mountain." He retrieved his mobile device and swiftly contacted Jin Sheng, sharing the latest intelligence. "Xianyu, the situation is likely more intricate than anticipated. I will provide you with a dossier for your review," Jin Sheng replied. Moments later, Yu Xian received the information from Jin Sheng and opened the document, discovering it to be a medical record. Currently, the majority of hospital records are stored in the cloud. Thus, after the records room of Tsangshan Mental Hospital was compromised, although according to Chun Song's repeated diagnoses, there are 8 identifiable personalities, each of which is aware of the other's existence. They refer to themselves in order of their emergence as the eldest, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. The eldest is the dominant personality, which, according to recordings left by Chun Song, has been supplanted by an aberrant entity, and the specifics of this situation remain unclear. The second personality has an affinity for collecting fingers and almost bit off Chun Song's finger during his hospital stay. He is taciturn and exudes an air of unpredictability, suggesting a more introverted nature. The third personality is playful and emotionally volatile, capable of oscillating from elation to despair within moments, and is the most loquacious. Much of the information that Chun Song possesses has been willingly shared by this personality. The fourth personality is rather morose, self-identifying as a skin artist, and displays an obsessive fascination upon encountering beautiful exteriors, at times appearing lecherous and other times giving off a distinctly seedy aura. The fifth personality is manic and embodies a murderous rage when Zhou Tai's body is under the control of this personality. His eyes are filled with a frenzied intent to kill, occasionally exhibiting severe self-destructive tendencies. Communication with this personality is nearly impossible, yet it seems to heed commands from the other personalities. As for the sixth, seventh, and eighth personalities, due to their later emergence, the information available to Chun Song is scant, leaving their characteristics and preferences largely undefined. After reviewing the materials, Yu Xian furrowed his brow. If Zhou Tai is already such a nuisance with just one personality, then how many more does he possess? Furthermore, Zhou Tai's personas can traverse within the bodies of the anomalous insects, allowing him to switch forms at will. This implies that unless all the anomalous insects are exterminated, it is virtually impossible to eliminate Zhou Tai. According to the information provided by Jin Sheng, Zhou Tai's threat level was originally classified as serpent level. However, due to the latest intelligence provided by Yu Xian last night, his threat level has now escalated to dragon level, surpassing even the danger posed by the entire anomalous insect swarm. Should Zhou Tai unlock the full potential of all extraordinary creatures, humanity may soon find itself facing an army composed of various formidable monsters. Take a look at this, Yu Xian said, handing his phone to Zhang Shou. After reviewing the information, Zhang Shou gravely remarked, "In such a scenario, complete eradication seems utterly impossible. The anomalous insects can parasitize any living being. If they were to inhabit cockroaches or other creatures with remarkable reproductive capabilities, it would be inconceivable for humanity to eliminate all the anomalous insects. Do not fret. The higher-ups must certainly be aware of the situation now," Yu Xian replied earnestly. "I believe that soon, powerful individuals will be dispatched specifically to deal with Zhou Tai. Let us wait and see. The dragon-level crisis will undoubtedly receive significant attention from the Qilin headquarters." Yu Xian was curious about how many experts would be sent to eliminate Zhou Tai this time, and it was quite possible that this operation would result in the total annihilation of all anomalous insects. After all, as long as the aberrant insect persists, Zhou Tai will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The next day, a military aircraft discreetly landed at the barracks outside Silver City. Upon finishing their classes, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received a message from Jin Sheng, allowing them to pass through 2 checkpoints and smoothly enter the barracks. "Captain, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou exclaimed in unison upon entering a room to find Jin Xing. The room contained only Jin Xing, who exuded the same formidable presence as always, radiating a warmth that felt akin to facing the sun, intense and authoritative, much like a lion among men. He glanced at the two and remarked with a smile, "I initially thought I would have to remain in Yanjing for half a year, yet you two have accomplished a significant feat once again. However, the composition of witnesses this time is rather complex, so headquarters hasten my return to provide you with protection." "Protection?" Yu Xian inquired with curiosity. Jin Xing nodded, his smile fading as he regarded Yu Xian with a serious demeanor. "The struggle among nations in the realm of the extraordinary has never ceased. You made quite an impression the day before yesterday. Do not assume that donning armor has rendered you anonymous. It is possible that foreign hostile forces have already identified you as a formidable future threat, eager to eliminate you at all costs. The infiltration of foreign powers into our nation often manifests in the simplest manner, bestowing extraordinary abilities upon certain ordinary individuals, while employing various contracts and curses to maintain a tight grip on them. Many spies, driven by greed, become ensnared and ultimately find themselves compelled to serve the very forces that ensnared them. Typically, these spies are not only tasked with gathering intelligence but are also responsible for eliminating emerging talents before they can rise, as evidenced by the fierce confrontation between Yu Xian and Shou Tai. Although Yu Xian was constantly on the run, evading danger, his survival alone is truly remarkable. This has already garnered the attention of certain hostile forces abroad. "Goodness, isn't that salted fish quite perilous?" Zhang Shou expressed his concerns after hearing Jin Sheng's words. Jin Sheng replied calmly, "That is precisely why I returned early. By the way, regarding the items you requested, now attention." The two promptly stood at attention, chest out, gazing at Jin Sheng. With a serious expression, Jin Sheng retrieved a box and took out a medal. Addressing Yu Xian earnestly, following the review and assessment by the Qilin headquarters, Comrade Yu Xian played a pivotal role in the Silver City incident, successfully thwarting the aberrant insect infiltration plan and demonstrating significant contributions during the aberrant insect uprising. On behalf of the Qilin headquarters, I hereby award you the first-class merit medal to honor your outstanding contributions and remarkable achievements. In that moment, Yu Xian's eyes glistened with emotion, and as Jin Sheng pinned the medal to his chest, he saluted deeply, to which Jin Sheng promptly returned the gesture. Subsequently, Zhang Shou was also awarded a second-class merit medal. Upon the completion of the medal presentation, both received a storage ring, and Yu Xian discovered that his ring contained 100 pounds of silver. Originally, the commendation ceremony was intended to be held when both of you arrived at the headquarters. But as you are aware, the current situation necessitates urgency. According to the research conducted by the scientific department, Zhou Tai has acquired the ability to activate the extraordinary biological bloodline, and we cannot afford to grant him any more time. Therefore, our schedule will be exceedingly tight moving forward. Jin Sheng addressed the two. Zhang Shou widened his eyes and inquired, "Are you, Captain Zhou Tai, truly responsible for the annihilation?" "No, this operation will be under the direct command of General Zhao Yi from headquarters. All military camps in Yincheng, Rongqing, Xiangqing, Jiangcheng, and Huaqing will be sealed off, with the center being the Dog Head Gold Mountain, covering an expanse of 13,800 miles. Subsequently, our Evil Extermination Squad, along with the Malevolent Slaying Squad, Crime Eradication Squad, and Monster Slaying Squad, will assemble, entering the lockdown area from various directions to eliminate all anomalous insects and suspicious creatures," Jin Sheng responded. Both Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were taken aback. This was undoubtedly a significant operation. "All right, Death Doctor, you may step out for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with the salted fish," Jin Sheng continued, casting a glance at Zhang Shou as he spoke. Zhang Shou was momentarily startled but nodded and exited. "Captain, is there something that old Zhang cannot hear?" Yu Xian curiously asked as he watched Zhang Shou close the door. Jin Sheng displayed a look of envy and remarked, "I wonder if you have stumbled upon good fortune, as headquarters has indeed agreed to your request." As he spoke, he approached the desk, retrieved a metallic briefcase, input a series of passwords, and after verifying his identity, the case slowly opened, causing the temperature of the room to drop instantaneously. Yu Xian peered into the briefcase, which contained a pen-like injector. "This is the panga blood you applied for. After comprehensive consideration, the Qilin headquarters has decided to grant your request. Now, you shall inject it before me. This is a top-tier treasure that even the progenitor of the Blood Clan cannot obtain," Jin Xing elaborated. He was indeed envious. For a single drop of the blood of Pangu, he had not only exhausted his savings, but also incurred substantial debts. Yet, Yuxian obtained it effortlessly, without the burden of debt. Captain, is it possible to extract it with my teeth? Yuxian inquired, casting a furtive glance at the syringe filled with Pangu's blood. His curiosity was purely about the taste of the blood. He had no intention of injecting it. Jin Sheng observed Yuxian's greedy expression, and his temples throbbed in irritation. He pinched the bridge of his nose and retorted, "Do you understand that injecting Pangu's blood will likely enhance your bloodline abilities and potentially diminish your weaknesses? If Yuxian were to infuse the blood into his system, there was a strong possibility he would transform from an ordinary vampire into a super vampire, acquiring abilities that most vampires lack. Furthermore, Yuxian currently harbored fears of garlic, crucifixes, and energies of a holy nature. Post-injection, it was highly probable that one or two of those weaknesses would be alleviated, making it exceedingly difficult to harm him through cunning means. But I still wish to taste it. After all, I am a vampire." Yuxian remained resolute after hearing Jin Sheng's caution. His talent had awakened so rapidly that one could never know when he might develop peculiar abilities such as garlic blood, crucifix consumer, or holy energy absorber. Thus, he was unperturbed by these trivial weaknesses. He was acutely aware that if this application succeeded, any future attempts would prove exceedingly difficult. The current circumstances of Jinxing illustrated just how challenging it was to secure approval through merit. Therefore, seizing the moment was imperative. He had to discern the true distinction between the blood of Pangu and ordinary blood. Observing Yuxian's unwavering resolve, Jinxing, with a headache, closed his eyes for a moment before sighing. "Very well. After all, the blood of Pangu is a reward bestowed upon you by headquarters. How you choose to utilize it is entirely your prerogative, provided you remain within this room. You may dispose of it as you wish." "Thank you, Captain," Yuxian exclaimed with palpable excitement. Jinxing, noticing Yuxian grasping the pin-style injector, hesitated briefly before saying, "Since you have made your decision, be sure not to regret it." "Indeed, I shall not regret it," Yuxian affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, he pressed the injector against his fong, applying a slight force to release the blood, which he instinctively began to consume. Upon absorbing the blood of Pangu, he entered a state of intoxication, and his previously dormant heart began to beat violently. With two hearts, Yuxian felt as though he were ensnared in a chaotic maelstrom. He flailed his limbs in an attempt to dispel the turmoil before him. Yet, no matter how fervently he waved, dispelling one form of chaos merely allowed another to take its place, an endless cycle without respite. Frustrated, he began to thrash about wildly, wishing fervently for an axe to cleave through the overwhelming disorder. In truth, vampires possess an exceedingly rare gift, the ability to absorb the blood of their targets and access their memories. This extraordinary talent is exclusive to two vampires within the entire bloodline. Aside from the progenitors, it cannot be awakened through the passage of time. It exists inherently at the moment one transforms into a vampire. It is either present or absent, impervious to subsequent awakening. Yuxian and Nora's inebriated cousin indeed possess a fragmented version of this ability. Thus, upon consuming blood, they experience a state of intoxication, during which they faintly perceive certain information contained within the blood. However, upon awakening, all recollections vanish entirely. Following his absorption of Pangu's blood, Yuxian's incomplete gift was forcefully completed, simultaneously inundating him with a wealth of information from Pangu's essence. His already abnormal physique surged forth towards even greater aberration. In the chamber, Yuxian stood swaying from side to side, when suddenly a crimson bubble emerged from his head, detaching itself from his form and hovering in midair. One after another, bubbles continued to appear, all orbiting around Yuxian. Jin Sheng, witnessing this spectacle, cautiously retreated, aware that Yuxian would succumb to intoxication. However, after Yuxian's previous bout of drunkenness led him to fall asleep, Jin Sheng anticipated a similar outcome this time. Yet, something appeared amiss. At that moment, Yuxian began to flail his arms chaotically, as if attempting to expel some unseen force. An eerie scene unfolded. Surrounding bubbles manifested various peculiar images. And as Yuxian waved his hands, these orbs gradually transformed from a mere sanguine hue into a kaleidoscope of colors. Particularly striking were the newly emerged bubbles around Yuxian, which displayed an exquisite array of colors, completely devoid of the sinister aura associated with blood energy. Suddenly, Yuxian leaned back, falling into one of the bubbles, where he promptly succumbed to slumber. This bubble, instead of descending, floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by countless other bubbles that swirled around it. Jinxing gazed at the scene before him, rendered utterly speechless, no matter how one perceived it. Yuxian did not resemble a typical vampire. On the contrary, there was an inexplicable sense of sanctity about him at that moment. After waiting for a considerable time, without any indication of Yuxian awakening, he slowly approached, his hand enveloped in golden light as he gently caressed one of the bubbles. The texture of the bubble was strangely unexpected. He had anticipated a sensation akin to glass, plastic, or gemstone. However, it felt more like the energy encountered when a spatial barrier is activated. He began to exert more force, yet the bubble remained unyielding. Gradually, he increased his strength, starting from the insect level and descending steadily. Only upon reaching the sparrow level did the bubble exhibit a slight ripple. And it was not until he attained the serpent level that the bubble began to deform. Jin Sheng's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he escalated his power to the eagle level, causing the bubble to tremble violently. It was evident that with just a bit more force, the bubble would shatter. He withdrew his hand, refraining from further experimentation. The potential of this ability is immense. Should Yuxian continue to grow stronger, this power may evolve into an exceptionally robust form of collective defense. Jin Sheng is quite intrigued by the current state of Yuxian. If it truly resembles drunkenness, what peculiar visions might he have encountered in his stupor to bring forth such an extraordinary ability? Never mind, let him sleep. Jin Sheng refrains from further contemplation, ultimately shaking his head and turning to exit the room. Outside the door, Zhang Shou stands vigil. Upon seeing Jin Sheng open the door, he promptly steps aside, casting a furtive glance into the room. You may enter, but do not disturb the slumbering fish, Jin Sheng advises. Zhang Shou nods in acknowledgement and proceeds into the chamber. Upon noticing Yuxian enveloped in a kaleidoscope of bubbles, resting within one of them, an inexplicable question arises in his mind. Are these bubbles breathable? If they are not, would Yuxian risk suffocation? A peaceful night passes. Upon awakening, Yuxian feels a profound sense of refreshment, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. As he sits up, he gradually realizes he is encased within a vibrant bubble, which strangely evokes a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the feelings he experiences when manipulating blood energy. Higher, Yuxian's thoughts prompt the bubble to ascend. He then directs the bubble to rise and fall at will, ultimately guiding it to float about the room. Once thoroughly acquainted with the bubble, he commands it to descend to the floor, stepping out from within it. He commanded all the bubbles to retract into his body, then raised his right hand, where a glimmer of golden energy emerged at the tip of his index finger. This energy, obedient to his will, swiftly generated a multitude of tiny bubbles that, in an instant, dispersed and began to rotate in midair according to his thoughts. The blood energy had mutated, acquiring an additional spatial attribute. Yuxian, no longer a novice oblivious to the extraordinary world, frequently perused various information on the Qilin app. While Jin Sheng needed to touch the bubbles to discern their properties, as their master, Yuxian could immediately sense everything about them. These bubbles did not float through buoyancy. Rather, they were anchored at specific spatial coordinates. In simpler terms, they were fixed at certain coordinates in space. And as long as Yuxian did not disturb them and no one exerted brute force to destroy them, they would remain eternally fixed at those coordinates. Yuxian recalled the dream from the previous night, his expression somewhat peculiar. Could it be that in his dream he attempted to create the universe, only to find himself lacking the necessary power? Thus, he ended up generating a plethora of unfinished products? Strictly speaking, these bubbles indeed constituted independent spaces, meaning each bubble could be approximated as a world. Rounding it off once more, Yuxian had successfully created the universe. Well, although this was far from the true act of creation. After researching the mutation of the blood energy, Yuxian placed his right hand over his heart, which was beating steadily. Although the rhythm of his heartbeat is considerably slower than that of an ordinary person, approximately 30 beats per minute, it is indeed a heartbeat. Thus arises the question, what about innate abilities? He meticulously attuned himself to the changes within his body and, aside from discovering a newfound vigor, did not detect any novel innate abilities. It was not until he perceived, through the silver blood, the presence of an additional heart within his chest that he was taken aback. Do I possess two hearts? As he sensed the heart within his heart, he found himself momentarily stunned. Upon further examination, he finally comprehended the function of this second heart, a smile gradually gracing his face. This time, consuming the blood of Pangu had proven to be immensely rewarding. The immortal technique of Pangu. One heart is that of a vampire, the other that of Pangu. Each possesses its own unique skill tree, one for vampiric abilities, the other for Pangu's capabilities. When one heart ceases to beat, it signifies that the nutrients absorbed by Yuxian will be stored in the dormant heart. For instance, if currently, Yuxian's vampire heart is beating while Pangu's heart remains still, the energy he accumulates will be stored in Pangu's heart. Once sufficient energy has been amassed, that heart will commence beating. However, unlike the vampire heart, which awakens an innate ability after 10 beats, Pangu's heart necessitates 36 beats to activate a power that belongs to Pangu. Yuxian now possesses the autonomy to choose which heart shall beat and which shall remain still. Moreover, previously, he could only ascertain the awakening of his talents through the frequency of his heartbeat. Now, he is capable of sensing the energy stored within his heart to determine the opportune moment for awakening his abilities. For instance, the heart of Pangu currently harbors an energy equivalent to approximately 34 heartbeats. This is presumably the residual energy following his bodily transformation through the consumption of Pangu's blood. Thus, if the heart of Pangu beats twice more, it is likely that he will awaken a skill of Pangu. What powers might Pangu possess? Yuxian sat upon a bubble. Retrieving his phone to investigate, he intended to check the Qilin app for any documented information. The research on Pangu by Qilin has spanned more than just a few days, and numerous abilities attributed to Pangu have already manifested in individuals who have consumed Pangu's blood, thus being meticulously recorded. Ordinarily, Yuxian's authority would not suffice to access such information. However, his account now bore a first-class merit badge, granting him broader access to numerous records. Consequently, after submitting his request, he received the pertinent information shortly thereafter. He opened the documents and read attentively. Pangu's abilities are referred to as divine powers, as these abilities are inherent to Pangu, requiring no additional conditions for their utilization. Nevertheless, these powers are exceedingly formidable for ordinary individuals, with most abilities demanding considerable energy and necessitating careful application. Herein lies the array of divine abilities bestowed upon those who partake of the blood of Pangu. Pangu's might. Those who acquire this ability can wield immense strength, capable of lifting hundreds of tons, rendering their bodies impervious to harm. They can achieve what 10 ordinary individuals cannot. Among all of Pangu's divine powers, this is deemed the foremost. Pangu's space rending. Those endowed with this power can, at a mere novice level, tear through the fabric of space, creating blades of spatial energy to strike at foes. However, this ability demands a tremendous amount of energy, categorizing it as a high-consumption, high-damage skill. Pangu's metamorphosis. Those who possess this ability can transform various life forms into other shapes. For instance, they may turn a human into a sheep, a dog into a person, animals into plants, and fungi into creatures. Most terrifyingly, the effects of this transformation are permanent. Pangu's immortality. Those who gain this power experience vitality beyond imagination, able to survive even with their heads severed, and should half of their brain be removed, they merely suffer temporary amnesia. Ultimately, they become nearly impossible to extinguish, with blood rebirth and breath regeneration becoming mere commonplace feats. Pangu's solar eyes. Those who obtain this ability can transform their eyes into suns, emitting rays imbued with the true fire of the sun. Pangu's spirit pearl. Those who harness this power can condense especially the Pangu immortal technique, which he desires immensely. For someone like him, who harbors an overwhelming fear of death, the Pangu immortal technique represents the ultimate coveted power. As a vampire, his inherent regenerative abilities are already remarkably potent, and with the Pangu immortal technique, it would be akin to possessing double insurance. Should he acquire this ability, he would dare to traverse even the most perilous of places. In truth, the nature of humanity is of little significance, whether one is reckless or cautious. What truly matters is capability, not character. It is one's abilities that influence behavior, not personality. This is akin to an individual possessing vast wealth. Regardless of their prudence, they would still venture into upscale establishments. Conversely, someone with only a few coins would never impulsively dine in such extravagant venues. Similarly, when endowed with capability, even a timid individual like Yuxian could muster the courage to take risks, whereas without such abilities, a mere dog would suffice to instill fear and deter him. Yuxian put away his phone, having resolved to confront the heart of Pangu head-on. He would not revert to the vampire skill tree until he obtained the Pangu immortal technique. In fact, Upon understanding the capabilities of possessing two hearts, he came to a realization. The bloodline abilities of vampires are not limitless, but rather finite. The two abilities he had previously awakened corroborated this notion. The first ability, Silver Blood, was mentioned by Jin Sheng, who informed him that Nora's father possessed the same capability. Thus, it is evident that this ability resides within the vampire skill tree. The second ability, Blood Energy, is similarly a skill derived from the vampire skill tree. Thus, apart from the Light Eater, the abilities he has awakened are potential capabilities that any vampire might manifest, rather than being unique to him. As for the Light Eater, it likely pertains to Nora's mutation. After all, Nora is the first hybrid vampire among her kind to be unafraid of sunlight. And he is the first wild vampire who underwent transformation through blood injection rather than the traditional embrace. If we consider Nora as a mutated hybrid vampire, then he is a mutation within a mutation, a unique vampire among the extraordinary, making the emergence of an altered innate ability entirely plausible. Upon thoroughly assessing his condition, he rose from the bed and exited the room. As he stepped outside, the dawn was still dimly lit, and to his surprise, there were soldiers standing guard. Upon noticing his presence, they immediately saluted and stated, "Report, sir. Colonel Jean has instructed me to inform you that the operation has commenced. You are to join immediately and retrieve the classified orders from the action team." Report concluded. "Understood. Thank you," Yuxian replied promptly, returning the salute in gratitude. He then opened his smartphone, accessed the exorcism team, and subsequently received the orders to enter the restricted area. He retrieved his Bluetooth headset from his pocket, donned it, and clicked to enter the team's voice channel. "Captain, codenamed Salty Fish, requesting to return to the team," Yuxian announced. Jin Sheng spoke. "Well, since you have awakened, I consent to your return to the team. Please proceed swiftly to the location I have marked for you. That area will be under your command. I will dispatch Qing Miao to provide support." "Understood," Yuxian replied without further ado. Then, under the astonished gaze of the soldiers, he conjured a bubble, entered it, and deftly maneuvered it to soar into the sky. The classified order on his phone had already taken effect. His device would be automatically identified and located by satellites, ensuring that he could fly into the restricted zone without being targeted by his own missiles. Although Yuxian and Zhang Shou shared a strong camaraderie, their abilities did not complement each other at all. Zhang Shou possessed extraordinarily potent healing powers, yet his skills were detrimental to Yuxian. Meanwhile, Yuxian inherently possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, allowing him to recover from most injuries in a short time, rendering a doctor unnecessary. Consequently, Jin Sheng had not assigned the two to operate together for this mission. As Yuxian floated within the bubble, he occasionally glanced at his phone, which was drifting beside him, to check his location. The mapping software displayed both his current position and the destination he needed to reach. Notably, the bubble he had created was unaffected by gravity, and the interior was essentially a weightless environment, akin to being in outer space. Thus, both he and his phone floated freely within the bubble. After soaring beyond the military camp's perimeter, he swiftly entered the mountainous region. How beautiful! As the sun rises in the east, Yuxian floats within a bubble, gazing at the horizon. The vast expanse of heaven and earth merges in the distance into a jagged black line. The sunlight gradually disperses the last remnants of darkness, revealing a sky as blue as washed silk, with a few white clouds lazily drifting by. The mountains undulate in a continuous wave, their layers intricately shaped, showcasing the exquisite artistry of nature. Yuxian closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, as if the entire world is enveloped in the rhythm of his inhalation and exhalation. In this moment, he experiences an unparalleled sense of tranquility and freedom, as if his soul, confined within its corporeal shell for 17 years, has finally been liberated amidst this boundless expanse. Having lived in Silver City since childhood, this marks his first departure from its confines. An indescribable emotion wells up within him, causing tears to stream down his face. Strangely, he recalls the latter half of the poem song of ascending the Yuzhou platform. Although it may not perfectly resonate with his current sentiments, he finds himself understanding the author's feelings at that moment. Reflecting on the vastness of heaven and earth, "I weep in solitude." While Chun Ziong wept from a sense of desolation, Yuxian is moved to tears by the grandeur of the universe. "Father, I am truly happy now. You have not burdened me. Thank you. Thank you for giving me life and raising me." In a moment of thought, he stands upright upon the bubble and shouts towards the distance. Then, wiping his eyes, a smile breaks across his face, and he feels an overwhelming lightness enveloping him. The world is vast, and one day he shall venture into even more distant and expansive skies, capturing the beauty of all that lies before him through his own eyes. Suddenly, a cerulean bird alighted above the bubble. With a voice reminiscent of a woman's, she awkwardly inquired, "I am the bluebird. Have I arrived at an inconvenient time?" "No, your timing is impeccable," he replied. Yu Xian acknowledged that he had indeed been a bit melodramatic moments ago. Yet he felt no embarrassment at having been witnessed by his companions. On the contrary, he found solace in the presence of another, for he was currently filled with joy and eager to share that happiness with those around him. The bubble swiftly descended to the ground, and Yu Xian emerged, turning to face the bluebird. "Greetings, I am Xian Yu, a humble vampire. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I am the bluebird, a wielder of extraordinary abilities. I look forward to our acquaintance." The bluebird spread her wings and gracefully descended, transforming into a woman clad in a green military uniform. The two confirmed each other's identities via their mobile devices, and after a firm handshake, they continued onward. They were nearing the coordinates provided by Jin Sheng. "My ability allows me to transform into a bluebird, achieving speeds up to 10 times the speed of sound, akin to that of a cruise missile. In my avian form, my defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced, which you can undoubtedly envision in terms of my combat style," the bluebird elaborated. Yu Xian nodded, his mind conjuring images of the bluebird piercing through foes like a bullet. He then spoke, "Currently, I believe I am at the rank of sparrow, or perhaps at the lower echelon of serpent. My strength is approximately around 10 tons, and my regenerative ability is remarkably potent. Most injuries can heal within mere minutes. Furthermore, I possess the capability to generate a silvery filament, which can be utilized to slice through targets or woven into armor for self-protection. Additionally, I can harness the power of mutated blood, enabling me to create bubbles with spatial properties." As the calm demeanor of the azure bird began to falter, she gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. "You must be joking, right?" she interjected, unable to contain her disbelief. Yu Xian met her gaze with solemnity and retorted, "Do you truly believe I would jest while we are on a mission? Very well, please continue," the azure bird conceded, nodding after a moment's contemplation. However, upon hearing the full extent of Yu Xian's abilities, a singular thought resonated within her. Where on earth did this monstrosity emerge from? Within the ranks of Qilin, she had previously admired only a handful of her peers, and most of the younger team members required her guidance. This time, Jin Sheng had assigned her to partner with Yu Xian, and she had mentally prepared herself to play the role of caretaker, only to discover that Yu Xian seemed extraordinarily formidable, as if it were she who needed looking after. The two swiftly arrived at the coordinates designated by Jin Sheng, and upon confirming their arrival at the target location, they promptly reported back to him. "Good, remain there," Jin Sheng replied. Thus, the two stood at the foot of a mountain, lost in contemplation. After a while, Yu Xian whimsically conjured a bubble and sat down upon it. "Do you need one, Qing Miao?" he inquired. Qing Miao shook her head, retrieving a chair from her storage ring, and took a seat, subsequently producing a table. To Yu Xian's astonishment, she then fetched a tea set and began to brew tea. "Did you not review the battle plan?" Qing Miao asked, noticing the astonishment in Yu Xian's wide-eyed gaze. He shook his head, belatedly pulling out his phone to access the Zhu Xie group, opening the battle plan for a meticulous examination. The strategy, it could be said, was both straightforward and unrefined. First, the entire area was to be sealed off, with all personnel ordered to their designated positions, ready for action. At noon, General Zhao Yi would unleash a devastating strike at the very heart of the vicinity, targeting and annihilating all higher-level extraordinary beings, while the remaining minions would be dealt with by individual teams. Lastly, a further layer of containment would be enforced by soldiers from various barracks, ensuring that not a single insect would escape this perimeter. "Do you not feel that the battle plan is rather simplistic?" Qing Miao inquired with a smile. Yu Xian shook his head, asserting, "No, the more straightforward the plan, the more effective it becomes, as long as General Zhao Yi possesses sufficient strength. This approach is indeed the most appropriate." "Indeed, quite astute of you to grasp the essence so quickly," Qing Miao remarked, savoring a sip of her tea. Yu Xian glanced at the rising sun, noting that it was barely past 6 o'clock. Must they remain in a state of idle anticipation until the clock strikes 12? What if Zhou Tai becomes aware of their maneuvers and decides to retaliate preemptively? When faced with uncertainty, it is only natural to seek guidance from a senior. Yu Xian expressed the perplexities that weighed upon his mind, To which Qing Miao replied with a smile. Isn't that precisely why we are here, poised and alert? We are on standby, not merely dawdling. If the anomalous insects were to commence their flight now, it would signify that our current endeavor is indeed on the right path. At 17, the hour was 7. The sun radiated a comforting warmth. With idle time on his hands, Yuxian began to practice the newly acquired abilities bestowed upon him. He positioned himself sideways to Qing Miao, his gaze fixed upon a tree not far ahead. With a flick of his fingertip, a bubble materialized, which he directed towards the tree, effortlessly penetrating its trunk. Following this, he willed the bubble to circle around, creating a smooth cavity in a nearby rock. The bubble remained unaffected by gravitational forces and possessed no kinetic energy. Its velocity was entirely contingent upon the swiftness of Yuxian's thoughts, while its striking power depended on the strength it could endure. Yuxian expertly maneuvered the bubble, accelerating it to ever greater speeds. Upon reaching an unimaginable fraction of the speed of sound, the bubble suddenly burst and vanished. Was it not that the bubble could not exceed its pace, but rather that the energy membrane could no longer withstand the resistance of the wind? Yuxian pondered. If the energy membrane had infinite durability, he could easily command it to traverse at subluminal speeds, or even at the speed of light. Subsequently, Yuxian crafted 2 bubbles, deliberately diminishing their hardness while enhancing their elasticity. When he pressed upon the surface of the bubbles, they indeed became more pliable. However, due to the absence of his manipulation, these 2 bubbles remained fixed at their coordinates, resulting in a concentrated rebound effect. In simpler terms, they were exceedingly resilient, potentially yielding unexpected outcomes at times. Then, a thought struck him. What if he amplified the stickiness? Despite the mutation of the blood energy, the effects he had originally developed had not vanished. Rather, they had intensified. He created a bubble of remarkable stickiness, and when he pressed his finger against its surface, his digit was immediately ensnared. He exerted all his strength to withdraw his finger, yet he remained firmly trapped, unable to escape unless he was willing to sever his own finger. In truth, the solution to this predicament was quite simple. Possessing sufficient strength to rupture the bubble would allow for movement. The issue lay in the scarcity of individuals with such capability. It would require at least an eagle-level strength to break it. If Yuxian were to prepare several more bubbles to ensnare the focal points of certain individuals, he could effectively control some of the more formidable beings above the eagle rank. At that moment, a bird alighted on a nearby tree, its gaze fixed upon the 2 individuals. With a mere thought, Yuxian directed a bubble to swiftly encircle and adhere to the bird's back, subsequently guiding it back into his grasp. He gazed at the struggling bird and inquired, Bluebird, if the aberrant insect has already taken residence within the avian creatures, is our endeavor still of significance? Trust in the headquarters. The think tank must have duly considered all conceivable eventualities. The decision made surely holds its rationale, replied the bluebird with an air of nonchalance. Yuxian directed the bubble to soar into the distance, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I comprehend. It is merely my inaugural participation in such a grand operation, and I find myself somewhat overly anxious. He then proceeded to hone his abilities, attempting to make the bubble rotate or alter its shape. The sun gradually ascended in the sky, the warmth of its rays becoming increasingly intense. The bluebird casually produced an umbrella, opening it to shield herself from the sun as she observed Yuxian training beneath its brightness. You really are a vampire, aren't you? The bluebird inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity as she watched Yuxian thrive under the sun's glare. Yuxian nodded affirmatively. Of course. Do you drink blood? The bluebird pressed. Yuxian nodded again. Certainly, I do drink blood. Just yesterday, I had some. The blood of Pangu is still blood. And having consumed it, he could not deny it. Although the experience of ingesting Pangu's blood was far from pleasant, the memories associated with Pangu were excruciatingly painful, leading him to ponder whether Pangu was still trapped in an endless cycle of dreaming about separating heaven and earth from chaos. Suddenly, Yuxian recalled the substantial amount of silver he possessed within his storage ring. He then extracted a piece of silver and, with a motion akin to sipping soy milk, inhaled it into his being. The azure bird observed Yuxian's actions, feeling an inexplicable sense of unreality. What kind of absurd vampire is this? Basking in sunlight and consuming silver? The scene was utterly discordant. By the way, how old are you? The azure bird inquired, her thoughts drifting. Yuxian replied, I am 17, and you? I am 24. By the way, it seems that vampires, upon their initial embrace, have their bodies frozen at that moment. Does that mean you will forever remain 17? After finishing her statement, the azure bird suddenly posed the question. In truth, both those embraced and wild vampires have their bodies remain at the age they were transformed. Yuxian nodded, smiling. Indeed, that is the case. Thus, no matter how many years pass, regardless of who asks me, I will eternally be 17. The azure bird immediately displayed a look of skepticism. Was Yuxian's answer genuinely true? At that moment, Yuxian suddenly paused, contemplating a significant question. He turned to the azure bird and asked, Azure bird, it seems that viviparous vampires do grow, correct? Indeed, although vampires possess a very low reproductive capacity, there are still some naturally born vampires who emerge as infants. They cannot possibly remain infants forever. It is as if they cease to grow after reaching a certain age, the azure bird affirmed. After hearing this, Yuxian's mind naturally conjured the image of himself retaining his current appearance, while Nora transformed into a tall, mature young lady. Standing side by side, they resembled siblings, perhaps even a mother and her child. He mused about what Nora would be like when she grew up, wondering if she would remain as innocent as she seemed now. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the heart of Pengu within him pulsed. He dispelled the chaotic notions and, with a hand over his chest, anticipated the awakening of his first Pengu ability on the morrow, hoping for immediate success in obtaining the Pengu immortality ability. Though, should fortune not favor him so, the Pengu strength ability would also be acceptable. Indeed, even the Pengu space-cleaving ability would be quite agreeable. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain cave, the various personalities of Zhou Tai, each controlling a different body, convened with grave expressions. It appears we are surrounded, Zhou Tai number 2 stated. Zhou Tai number 3, uncharacteristically serious, added, this is indeed troublesome. They likely have discerned our weakness. Then let us obliterate them, slaughter them all. Zhou Tai number 5 exclaimed, rising with a menacing aura. Zhou Tai number 2 frowned. Our immediate priority is to extricate the original body. As long as the original body remains unharmed, we shall not perish. Though the eldest has been replaced by the aberrant worm, their existence stems from the original's affliction. Therefore, they share a common root, the aberrant worm version of the eldest. Once this aberrant creature is vanquished, they are destined to perish. Naturally, such a significant weakness would never be disclosed to Qinqing Song, nor has it ever been uttered in the past. Zhou Tai and his companions could not fathom how humans had come to uncover this information. Suddenly, a golden metallic orb materialized out of thin air within the cavern. Zhou Tai too immediately rose to his feet, adopting a defensive stance, while the others positioned themselves protectively in front of him, as Zhou Tai too was currently inhabiting the body of his true self. The metallic orb rolled upon the ground, and abruptly, numerous golden threads emerged upon its surface. Subsequently, the orb unfolded layer by layer along these golden threads, astonishingly transforming into a golden lotus flower. Countless golden threads began to spread from the lotus, partitioning the entire cavern into myriad small compartments. Good morning, everyone, a young foreign man with golden hair announced, appearing behind Zhou Tai Tu and resting a hand on his shoulder. Zhou Tai Tu, regaining his composure, responded, you are not an official, I presume? If you believe we still hold value, do not hesitate to articulate it. We are certainly willing to cooperate. I relish conversing with intelligent individuals. The golden lotus barrier of Abe no Saimai can only be sustained for 5 minutes, so I shall be succinct. I am Plato, the 12th seat of the ancient sage society. Our ambition is to ascend to true divinity, rather than to become mere pretenders to the title. So, would you all be interested in joining us? Inquired the golden-haired man. Zhou Tai number 2 chuckled. Of course I am interested. The choice between life and death is not difficult. Very well, then follow me. Plato responded with a smile. Zhou Tai number 3, witnessing the consensus reached between the two, perked up and said, wait, it is sufficient for number 2 to accompany you, but we must remain. This game has yet to commence. Ah, I see. In that case, allow me to offer you a modicum of assistance. After all, the ancient Chinese deities Pangu, Nuwa, and the diagrams of the river map and Luo book, along with the primordial 8 trigrams, are all targets of our esteemed society. It would indeed be delightful to cause them the slightest inconvenience. Plato gazed at Zhou Tai no 3 and slowly extracted a golden chalice from the void. He gently swirled the cup, revealing the crimson liquid within, which emanated a faint red glow. This is the blood of the death curse. When willingly consumed by the user, it bestows terrifying demonic power. However, the price is a drastically shortened lifespan, leaving only a single day to live. The good news is, It affects only the body, leaving the soul and consciousness unharmed. I wonder if it suits you? Zhou number 3 looked at the blood in the chalice, his excitement evident as he exclaimed, I can only say this is magnificent. I like it. Excellent. Time is of the essence. Drink up, Plato said with a beaming smile at the remaining Zhou. With so many willing subjects to consume the blood of the death curse, he was curious about the surprises that awaited them. The risk of lingering was certainly worth it. Number 3 Zhou grasped the cup and took a hearty gulp before passing it to number 4 Zhou. In an instant, apart from the second Zhou, who was utilizing his original body, the remaining Zhou personalities consumed the blood of the death curse. Their faith in Plato stemmed from a profound awareness that he could easily locate them, and extinguishing their existence would pose little challenge. Moreover, with Plato refraining from action, their future appeared grim, rendering any unnecessary complications futile. Crack. The body that number 3 Zhou was inhabiting was that of a middle-aged driver, parasitized by an aberrant worm. At that moment, the aberrant worm tore through the man's skin, its multitude of tendrils intertwining to form an indistinct humanoid shape. A cascade of crimson light radiated between the tendrils, merging them into a singular entity, from which a pair of demonic horns sprouted from the head. And a dense layer of chitinous scales enveloped the entire form, transforming it into a formidable demon warrior. The sensation was exhilarating, my strength, my speed, and how utterly astonishing it is to discover such dimensions within this world. Number 3 Zhou opened his eyes, glowing with a red luminescence, surveying the cavernous surroundings with palpable excitement. His eyes were devoid of pupils, presenting only a singular hue of red. Yet, he perceived a world brimming with layers of complexity, revealing visions incomprehensible to the ordinary mind. It seems you have acquired quite remarkable abilities, Plato remarked with a smile. Zhou gazed at Plato, perceiving an illusory hell looming behind him, where countless tormented souls writhed and wailed. With a grin revealing a multitude of sharp teeth, he remarked, indeed, an impressive ability. However, it is but for a day. I shall continue to refine the blood of the death curse, and in the future, it may extend far beyond a mere day. Do anticipate it. Plato smiled in response. At that moment, several other Zhou completed their transformations, each taking on various forms. Some robust, others feeble, yet all possessing a unique ability. The time has come. With this drop of blood, we must depart, Plato announced, glancing at his watch before bending down to retrieve the metallic lotus from the ground, addressing Zhou. Zhou nodded, casting a glance at the other Zhou before approaching Plato. After the blood was shed, Plato placed the lotus on the ground and informed the others. This lotus will serve as a substitute for his being targeted by the Chinese government's Hichu and Luoshu. If you wish to avoid a swift demise, keep your distance. Subsequently, Plato took Zhou arm, leading him into the void. From Zhou perspective, it felt as though he had traversed a thin membrane, arriving in a world filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The sun shone brilliantly overhead, surrounded by a breathtaking sea of blossoms, with numerous fairies frolicking joyfully in the air. Mr. Plato, are all members of the ancient sage society as formidable as you? Zhou inquired. Plato smiled and remarked, naturally, there exist both the strong and the weak, yet only 15 surpass my strength. The rest may either be comparable to me or inferior. What could the ancient sages possibly find in us? Inquired Zhou the second. Plato replied, in truth, your emergence had already caught the attention of our ancient council. However, at that time, you possessed no qualities worthy of an invitation. As an old saying from the Eastern realm goes, fortune may turn to misfortune. The silver arena was indeed a splendid spectacle, revealing your potential to us. Thus, I have come. Ah, I see. Zhou the second comprehended that the ancient council valued their ability to profoundly awaken the extraordinary bloodlines within supernal beings. This is indeed a formidable capability. Once they activate the bloodlines within those beings, the latter can, through blood collection, mass-produce more creatures of the same caliber. Nevertheless, Zhou the second feared not being exploited. Rather, he dreaded the notion of being deemed devoid of value. That would be the direst of fates. To possess value signifies belonging. To lack it, they might very well become mere lab rats. Meanwhile, in the cavern, Zhou the third observed Plato and Zhou the second retreating deeper into the inferno, surrounded by a landscape of blades and flames. Ghastly, Terrifying corpses crawled about, and a woman attempted to grasp Zhou Tai, the second's foot, only to have amusing, delightful, utterly entertaining. Ha ha ha. As Zhou Tai number 3 observed Plato and Zhou Tai number 2 vanish from sight, he pondered silently, followed by a series of hearty guffaws. This world is indeed a splendid playground, and he felt he had only just begun to explore its wonders. At 10:50 p.m., Yu Xian and Qing Miao sat together in a bubble, gazing at the lush green mountains in the distance. With 10 minutes remaining before the operation commenced, both were fully prepared for battle, awaiting General Zhao Yi's strategic initiation. Qing Miao, what is General Zhao's ability? Yu Xian inquired with curiosity. Qing Miao shook her head, replying, I am uncertain. Abilities of those at the dragon level and above are classified matters. Even if one were to know, they cannot disclose it. Then, recalling something amusing, she couldn't help but chuckle. It is said that long ago, warriors from the island nation were particularly fond of showcasing their powers during combat. They would even take the time to explain the principles behind their abilities to their opponents. Consequently, they became the focus of study by various countries, resulting in the demise of many extraordinary beings. It was only then that they learned to be cautious and refrained from revealing their intelligence so readily. Yu Xian's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, and he ultimately burst into laughter. It truly was somewhat humorous. As the two exchanged light-hearted banter, the clock struck 12. Suddenly, they both noticed a figure in the sky, standing at a higher altitude. The figure, not particularly imposing in stature, emanated an indescribable aura of authority. At last, it has begun. Qing Miao gazed at the towering figure and murmured softly. Yu Xian looked up and inquired, Is he General Zhao? Indeed. Pay close attention. What unfolds next is a rare spectacle. Qing Miao replied earnestly. In the distance, Zhao Yi stood atop an atom, quietly observing the mountains below. His abilities were extraordinarily unique. Known as the reference of micro and macro, just as he could tread upon an atom, he could also imbue smaller entities with grand attributes, or bestow larger objects with diminutive qualities. Essentially, he could not alter the size of objects. However, he possessed the remarkable capacity to grant them relative qualities of largeness or smallness. A shooting star, he gently flicked, causing a speck of dust in the air to plummet towards the ground. The moment the dust made contact, the entire world seemed to lose its sound. The earth collapsed in layers, followed by a blinding flash of white light, and a shockwave erupted in its wake. This scene resembled a colossal meteor striking the earth. The surrounding mountains were instantly reduced to ash. Countless creatures turned to ethereal smoke amidst the radiance, leaving behind only dark silhouettes. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended, and shortly after witnessing the light, Yu Xian felt a fierce wind rush past, causing the energy membrane of the bubbles to ripple slightly. It is noteworthy that despite their considerable distance, they could see General Zhao clearly, solely because both possessed extraordinarily keen eyesight. After the first wave of shock subsided, the second and third waves followed in rapid succession. In the span of a mere half hour, the very landscape of the entire blockade zone underwent a profound transformation. Billowing black smoke ascended into the heavens, and the earth lay in utter disarray, with a terrain of undulating contours and bubbling magma strewn everywhere. Undoubtedly, once the magma cools and is accompanied by a torrential downpour, a vast lake will emerge in this place. Although Yu Xian had mentally prepared himself, he was still left awestruck by the exaggerated scene before him. He couldn't even discern how General Zhao Yi had launched his attack, utterly bewildered by the nature of his abilities. Judging by the extent of the ground's depression, something must have struck the surface, yet he could detect nothing at all. What, then, was this power? Yu Xian was certain that such an ability, which he could not even perceive the trajectory of, left him with no means of counteraction other than relying on his defensive capabilities. In other words, when faced with a powerhouse like Zhao Yi, he had absolutely no chance of victory. Is this what it means to be a dragon level? Yu Xian murmured to himself, gazing at the scene before him. Beside him, Qing Miao regained her composure and remarked, No, General Zhao Yi did not exert his full strength. After all, this is our homeland, and he is reluctant to cause excessive destruction. How do you know? Yu Xian inquired with curiosity. Qing Miao smiled and replied, It's a confidential matter. Now, we should get to work. Below, numerous wild animals are frantically fleeing, their location fortunately beyond Zhao Yi's strike range, allowing them to survive. However, in their panic, they instinctively begin to escape. Regrettably, this operation allows for no survivors, sealing their fate. Allow me, Yu Xian said to Qing Miao, observing the wild creatures racing towards them over the mountain. He extended his hand beyond the bubble, and countless tiny bubbles began to emerge from his fingertips, each resplendent in a myriad of colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the sun's rays, as if conjured from a dream. After generating a vast array of bubbles, he directed them swiftly towards the ground. On the ground, wild boars, leopards, wolves, snakes, tigers, squirrels, herds of deer, wild chickens, buffalo, and rats dashed in a frenzy. Predators and prey even fleeing side by side. Suddenly, a multitude of bubbles descended from above, halting before these animals. Many had yet to grasp the unfolding situation when they stumbled and fell, subsequently trampled to death by their companions. Yu Xian strategically fixed the majority of the bubbles along the animal's escape route, akin to a motorcycle rider speeding into a taut wire that could sever their throat. The fallen creatures had essentially collided with the bubbles, which remained anchored in that spatial coordinate, without the protective energy membrane of the bubbles. A collision was tantamount to certain death. However, there were still some rather diminutive creatures that did not collide with these bubbles. Thus, Yu Xian maneuvered a bubble. Weaving through the midst of these animals, mice, snakes, and squirrels all fell one by one, their bodies pierced by small wounds akin to gunshot wounds. Xianyu, your power is utterly terrifying, Qing Miao exclaimed, observing the hundreds of beasts that perished within mere seconds below. She envisioned a scenario in her mind where she battled Yu Xian and, in a moment of despair, realized that even employing all her tactics, she would likely not stand a chance against him. These spatial bubbles alone rendered Yu Xian invulnerable in their confrontations. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that her attacks had yet to reach the eagle level. Should she attain such prowess, perhaps she might have a fighting chance against Yu Xian. Below the eagle level, unless one possessed top-tier abilities akin to the might of Pangu, engaging Yu Xian in combat would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing Qing Miao's words, Yu Xian glanced at the vast pit in the distance and humbly remarked, "It's not that impressive. Compared to General Zhao Yi's abilities, mine hardly amount to anything." Qing Miao rolled her eyes at Yu Xian, perceiving not humility, but rather an air of ostentation. At that moment, a sudden loud explosion echoed from not far away, prompting both to turn toward the source of the sound. Allies were engaged in battle. Qing Miao, possessing sharper eyesight than Yu Xian, quickly spotted a towering, menacing creature with crimson skin pursuing two of their teammates. However, those two individuals were not members of the exorcism squad. They appeared to belong to another team. Before the two could decide whether to offer assistance, one of the young men in the distance had his arm severed by a monster's razor-sharp claw. "This is bad. You stay here. I will go to provide support." Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Miao's expression shifted slightly as she promptly addressed Yu Xian. In the next moment, she transformed into a bluebird and soared out of the bubble. Number 5, Zhou Tai, after consuming the blood of the death curse, acquired abilities that were both simplistic and brutal, an extraordinarily strong physique, with his entire body adorned by bone-like blades suited for slaughter. "Is this all you are capable of? So weak and so deluded. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to seek your own demise?" Zhou Tai pursued one of the retreating youths, opening his enormous mouth to roar, then aimed to crush the man's skull in a single bite. Boom! Just as he was about to snap his jaws down, Qing Miao swiftly arrived. She struck fiercely with her beak against Zhou Tai's cheek, producing a terrifying explosive sound. Though Zhou Tai's defenses were formidable, the impact sent ripples across his cheek without breaching his guard. He momentarily paused. Then his eyes gleamed with ferocity as he seized the young man's shoulder and hurled him towards Qing Miao. Qing Miao had initially intended to pierce through Zhou Tai's skull in a single blow, but in the face of an impenetrable barrier. She could only rely on the reactive force generated by her impact to retreat, preparing to circle around and launch another assault. Yet, a single misstep could lead to an utter defeat. The bluebird did not anticipate that number 5, Zhou Tai, would react with such swiftness. Hardly had she flown less than 5 meters when she was struck in the back by a man hurled by Zhou Tai. Her maximum speed indeed reached 10 times the speed of sound, but after attacking Zhou Tai, her velocity diminished instantaneously, necessitating a period of acceleration to return. Now, having been struck by the man, her form faltered even further. "Die, all of you." Number 5, Zhou Tai, offered the bluebird no respite. Seizing the moment of her reduced speed, he propelled himself with his legs, aiming his sharp bone blade at both the man and the bluebird. Clearly, he intended to eliminate them both in one fell swoop. It was over. The bluebird turned to see the bone blade approaching, and despair flooded her heart. She had not anticipated that Zhou Tai's seemingly reckless actions concealed a meticulous strategy that forced her into a corner with a single move. Just as peril loomed, two bubbles surged past Zhou Tai, enveloping both the bluebird and the man within their embrace. The bone blade struck the surface of the bubbles, creating ripples that spread widely. Zhou Tai attempted to continue his assault, but the bubbles ascended rapidly, leaving him helplessly watching as they soared away. Saved. The bluebird transformed back into her human form, gazing down at Zhou Tai, and let out a heavy sigh of relief. In that fleeting moment, she truly believed her demise was inevitable. The formidable strength of No. 5 Zhou Tai likely surpassed the serpent level, far exceeding her own capabilities. Qing Yao, are you all right? In the air, Yu Xian floated over in a bubble. Inquiring of Qing Yao, who occupied another bubble nearby, Qing Yao shook her head and replied, I am fine, thank you. Otherwise, this time. Enough. We are comrades. There is no need for such formalities. I shall confront him now. Yu Xian interjected, turning his gaze toward number 5 Zhou Tai. On the ground, No. 5 Zhou Tai emitted a furious roar, pivoting to slay another team member, only to discover that the man whose arm he had severed had been rescued. Who dares to show themselves? He bellowed in rage before being struck by an unexpectedly incoming bubble, which propelled him into the rocky mountainside. Yu Xian descended from the sky, wielding the bubble like a demolition ball, relentlessly battering number 5 Zhou Tai. It must be said that Zhou Tai's physique was astonishingly resilient. The rocky terrain was indented several meters from the impact, yet he remained largely unscathed. However, Yu Xian conjured another bubble, orchestrating two bubbles to collide in a V formation in succession. Gradually, the bone blades on Zhou Tai's body fractured, and his form began to grotesquely distort. If steel cannot withstand repeated blows, how could flesh and blood endure? Minutes later, number 5 Zhou Tai had been rendered unrecognizable. Once it was clear that he possessed no further capacity for resistance, Yu Xian stepped forward and inquired, Which number are you, Zhou Tai? I will kill you. I want to kill you, murmured number 5, Zhou Tai, in a feeble voice. Yu Xian nodded, his expression calm as he replied, I see. It turns out to be number 5, Zhou Tai. With that, he ensnared Zhou Tai in a bubble, intending to consult the captain about how to handle the situation. Just as Yu Xian turned to leave, he suddenly realized the gravity of the matter. Although Zhou Tai was not particularly formidable to him, he was indeed regarded as a monstrous entity by many others. In fact, Zhou Tai's combat prowess surpassed that of the previous giant ape. If other Zhou Tai were still alive, there was a genuine possibility they could successfully break through. Recognizing the seriousness of the issue, he hastily retrieved his phone to contact Jin Sheng and relay the situation. Jin Sheng promptly responded, ordering the Bluebird to patrol the surroundings and to notify all nearby individuals upon discovering Zhou Tai, urging everyone to provide assistance as much as possible. Both Yu Xian and Jin Sheng mistakenly believed that Zhou Tai had suddenly grown stronger due to the variables introduced by their newfound ability to tap into the bloodlines of extraordinary creatures. While Jin Sheng was adjusting his strategy, on a peak in the peripheral region, number 3, Zhou Tai, crouched in the shadow of a massive rock, watching Yu Xian in the distance. Thanks to Plato's warning, they made every effort to remain as far from the metallic lotus as possible. As a result, Zhao Yi's attack merely destroyed the metallic lotus and numerous immobile aberrant insects, prompting several Zhou Tai to emerge. Brother Yu, what manner of creature are you? From the perspective of number 3 Zhou Tai, Yu Xian resembled a bloodthirsty beast, ravenously devouring everything in sight. Initially, Zhou Tai believed Plato's concept of reality was already terrifying enough. However, upon witnessing Yu Xian's reality, he perceived an even greater horror emanating from him. It was a beast of indescribable form, its entire being composed of countless swirling vortices, as if anything that ventured too close would be inexorably drawn into its depths. What was more alarming was its insatiable hunger. Its body seemed an endless abyss, with no indication of how much it would take to satiate it. Yet, the presence of a formidable opponent made the encounter all the more intriguing. Zhou Tai felt a surge of excitement. After all, even if he did nothing, his body would perish within a day. Thus, it was far more worthwhile to engage in some playful banter and observe just how formidable Yu Xian could become. He leapt swiftly from one peak to another, closing the distance to Yu Xian with remarkable speed. After reporting the situation, Yu Xian did not linger but continued to vanquish more beasts. Their position was one of the few paths down the mountain accessible to animals, The remaining areas were either sheer cliffs or thickets of thorns, where entry meant certain death. "Brother, I'm here to play again." Suddenly, from a distance, a wild bull soared through the air, hurtling directly towards Yuxian, even as Zhou Tai's voice rang out. Yuxian sat within his bubble, observing as a bison charged towards him. Instantly, he commanded the bubble to alter its properties, transforming from a rigid sphere into one of remarkable elasticity, simultaneously expanding its diameter from 2 meters to 5. The bison collided with the bubble, only to be rebounded in the next moment. "Are you the Zhou Tai from school? Number 3? Yuxian inquired, directing his gaze at Zhou Tai, who had caught the bison and swiftly leaped out of the herd. Zhou Tai, number 3, opened his mouth and bit down hard on the struggling bison, blood filling his grin. "It seems you have conducted your investigations quite thoroughly." "Indeed, I am number 3. You may call me Xiao Sanson," he replied. Suddenly, he unleashed a spray of flesh and blood from the bison, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Yuxian. Yet, his assault was effortlessly thwarted by the bubble, even causing the remnants to bounce back, forcing him to sidestep slightly. What happened to the other Zhou Tais? Yuxian scanned the surroundings and continued his inquiry. Number 3's mood shifted rapidly, and he retorted with annoyance, "Little brother, you are clearly engaged in a game with me. Why do you persist in thinking of others?" "Very well, let us first settle this matter with you before seeking the other Zhou Tais," Yuxian replied calmly. In an instant, countless bubbles converged from all directions, resembling a barrage of bullets as they shot towards number 3. After acquiring the exclusive skill of bubbles through mutated blood energy, Yuxian's combat style had evolved from that of a brawler to that of a noble mage, often able to vanquish his foes without even lifting a finger. The third Zhou Tai exhibited remarkable dynamic vision and reaction speed. He swiftly retreated, creating distance, and then engaged in lateral leaps, continuously evading the incoming bubbles. These bubbles appeared hollow, imparting a sense of lightness. However, their speed and striking power were unexpectedly formidable. As he dodged their attacks, the surrounding flora and rocks suffered immensely. The stones were shattered into countless fragments, while the plants bore the marks of relentless gnawing, with leaves displaying numerous half-moon or circular bites. In comparison to his time at school, Yuxian had significantly strengthened. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. The eye of the demon was indeed powerful. As the third Zhou Tai marveled at Yuxian's rapid growth, Yuxian was equally astonished by the third Zhou Tai's advancement. Had Zhou Tai retained the same strength he possessed during their school encounter, Yuxian could have easily resolved the situation within seconds. Yet now, no matter how he attacked, it seemed as though Zhou Tai could foresee his moves, effortlessly evading every strike. In contrast to the fifth Zhou Tai, the third was undoubtedly far more challenging to contend with. "Brother, behold my mighty tree." The third Zhou Tai leapt from the ground onto a tree, then from one tree to another. Suddenly, he pivoted and kicked the trunk, severing it, and with a swift motion, sent the upper half of the tree hurtling towards Yuxian. What an opportunity! Yuxian's eyes sparkled as he allowed the tree to crash against his protective bubble, promptly directing the bubble towards the airborne Zhou Tai, who had no means of support. "I play," exclaimed number 3, Zhou Tai, his eyelids quivering as he deftly stepped onto a bubble. Utilizing its elasticity, he swiftly evaded other bubbles, his body gliding through them before alighting upon a nearby tree. He possessed the remarkable ability to discern the properties of the bubbles. Yuxian furrowed his brow, realizing that his own petty trick had inadvertently afforded Zhou Tai an opportunity. In truth, not all the bubbles he had created were of a rigid nature. Among the multitude were those imbued with stickiness, endowed with elasticity, and even some that bore corrosive properties. Yuxian had intended to exploit the unique characteristics of these bubbles to deliver a minor surprise to Zhou Tai, but the latter saw through his ruse. He even managed to pinpoint the elastic bubbles with precision and put them to use. "So this is how my vision is employed." Perched upon the branch, Zhou Tai's lips curled into a smile, momentarily lost in delight. To him, each bubble was distinct. Some emanated a foul odor, others vibrated incessantly, while some were sticky to the touch. His earlier act of severing the large tree was not an assault on Yuxian, but rather a silent experiment, utilizing leaves and wood shavings to discern the effects of various bubbles. The foul-smelling bubbles were corrosive, while the sticky ones possessed formidable adhesion. Once ensnared, escape was futile, and the vibrating bubbles exhibited remarkable elasticity. He had seen it all clearly. The eye of the demon. This is the malevolent power he has acquired. It is an ability imbued with intense malice, distorting the world as perceived through the user's eyes into an absurd spectacle. Yet, amidst this warped reality, the eye of the demon reveals certain truths that are ordinarily concealed. This phenomenon is what one might call the truth of falsehoods. For instance, the monster that number 3 Zhou Tai sees on Yu Xian is a fabrication. However, the fact that Yu Xian is perpetually consuming is genuine. The ideal state envisioned by Plato appears as hellish, yet the utopia is birthed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Distinguishing truth from illusion relies solely on the wisdom of the user of the eye of the demon. It is evident that number 3 Zhou Tai has begun to adapt to the eye of the demon, successfully extracting valuable truths from a multitude of unreal images. I have seen it all. Number 3 Zhou Tai twists his waist to evade a bubble's assault, his lips curling into a smile that reveals rows of sharp teeth. He suddenly spins, delivering a powerful punch to one of the bubbles, then raises his leg to dodge numerous other bubbles' attacks. Leaning back as he kicks the bubble he just struck. Spin, attack, evade, then spin again, and strike anew. These slight movements prove remarkably effective in avoiding Yu Xian's onslaught, culminating in a flurry of counterattacks where one of Yu Xian's bubbles is shattered by a single punch from number 3 Zhou Tai. The entire exchange transpires in a mere blink, lasting only a second or two. In Yu Xian's eyes, number 3 Zhou Tai merely spun his body at high speed, yet strangely evaded his attacks, even launching a series of counterstrikes that shattered a bubble. Young man, the tides of offense and defense are about to shift. Suddenly, number 3 Zhou Tai darted out from the bubble, his scales emitting an odd sound. Boom. Before Yu Xian could react, number 3 Zhou Tai charged at him, delivering a punch that struck the protective bubble, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Realization dawned on him as his pupils constricted sharply. The sensation of being hunted by number 3 Zhou Tai back in school returned to him. His mind raced, focusing on one particular bubble that possessed a sticky quality and bore a scale on its surface. In an instant, he comprehended how number 3 Zhou Tai had rapidly maneuvered to confront him. Zhou Tai had first utilized the elastic bubble to accelerate himself, then sacrificed a scale to alter the angle of his attack with the sticky bubble. The combination of these elements allowed him to strike from an unexpected angle, too swiftly for Yu Xian to respond. His own offensive strategies had been turned against him. With a decisive thought, Yu Xian recalled all the sticky, elastic bubbles surrounding him, sending forth more rigid bubbles to swiftly pursue and strike at number 3 Zhou Tai. Ineffective, young man, I have seen through all your tactics. On the third day, Zhou Tai observed Yu Xian collecting the elastic and adhesive bubbles, skillfully evading numerous assaults from the formidable bubbles, and remarked with a smile that indeed, Yu Xian's attacks posed him no real threat. The sturdy bubbles wielded considerable power. However, Zhou Tai could anticipate their trajectories, even going so far as to leap atop one, allowing it to carry him forth. Yet, Yu Xian remained unfazed, continuing to manipulate a multitude of robust bubbles to attack from various angles, though it appeared he was running out of options. With a resounding boom, Zhou Tai sought to validate his assertion, deftly dodging while launching frequent counterattacks, his fist striking the protective bubble surrounding Yu Xian. Unfortunately, due to the insufficient frequency of his assaults, shattering Yu Xian's defenses proved impossible, and it was evident that Yu Xian would not grant him such an opportunity. The moment he attempted to strike the surrounding bubbles, they would immediately converge upon him. To remain would mean certain doom, while retreating would signify a complete failure. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Zhou Tai had acclimatized to the rhythm of the relentless, sturdy bubble assaults, gracefully evading dozens of bubbles shooting towards him from various angles. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself upward, landing on several robust bubbles, and was instantaneously catapulted before Yu Xian, delivering a punch towards the bubble. Although he could not shatter it, the essence of the encounter was merely a game. His ability to counterattack signified that he had yet to be defeated. However, at the moment he unleashed his punch, Yu Xian simultaneously spread both hands, and in an instant, countless silver threads shot forth from his fingertips. The two were now alarmingly close, not exceeding 30 centimeters. Zhou Tai, the third, felt a tremor in his eye sockets, his scarlet gaze seemingly witnessing the Reaper brandishing his scythe approaching. In an instant, his body was ensnared by the silver threads, resembling a mummified figure. Had there been only one or two threads, he might have managed to break free. Yet now, the dense entanglement of silver threads enveloped him, leaving him to squirm like a worm. How? Have you forgotten that I possess this ability? Yu Xian inquired with a smile. gazing at Zhou Tai. Upon realizing that the bubbles were ineffective against Zhou Tai, he devised this plan. Should Zhou Tai become overconfident, he was 90% certain he could capture him alive. Clearly, in this confrontation, victory was his. Meanwhile, as Yuxian engaged in combat with Zhou Tai, the other Zhou Tai also made their moves. The fourth Zhou Tai, after consuming the blood of the death curse, transformed into a half-human, half-spider form, his hands morphing into scissors while 6 legs endowed him with remarkable agility. In the midst of a forest, he spun his web, but upon finding no prey, he resolved to take the initiative. Departing from his intricately woven web, he traversed through the thicket, and suddenly, he spotted a lovely young girl with bright eyes and pearly teeth squatting by a stream, roasting chicken wings. What a beautiful visage! Zhou Tai, designated as number 4, fixated upon the young girl, his countenance twisting into a grotesque visage, his 6 eyes gleaming with infatuation. His mind conjured images of a macabre pas de deux with the girl's skin, envisioning himself adorned in it, admiring his reflection. Beside the brook, Gong Qian's anticipation was palpable as she rotated the skewer, the chicken wing's golden-brown surface glistening with an alluring aroma. It was nearly ready. With closed eyes, she murmured a reverent incantation. I express my gratitude to the noble chicken for its selfless sacrifice, to the bounty of nature, and to my own dedication in mastering the art of barbecue. Now, I shall partake. As she opened her maw, poised to devour the roasted delicacy, an unexpected blow struck the back of her head. An eerie silence descended. Zhou Tai, his eyes widened in disbelief, stared at his hands. Though transformed into razor-sharp, unyielding shears, they had failed to sever even a single strand of hair. Impossible. His face contorted in frustration as he exerted his full strength, striving to crush Gong Qian's skull. Yet, his efforts were futile. Her head possessed an unearthly resilience, akin to diamond, no, an adamantine alloy. You scoundrel, cease interrupting my repast. Gong Qian snarled, veins throbbing on her forehead, as she unleashed a thunderous punch. Before Zhou Tai could react, he was struck by a powerful punch from Gong Qian, resulting in a shower of viscous fluid and debris being sent flying, ultimately littering the ground. Damn it, Gong Qian exclaimed, crouching down to fix her gaze on the roasted chicken wings, preparing to savor her finest creation. As she opened her mouth, ready to take a bite, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. With a sigh, she slowly rose to her feet. Captain, help! A brown-haired girl, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed out from the forest, frantically heading toward Gong Qian. Hot on her heels was a black tiger, nearly the size of an elephant. This formidable creature had no connection to Zhou Tai and his companions. It had merely fled in panic and, upon encountering the girl, instinctively launched an attack. At that moment, the black tiger was merely a few hundred meters away, and with its speed, it could close the distance in mere strides. The brown-haired girl looked at Gong Qian, as if facing an imminent separation from life itself. Seeking death, Gong Qian suddenly appeared before the black tiger, delivering a fierce slap that shattered much of its face. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a scene of extreme brutality. With a thunderous crash, the black tiger collapsed, having lost most of its head. Gong Qian then turned around and was enveloped in the embrace of the brown-haired girl. The girl sobbed, Captain, I thought I would never see you again. You scare me to death. She stands at a height of 1.70 meters, while Gong Qian measures 1.46 meters. As she cradles Gong Qian in her arms, it resembles a mother tenderly holding her child. Just moments ago, she was filled with trepidation, yet now her heart dances with joy, as if a little figure within her is gleefully waving scissors, exclaiming, Hooray, I've embraced the captain. Gong Qian, caught in this embrace, feels a sense of helplessness. She wishes to break free but fears causing harm, so she sighs, It seems there are quite a few exceptional beings around. Come, let us stretch our limbs. As you command, Captain. The brown-haired girl replies with a smile, releasing her hold with measured restraint. Despite Gong Qian being merely at the eagle level, she possesses an aura akin to that of a supermodel, instilling a profound sense of security in those near her. Among all the talented youth at the Qilin headquarters, Gong Qian holds the top rank, designated as number 1. Anyone aware of her presence understands that she is truly a marvel, for she is the sole individual who, after consuming the blood of Pangu, acquired the mighty powers of the Panga deity. At the sparrow level, her strength is in the hundreds of tons. At the serpent level, it escalates to thousands of tons. Now that she has reached the eagle level, her might has soared to 10,000 tons. The vast majority of carbon-based life forms in this world cannot withstand even a single punch from her full strength, and most attacks leave no mark upon her delicate skin. Meanwhile, number 6, Zhou Tai, is fixated on a man and a woman below the mountain. After consuming the blood of the death curse, Zhou Tai's physique has become slender, and he has developed a tail that can extend and retract at will, granting him the formidable power of invisibility, a highly advanced form of concealment. After utilizing his abilities, he completely concealed his form, scent, light, shadows, and sounds, leaving no trace upon treading the ground. Number 6, Zhou Tai, felt immense satisfaction with his powers, as long as he refrained from initiating an attack. No one could detect his presence. Alas, this body was destined to exist for only a day. In gratitude for humanity's relentless pursuit, Zhou Tai resolved to bestow a surprise upon everyone, such as exterminating all the weaklings present, silently descending the mountain. His elongated tail extended above the heads of a man and a woman. The tip of his tail bore a structure akin to a dagger. Not only hard and sharp, but also coated with a potent poison. A strike would incapacitate the target swiftly, if not lethally. At that moment, he directed his tail to pierce the crown of the woman's head. Clang! The woman was struck by the tail, producing a crisp metallic sound. Subsequently, her form became ethereal, akin to a wisp of smoke contracting, transforming into a sharp sword. Longsword Emocia. The man then grasped the sword, drew it, struck, and sheathed it. In an instant, numerous fine lacerations appeared on Zhou Tai's body as he gazed at the man in disbelief. Despite the apparent weakness of both the man and the woman, why had they suddenly become so formidable? Unfortunately, the man had no intention of providing any explanations, and Zhou Tai could only succumb to his endless confusion. At that moment, the longsword reverted to the woman's form, and the pair approached Zhou Tai's lifeless body, taking photographs beside it before uploading them. Codename Ganjiang, codename Moi, eliminated a target suspected to be Zhou Tai. Codename First, killed a target suspected to be Zhou Tai and another suspected to be a serpent-class extraordinary being. Codename Salted Fish, captured Zhou Tai No. 3 alive and captured Zhou Tai number 5. Codename Lion Light, killed Zhou Tai number 7 and eliminated numerous extraordinary beasts. Yu Xian returned to his original position, holding a mobile phone, gazing at the incessantly refreshing notifications, feeling an unsettling discrepancy. He clicked on each notification, scrutinizing the photographs one by one, his brow furrowing slightly. His current perception was acutely heightened. The Zhou Tai depicted in these images felt entirely different from the one he had encountered in the arena. Which number was that Zhou Tai? Could it be that there are still undiscovered personalities? In a secluded cave deep within a mountain, Zhou Tai No. 9 was engaged in drawing a formation, having received the demonic power to summon demons. Although he was not particularly satisfied with his ability, it was ultimately a one-time power that would dissipate after today, so he did not hold it in high regard. Third brother, release me at once. I never agreed to cooperate with you. If you dare use me as a sacrifice, others will undoubtedly not let you off, Zhou Tai number 8 urged. Pinned beneath a massive rock by Zhou Tai number 9. It remains uncertain whether the direction of mutation is influenced by personality, but Zhou Tai number 8, known for his penchant for deceit, exhibited his characteristic behavior. Thus, after his mutation, he not only failed to grow stronger, but instead became frail and weak. His only demonic power being an enormous mouth. His mouth transformed into a shape reminiscent of a trumpet, capable of emitting thunderous sounds. Close your mouth. If you wish to avoid becoming a sacrifice, you must exchange your body. This body is mine, declared Zhou Tai, the 9th, with an air of dominance. He was inherently overbearing, as the authority of the leader was unassailable, rendering the second in command as if merely an ornament. Consequently, he resolved to seize the position of the third. Fortunately, the third was also one who understood the situation and willingly relinquished his place. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have ensued. After inscribing the summoning ritual for the demon, he slashed his wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto the array. Gradually, the formation became saturated with blood, emanating a crimson glow. Remember this, 9th, sooner or later, I shall have you begging on your knees, bellowed Zhou Tai the 8th. In a fit of rage, as the ritual activated, he quickly withdrew his consciousness, returning the body to the original aberrant creature. Zhou Tai, the 9th, merely curled his lip, disregarding the 8th's threats. After all, he was the third Zhou Tai, and the name was mispronounced. Who was he truly threatening? At that moment, the red light from the ritual enveloped the entire cavern, and the body of Zhou Tai, the eighth, swiftly withered. A colossal arm emerged from the array, effortlessly swatting away the boulders that had pinned the eighth down, gradually expanding the cracks in the ritual to allow its head to protrude. State your wish, insect. He gazed at number 9 Zhou Tai and spoke in a language that Zhou Tai had never heard before, yet comprehended its essence. Number 9 Zhou Tai chuckled, saying, "My desire is quite simple, to slay everyone here. Anyone you encounter may be killed." This was a reasonable request, and I consented. "Call upon my name. I am Demos." The demon revealed a grin filled with sharp teeth as he addressed number 9 Zhou Tai. Had the request been unreasonable or Demos disinterested, he would have refrained from divulging his name, signifying that the summoning of the demon would result not only in the loss of the offering but also in utter failure. Now that Demos had shared his name with number 9 Zhou Tai, it indicated that the pact had been forged. "Arise, Demos," number 9 Zhou Tai exclaimed with a smile. Raising his voice, the rift in the center of the formation widened, and Demos's terrifying form emerged slowly from the chasm, crashing through the cave's ceiling. The very mountain was soon rent asunder by Demos's colossal body. His head resembled a grotesque amalgamation of baboon and crocodile, while his physique was akin to that of a gorilla, adorned with bat-like wings on his back and a tail that resembled a cobra. He was immensely large, and upon his emergence, he let out a prolonged howl before grasping number 9 Zhou Tai in one hand. "You and I shall be the last to perish," Demos remarked with a smile directed at number 9 Zhou Tai. Indifferent, number 9 Zhou Tai replied with a grin, "It matters not. But I wish to witness rivers of blood. I hope you will unleash a merciless slaughter." As Demosthenes emerged from the formation, the various squads immediately activated their alert systems. His imposing stature, grander than a mountain, rendered him visible from afar. Jin Sheng, positioned close to Demosthenes, merely 3 mountains apart, typed furiously on his phone while observing the colossal figure. His expression grave, tiger grade, dragon grade, evacuate. The situation has drastically changed. All members below the serpent grade must retreat promptly. The azure bird soared swiftly through the mountainous terrain, encountering members of each squad and urgently calling out to them. Many began to gather their belongings, hastily exiting the restricted zone. Yusian, perched atop a bubble, gazing at the distant and terrifying presence of Demosthenes, exclaimed in astonishment, "Which number Zhou Tai is he?" "Haha. He is the true 3rd Zhou Tai. I am merely the 9th Zhou Tai. Surprised, aren't you?" The 3rd Zhou Tai laughed heartily. Yusian had allowed him to speak because he realized that the 3rd Zhou Tai was indeed a blabbermouth, seemingly incapable of keeping secrets. He dared to reveal everything. 3rd Zhou Tai? 9th Zhou Tai? A sudden thought struck him. Recalling the giant ape he had previously encountered, could it possibly be that Zhou Tai? Such an exaggeration. Initially, Yusian believed his own rapid enhancement in strength was remarkable, yet now he felt there was still room for further improvement. It was decided. Henceforth, he would ascend to the heavens to bask in the sunlight. At that moment, Demos suddenly exerted force through his legs, propelling his body into the air with remarkable agility. He then opened his mouth, swiftly coalescing a crimson energy orb within, emanating brilliance that surpassed even the sun. "This is bad." Yusian observed the unfolding scene and immediately commanded the bubbles to retreat rapidly, while simultaneously extending his hand to release a multitude of bubbles. These bubbles could withstand speeds up to 5 times the speed of sound, and he pushed their velocity to the utmost limit. Many team members, unable to react in time, were enveloped by the bubbles and whisked away to safety. Initially, some individuals mistook the sudden enveloping for an attack, only realizing the truth as they noticed the bubbles distancing from the epicenter. Boom! The speed at which the crimson orb coalesced was astonishing, and its descent was equally swift. In an instant, a pillar of red light surged skyward from the ground, followed by an increasing number of light columns erupting from the earth. This was entirely different from the explosion Yusian had envisioned, yet the destructive power was equally formidable. With each light column that emerged, a terrifying wave of heat and shockwave wreaked havoc in the surroundings, instantly obliterating those Yusian had failed to protect, leaving them reduced to ashes. "Curse you! Meet your demise." At that moment, a petite figure darted from a nearby mountain towards Demos, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. Boom! The flesh on Demos's face quivered violently as his eyes rolled back in response. Yet, in the ensuing moment, it clenched its mandibles, its entire being surging with power, and surprisingly withstood the maiden's assault. Subsequently, a tail lashed out, striking the maiden, who was instantly sent hurtling backward, crashing through 3 mountains before halting. Lion's majesty. Following this, a roar akin to that of a lion reverberated, and a golden lion, entirely composed of energy, materialized, its mane radiating a scorching brilliance akin to the sun. Boom. The golden lion collided with Demos, the terrifying shockwaves scattering everything in the vicinity. In the subsequent instant, Demos bellowed, exerting force with both hands to hoist the golden lion aloft. With a mighty heave, it flung the golden lion away, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground, where golden light erupted, revealing Jin Sheng's figure. Jin Sheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, the light in his pupils dimming instantly. Rescue the man. Vermin. I shall crush you. Demos pressed its advantage, its massive form leaping into the air. Its right arm clenched into a fist as it hurtled toward Jin Sheng on the ground. In the nick of time, a flash of sword light streaked across the ground, and Demos' fist struck empty earth, creating a colossal pit in the ground. Demos immediately turned its gaze to its left, where Gan Jiang, one hand gripping Xie and the other supporting Jin Sheng, was retreating rapidly. Insects, courting death. Demos slammed its right hand forcefully onto the ground, instantly transforming a large amount of soil into solid rock. Then, raising its hand, it hurled the massive rocks in the direction the three were moving. As the swiftly fleeing Ganjiang found himself shrouded in a massive shadow, he looked up to see boulders plummeting from above. Moyue. He paid no heed to anything else, releasing Jinxing as he was lifted by the long sword, striking down upon the rocks. How formidable! This was no ordinary stone, but one imbued with a certain magical essence. With a powerful swing, Ganjiang's body immediately spun. As he ascended, Moyue descended, transforming instantaneously into a broadsword, while Moyue, now human, wielded the broadsword to cleave at the rock. A fissure appeared upon the surface of the stone, yet it was evidently insufficient. In an instant, Ganjiang and Moyue whirled about like the blades of a fan, alternately rising and falling, their swords exchanging forms in a relentless dance. At times, it was Ganjiang who grasped Moyue, now a long sword, and at others, it was Moyue wielding Ganjiang, now a broadsword. As the rocks crashed to the ground, countless cracks emerged, and upon contact with the earth, they disintegrated into myriad tiny fragments. Ganjiang and Moyue landed simultaneously, both breathless, and before they could catch their breath, Demos appeared before them, towering down with a clenched fist aimed at the two. Ganjiang, Moyue, life and death together. With their hands clasped, Ganjiang and Moyue exerted their strength in unison, instantly transforming into a long sword and broadsword that shot toward Demos. The two blades collided with Demos' fist, and in an instant, they were sent hurtling back, their surfaces marred with cracks. Two swords transformed into humanoid forms and fell to the ground, both spewing forth blood. Demos was exceedingly formidable. Merely a slight collision had left the two gravely injured. Quick! Annihilate them! Cried Shoutai, excited by the scene. Demos paid little heed to Shoutai's words. It harbored a greater disdain for Jin Xing than for the legendary swords. Ganjiang and Xie. The radiance emitted by Jin Xing in his form as a golden lion subtly restrained Demos. The two were irreconcilable foes, rendering Jin Sheng its primary target for elimination. With a sinister grin, Demos gazed at Jin Sheng on the ground, relishing the prospect of extinguishing this nascent threat. However, as it lifted its hand, golden threads swiftly entwined around its form, instantaneously immobilizing it. At the other end of these golden threads stood a group of robed men and women, their hands forming seals, each displaying a grave expression as they gritted their teeth and channeled their spiritual energy. Fortunately, we made it in time. Captain Ganjiang, Captain Jin Xing. Can you still fight? One of the Taoists called out to Jin Sheng and Ganjiang. Yet, neither responded, causing the Taoist's expression to darken with concern. This was dire. They could not restrain Demos for long. Currently, among the 4 teams engaged in battle, 2 captains were gravely injured, and 1 captain's fate was uncertain, leaving only the demon-slaying squad capable of continuing the fight. The dilemma, however, was that the demon-slaying squad specialized in exterminating and capturing demons, rendering them ill-equipped to contend with a being like Demos, which bore no demonic aura. In this assembly, there are 4 teams. The Exorcism team excels in dealing with zombies and vengeful spirits, while Jin Sheng's line of radiance possesses an unparalleled restraining power over such entities. One flash of its light can reduce malevolent beings to mere ashes. The Slaying Evil team is particularly adept at confronting colossal monsters. Those enormous creatures that often resemble livestock awaiting slaughter when faced with the likes of Ganjiang and Mo Xie, easily falling apart in mere moments. The leader of the crime eradication team, Gong Qian, is exceptionally skilled at combating various malevolent, criminal superhumans, delivering a decisive blow akin to a swift strike of a small karami. Lastly, the demon-slaying team is primarily tasked with managing and eliminating the hidden creatures within the urban expanse, such as the fox spirits, beings transformed from animals through cultivation. It is worth mentioning that, although Hu Tu'er possesses the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox, she is still human and not a genuine fox spirit. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed as Deimos's body trembled slightly, and numerous golden threads began to show signs of fracture. This is not good. Tianxian, you must swiftly escort the two captains and Mo Xie away from here. We may not hold out much longer, spoke the leading Taoist. The demon-slaying team consists of 7 members, aptly named after the Big Dipper. Captain Tian Shu, along with team members Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. Captain, can you hold out? Tian Xian hesitated to ask. At this moment, the 7 of them were collectively exerting their strength to barely contain Deimos's thoughts. Yet even so, the instinct of Deimos's body continued to resist. If she were to depart, Demosthenes would only need to engage his mind for a fleeting moment, and the remaining 6 would likely find themselves in grave peril. At the very least, as we stand while they lie helpless, how could we turn a blind eye to their demise? We must act swiftly. Tian Shu spoke with resolute determination. He had already mentally prepared himself. Should Demosthenes indeed find a way to break free from his constraints, he would unleash his vital essence to bind him, ensuring that no opportunity for retaliation would be afforded. The binding rope for demons, an artifact of dragon grade, was forged from an abundance of precious materials, having proven effective in past demon-slaying missions. Were it not for the mismatch of expertise, Demosthenes would have no choice but to submit. Tian Xian clenched her teeth and nodded, immediately ceasing the flow of her spiritual energy. However, upon her cessation, Demosthenes began to tremble violently, the golden threads of the binding rope fracturing incessantly. With a surge of spiritual light, the red dragon stirred the essence gate, invoking all its might, 5 fires igniting at the navel chakra. At that moment, Tian Shu swiftly formed hand seals, then struck his abdomen, reciting incantations. The expressions of the other team members shifted dramatically, with Tian Xian's eyes brimming with tears as she exclaimed, "Brother Yu, no time for idle chatter. We must execute our mission." Tian Shu emanated a terrifying aura, the veins on his forehead bulging as torrents of spiritual energy coalesced into a golden dragon, entwining around Demosthenes. Gritting her teeth, Tian Xian promptly turned and dashed towards Jin Sheng. A minute earlier, after rescuing numerous team members and securing them in a safe location, Yu Xian swiftly flew towards the several mountains that had been obliterated, pulling along the retreating Zhang Shou. On the battlefield, they certainly lacked the qualifications to approach. Otherwise, even the slightest ripple could spell their demise. However, this did not imply their complete helplessness. For instance, they could still save lives. The two descended in a bubble beside the 3rd mountain that had been obliterated. Yu Xian stepped out of the bubble, inhaling deeply before commanding a multitude of sticky bubbles to begin shifting the stones. Once the sticky bubbles had adhered to and removed the rocks, a girl, entirely enveloped in a green hue, materialized before them. Is there still hope for her, given the abyss? Yu Xian inquired, his gaze fixed on the girl whose eyes were tightly shut. Zhang Shou, unable to guarantee anything this time, gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know, but I will do my utmost." With that, he summoned the touch of healing to envelop the girl. As the touch of healing made contact with her, it emitted a sizzling sound, and a copious amount of white smoke began to billow forth. Hiss, such a terrifying venom. Xian, you'd best keep your distance. For that smoke is entirely toxic, Zhang Shou gasped, quickly warning Yu Xian. Nodding, Yu Xian stepped back and shielded himself with a bubble. Previously, Zhang Shou had effortlessly cured even the most dire ailments with his touch of healing, yet this was the first time he had witnessed such an exaggerated reaction, indicating the sheer ferocity of the poison within the girl. Ultimately, the touch of healing melted away as if an ice cube had been placed upon a searing hot iron plate, dissipating in mere moments. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Shou gritted his teeth and continued to employ the healing touch. A tentacle reformed, and he tirelessly summoned more of the healing touch. In an instant, The girl was completely ensnared by the tentacles, creating a rather sinister image. Hissing sounds filled the air as smoke emanated from her body, the toxins clashing against the healing touch. Whenever one healing touch was dissolved, Zhang Shou swiftly activated his skill to summon another tentacle, and he aged rapidly, transforming into a middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. The potency of this poison was truly terrifying. Observing the gradually fading green toxin on the girl, he remarked to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded in agreement. If such poison were to envelop him, he would surely be dissolved into liquid in an instant. Yet, this also indicated that the poisoned girl possessed remarkable strength. The fact that such a fearsome toxin had not claimed her life was unfathomable, hinting at the resilience of her flesh. After half a minute, the girl slowly opened her eyes, frowning at the sight of the tentacles enveloping her. Do not be alarmed. We are members of the exorcism squad, here to detoxify you, Yu Xian said, maintaining his gaze on her as she awakened. Gong Qian suppressed her discomfort and inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" "Approximately 5 minutes, Yu Xian replied. Gong Qian immediately attempted to rise, but Zhang Shou interjected. "The poison in your body has not yet been completely neutralized. Please bear with it a little longer." "I cannot. That monster is far too powerful. The others cannot hold it off. I must return at once," Gong Qian asserted with determination. The creature that she could not defeat with a single blow clearly rendered the remaining 3 captains incapable of posing a threat. She was acutely aware of this reality. "What about General Zhao Yi?" Zhang Shou could not help but inquire. Gong Qian sat up and replied, "General Zhao Yi was transported here directly via a teleportation array. He is required to guard a particular abyssal rift, and thus, after launching his attack, he was sent back." "The abyssal rift? Is it not possible to teleport him back now?" Zhang Shou activated his skill once more, appearing even more aged. Gong Qian shook her head in exasperation, saying, "The space surrounding the abyssal rift is exceedingly chaotic. Just preparing for a single teleportation takes over a day. Do you think we wish to delay our actions until noon? Surely, we long to resolve this issue as swiftly as possible. Are there any other dragon-level experts who can provide support?" Yu Xian asked thoughtfully. Gong Qian shot Yu Xian a withering glance and retorted, "Dragon-level experts are not as common as cabbages. The minister must defend Yanjing. Other generals are tasked with guarding the abyssal rift, and some are stationed at the borders to deter foreign powers. Even if assistance were available, the earliest we could expect help would likely be by tomorrow noon. Are there any dragon-level masters among the civilians?" Yu Xian pressed on. Gong Qian fell silent, prompting Yu Xian to quickly interject, "This is not the time for hesitation. If there are dragon-level experts among the civilians, we must urgently summon them. We are perilously close to Silver City. Should anything go awry, the repercussions could be dire." "Very well, I shall attempt to make the request." Upon contemplating the dire consequences of Silver City's fall, Gong Qian promptly retrieved her mobile phone, only for it to dissolve under the toxic touch of her palm. Both she and Yu Xian fell into a contemplative silence. Zhang Shou, witnessing this unsettling scene, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "How is it that such a terrifying toxin did not affect your clothing? Are you so eager to see my attire disintegrate?" Gong Qian retorted, her cheeks flushing as she glared at him. Zhang Shou, though appearing seasoned, was ultimately a Navi high school student. His expression faltered as he hastily clarified, "I was merely curious. My clothing is made from dragon-grade material. It would not dissolve so easily." Gong Qian responded with irritation, explaining that her immense strength rendered ordinary garments utterly inadequate. Even the slightest movement could reduce them to tatters. Hence, the Qilin headquarters had expended considerable resources to craft her current outfit. This ensemble not only withstands her formidable power without damage, but also possesses various resistances, rendering it impervious to mere toxins. "Then what shall we do now?" Yu Xian queried, still preoccupied with the need for assistance as he gazed at Gong Qian. She pressed her palm against the tendril and assured him, "Fear not, for my propensity to break things has led me to possess hundreds of mobile phones. As soon as my palm is no longer toxic, I can promptly summon aid." With her hand firmly against the tendril, a persistent hissing sound ensued. "Doesn't it hurt?" Zhang Shou asked, intrigued. Gong Qian responded with composure, "This toxin is indeed peculiar. Even I find myself lacking immunity to it. However, it does not cause pain. It merely impedes my movement." Yu Xian retorted, "Perhaps it is only you who feels no discomfort. The toxin from demos dissolves even mobile phones instantaneously. How could the infected not suffer? Any ordinary person would likely find themselves writhing in agony as they dissolve into liquid." At last, With Gong Qian's proactive cooperation, the toxin in her palm was thoroughly eradicated. Once she confirmed that no residue remained, she hastily retrieved her phone and powered it on. After a flurry of communications, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Why did you have to venture into the abyss at this very moment? How infuriating! What do you mean?" Yu Xian inquired. With indignation etched on her face, Gong Qian replied, "A dragon-class individual is already among the pinnacle of power. Even the authorities are wary of offending them. Among all unofficial dragon-class beings, the great sage equal to heaven is the most amenable. As long as sufficient incentives are provided, he can be persuaded to lend his assistance. Yet, he has gone into the abyss. What exactly is the abyss?" Zhang Shou, who had been curious, quickly interjected. Gong Qian, feeling flustered, explained, "The abyss is simply the abyss. No one knows how it came into existence, but it is certain that all forbidden fruits originate from there. The space around the abyss rift is highly chaotic, so any forbidden fruit that appears near it is randomly teleported to various corners of the world. Why would the great sage equal to heaven venture into the abyss?" Yu Xian asked. Gong Qian replied, "Of course, we must seek treasures. The majority of materials above the dragon level originate from the abyss. Once you reach the eagle level, you will be eligible to apply to headquarters for a journey to the abyss. What shall we do now?" Zhang Shou inquired. Gong Qian and Yu Xian fell into silence. At least the three of them could only stew in their predicament. Upon awakening, Gong Qian indeed intended to offer support, but upon sitting up, she realized that her lower body was completely numb. It was precisely for this reason that she obediently accepted Zhang Shou's treatment. Otherwise, she would have rushed to confront Daimos long ago. As the trio found themselves at an impasse, Gong Qian's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and immediately answered, saying, "Minister, Xiaoyi, are you all right?" On the other end of the line, Yulai inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just undergoing treatment. I will soon regain my ability to move," Gong Qian hurriedly responded. Good. Focus on your recovery. Support will arrive shortly." Yulai reassured her from the other end. "Minister, what exactly is that monster?" Gong Qian asked. Although she was aware of Zhou Tai's unique ability to unearth the potential of extraordinary beings, that creature was exceedingly formidable. That is Daimos, a high-ranking demon from the abyss, classified at the dragon level. If it were not summoned and one encountered it in the abyss, most dragon-level beings would find themselves no match for it. "It seems that external forces have intervened this time," Yulai answered. Upon hearing the revelation, Yu Xian and his companions were taken aback. Until just moments ago, they had believed the adversary to be Zhou Tai, only to realize that the true enemy was, in fact, Deimos. Cursed be it. Gong Qian clenched her fists. Her teeth gritted in anger. Her father had fallen victim to external forces, and as a bereaved daughter, she had only received a single drop of Panga's blood. Consequently, her deepest loathing was reserved for those insidious foreign powers, the very same that the extermination squad sought to eradicate, having been nurtured by these vile entities. "Now rest easy. All is well," Yulai reassured her. After concluding the call, Gong Qian tucked her phone away, her frustration boiling over as she struck the ground with her fist, causing the earth to tremble. A stone flew past Zhang Shou's cheek, instantly etching a crimson line upon his skin. Realizing her misstep, Gong Qian hastily apologized, while Zhang Shou wiped the blood from his face and, with a forced smile, replied, "No harm done. My skin is tough and resilient. Such trivial injuries are of no consequence." Yet, in his mind, he pondered who would dare marry such a woman. What if, in a moment of unintentional contact during slumber, one were to find themselves in peril? Yikes. Best to steer clear. Meanwhile, Tianxian, burdened with Mo Xia on her back and holding Jin Sheng and Gan Jiang in either hand, hurriedly made her way toward the periphery. Anxiety gnawed at her. She understood that the longer she delayed, the more intense the backlash Tian Shu would endure. She needed to locate a physician swiftly to attend to the three individuals before returning to the team. Although on the surface, it may appear that Gan Jiang and Moi have sustained more grievous injuries, the reality is that Jin Cheng's condition is far more severe. This is primarily due to the fact that Jin Cheng's strength is fundamentally incompatible with the demonic power of Deimos. When Deimos lifted the golden lion, which was transformed from Jin Cheng, the demonic energy surged like lightning into Jin Cheng's body, resulting in a devastating blow that left him severely wounded. Tianxian hastily ascended and descended the mountain, and suddenly she spotted a middle-aged man clad in military attire approaching. "Uncle," Tianxian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. General Jean stepped forward, casting a glance at the Jinxing and Tinchuan's hands, and remarked with a smile, "It seems this fellow has encountered significant misfortune. Tianqian, take them for treatment first. I shall confront the great demon from the abyss shortly." Though he was merely at the upper tier of the tiger level, this was Earth, and he could at least buy time against Demos. The strategy of the Qilin headquarters was quite straightforward, to prolong the confrontation for as long as possible. Once noon arrived the following day, Zhao Yi would be transported back once more. Moreover, several other generals would also be teleported, joining forces to vanquish Demos. This represented an exceptional opportunity to slay a major demon from the abyss. Should Demos be defeated, his entire being would be a treasure trove, likely yielding numerous dragon-level equipment. And his blood could be utilized for various research endeavors, potentially leading to the development of a new transcendent system. General Jean bid farewell to Tianqian and continued onward. He twisted his neck, producing a satisfying crack, and then flexed his fists. Although he appeared calm and untroubled, seemingly indifferent to the plight of his son, a deep-seated fury began to blaze within him. "Demos," he scoffed softly. Jean Dajuan let out a low, rumbling laugh as he shed his military uniform, tucking it away into his ring. He then removed his shirt, revealing a well-muscled torso, as his skin gradually took on a crimson hue and his hair ignited, his eyes radiating a golden light. The fiery diamond technique. This was a formidable martial art, and upon reaching its pinnacle, it rendered the practitioner impervious to harm, immune to toxins, and resistant to fire and water, bestowing them with immense strength. Jean Dajuan had not only mastered this technique, but had also consumed the blood of Pangu for enhancement, elevating his power to an even greater level. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he transformed into a streak of red light, swiftly approaching the battlefield ahead. On the battlefield, though Demos was immobilized, the figure of number 9 Zhou Tai, perched upon his shoulder, still had the ability to move. Unfortunately, he found himself ensnared by a golden thread wrapped around his foot, rendering him unable to extricate himself. He strained with all his might, but no amount of force could free his foot. After a prolonged struggle, he ceased his efforts, producing a knife with which he decisively severed his own foot. Truly useless. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Zhou Tai first cast a scornful glance at Demos before swiftly sliding down along Demos's back to the ground. He landed on one foot and turned to look at Tian Shu and the others, while the members of the Demon Slayer team also recognized number 9, Zhou Tai. Many of their faces slightly changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, they were already exerting all their strength to restrain Demos. Even Tian Shu had begun to burn his essence. They were immobilized. If anyone were to sever their supply of spiritual energy, Demos would easily break free from his bonds. Yet, maintaining that supply meant they were helpless, turning them into lambs awaiting slaughter before number 9, Zhou Tai. Fear, tremble, who shall I kill first? Zhou Tai approached the crowd, limping ominously. Tian Shu did not even glance at him, but spoke up. "Tian Ji, Tian Quan, burn your essence. Yu Heng, you go deal with him." "Understood, Captain." Tian Ji and Tian Quan exchanged fierce glances and spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tai immediately charged forward, roaring, "You will not succeed. Accept your death." Time was running out. Tian Ji and Tian Quan's expressions shifted as they realized that igniting their essence required time. It was hopeless. The members of the Demon Slayer team felt despair as they watched Zhou Tai draw closer. At that moment, a red light streaked across the sky like a meteor, and a frenzied look appeared on Zhou Tai's face as his arm muscles bulged, preparing to stab Tian Shu. But the next second, he felt an immense heat radiating from behind him. Just as he turned to look back, the red light blazed, and in an instant, he was crushed by an overwhelming pressure. Boom! Jean Dajuan landed on the ground, one foot pressing down on the disfigured Zhou Tai number 9, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Fortunately, it is not too late. You all should retreat swiftly. I shall take over from here." "As you command." The members of the demon-slaying squad sighed in relief and quickly carried Tian Shu away. As they fled, the golden threads binding Demos snapped one after another, prompting him to unleash a furious roar. How does one provoke a great demon? The answer is rather straightforward: by disrupting its nefarious schemes. Unlike lesser demons, who are cunning and prey on the weak, great demons are inherently belligerent and ruthless beings, endowed with a terrifying capacity for execution. Once a great demon resolves to act, it will charge forward to its demise rather than concede defeat. After being summoned by Zhou Tai number 9, Demos had already devised a plan to annihilate every creature in sight before methodically crushing Zhou Tai number 9, testing whether he truly feared death. However, Jin Dajuan's intervention thwarted this plan, leading to Zhou Tai number 9's premature demise. Ants, you seek your own destruction. Demos growled at Jin Dajuan, his eyes blazing with fury. In the demon culture, insults are stratified. Insect is the lowest tier, while ant ranks slightly higher. It was clear that Demos recognized Jin Dajuan's formidable strength. Is he your offspring? Apologies, I inadvertently crushed your son. Jin Dajuan kicked Zhou Tai's head with a smirk directed at Demos. In an instant, Demos was consumed by rage, his tail sweeping towards Jin Dajuan. However, Jin Dajuan had anticipated this, executing a powerful counter that collided with Demos' tail. The earth trembled violently. Jin Dajuan's body sank slightly, and the ground beneath him fractured into a web-like pattern. Despite Jin Dajuan's form being considerably smaller than Demos' tail, the impact sent Demos' tail soaring away. Hiss. To the left of Jin Dajuan, wherever Demos' tail had made contact, emerald flames erupted. Had Gong Qian witnessed this scene, she would have realized how she had been poisoned. Each scale of Demos' tail harbored a lethal toxin, and any contact would lead to infection. Demos was not surprised by the loss of his tail's potency, as he had exerted no force, merely attempting to utilize the tail's venom to eliminate Jin Dajuan. At this moment, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his poison against Jin Dajuan, Demos' golden slit pupils narrowed. In an instant, his colossal form loomed before Jin Dajuan, delivering a powerful punch akin to a battering ram. Yet, Jin Dajuan was quick to react, retreating before the fist could connect. The ensuing exchange saw both combatants advance and retreat. Demos unleashed a flurry of punches from above, relentlessly hammering down towards Jin Dajuan. Yet, Jin Dajuan deftly evaded each strike, causing Demos' fists to crash into the ground below. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds accompanied by vibrations resonated in all directions. In the distance, Yuxian heard the relentless barrage and promptly directed his bubble to ascend. It was then that he witnessed the clash between Uncle Jin and Demos. It dawned on him that the support minister Yulai had mentioned was none other than Captain's father, Uncle Jin. Yuxian realized with clarity that Jin Dajuan was not merely evading. Rather, he was counterattacking while skillfully dodging Demos' strikes. His combat style starkly contrasted with that of Jin Sheng, whose moves were grand and commanding, exuding an overwhelming presence. In contrast, Jin Dajuan's techniques were marked by poise and subtlety, each strike meticulously executed, although the distance between them was less than 3 meters. And Demos' massive stature allowed him to cover much more ground with a single punch. Jin Dajuan managed to evade even the slightest brush of Demos' attacks. Instead, he landed multiple blows on Demos' wrist, targeting the same spot with precision. In response to the excruciating pain in his wrist, Demos opened his mouth wide and unleashed a red energy orb towards the ground, while the cobra at the tip of his tail also released a green energy projectile skyward. Devil's Cage. The green energy orb detonated in the sky, transforming into countless green lines that cascaded downward, while the ground erupted in a series of red light pillars. In the blink of an eye, a cage formed from intertwining green lines and red pillars enveloped the surroundings, sealing them off completely. Jin Dajuan decisively distanced himself, surveying the surroundings in a complete circle, yet failing to find any gaps through which to escape this confinement. It was evident that Demos intended to employ a certain tactic, and this cage was designed specifically to prevent his escape. Corrosive Swamp. The cobra at the tip of Demos' tail lowered its head and unleashed a torrent of green venom upon the ground, transforming the entire area into a marshland, where the toxic liquid incessantly bubbled. Hiss. In an instant, Jin Dajuan's body erupted in green flames, and he was engulfed in a blazing inferno. The potency of this toxin was terrifying. Any contact with the ground would inevitably result in poisoning. Ants, you are surrounded by my corrosive poison. As long as you remain within this cage, you shall be continually afflicted, slowly dissolving in despair. Demos gazed at Jin Dajuan, his face contorting into a cruel smile, as though he could already envision Jin Dajuan's tragic fate. Oh no, what should I do? If Uncle Jin sacrifices himself, Yuxian's heart sank at the sight, worry gnawing at him. From witnessing Gong Qian's reaction to the poison, he understood all too well the dreadfulness of Demos' toxic capabilities. Yet he could only stand by, helpless and unable to intervene. Not only was he unqualified to approach, But even if he could enter the cage, it would merely lead to his own demise. However, just as he was consumed by concern, Jean Dajuan's form began to swell amidst the green flames, rapidly expanding from a height of approximately 1.8 meters to around 5 meters. The potency of the toxin is indeed causing me considerable pain. Jean Dajuan's veins throbbed prominently, and a sinister smile spread across his face as he gazed at Demos. Witnessing this scene, Demos let out a furious roar, raising his hand to deliver a powerful punch at Jean Dajuan. Yet, Jean Dajuan retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their fist resulted in neither party yielding an inch, revealing an astonishing parity in their strength. You are the first to provoke my transformation into the wrathful titan so swiftly. Now, prepare to relish the impact of my fists. Jean Dajuan sneered, initiating the assault. His combat style underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously methodical and restrained, he now unleashed a torrent of ferocity with each blow. Demos, not one to back down, growled defiantly and counterattacked. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange, abandoning all semblance of technique and formality, delivering relentless strikes within their confines, each punch resonating with raw power. The intensity of this spectacle was overwhelming, causing Yuxian to swallow hard. It was as though he were witnessing two ancient beasts locked in a savage struggle. Remarkable. Is this the realm of the strong? After consuming the blood of Pangu, he had ascended from an ant-level existence to a sparrow-level stature, initially feeling quite formidable. However, today's encounter instilled in him a profound sense of urgency. He realized just how weak he truly was. Yet, the clash between Jean Dajuan and Demos unfolded in a relentless exchange of blows, their bodies rolling and crashing onto the marshy ground, splattering noxious venom around them. There was no semblance of technique. It was sheer, primal violence. As time gradually passed, the sun descended, and the moon quietly ascended into the sky. When Yuxian landed on the ground, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian immediately inquired about the situation. After Yuxian relayed the circumstances of the battlefield, both Gong Qian and Zhang Shou fell into silence. This realization struck Gong Qian. Even if I were to rid myself of the toxins, I would still be unable to assist. Clenching her fists, she muttered to herself. She simply could not withstand Demos's venom. The battlefield was inundated with toxins. Although she might survive, she would undoubtedly become paralyzed, turning into a burden for Jean Dajuan. At this juncture, we can only conserve our strength and watch the developments unfold. Yuxian had no alternative. Some things could be done, and some could not. He understood the harshness of reality better than anyone, thus refraining from uttering any words of comfort. Instead, he took out his phone, seated himself within the bubble, and continued perusing various files pertaining to Qilin. Strength is categorized into hard power and soft power. Enriching one's mind is also a means of empowerment, and he was eager to grow stronger. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Given that he could now fly, he could potentially chase the sun, perhaps awakening the powers of Pangu ahead of time. However, when he shared his thoughts with Zhang Shou and Gong Qian rolled her eyes and remarked, chasing after the sun. Although I'm uncertain of your intentions, I must inform you that once you cross our borders into other nations, you could easily be struck down by their peculiar powers. Other countries also possess formidable dragon-level experts. Just as China has its dragon-level masters safeguarding the frontiers, foreign lands boast their own. Furthermore, even if some smaller nations lack dragon-level strongholds, they still possess tiger-level warriors. Very well, let us abandon this notion. Upon hearing this, Yuxian promptly relinquished his plan. He had no desire to be perceived as an invader and shot down from the skies by another country. He was not yet ready to meet his end. He then resumed his focus on his phone as Zhang Shou executed a swift suicide before midnight, only to resurrect and continue treating Gong Qian. The first time Gong Qian witnessed Zhang Shou's self-inflicted demise, she was taken aback. It wasn't until he transformed back into a youth that she realized he was not the lecherous older man she had presumed him to be. As the night wore on, Gong Qian, beset by poison and boredom, unknowingly drifted into slumber. Zhang Shou, having refreshed his state, felt as if he had merely taken a brief nap and was thus invigorated. Yuxian engaged in light banter with Zhang Shou until around 5 in the morning. A thought struck him. Even within China's vast expanse, time differences existed. In some regions, the sun had already risen while in others, it had yet to appear. Now, with it being past 5 o'clock, he could still make an early venture to greet the sunlight. He exchanged a few words with Zhang Shou and then swiftly ascended into the sky, soaring towards the east. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, he beheld the sun gradually rising from the distant horizon. The sunlight bathed his form, prompting him to comfortably close his eyes. The blood of silver enhanced his ability to absorb sunlight, and in an instant, his appearance transformed into an inky silhouette. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the amount of sunlight absorbed by Yu Xian increased substantially. By around 10:30 in the morning, the temperature of the Pango heart within Yu Xian's chest surged rapidly. The previous day, he had already accumulated energy equivalent to 35 heartbeats, and now he finally gathered enough for 36. The blood of Pangu contracted fiercely before pulsating vigorously, detonating the energy amassed in his heart. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his constitution, Yu Xian's resilience had significantly improved. Even as the immense energy surged within him, he remained composed. This explosive energy simultaneously purified his sinews and bones, enhancing his physical condition. Subsequently, this energy gradually transformed into a light, ethereal essence, swiftly coalescing at his dantian. In that moment, Yu Xian realized the nature of his awakened talent, the Pangu Spirit Pearl Divine ability. This power enabled him to condense a spirit pearl within his dantian, thereby opening vast spaces. To his dismay, it was the least favorable outcome. Above all, Yu Xian yearned for the Pangu Immortality Divine ability, followed closely by the Pangu Strength Divine ability. The Pangu Spirit Pearl Divine ability was the one he least desired. After all, he already possessed a storage ring and had no need for a larger one. In a moment of disappointment, the energy he had been utilizing to condense the spirit orb and expand space unexpectedly collided with another force residing in his dantian. Previously, the blood energy flowed through his veins. However, after consuming the blood of Pangu, the mutated blood energy inexplicably lingered in his dantian. Nevertheless, its mobilization speed had increased, which Yu Xian did not find concerning. To his astonishment, the two energies actually clashed, and he could only observe in silence, wary of inadvertently complicating matters. The energies repeatedly collided and intertwined within his dantian, gradually transforming into a pure white energy. Perhaps due to the mutation of the blood energy being linked to the blood of Pangu, the entire process was unexpectedly smooth, even as the energies collided without causing any turbulence. Once the mutation concluded, tranquility returned to his dantian. Wait a moment. Yu Xian was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "This can't be right. Where is my spirit orb?" He meticulously sensed his dantian, leaving no corner unexplored. Ultimately, he had to concede that although he had awakened the Pangu Spirit Orb Divine ability, the energy intended for condensing the spirit orb and expanding space had fused with the mutated blood energy, leaving him without an orb. A Pangu Spirit Orb Divine ability devoid of a spirit orb was likely unique to him in all of China. Well, if it's not there, then so be it. Yu Xian sighed, offering himself some solace, as this divine ability had never truly been his objective. He then attempted to harness the energy residing in his dantian, discovering that this force was even more fluid than the mutated blood energy. In an instant, he transferred this energy to his hand. With a mere thought, a bubble rapidly formed. Apart from its transformation from a myriad of colors to transparency, it seemed to undergo no other alterations. Yu Xian observed the new bubble meticulously but discerned nothing unusual from its appearance. Thus, he plunged his hand into the bubble, and the next moment, his eyes widened slightly. Within his perceptual realm, he could distinctly sense the presence of his hand. He withdrew it, then repeatedly immersed his hand into the bubble, affirming that this sensation was not an illusion. However, a question arose. What purpose did this serve? He manipulated the bubble, rotating it, then released it to test its various properties. First, the spatial barrier of the bubble proved to be more stable, capable of withstanding speeds of up to 20 times the speed of sound. Moreover, its original abilities had not vanished. Rather, its offensive power had significantly increased. Was it merely an enhancement? Yu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. He guided the bubble back to his right hand, then instinctively gathered another bubble with his left hand. The two basketball-sized bubbles rotated in his palms, and he decided to plunge both hands into the bubbles. The next instant, an expression of disbelief crossed his face as he looked down at the two bubbles. He slowly extended his hand forward, and in a flash, his left hand exchanged places with his right. The left hand found itself within the bubble of the right, while the right hand occupied the bubble of the left. Remarkably, the internal spaces of the two bubbles were interconnected. He promptly expanded two bubbles, immersing himself within one while simultaneously reclaiming the old one. Then, with a flicker of thought, he found himself appearing in another bubble. Indeed, the space within the two bubbles could facilitate mutual transport. Sitting within the bubble, Yu Xian gazed at the one across from him, overwhelmed with joy as he contemplated the revelation. In contrast to the Pangu Spirit Pearl's ability, which merely offered additional storage capacity, this mutated skill was undoubtedly a life-saving technique. It turned out to be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yu Xian could not contain his delight and burst into laughter. This ability was remarkable. He would not trade it for the authentic Pangu Spirit Pearl's powers. Subsequently, he continued to generate bubbles, and the sky became increasingly populated with them. Initially, the mutated blood energy within him could only sustain the creation of 100 bubbles, each with a diameter of 2 meters. However, the newfound energy now enabled him to conjure 500 of such bubbles. Moreover, while the mutated blood energy's recovery rate was sluggish if the bubbles were not reclaimed, the newly generated energy restored itself at almost 10 times the previous speed. Even if these bubbles were not collected and remained fixed in certain locations, he could recover in a short span. It is time to return. Yu Xian's form flickered continuously within the various bubbles. Due to the astonishing speed of transport, it appeared as though he resided within each bubble simultaneously. After honing his practice, he gazed towards the vaguely discernible battlefield in the distance, feeling as though it was not as fearsome as it once seemed. In the realm of the best assistance, Yu Xian soared back to the battlefield, hovering over the mountain that had been shattered by Gong Qian. On the ground, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were locked in a fierce stare, while Yu Xian descended from above, curiously observing the two. Lazybones, you have finally returned. Convince her. She is foolishly intent on helping. Zhang Shou exclaimed upon Yu Xian's arrival. Gong Qian, indignant, retorted, what do you mean by helping in vain? I don't intend to approach. I merely wish to see if I can shatter the cage from a distance. That is indeed a plausible strategy. Yu Xian nodded, then turned his gaze towards Zhang Shou. Eager to hear his thoughts, Zhang Shou furrowed his brow. But what if she succumbs to poison again? Yesterday was undoubtedly my most exhausting day, even more so than when I faced death in the market. The effort to detoxify Gong Qian consumed my healing touch at an alarming rate. I had to constantly replenish it, making that afternoon busier than an entire day of toil. Although Demos is presently engaged in close combat with the Golden Army, I have just witnessed him using his tail for ranged attacks from a height, and I truly wish to avoid detoxifying Gong Qian once more. You both present valid points. However, I have an idea that may be worth exploring, Yu Xian said with a gentle smile. Upon his return, he had been mentally simulating various applications of new abilities. The simplest being the ability to traverse between different bubbles. Yet, there were numerous intricate maneuvers that could be employed in battle, such as launching a throwing knife into one bubble and then teleporting it to another, thereby altering the angle of the strike. One can even harness multiple bubbles intertwined with threads of silver, creating an elusive guillotine. Yu Xian extended his hand, swiftly conjuring bubble after bubble, which he then maneuvered into the sky, encircling the prison of Daimos. He produced yet another bubble and turned to Gong Qian with a smile, saying, now, pick up a stone and throw it into the bubble with all your might. Although puzzled, Gong Qian complied, seizing a stone and hurling it forcefully at the bubble. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated as the stone zipped into the bubble, followed by a distant crash. Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were momentarily stunned, rushing to higher ground to discern the source of the sound. Within the confines of Daimos' cage, a large crater had formed on the ground. That was our first attempt. Lacking experience and precision, let's try again. Yu Xian chuckled. Zhang Shou exclaimed in astonishment. You truly possess remarkable abilities with these bubbles. How extraordinary. Spatial manipulation was an exceedingly rare gift, and such capabilities had never been witnessed before. If the headquarters became aware, his ranking would undoubtedly ascend. Gong Qian nodded in agreement. That morning, feeling unoccupied, she had perused the information on the new members of the exorcism team using her mobile device, thus gaining insights into both Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. This level of knowledge was reserved for those above the captain's rank. Subsequently, Yu Xian and Gong Qian continued their collaboration, relentlessly tossing rocks into the cage. Initially, only 2 out of 10 would strike their target, but gradually, the accuracy improved to 9 out of 10 hitting Daimos. However, Demos was entirely unconcerned with such distractions. The battle against the Golden Army was fiercely intense, leaving no surplus energy to defend against Gong Qian's attacks. Of course, the primary reason was that Gong Qian's assaults merely involved throwing stones. Regardless of her strength, the very material of the stones limited the intensity of her strikes. When they struck Demos, They caused merely a slight discomfort, failing to inflict any real harm. What a pity! I should have prepared some projectile weapons, Gong Qian lamented as she picked up a stone. Yu Xian grasped a stone in his palm, and suddenly, as if by magic, it vanished from his right hand and reappeared in his left. He practiced this back and forth repeatedly, chuckling. There's no rush, I have another idea. But it requires further practice. He discovered that the teleportation ability of the new bubble could be adjusted according to his thoughts. For instance, the first stone thrown by Gong Qian had appeared right at the center of the bubble. Since Deimos was not within the target range of the bubble, it had missed its mark. Later, with deliberate adjustment, Yu Xian found that the stone could emerge not just from the center, but could also be offset within the bubble, teleporting from various positions. This newfound adjustment inspired him with a plan, though he realized he needed to hone his skills further to ensure its success. The duo continued to coordinate their attacks on Deimos, and after half an hour of relentless practice, Yu Xian had mastered the ability to manipulate the stones to appear at any position within the bubble, achieving a perfect hit rate. All right, everything is in place. Yu Xian dispersed the two bubbles in his hands and subsequently conjured a multitude of diminutive bubbles, each no larger than the size of Gong Qian's fist. He deftly guided these bubbles into the cage of Deimos. Although Deimos's demonic prison typically prevented escape for most, objects of fist-sized dimensions could freely traverse its mesh openings. A plethora of bubbles floated within the cage. While Deimos sensed their presence, it was ensnared by Jin Dajuan's relentless assault, leaving it with insufficient energy to obliterate these bubbles. Moreover, it did not perceive these bubbles as a credible threat. Gong Qian, step into the front bubble and strike with conviction. Leave the rest to me, Yu Xian instructed. Having been preoccupied with hurling stones at the forward bubbles, Gong Qian immediately grasped Yu Xian's intent upon hearing his words. Very well, I shall strike with all my might. Gong Qian beamed, stepping into the bubble. Within the confines of the demonic prison, Jin Dajuan unleashed a powerful punch upon Deimos's visage, to which Deimos retaliated with a forceful blow to Jin Dajuan's abdomen. Just as Deimos attempted to lash out at Jin Dajuan with its tail, a bubble unexpectedly approached. With a resounding crash, a tiny fist erupted from the diminutive bubble, delivering a heavy strike to Deimos's cheek. As the blow landed, Deimos's eyes rolled back in agony, an all too familiar sensation of pain washing over it. That little brat is still alive? Before it could react, another bubble approached, and Gong Qian delivered a powerful blow to its chin. The initial strike had already disoriented Deimos, and this second punch sent it soaring. As it ascended, another bubble drew near, only to be met with Gong Qian's fist, sending it crashing back to the earth. Awaiting it on the ground was yet another bubble, and with another strike, it was propelled skyward once more. Crack! Under the relentless force of the blows, fissures began to appear in Deimos's spine. A subsequent punch to the head shattered its skull, producing a sickening crunch. Everything transpired with astonishing speed. In mere moments, Deimos was reduced to a mere punching bag, batted back and forth by the coordinated assault of Gong Qian and Yu Xian. It had no opportunity to retaliate, nor even to formulate a counter-strategy. Knowing the venomous nature of Deimos's tail, the bubbles meticulously avoided it, focusing their attacks on its head, abdomen, and arms. Gong Qian's immense strength was overwhelming, causing Deimos's eyes to roll back in its head, its brain reeling from the incessant blows, rendering it incapable of coherent thought. After approximately 1 minute, Deimos's colossal body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Now's our chance. Witnessing this, Jin Dajuan immediately surged forward. He straddled Deimos's body and unleashed a furious barrage of punches upon its abdomen, causing the creature's body to convulse violently, spewing forth torrents of blood from its maw. However, neither Gong Qian nor Jin Dajuan relented, continuing their relentless assault, driven by an unyielding determination to obliterate Deimos into a pulpy mass. The duo unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, each strike imbued with greater force and fervor than the last. Yu Xian's meritorious deed astounded the formidable figures present, as the great demon exhibited an extraordinary resilience to life. It took a staggering 10,000 punches delivered in unison by Jin Dajuan and Gong Qian to finally extinguish Deimos's existence. Throughout the ordeal, Deimos feigned death on multiple occasions, only to be relentlessly pummeled back into consciousness by the unwavering pair. This cycle of false demise and brutal reawakening repeated itself until Deimos was irrevocably deceased. Yet, even in death, the two persisted, continuing their assault until Deimos's very eyeballs were dislodged from their sockets. Only then did they cease their onslaught. Is it dead? Jean Dajuan inquired, nudging Daimos's lifeless form with his foot, his vigilance unwavering. Beside him, Gong Qian, drenched in perspiration, felt as though her arms were no longer her own. Despite the exhaustion, a look of contentment graced her features. It was the first time she had experienced such unadulterated combat, each blow landing with visceral impact. Unburdened by the need for environmental awareness, evasive maneuvers, or precise targeting, she had simply closed her eyes and unleashed her full power with every strike. In this state, she had achieved a perfect harmony of body and mind, channeling her maximum strength into each blow. Daimos, it seemed, was the first to bear the full brunt of her earth-shattering punches. Meanwhile, the personnel responsible for teleporting General Zhao Yi and his officers exchanged bewildered glances. For Daimos was no more. Did they still need to continue? The team leader promptly contacted his superior, who then reached out to a higher authority. Leading to the swift receipt of new directives, the operation was to be suspended. The headquarters of Qilin began to verify the information, and after a series of calls, it was ultimately confirmed by Jean Dajuan that the formidable dragon-class demon, Deimos, had indeed been vanquished. However, it was not solely Jean Dajuan's doing. Gong Qian and others had also played a pivotal role in the endeavor. While Jean Dajuan could recognize Gong Qian by her fist, he was unfamiliar with Yu Xian's bubble ability, thus unaware that it was a manifestation of Yu Xian's powers. Soon, the higher-ups gleaned from Gong Qian's call that Yu Xian possessed an MVP-level support capability. At the Qilin headquarters, the executive meeting room was filled with high-ranking officials. Minister Yu Lai hung up the phone and turned to his fellow deputy ministers, exhaling in relief. Ladies and gentlemen, it has now been confirmed that the dragon-class threat, the demon Deimos, has been jointly slain by Jean Dajuan, Gong Qian, and Yu Xian. It is not surprising that Gong Qian, endowed with the strength of Pangu, intervened in a dragon-class battle, but Yu Xian, isn't he merely an ant level? One deputy minister inquired, perplexed. He recalled having patted Yu Xian's head upon his arrival in Silver City, confirming his rank. Not only did he take action, but he was also the key to Deimos's defeat. We ought to deliberate thoroughly on how to reward him, Yu Lai remarked with a wry smile, feeling somewhat troubled. Yu Xian had disrupted the plan of the aberrant insects, saving millions in Silver City. All possible rewards had already been granted. A couple of days ago, Yu Xian discovered in advance that Zhou Tai possessed the ability to unearth the latent potential of extraordinary biological bloodlines. He promptly reported this finding, bringing the potential dragon-level crisis to light. They are currently deliberating whether this merits a first-class or second-class commendation. However, before they could reach a conclusion, Yu Xian had already achieved another significant accomplishment. The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately revealing weary smiles. The allocation of Pangu blood is limited each year, with internal divisions within Qilin vying for their share, while external entities such as Qinlong, Shikai, Baihu, and Xuanwu also lay claim to portions. The headquarters simply cannot afford to allocate more. If all else fails, perhaps they could reward him with a weapon. Should they create a dragon-class weapon for him? One deputy minister lamented with a pained expression. Yu Lai contemplated this matter. Let Jin Sheng inquire what Yu Xian desires, and we shall decide then. Although everyone was troubled about how to reward Yu Xian, they were acutely aware of the resources he had conserved. Had it not been for Yu Xian, they would have been compelled to expend vast resources and face considerable risks to transport several generals. Should an unknown entity from the abyss breach into Earth, it could swiftly lead to another crisis akin to the anomaly of the insect plague. Thus, if it were not for the genuine scarcity of Pangu blood, rewarding Yu Xian once more would not be entirely out of the question. In the realm of extraordinary beings, one's great power is inherently their own. Mere deception and empty promises will not retain talent. Qilin has always maintained a clear distinction between rewards and punishments. Merit must be duly rewarded, with the magnitude of the reward corresponding to the significance of the achievement. Only in this manner can they foster loyalty and unity among their ranks. Following the demise of Deimos, the infernal prison gradually crumbled, yet the ground was irrevocably transformed into a treacherous swamp laden with toxins. At present, apart from the Golden Army, no one else could venture into this perilous mire. Thus, the task of dismantling Deimos fell solely upon the Golden Army, and it was anticipated that the blockade would endure for a protracted period, perhaps even designated as a permanent exclusion zone. Yu Xian and his companions returned to the military camp outside Silver City, where the atmosphere was rife with commotion. Upon noticing that one of her team members had lost a leg, Gong Qian hastily bid farewell to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, rushing to ascertain the situation. "Where is Captain Qing Miao?" Yuxian soon spotted Qing Miao amidst the crowd, her countenance pale and seemingly tear-stained, and inquired, "Xianyu, the captain is still in the midst of rescue efforts, and our team is left with only us now," Qing Miao replied, her eyes welling with tears as she gazed up at Yuxian. Originally, with the addition of Yuxian and Zhang Shou, the number of the exorcism squad had swelled to 7. However, following the sudden attack by demos last night, 3 members had tragically perished. "Sister, what have you bo?" Zhang Shou, upon hearing this, asked with palpable anxiety. Qing Miao glanced at Zhang Shou, sorrowfully shaking her head, leaving him in a state of shock. The previous day, Yuxian had carried out a mission alongside Qing Miao, while Zhang Shou was paired with Yubo, the eldest member of the exorcism squad. Possessed a smooth demeanor, yet lacked worldly cunning. He had been engaging Zhang Shou in light-hearted banter while imparting wisdom along their journey. When demos had appeared, Yubo urged Zhang Shou to retreat swiftly while he himself sought out the captain. As a result, the separation of the two turned out to be an eternal farewell. The image of Zhang Shou's mind was filled with the scene of Bo Mian smiling and turning away. They had clearly promised that nothing would happen. Was it not said that he was experienced? Had he not encountered such dangers countless times before? Zhang Shou clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. He wiped his eyes and inquired, "What about the captain? I am the healer of our team. Follow me." Upon hearing this, the bluebird stood and led the way. Yuxian followed closely behind, his heart heavy, until they arrived at the medical station, where many were anxiously waiting. 4 or 5 men and women, armed with swords and daggers, approached Yuxian to express their gratitude. They were among those he had rescued. After conversing with them, Yuxian learned that they were members of the Slaying Evil Squad. The reason for their presence here was that their captain, Jianggu, and vice-captain, Emosia, were still receiving treatment. Among the 4 teams, the Slaying Evil Squad and the Demon Slayer Squad were relatively fortunate, having suffered no casualties, though their captains were severely injured. The most unfortunate was Gong Qian's Crime Eradication Squad, which, aside from Gong Qian, had only 1 survivor, with the rest of the members having perished. When Yuxian found Gong Qian, she was crouched behind a tree outside the barracks, a small figure quietly weeping. Although they had known each other for less than a day, Yuxian understood that Gong Qian, despite her strong demeanor, possessed a tender and kind heart. To her, the members of the Crime Eradication Squad were not merely teammates. They were akin to family, brothers, and sisters. According to the information provided by the Evil Slayer Squad, the members of the Crime Eradication team treat Gong Qian as if she were their younger sister, particularly the female members who often seek excuses to hug and kiss her. Although Yuxian is quite concerned about Jin Xing, he believes that Zhang Shou's treatment should suffice to alleviate any serious issues. After a moment of hesitation, he decides to seek out Gong Qian, recognizing her need for companionship. He squats beside her, offering silent support. "I clearly instructed them to retreat. I told them not to look back." Gong Qian murmurs, burying her face in her knees and shielding her forehead with her hands, her voice tinged with sorrow. The members of the Crime Eradication team, witnessing her being struck and flung away by Daimos, inexplicably altered their course, intending to bypass Daimos to reach her. Ultimately, they were caught off guard by a sudden eruption of flames from the ground, resulting in their demise. Save for 1 female member who was injured by falling rocks but was assisted by teammates, allowing her to escape the fiery onslaught. Yuxian listens quietly, finding no words of comfort to offer, nor does he desire to. He simply remains there, a silent presence beside her. After an hour, Gong Qian rises, sniffling softly, and whispers, "Thank you, I'm going to see Sister Finfin." With that, she strides away. Yuxian waits for her to distance herself before standing up. A bubble forms in his palm, and as he steps into it, he finds himself instantaneously transported to the military medical facility. Emerging from the bubble, he takes a seat outside the operating room, patiently awaiting news. In the afternoon, Zhang Shou exits Jin Xing's operating room, weary and sitting beside Yuxian, his aged face devoid of any smile. "Is the captain's injury quite severe?" Yuxian inquired, and Zhang Shou nodded in response. "It is not merely serious. It is exceedingly grave, graver even than Captain Gong Qian's poisoning. According to Dr. Wang, the demonic power within the captain is of a remarkably high level, incompatible with the captain's own energy. Thus, they are entangled in an unending struggle. My healing touch can only address the external injuries. This fragile balance must be managed by the captain himself. Should this equilibrium be disrupted, the captain's demise would be inevitable. His healing abilities could indeed gradually purge Jin Sheng's internal demonic energy. However, doing so would jeopardize the delicate balance, potentially leading to Jin Sheng's sudden death. Consequently, he could only tend to some external wounds, remaining closely by Dr. Wang's side, learning how to navigate such circumstances. By the way, Xianyu, has Zhou Tai perished? Zhang Shou suddenly recalled the true objective of this mission and promptly inquired. Yu Xian shook his head, stating, I do not know. Did the minister not mention that external forces are involved? The two Zhou Tai he apprehended were transferred to the relevant authorities yesterday. He is unaware of their current whereabouts, but he senses that Zhou Tai may not be entirely dead. Do not let me discover who it is. Otherwise, I shall ensure their demise. Zhang Shou clenched his fists. Speaking earnestly, had there been no external interference, Yu Bo would not have died, and the captain would not be gravely injured. Yu Xian acknowledged with a nod, silently committing this matter to memory. He understood clearly that anyone capable of breaching the layers of encirclement and the barriers of formations to enter the restricted area possessed formidable strength or influence. At this moment, he certainly was not a match for them. However, after a period of further development, the circumstances might change. Around 4 o'clock, Zhang Shou was summoned by Dr. Wang to treat Gan Jiang and Mo Yi. Although both were severely injured, the absence of other energy disturbances made their recovery comparatively straightforward. With a succession of 4 skills, Zhang Shou was able to restore both of them completely. Due to the inability to treat Jin Sheng's injuries in Yin City, he was taken by the military to Yinjing for medical attention in the evening, accompanied by the captain of the Demon Slayer team, Tian Shu. Tian Shu's injuries were also grave. He had been carried by his own team members. However, his injuries stemmed from the aftermath of consuming his own potential and lifespan to burn vital essence. The treatment conditions in Yin City were insufficient, but once in Yinjing, there would be ample means to address these losses. That evening, Zhang Shou and Yu Xian returned to Yin City by car, both feeling a weight in their hearts, yet also experiencing a profound growth of spirit. As they entered the city, gazing at the myriad lights of homes, Zhang Shou could not help but stop the car. He stared at the distant glow of the buildings. Previously, he had never perceived any issue with this scene, yet now he felt a newfound appreciation. The tranquility that the people enjoyed in Yin City was safeguarded by the countless souls who laid down their lives in protection. Xianyu, he pondered. How many have borne the burden for us to reach this stage in safety? How many, like Bo Gu, have sacrificed their lives? Zhang Shou gazed at the silhouette cast by the distant lights on the curtain and addressed Yu Xian. Yu Xian shook his head and replied, I don't know. But certainly there are many. I can't sleep. How about we go for a late-night snack? Zhang Shou wiped his eyes and continued speaking to Yu Xian. With a faint smile, Yu Xian responded, just right, I know a great place. Let us go. As night fell, while other districts remained shuttered, only the streets in the eastern part of the city, where extraordinary beings congregated, had establishments still open. The two arrived in the eastern district and stopped at a bustling food stall. They ordered an array of stir-fried dishes and skewers, deliberately choosing a pot of Mao Shui Wang, a dish suitable for vampires. They savored their meal while relishing the vibrant atmosphere around them, gradually feeling a sense of returning to the realm of the living, as if the events of the past 2 days were a distant memory. After satisfying their appetites, the pair decided to take a drive around Silver City. Zhang Shou was behind the wheel, while Yu Xian rolled down the window to enjoy the cool breeze. They fell into a comfortable silence, cherishing a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Yu Xian caught a glimpse of movement in the bushes. A bubble shot forth, swiftly returning with the corpse of a weasel. He continued to gather the extraordinary creatures he discovered, unwittingly filling a large bubble. This evening seems to have an abundance of extraordinary beings, Zhang Shou remarked, observing the various corpses within the bubble. Yu Xian speculated. It might be related to the quarantined area. Such a commotion should affect many creatures. But how did they get in? Zhang Shou retorted. Yu Xian speculated. It might be some form of spatial ability. For instance, I can effortlessly utilize bubbles to enter and exit Silver City. Before returning to the city, he had placed bubbles in numerous locations, and with the captain's approval, he had also set 3 bubbles within the barracks. Therefore, he was no longer required to pass through the city gates for inspection. He could exit the city at any moment, from any place. At that moment, a rugged vehicle adorned with the emblem of the riot police approached, coming to a halt as their paths crossed. The leader of the riot police, Zhang Kai, leaned out of the window and, upon seeing Yu Xian, exclaimed with a smile, Yu Xian, Zhang Shou, what a surprise to find you two here at this hour. I thought I had encountered a big catch. Good evening, Captain Zhang. We simply couldn't sleep, so we decided to take a stroll, Yu Xian replied cheerfully. By the way, these extraordinary creatures are just a few we casually caught along the way. A little something for the brothers and sisters in your team. He grinned as he handed over the extraordinary beings from the vehicle. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up as he opened the rear window to receive the creatures, laughing. Wow, so many? You're too generous. How can I accept this? If you're feeling embarrassed, then don't take them. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou chuckled at Zhang Kai's performance. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parties bid farewell, their vehicles passing each other. It's not easy for Captain Zhang and his team, Zhang Shou remarked, observing the police vehicle retreating in the rearview mirror. The peace of Silver City comes at a great cost. The riot police sacrifice numerous lives each year. Previously, I admired them from a distance, but now I truly grasp the challenges they face. No longer distant news, nor cold statistics, but rather every individual with flesh and blood. On the second day after Gong Qian joined the team, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou attended classes as usual. Due to the barrier in the lockdown zone that silenced all commotion, the majority of the populace in Silver City remained oblivious to the fierce battle that had transpired the day before. However, whispers circulated within the Supernatural Academy, suggesting the emergence of treasures beyond the city walls. The allure of the forbidden fruit had incited many extraordinary beings to engage in chaotic skirmishes, and the tales grew increasingly fantastical. Particularly, the gossip Queen Shenling mysteriously divulged her findings to the two, who could only respond with polite smiles. In the following 3 days, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou continued their routine of attending school. They remained vigilant for updates on the Qilin app, particularly eager to learn when Jin Sheng would rejoin the team. Yu Xian expanded his network significantly by adding numerous friends through acquaintances from the Evil Slaying Squad. He connected with members from various teams across the country and was invited into several mutual aid groups. After becoming familiar with the members of these groups, a young lady stationed in Yanjing delivered some disheartening news to Yu Xian. Jin Sheng's injuries were more troublesome than initially anticipated, and he would likely be unable to return to normal activities in the near future. Both Yu Xian and Zhang Shou felt a weight of concern, uncertain of the ultimate fate of the exorcism squad. On the 4th day, they both received a message from Qing Miao, instructing them to head to the Public Security Bureau in the South City, next door. When the two individuals arrived at the office, Qing Miao was already waiting for them in the corridor. Subsequently, the trio entered the temporary office that originally belonged to Jin Sheng. Inside, Gong Qian was seated at Jin Sheng's desk, her height barely allowing her head to be visible. The sight elicited a suppressed laughter from the three, who managed to hold back their amusement. Once everyone was gathered, Gong Qian spoke up, as Captain Jin Sheng is temporarily unable to lead the exorcism squad. Minister Yu Lai has appointed me as the vice captain, responsible for all affairs of the exorcism squad for the time being. Demoted, huh? Zhang Shou couldn't help but tease upon hearing this. Gong Qian's expression darkened immediately, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Shou, who quickly diverted his gaze, awkwardly whistling as if he were not the one who had just spoken. Nonetheless, the demotion was indeed a reality for Gong Qian. Although she had played an immensely significant role in the defeat of Demos, earning her a first-class merit, the near-total annihilation of her squad could not be overlooked. The loss of so many talented individuals weighed heavily on the headquarters. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. There is no such thing as a balance between the two. Therefore, after thorough deliberation, the Qilin headquarters assigned her to the exorcism squad as vice captain. Additionally, they believed that her collaboration with Yu Xian could yield greater combat effectiveness. Hence the arrangement. In fact, the headquarters had considered promoting Yu Xian to the position of temporary captain, with Gong Qian assisting him. However, due to Yu Xian's brief tenure with the exorcism squad, they ultimately decided against it. Had Yu Xian joined the exorcism squad for over a year, it would undoubtedly be Yu Xian occupying the position of Jin Sheng rather than Gong Qian. So what is the current mission of our squad? Observing Gong Qian glaring at Zhang Shou, Yu Xian took the initiative to inquire. Gong Qian averted her gaze and replied, "At present, there are no collective tasks. The minister's intention is for us to first acclimate to one another and familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities." In fact, Yu Lai had earnestly advised her to heed Yu Xian's opinions when faced with challenges, and to refrain from impulsiveness. Although Yu Xian had joined Qilin recently, his performance during this time had been remarkably impressive. His capabilities are formidable, and he possesses both courage and strategy, proving to be reliable at critical moments. Following the memorial service, as accomplishments are recognized, Yuxian's ranking will undoubtedly ascend, accompanied by various rewards and benefits. Does the vice captain have any plans? Yuxian asked Gongqian. She shook her head, prompting Yuxian to smile and suggest, since there are no plans, how about we go catch some mice tonight? Catch mice? Everyone present was taken aback, turning their attention to Yuxian. He conjured a bubble the size of a pinprick and explained, as you all know, my ability allows for interconnected bubble spaces. Thus, theoretically, sounds can be transmitted through these bubbles. Over the past couple of days, I have idly released numerous such bubbles in various corners of the city at night, through which I have gleaned some intriguing tidbits of information. Tonight, a coterie of inept thieves plans to target a silversmith shop. We could lie in wait and apprehend them all at once. Yuxian, while speaking, swept aside his hair, revealing bubble-like earbuds concealed within his ears. Such ingenuity, Zhang Shou exclaimed, his countenance reflecting astonishment as he gazed upon the bubbles in Yuxian's ears. Yuxian offered a subtle smile. This is merely the beginning. He had been foregoing sleep these past nights, dedicating himself to conceiving more applications for the bubbles, and had successfully devised a plethora of intriguing tactics. Moreover, by modulating the dimensions of the bubbles, his energy expenditure was exceedingly minimal. The bubbles he deployed typically maintained the size of pinholes, expanding only when necessary via the principle of spatial interconnection, instantaneously transforming into bubbles with a diameter of 2 meters. Consequently, each of his teleportation points not only conserved an extraordinary amount of energy, but also possessed remarkable discretion, serving as a potential avenue for intelligence gathering, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. Furthermore, the bubbles no longer required his constant psychic manipulation for movement. He could affix them to a specific coordinate object, allowing the bubble to move in concert with the object. Such was the case with the bubbles in his ears. Otherwise, the effort required to consciously control their movement with each step would be excessively taxing. Subsequently, Yuxian affixed a bubble within the ears of all 3 individuals, enabling instantaneous communication at any juncture. Can you hear me? Zhang Shou inquired in a hushed tone, having ventured outside the office. In the room, all 3 individuals could distinctly hear Zhang Shou's words. Curiously, Qing Miao inquired, Xianyu, why is it that we can hear the voice of the dead doctor so clearly, despite its low volume? Yuxian responded, this is because the bubbles in our ears are elastic. Their internal space possesses a remarkable resonance capability. Once the sound exit of the bubble is oriented inward, the sound we perceive becomes exceptionally clear and resonant. Initially, he had not contemplated this phenomenon, as his hearing had been significantly enhanced through the infusion of silver blood. He could discern even the faintest of sounds with utmost clarity. It was only later, during his time at school, that Zhang Shou realized his acute hearing was not a universal trait, as he often struggled to hear his own words amidst the surrounding noise. This realization prompted him to conduct research and implement numerous adjustments. Moreover, there was an aspect he had not disclosed. He could determine which sounds were permitted to enter the bubble. These bubbles were inherently dual purpose, serving both offensive and defensive functions. Without his consent, no other beings could breach the surface of the bubble, even if they possessed the ability to shatter its barriers. Such attempts would merely result in the annihilation of the bubble. By deeply developing this functionality, Yuxian was able to specify whose voices could penetrate the bubble while excluding all other sounds, thereby achieving a pure auditory experience devoid of interference. Once Zhang Shou returned from outside, the 4 of them discussed the time for their gathering that evening before dispersing. As Yuxian stepped out of the temporary office, a bubble materialized before him. Upon entering it, he found himself back home in an instant. The office bubble swiftly diminished in size, settling inconspicuously into a small depression in the ground. One's abilities can be developed in the direction of grandeur or minutiae. Sometimes, the diminutive can prove equally potent as the grand. Particularly after honing his finesse, he could, through skill alone, turn the tide against stronger opponents in mere moments. With Yuxian's continuous practice, his command over the energy within him became increasingly adept, and his mastery of the bubble grew stronger. Through the minuscule bubbles hidden in the indentations of his fingertips, he was capable of executing astonishing feats, manipulating space bubbles to achieve various effects. For instance, by placing a bubble in outer space, he could even banish his enemies directly into the void. He conceived a particularly devious tactic, establishing a teleportation point at the Qilin headquarters, sending formidable foes there to experience a righteous onslaught. However, He was acutely aware that the powerful figures in Silver City would undoubtedly seek retribution for such audacity, leading him to swiftly extinguish this reckless thought. At 2 in the morning, in the eastern part of the city, lay the establishment known as Whispering Silver Radiance. This shop specialized in acquiring silver, which was then refined into secret silver, elixir silver, and pill silver, subsequently sold to customers. Due to its unique characteristic of 3 years without opening, yet thriving for 3 years once it does, the shop was located on the second floor of an equipment store. Its premises notably modest. Yet, within its depths lies a realm of profound intricacy. Though small, it possesses all essential components. Not only does it house an alchemy chamber and a gold refining room, but it also boasts a vast treasury. This evening, a group of extraordinary individuals, having traversed from Rongqing, has set their sights on the treasury of Miyuinhua. Remarkably, each member of this group possesses a unique talent, as they are already entangled in various criminal activities. Following the bizarre insect incidents in Silver City, a citywide health inspection commenced in Rongqing, prompting them to flee beyond the city limits to avoid exposure. After deliberation, they concluded that the most perilous locations often offer the greatest safety. Thus, once the restrictions in Silver City are lifted, they plan to infiltrate the area. Should they successfully pilfer a considerable amount of silver from Miyuinhua and make a hasty escape from the city, the profits would afford them a prolonged period of indulgence in a life of leisure. Such itinerant crimes are notoriously difficult to trace, and without the intervention of Yuxian, the likelihood of their success is significantly heightened. However, Yuxian presently stands in vigil above Miyuinhua, poised like a predator awaiting its prey, cloaked in darkness. He reflects no light, rendering him invisible to any passerby who might glance upward. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, atop a high-rise building, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian peer through binoculars, equally intent on monitoring the movements surrounding Miyuinhua. Additionally, perched inconspicuously atop a utility pole to the right of Miyuinhua, a Qingniao, resembling a bird, remains undetected. At this moment, a van approaches from the front, coming to a halt beside the utility pole. After 5 minutes, 5 individuals disembark from the vehicle, stealthily making their way towards the alley adjacent to the equipment store. At the end of the alley, on the right side, stands a door. One of the men pressed his hand against the door, causing it to immediately deform, creating a gaping hole large enough for an adult to pass through. "It's time to act," Yuxian remarked with a smile upon witnessing this scene. The act of forcefully breaching the door served as irrefutable evidence in the realm of the extraordinary. Thus, Yuxian and his companions deemed it unnecessary to wait for their adversaries to enter the establishment before taking action. In truth, different nations harbor varying attitudes towards extraordinary criminals. In some countries, extraordinary beings are exceedingly rare, and even offenders may receive lenient treatment, such as being repurposed for breeding. However, since the emergence of the extraordinary in China, the stance on extraordinary crimes has remained unwaveringly stringent. Faced with undeniable evidence against extraordinary offenders, the special police forces possess the authority to employ lethal force without restriction. Essentially, they are justified in taking lives when warranted. It is precisely because of the stringent domestic laws pertaining to extraordinary beings that Yuxian and Zhang Shou, during their time as ordinary individuals, had never encountered harassment or bullying from the extraordinary. At this moment, upon hearing Yuxian's command, the bluebird was the first to spring into action. She dove from the pinnacle of a utility pole and, as she entered the alley, transformed into human form. With a velocity 3 times that of sound, she delivered a powerful kick to one of the criminals. The sound of cracking ribs resonating in the air as he was sent sprawling backward, crashing against the wall at the end of the alley. "Trouble, the police are here. Run." The faces of the remaining 4 criminals paled in alarm. 3 of them fled towards the mouth of the alley, while the one who had just breached the door gritted his teeth and retreated inside. As the 3 emerged from the alley, one veered to the left while the other 2 sprinted towards a nearby van. With a resounding crash, Gong Qian descended from the heavens, her petite frame radiating immense power. She landed squarely upon the van, which erupted into a conflagration, flames licking the air with ferocity. The 2 criminals, observing from a distance, stood atop the vehicle. Undeterred by the blaze, their fists clenched and cracking ominously as they instinctively crouched down, knowing full well that this tempestuous girl was not to be trifled with. One of the criminals barely managed to sprint 50 meters before a bullet struck the ground ahead of him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. As a barrage of bullets rained down around him, he trembled uncontrollably and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Zhang Shou, positioned at a distance with a sniper rifle, wore a face of resignation. He had aimed for the man's legs, yet not a single shot found its mark. Inside the whispering silver hua, a masked assailant charged forward, frantically searching for an escape route. Suddenly, he beheld someone performing a handstand on the ceiling. Before he could comprehend the situation, a vice-like grip seized his neck, and in a dizzying whirl, he found himself on the street outside the whispering silver hua, face down on the ground. His head firmly pressed beneath someone's foot. Best not to move, lest you bear the consequences, Yu Xian warned, applying pressure. His presence on the ceiling was not mere bravado. Rather, it stemmed from the bubbles he had strategically placed there. Emerging from one of those bubbles, he had to adhere his energy to his feet to avoid plummeting to the floor below, enabling him to cling to the ceiling. The ensuing battle was rather straightforward. It involved maneuvering a minuscule bubble to glide behind the criminal, after which others would teleport in to seize the perpetrator by the neck, subsequently transporting him to the street. The criminal would experience a disorienting sensation attributable to the absence of gravity within the bubble, compounded by the oxygen deprivation caused by the grip on his neck. Following this, the 5 miscreants were shackled with superalloy handcuffs. While Yu Xian contacted Zhang Kai to escort them away, the 5 criminals crouched against the wall, and Yu Xian and his companions gathered together. Zhang Shou remarked, "Is this it? I expected a more heinous individual." With the apprehension of the suspects complete, he added, "I think I'll head back for some sleep now." Gong Qian yawned and followed suit. Yu Xian nodded, acknowledging, "All right, deputy team leader, you've worked hard." "Yes, you too. Goodbye," Gong Qian murmured, her eyelids growing heavy. She rarely stayed up late. In her pursuit of growth, she had maintained a regular sleep schedule, with instances of remaining awake past 2 in the morning being exceedingly rare. Qing Miao, feeling somewhat concerned for Gong Qian, informed Yu Xian and Zhang Shou before accompanying her back to the dormitory at their office. The two had no residence in Silver City, thus they currently resided in the office dormitory, the same quarters where Yu Xian had previously stayed with Zhang Shou. After Gong Qian and Qing Miao departed, the criminals exchanged furtive glances. In truth, their greatest fear was Gong Qian, whose sheer strength had obliterated a van without so much as a scratch to herself. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Even if they were to employ their most concealed stratagems, they would still be no match for Gong Qian. However, apart from Gong Qian, the remaining Yu Xian and Zhang Shou do not seem particularly formidable. Should they resort to their trump cards, they might very well overcome them. A 5-on-2 confrontation presents a substantial probability of success. Shall we proceed? Indeed. The 5 individuals reached a consensus through mere glances. Subsequently, one of the more physically imposing convicts bellowed resoundingly and lunged with both hands towards Yu Xian, who was standing nearby, as the group had their backs against the wall. Yu Xian managed to evade the blow, resulting in the convict's manacled hands shattering the wall upon impact. Another convict swiftly positioned himself behind the burly offender, extracting a syringe from a pouch at his waist and injecting its contents into the convict's back. Upon receiving the injection of the unidentified substance, the burly convict's muscles metamorphosed into a crimson hue. Subsequently, his physique underwent rapid inflation, causing the alloy handcuffs to snap instantaneously. "Haha, I am invincible." The burly convict, now feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through his veins, lifted his gaze skyward and spread his arms wide, reveling in his newfound vigor. Abruptly, he lowered his head. A maniacal grin plastered across his face and fixed his sights on Yu Xian. He charged forward, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. Yet, Yu Xian merely swayed left and right, each movement a minuscule step, effortlessly evading the onslaught. The burly convict remained oblivious to the fact that his every offensive intention was being foreseen and countered. He was under the delusion that he possessed the capability to shatter the very planet with a single blow. This individual, known as Sun Youhu, was a martial artist of sorts, having been adopted and trained in the rigorous arts of physical conditioning from a young age by his master. Yet sometimes, individuals exhibit a peculiar tendency to undervalue what they easily possess, while fixating on the unattainable. His interest in martial arts was non-existent. His sole desire was for wealth, to amass a fortune. Due to his lack of diligence and cultivation and frequent descents into gambling, he was ultimately expelled from his master's tutelage upon reaching adulthood. Subsequently, he pursued riches, indulging in hedonism, leveraging the meager strength he had acquired over the years of inattentive training to oppress ordinary folk in his quest for wealth. However, after being reported, He faced a severe crackdown from the authorities and was sentenced to 20 years for the theft of a mere $10. In prison, he encountered like-minded companions. Upon his release, the five of them united and began a spree of crimes across various cities. At the age of 38, he possessed only the strength of a mere insect, essentially a feeble creature. Nevertheless, after injecting a mysterious serum, he felt as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. Such a sensation was intoxicating. Death, death, death. Sun Yohu, frustrated by his inability to land a blow on Yu Xian, instinctively resorted to the tiger fist he had trained for decades without significant progress. In response to Sun Yohu's sudden change in tactics, Yu Xian simply laid down on the ground, causing a small spatial bubble to swiftly expand. His body traversed this bubble, emerging amidst the air, and then one leg descended upon Sun Yohu's head. "What did you inject?" Yu Xian inquired, gazing down at Sun Yohu. Had it not been for his curiosity regarding the nature of Sun Yohu's injection, he would have possessed the capacity to end Sun Yohu's life with a single kick. However, it was implausible that Sun Yohu would deign to answer Yu Xian's query. He immediately clutched at his head with both hands. Yet, with a gentle thrust, Yu Xian vanished into thin air. Before Sun Yohu could even react, he was met with a swift kick to the cheek, sending him crashing heavily against the wall. In the ensuing moment, Yu Xian turned his gaze upon the several criminals who were hastily injecting themselves with some concoction. A diminutive criminal, with a sudden burst of energy, propelled himself off the wall and lunged forward. Yu Xian, with a slight furrow of his brow, conjured forth a multitude of bubbles. One of these bubbles collided with the onrushing criminal, instantly causing his eyes to roll back in his head as he lost consciousness. In the obscurity of the night, these spatial bubbles were virtually imperceptible. Before the remaining three criminals could gather their wits, they were struck by the bubbles, and within a mere 5 seconds, they were all rendered incapacitated. Sun Yohu, at this juncture, arose from the debris of the collapsed wall and hurled a barrage of shattered bricks at Yu Xian. However, Yu Xian's form dissolved into nothingness in an instant, only to reappear behind Sun Yohu. With a decisive kick to the back of Sun Yohu's head, the latter's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness on the spot. Throughout the skirmish, Yu Xian had already affixed a bubble to the back of Sun Yohu's head. Had he wished to strike, he could have effortlessly dispatched Sun Yohu at any moment. However, Yu Xian had been dedicating his time to honing his teleportation skills, and this encounter presented an opportune moment for practice. Currently, he was capable of compressing the entire teleportation sequence to within a second, but his ambition was to achieve completion within 0.01 seconds. At that juncture, his movements would be even more expeditious and fluid, enabling him to execute a greater array of extraordinary feats. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before the arrival of the battle police cruisers. After Zhang Kai disembarked, he instructed his subordinates to load the unconscious criminals into the vehicle. He then approached Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, inquiring curiously, "Aren't you two planning to rest tonight?" "Zhang, with those dark circles under your eyes, how can you even question us?" Zhang Shou replied, his demeanor lively. Over the past few days, he had been persuading the physician from the Qilin office to prepare some painless medication for refreshing his stamina. Consequently, he would voluntarily rejuvenate his state just before midnight, theoretically remaining alert until noon. Yu Xian elaborated, "We simply happened upon the commotion caused by these foolish thieves, which prompted our presence. It seems we might have indeed caught some big fish." He proceeded to inform Zhang Kai about the enhancement serum injected into Sun Yohu and the others, which was said to amplify their strength tenfold. "Tenfold? Are you certain?" Zhang Kai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yu Xian nodded affirmatively. "We have conducted tests. Otherwise, I would have dispatched that brute with a single kick." With his current strength, he believed that regardless of whether Sun Yohu's power was increased tenfold or even 20-fold, he could still defeat him effortlessly. "Then it is indeed imperative to delve deeper into this matter," Zhang Kai stated with gravity. The trio resolved to return to the Public Security Bureau, awaiting the awakening of Sun Yohu and his accomplices to thoroughly interrogate them regarding the origin of the serum. Tenfold is quite an exaggeration. If this works at any level, Zhang Kai mused while driving, still incredulous. Seated in the back, Yu Xian replied calmly, "It is unlikely that it would be effective at all levels. Otherwise, it would be excessively formidable. At lower echelons, it is manageable, but its efficacy against tiger and dragon level threats would be excessively formidable." The cohort reconvened at the constabulary, where the quintet was subsequently ushered into separate interrogation chambers. Yustian accompanied Zhang Kai into the interrogation room designated for Sun Yohu. Awaken him, Zhang Kai instructed the adjacent young battle police officer. Subsequently, the youthful officer administered several sharp blows to Sun Yohu's face, causing immediate swelling. Concurrently, Sun Yohu groggily regained consciousness. Sun Yohu, 38 years of age, paroled 6 months prior, subsequently colluded with fellow inmates Zhang Fa, Kong Jimao, Wang Hao, and Su Long in multiple robberies and thefts, resulting in injuries and disabilities to 15 eyewitnesses. Am I mistaken? Zhang Kai opened the file, selectively reciting Sun Yohu's record. Sun Yohu, feeling the stinging pain in his cheeks, glanced at Yuxian and sneered. Since your knowledge is so comprehensive, whether you execute or dismember me, I am at your disposal. I inquire as to the source of the serum you ingested today. Zhang Kai pivoted, posing the question. Sun Yohu stiffened his neck, remaining silent, while glaring menacingly at Yuxian. Given the impecunious circumstances of you miscreants, a purchase is surely out of the question. Divulge from whence you pilfered it, Yuxian queried. Regarding Sun Yohu with a smile, Zhang Kai sternly stated, cooperation begets leniency. You should be cognizant that we do not exercise restraint with transnormal offenders. To preempt our intervention, it is advisable to respond truthfully. In an instant, Sun Yohu recalled his initial experience upon entering the Public Security Bureau, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge his guilt. He had presumed that without evidence, the armed police would be powerless against him. However, they had no intention of engaging him in a discussion about evidence. Reflecting on that experience now caused an involuntary trembling in his legs. In the cloud warehouse located in the northern part of the city. Which warehouse? No, it was the 32nd warehouse. We merely intended to steal some food, but unexpectedly discovered a myriad of sophisticated equipment inside. We dared not tamper with anything and simply seized a briefcase before fleeing. It contained these substances. And the briefcase? Disposed of. Where did you discard it? In a trash bin on the outskirts of the southern city. How did you ascertain the efficacy of the drugs? Feathers. No. It was Kong Jimiao who administered it to a dog and noted the canine's enhancement in strength, though it did experience lethargy for 2 days as a side effect. After Yuxian and Zhang Kai had posed their inquiries, they exchanged glances, then promptly issued a warning to Sun Yohu before swiftly vacating the interrogation room. Mouths to silence. In the northern district, at the Cloud Warehouse, specifically the 32nd warehouse, 3 police vehicles were stationed at the entrance as Zhang Kai, Yuxian, and Zhang Shou disembarked, and numerous tactical officers swiftly encircled the warehouse. A contingent of officers, armed with nearly 10-centimeter thick superalloy shields, formed a protective barrier and cautiously advanced, while one officer wielding a battering ram took position behind the shield formation. They arrived at the warehouse entrance, awaiting the command to breach the door. Yuxian observed their movements, and suddenly his head began to thrum, causing his vampire heart to race uncontrollably. Wait, Captain Zhang, allow me to handle this. I have a foreboding feeling, Yuxian asserted, grasping Zhang Kai's hand that held the communicator with a serious demeanor. Recognizing the gravity in Yuxian's expression, Zhang Kai promptly ordered the tactical officers to retreat. Once everyone had distanced themselves adequately, a bubble the size of a basketball materialized in Yuxian's hand. He deftly maneuvered the bubble to float towards the door, gently pushing it open inch by inch. With a crack, the door splintered, and a sound akin to a collision reverberated. In an instant, the entire warehouse erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a terrifying shockwave, even from several dozen meters away. The tactical officers, despite wielding heavy shields, were swept off their feet. Yuxian had anticipated this moment as the explosion occurred. He enveloped himself and those around him in a protective sphere, employing not 1 but 3 layers of bubbles. Thus, the explosion had no adverse effect on them. Holy crap! Zhang Shou exclaimed, jolting back to reality. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai's expression darkened considerably. Had it not been for Yuxian's intervention in preventing the tactical officers from forcibly opening the door, several of his comrades might have perished on the spot. Damn it. We must investigate this warehouse, who owns it, and who is behind it. Until we uncover the truth, I refuse to bear the name Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai seethed, his teeth clenched in anger. Yuxian too sensed that this matter was growing increasingly complex. Initially, the intention was merely to catch a few insignificant mice at night. Yet unexpectedly, these seemingly trivial creatures have inadvertently entangled us in a significant case. It is highly likely that the adversary has anticipated our arrival, serving as a warning for us to cease our inquiries, pondered Yuxian. After Sun Yohu and his accomplices pilfered the suitcase, The opposing party had already foreseen this scenario. After all, Sun Yohu and his associates engaged in their nefarious activities while donning hats and masks, making their identification exceedingly challenging. However, as long as Sun Yohu and his gang persist in their petty thievery, it is highly probable that they will fall into the hands of the Public Security Bureau. Once the syringe is discovered, the exposure of the warehouse is merely a matter of time. Many may believe that criminal elements or malevolent forces would more readily locate Sun Yohu and his crew, yet the reality is quite the opposite. They operate as a cohesive unit, traversing various cities, harboring an inherent distrust towards others, to the extent that even the local kingpins may remain oblivious to their existence. Moreover, following a successful heist in one city, they refrain from disposing of the stolen goods there, opting instead to transport them to the next city or even further afield before making their move, ensuring they do not engage in further theft within the same locale. This modus operandi renders it exceedingly difficult for conventional forces to apprehend them. A comprehensive citywide search would be requisite prior to their migration to another city. Yet, having just lifted the restrictions in Silver City, it is unlikely that the nefarious elements lurking in the sewers would be easily caught. Even the overtly powerful figures must adhere to a period of decorum. Thus, Sun Yohu and his gang's lingering presence in Silver City indeed affords them a considerable degree of safety. Under the aforementioned circumstances, the likelihood of Sun Yohu and his associates exposing the drug agent has risen to over 80. It is not difficult to fathom why the original owner of the agent took such measures. A team of law enforcement officers was left to conduct a thorough inspection of the surrounding warehouses, while Yu Xian and his colleagues returned to the Public Security Bureau. After a while, the officers responsible for investigating the temporary hideout of Sun Yohu and his group returned, bringing back several vials of the concealed agent. The suitcase contained a total of 10 vials. Sun Yohu's group had used one for their dog, and each member took one for themselves, leaving 4 vials at the temporary hideout. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou each took 1 vial to store in their storage rings as a backup. Of the remaining 2 vials, one was designated for the Public Security Bureau for composition testing, while the other was taken by Yu Xian to the adjacent office for examination by the Qilin personnel. After exiting the office, Yu Xian sat in the greenery between the Public Security Bureau and the office, and Zhang Shou joined him, inquiring, "Xian Yu, are you waiting for a countermove from the other party?" Yu Xian replied thoughtfully, "Indeed, with the warehouse explosion. They must be aware that the thief who stole the suitcase has been apprehended. Given their audacious nature, do you think they might resort to silencing witnesses?" Yu Xian nodded, solemnly responding, "If it's merely the Public Security Bureau capturing Sun Yohu, they are quite likely to take such drastic actions. Now, we must ascertain how much they truly know. If someone makes a move tonight, it will indicate that the Public Security Bureau is in the clear. Should no action be taken, it would be prudent for the Bureau to conduct another thorough investigation." Nevertheless, Yu Xian firmly believed in Jin Sheng's capabilities. Previously, when the Public Security Bureau had been infiltrated by aberrant creatures, Jin Sheng had meticulously scrutinized the entire Bureau of Silver City. If any issues persisted under such circumstances, it would indeed signify a grave concern. At 4 in the morning, both Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were wide awake, one gazing at the stars while the other was engrossed in his mobile device. Suddenly, Yu Xian rose to his feet, prompting Zhang Shou to quickly stand and scan the surroundings. In an instant, an enormous fireball, exceeding 300 meters in diameter, materialized above the Public Security Bureau. It appeared as if from thin air, leaving everyone with no time to react. Should this fireball descend, the entire Bureau would likely be reduced to ashes, and all lives would be lost. However, in the next moment, a colossal bubble emerged above the Bureau, swallowing the fireball whole. If the extraordinary individual responsible for conjuring the fireball could see beyond several hundred kilometers, they would witness the fireball abruptly materializing at the bottom of a vast lake, only to be swiftly extinguished by the lake's waters. Approximately 200 meters away, Scott widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the scene above the Public Security Bureau. Clutching a magical scroll in his hand, he realized, despite having torn it open, that the Inferno Fireball spell should have successfully activated. This was a spell of the Wolf-level tier, capable of vaporizing the entire Bureau. The pressing question was, where was his fireball? This was troubling. The Public Security Bureau might possess formidable experts. Regaining his composure, Scott's intellect returned to him, and he recognized the dire situation. He hastily retrieved a teleportation scroll and tore it apart, making a swift escape. 5 seconds after his departure, Yu Xian descended from the heavens, his form shrouded in an ominous darkness. Have they fled? Yu scanned his surroundings, a slight frown creasing his brow. The adversary appeared to possess even greater resources than he had anticipated. The air bore no remnants of their presence, not even a trace of their scent. He could ascertain that they were undoubtedly equipped with advanced gear, and the abilities employed were likely not from their own system. In simpler terms, the opponent had revealed no information about themselves, save for one glaring fact. They were affluent. Could they be of the bloodline? The thought flickered through Yu's mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of his head. One could not hastily conclude that wealth equated to guilt. At a five-star hotel, Scott stood ensconced in the shadows, speaking, "Master, there has been an incident at Warehouse 32. A shadow swiftly coalesced into a humanoid form, the entire room seemingly plummeting into darkness. The shadow emanated an androgynous voice. You should now comprehend that warnings hold no sway over the Chinese. They will not relent in their pursuit for answers. Have all leads been severed? Master, all traceable leads have been meticulously eliminated, yet regrettably. There are experts within the Public Security Bureau. I was unable to ensure complete silence, and it is likely they will continue their investigation," Scott replied, bowing his head. The shadow fell into a momentary silence before responding, "Then let them pursue their inquiries. Employ all counter-surveillance measures. Do not expose yourselves." "Understood," Scott replied promptly. Upon returning to the Public Security Bureau, Yu found the entire vicinity heavily fortified by armed riot police. Zhang Kai, the leader, immediately inquired with a tense expression. "Yu, was that the Sunfire Fireball technique that just appeared in the sky? This formidable wolf-level spell is renowned internationally, although its range is relatively limited. Its temperature is exceedingly high, capable of turning anything within its vicinity into molten lava. Consequently, many criminals favor this spell to obliterate evidence." Despite its presence above the bureau lasting no more than 5 seconds, the rooftop was already charred, with numerous devices on the uppermost floor damaged by the intense heat. Indeed, it was the Sunfire Fireball technique, Yu affirmed with a nod. Zhang Kai furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be related to the warehouse over there? Yes. Hence this case has been taken over by our exorcism team. You may withdraw from this matter, Yu replied earnestly, continuing to nod. Had he not been present, the Public Security Bureau would likely have been reduced to a massive crater, with all the riot police turned to ash beneath the Sunfire Fireball technique. The personnel, predominantly at the insect to ant levels, were evidently ill-suited to continue their involvement in this case. After all, the attack had emanated from a wolf-level tier, rendering sheer numbers ineffective. "Very well, then I shall pass Sun Yohu and the others over to you as well," Zhang Kai said calmly, nodding in agreement. Although he was quite furious, he had to take responsibility for his subordinates. The criminal forces behind this case were of a significantly higher caliber, and the involvement of the police was perilous. "Very well, please transfer everything over. I will also have someone examine their bodies to ascertain whether the administered substances truly lack severe side effects," Yu agreed. Ultimately, the assertion that the side effects were minimal was merely Sun Yohu's opinion, and Kong Jimao's observation was limited to a single dog, rendering his conclusions potentially unreliable. The subsequent handover did not require Yu's direct involvement. It was managed by the office staff in conjunction with the police unit. Yu floated in a bubble above the Public Security Bureau, meticulously reflecting on his recent actions. If there were two adversaries employing a strategy to lure him away, then his hasty departure from the Bureau to pursue them could have catastrophic consequences upon his return. The entire Bureau might have vanished. He realized he had acted too impulsively. "Should we awaken Sister Qingniu and the deputy team leader?" Zhang Shou's voice echoed from the bubble in his right ear. Yu replied, "There's no need. We shall inform them tomorrow. Let's wait until we receive the testing results before making any plans. By the way, please have Lee investigate who the owner of Warehouse 32 in the cloud storage is and to whom it has been leased recently." The police had already been looking into the ownership of the cloud storage, but now that the matter was entrusted to Qilin, it would naturally be their responsibility to probe further. The office is staffed with numerous clerks, who primarily serve as assistants to various teams. Among them, the individual referred to as Li Gobai Yuxian is one with whom they share a certain familiarity. "Ah, I see," Zhang Shou responded. Subsequently, Yuxian continued to remain vigilant while honing his abilities. He remotely controlled 2 bubbles beyond Silver City, incessantly swapping submerged stones, river water, and even the occasional fish into the bubbles. One bubble floated in the river while the other resided in the lake, separated by several kilometers, allowing many fish to embark on an unexpected journey. He possessed an intimate understanding of the space within the bubbles. However, he remained oblivious to what lay beyond their confines. Manipulating the bubbles from a distance felt akin to navigating in darkness, as he could only ascertain the nature of his surroundings by incorporating the elements from the water into the bubbles. Whenever he found a moment, he pondered how he might glimpse the scenes outside the distant bubbles. The following day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou once again requested leave. Fortunately, the instructors at the Superpower Academy were aware of their affiliation with the Public Security Bureau, thus sparing the two from any complications. At 8:30 in the morning, Gong Qian and Qing Miao emerged from their room. In truth, the two had awakened briefly when the Sun Fireball technique manifested. But its fleeting nature and the absence of further occurrences, coupled with the lack of communication from Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, led them to mistakenly believe there was no significant matter at hand, prompting them to return to their restful slumber. As Gong Qian and Qing Miao enjoyed the breakfast purchased by Zhang Shou, they listened intently as Yu Xian recounted the events of the previous night. Neither of them anticipated that a case involving a petty theft would unravel into such a significant incident. An assault on the Public Security Bureau by a formidable force is a grave offense, one that brooks no negotiation, as long as the assailant is identified. A reward for their elimination awaits. Now, what clues do we have at our disposal? Qing Miao inquired after swallowing a mouthful of preserved egg and lean meat congee. Yu Xian, engrossed in the messages from Brother Li on his phone, replied, "The test results for the substance in the syringe will not be available until this afternoon. However, we have already gathered information about the owner and tenant of Warehouse 32. The owner is Lingshi, the master of the Lion Gate in the eastern part of the city, a formidable serpent-level martial artist. I have dispatched someone to summon him for questioning. The tenant is Hu Weijia, one of the illustrious Hu family's 7 heroes, a well-known figure in the underworld as a cleaner. We have also sent someone to bring him in for interrogation. Let us await the arrival of Lingshi and Hu Weijia, and then we shall continue our investigation following the leads," Gong Qian concluded. As Qing Miao tidied up the remnants of their breakfast, she remarked, however, "Skin, I must admonish you. Should such a situation arise again, you ought to rouse me and the vice captain immediately. What if the adversary has a backup plan? We cannot assume that we need protection simply because we are women. We are seasoned warriors in our own right. Indeed, next time, notify us right away. Strength lies in numbers, and it will make it more difficult for the enemy to employ diversionary tactics," Gong Qian concurred. Last night, Yu Xian had already reflected on his actions, and with a receptive demeanor, he nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed. I shall take this into consideration and ensure to inform you promptly next time." Around 10:30, several clerks returned, accompanied by Lingshi, Hu Tuer, and a woman strikingly similar in appearance to Hu Tuer. Upon knocking, Li Gu entered the office and addressed the group. "Esteemed leaders, Lingshi has been brought in, while Hu Weijia remains unaccounted for. However, his wife, Hu Xianer, and daughter, Hu Tuer, have voluntarily come forth to assist with the investigation, hoping we can aid in locating Hu Weijia." "Thank you, Li Gu. Let us proceed to meet Lingshi and discern his account," Gong Qian suggested proactively. Subsequently, they made their way to the reception room, where upon entering, they beheld the robust figure of Lingshi. The moment Yu Xian laid eyes on him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He soon realized that Lingshi's aura bore a striking resemblance to Jin Sheng, both embodying the essence of a lion. Yet, there were distinctions. Jin Sheng resembled a resplendent lion, while Lingshi appeared more akin to an elder lion, protective of his territory. At the venerable age of 98, Lingshi, being a snake-level martial artist, had maintained his physical condition remarkably well, appearing akin to a man in his 50s. It was anticipated that in a few years, should he fail to ascend to eagle level and wish to prolong his life, he might need to contemplate becoming a vampire or some other form of immortality. The river diagram and the Luo book evoke a sense of whether one is free of guilt or has been prepared in advance. Lingshi exhibited a commendable cooperation, revealing everything he knew regarding the affairs of Warehouse 32. The conundrum lies in the fact that he does not actively manage his properties. Warehouse 32 was merely a gift from a wealthy merchant on his 90th birthday, and its management has been entrusted to his eldest disciple, Wang Xiaohu. Fortunately, during this investigation, Wang Xiaohu accompanied Lingshi, allowing Yu Xian and his team to meet him once more. Regrettably, Wang Xiaohu provided no valuable insights. Currently, the leasing of the warehouse is facilitated through an app called Treasure Tenant, negating the need for personal meetings with prospective tenants. After the two were dismissed, Zhang Shou inquired. Do you think their statements hold any truth? There should be no issues, Qing Niao replied. Although the Lion's Gate is not particularly formidable, it possesses numerous assets. Ingshire likely does not regard the warehouse, gifted by another, with much concern. At this juncture, Yu Xian interjected, well then, let us meet with Hu Weijia's family to see if they can offer any clues. Should Hu Xianer and her family be as oblivious as Ingshire, this lead will be extinguished. The group entered the reception room opposite, where Hu Tuer brightened upon seeing Yu Xian, rising with delight to exclaim, handsome, it's you. Do you know each other? Qing Niao inquired, intrigued. Yu Xian cast a bemused glance at Hu Tuer and calmly replied, we attended the same school and have crossed paths briefly. Sir, I must report a disappearance. My father is missing. At this moment, Hu Tuer gazed at Yu Xian with sparkling eyes, devoid of any trace of sorrow. Zhang Shou inquired curiously, how many days has your father been missing? Officer. He vanished on the day when Jie Ji's confinement ended, replied Hu Tuer's mother, Hu Xianer. Although Hu Xianer was a married woman with a 17-year-old daughter, she appeared remarkably youthful, standing alongside Hu Tuer like a sister. Her poise exuded an enchanting allure, captivating the attention of any young man. It was easy to understand why Cao Cao was drawn to married women upon seeing her. Jiego, aren't you his wife? Yu Xian nudged the dazed Zhang Shou and turned to Hu Xianer with a question. Hu Tuer, perhaps eager to divert Yu Xian's gaze from her mother, interjected, Sir, I've heard my mother call my father that since I was little. Very well. Could you elaborate on any peculiar behaviors exhibited by Hu Weijia prior to his disappearance? Any unusual actions, perhaps? Yu Xian refrained from dwelling on the previous question, recognizing that it might simply be a playful term of endearment between the couple. Hu Tuer shook her head, stating, no, my father is generally taciturn, with a low presence at home. He often disappears for periods, only to return later. Then what led you to believe he is truly missing this time? Qing Niao asked, perplexed. Hu Tuer gazed at Yu Xian and the others with confusion, retorting, it is because you were searching for him. Although my mother and I were previously unaware of his whereabouts, you, as officers, should surely know. Yet, now that you are all looking for him, it is evident that he must be missing. Such reasoning was indeed compelling, leaving no room for rebuttal. Gong Qian and the others fell silent, taken aback by the simplicity of Hu Tuer's conclusion. In truth, they were uncertain whether Hu Weijia was truly missing. Their search was motivated by a desire to uncover a particular detail. Are you aware that he once rented Cloud Storage Unit 32? Yu Xian coughed lightly before continuing. Hu Tuer shook her head, her curiosity piqued. I haven't heard of that. Why would he rent such a storage unit? The group fell silent, equally eager to unravel the mystery. Qing Niao turned her gaze towards Hu Xianer, who also shook her head in uncertainty and spoke, Brother Jie is a wanderer. He only returns briefly to rest. Both Tuer and I are not well informed about his activities outside. Doesn't he earn a living to support the family? Zhang Shou could not contain his curiosity. Hu Xianer explained, the bathhouse we run is a gift from Brother Jie to me. With the bathhouse, Tuer and I are financially secure, so we have never needed to ask him for anything. It had always been her responsibility to manage the establishment, with Hu Weijia playing no part in its operations. Are there any of Hu Weijia's belongings at home? Perhaps something he frequently uses? Yu Xian inquired, unwilling to let the lead slip away. Hu Xianer shook her head, but Hu Tuer interjected, there is a pair of his slippers. With a darkened expression, Yu Xian chose to remain silent. He intended to utilize his extraordinary sense of smell to uncover some clues, but sniffing other slippers was hardly a viable option. 1 minute later, the four of them bid farewell to the Hu family mother and daughter, standing at the office entrance, exchanging glances as the trail of clues, as expected, came to an abrupt halt. Upon returning to the office, Zhang Shou, seated in a chair, voiced his skepticism. Do you think Hu Weijia might be engaged in a cleaning task? There exists a plethora of peculiar knowledge online, often surprisingly accurate, such as how a cleaner would handle a corpse and erase traces of a crime scene, which is colloquially referred to as cleaning in the underworld. Typically, after such jobs, a cleaner would conceal themselves for a while, only re-emerging once the dust has settled. There is indeed a possibility of that. Generally, cleaners possess their own safe houses. Alternatively, we could contact the city's security bureau and enlist all security personnel to assist in the search, Qing Niao suggested. Security personnel are merely ordinary individuals, in most instances. They handle cases involving the general populace. However, when it comes to locating someone, they possess an advantage over extraordinary beings due to their sheer numbers. What if Hu Weijia has already been silenced, and the perpetrators subsequently rented Warehouse 32 using his phone. Zhang Shou speculated. Yu Xian glanced at his phone and replied. Warehouse 32 had already been leased by Hu Weijia prior to the regulations. Frustration washed over Zhang Shou as he lamented. This is incredibly challenging. We have no clues whatsoever. How are we to investigate this? Gong Qian remained remarkably calm, observing Zhang Shou nearly rolling on the ground before speaking. It appears you have misunderstood a crucial detail. We are not mere security personnel. We do not need to proceed step by step in our investigation. We are the Evil Extermination Squad, affiliated with Qilin. In situations like this, we simply request assistance. Zhang Shou expressed his skepticism, but we lack any leads. Will a request for assistance even be beneficial? With unwavering confidence. Gong Qian replied, of course it will be useful. At the very least, we now know that the individual who rented warehouse number 32 is Hu Weijia. We can request our headquarters to pinpoint Hu Weijia's location. Once the headquarters employs the He-Tu Luo Shu to locate him, they will send us the coordinates, enabling us to find him. Yu Xian interjected with a frown, but requesting it is quite costly. We could end up in the red. The He-Tu Luo Shu is a unique dragon-grade artifact, resembling a colossal tortoise shell adorned with a map of China. The Qilin headquarters can utilize it to locate any target within the country. However, activating the He-Tu Luo Shu requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and requesting it in a squad format demands a significant expenditure of merit points. If the rewards for solving the case yield insufficient merit, the squad risks incurring a loss. Generally, squads prefer to avoid making requests unless absolutely necessary, opting instead to conduct their own inquiries to conserve merit. Natural disaster or man-made calamity. I shall cover any losses incurred, Gong Qian declared, casting a determined glance at Yu Xian. This was her inaugural mission with the Evil Extermination Squad, and she was resolute in making a splendid impression, even if it meant incurring a loss. Moreover, she is not lacking in merit points at present. The blood of Pangu within her is a compensation for her father's sacrifice. Her storage ring is a relic from her mother, and the garments she wears are rewards from a past accomplishment. She currently lacks for nothing. Accumulating such merit serves little purpose, and it would be more beneficial to utilize it in solving the case. Do not act impulsively. Let us await the results of the afternoon's reagent analysis, for it may yield new clues, Qingniao said with a reassuring smile to the two who were somewhat overly eager. Zhang Shou nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. We still have the lead regarding the reagent. Let us not rush. Then let us wait and see, Gong Qian concurred. Subsequently, the four dispersed, and Yu Xian left the office, instantly returning home. He settled onto the balcony, basking in the sunlight while contemplating the known clues, his fingers deftly manipulating several small bubbles that danced in circles. Compared to when he first acquired this ability, he now expertly controlled multiple bubbles, directing their spins and rotations in various directions. The bubbles consist of two layers, the outer layer formed by spatial energy membranes, and the inner layer comprised of the very spatial energy of the universe itself. Both possess spatial characteristics. However, the former is entirely under Yu Xian's control, while the latter is not. Yu Xian can discern the distinction between the two, yet finds the former easier to manipulate, while the latter cannot be directly controlled, only influenced indirectly. This is no simple task, but through his relentless efforts, he has made notable progress. From the very beginning, the bubble existed in a state of weightlessness, later transitioning to a state of gravity, and eventually experiencing an inversion of gravity, even achieving the capability for internal object manipulation. His practice of this ability aims for absolute mastery over the spatial realm within the bubble, although its current utility may seem limited. Should he succeed in creating a gargantuan bubble capable of engulfing the entire Earth in the future, he would wield complete dominion over the planet, a testament to the value of honing this skill. In the afternoon, Yu Xian was summoned back to the office by Zhang Shou. Upon entering the room, he found not only Gong Qian and Qingniao, but also a young man clad in a white lab coat. Esteemed officials, I am Lin Yun, a level 3 researcher, and I shall present the findings of our analysis today. Should there be any shortcomings, I welcome your guidance, the researcher stated with measured composure. Gong Qian nodded. Very well, we are all present. Please proceed with your report. Firstly, we have detected a high concentration of nutrient solution within the unknown liquid in the syringe, which typically requires a dilution of 100 times to be safely absorbed by the human body, Lin Yun remarked as he held up the report. Zhang Shou interjected. What would happen if it were not diluted? Most biological organisms would be ruptured, Lin Yun replied. Zhang Shou furrowed his brow. That cannot be correct. Last night, Sun Youhu and his team injected it directly, without any explosion. Old Zhang, let researcher Lin continue, Yu Xian interjected calmly. Encouraged by Yu Xian's gesture, Lin Yun continued, additionally, this liquid contains 3 unidentified elements. As this is the first discovery, we have temporarily named them Q1, Q2, and Q3. Additionally, we have found that this liquid contains approximately 1/10 of the rare insect secretion. What is the relationship between the rare insect secretion and the rare insect? Yu Xian could not help but inquire. Lin Yun replied, the rare insect secretion only exists within the eggs of the rare insect. It is a substance of remarkably peculiar properties. Currently, professors in Yanjing are still conducting research on it, and its specific function remains unclear. What are your thoughts? Yu Xian turned to Gong Qian and the others, posing the question. Qing Miao keenly sensed the concealed fury beneath Yu Xian's calm demeanor and immediately speculated. Xian Yu, do you suspect that the numerous rare insects in Silver City are the result of someone intentionally breeding them? Otherwise, how could they have such an abundance of rare insect secretion? Yu Xian retorted. The eggs of the rare insect are exceedingly tiny, even smaller than a grain of rice. If one syringe contains 10% of the liquid as rare insect secretion, how many insect eggs would that require? A moment's contemplation reveals that an immense quantity of insect eggs would be necessary to produce sufficient rare insect secretion. At that moment, everyone became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If the invasion of rare insects in Silver City is the result of someone's machinations, that individual would undoubtedly deserve the harshest punishment. Damn it, if that is indeed the case, I will ensure they meet their demise. Zhang Shou, recalling the tragic fates of his classmates, felt a surge of anger. Yu Xian turned to Lin Yun and inquired, is there a possibility that the rare insect secretion can be synthetically produced? The likelihood is quite minimal. The liquid that involves extraordinary elements such as primordial embryos and ovum is often characterized by an exceedingly intricate origin, rendering the possibility of artificial synthesis nearly non-existent. Lin Yun remarked, shaking his head. However, he then glanced at the data and hesitated, stating, nevertheless, esteemed officials, I do not believe that the anomaly regarding the parasitic insects in Silver City is the result of deliberate cultivation. It is far more probable that it stems from an accidental leakage incident. Why do you say that? Gong Qian inquired. Lin Yun elucidated. The anomalous insects are not exclusively parasitic to humans. They can infect nearly all animal species. Thus, why not utilize more cost-effective insects? Insects reproduce rapidly, have short lifespans, and their eggs also contain the anomalous liquid. Theoretically, one could obtain a substantial quantity of eggs within a short time, making it far more economical and efficient than using humans as a resource. That seems reasonable, Zhang Shou concurred. Qing Miao spoke solemnly. Let us temporarily set this topic aside. Whether intentional or accidental, identifying the perpetrator will reveal the truth. Assaulting the Public Security Bureau is, after all, a grave offense. Since the syringe's contents yield no further clues, let us apply for the Hichu and Luoshu. At this juncture, Gong Qian added, I propose we proceed with the application for the Hichu and Luoshu. I sense that this case is far from ordinary. If we can identify the creator of the agent, it would indeed be a significant achievement. I concur, Qing Miao affirmed. Yu Xian turned to Lin Yun and asked, Researcher Lin, is high-concentration nutrient liquid expensive, and are there many purchasing channels available? Governor Yu, many alchemists are capable of concocting high-concentration nutrient solutions, with prices ranging between 300,000 yuan per milliliter. The purchasing channels are exceedingly numerous, and it seems arduous to trace the origins of the mysterious liquid's high-concentration nutrient solution, Lin Yun remarked. Yu Xian turned to Gong Qian and said, Then I too concur with the application for the river diagram and Luo book. With that, esteemed officials, I shall take my leave. Lin Yun smiled slightly, noting that there was nothing further for him to attend to. After Lin Yun departed, Gong Qian promptly took out her phone to apply for the use of the river diagram and Luo book. However, before her application was approved, Minister Yu Lai called to inquire about the reason for the request. After all, Gong Qian had only just joined the exorcism squad, and this was merely her second day. Nevertheless, when Gong Qian recounted how they had captured the thief and, through this individual, uncovered the possibility that someone might be secretly breeding aberrant insects and using their eggs as materials to develop mysterious pharmaceuticals, Yu Lai was taken aback. Yulai also immediately considered the possibility of someone breeding aberrant insects. However, as Gongqian finished her explanation, he began to realize that while the likelihood of breeding was low, the possibility of aberrant insect leakage was alarmingly high, regardless of the circumstances. The crisis of aberrant insects in Silver City was likely a man-made disaster rather than a natural calamity, which warranted Yulai's utmost attention. Am I an immortal or a deity? The subsequent application naturally progressed without any hindrance. Upon the approval of the application utilizing the river map and Luo Shu, Gongqian entered Hu Weijia's name, gender, and identification number into the interface before clicking search. Far away in Yinjing, at the headquarters of Qilin, a 9-meter-long, 5-meter-high tortoise shell gradually radiated a luminous white jade glow, revealing a multitude of light dots on its surface, each representing a city. An elderly Taoist with a white beard swiftly retrieved a yellow talisman, inscribing Hu Weijia's birth date and time upon it. With a flourish of his hand, the talisman soared into the interior of the tortoise shell, igniting spontaneously. Shortly thereafter, a red light emerged near the one representing Silver City, swiftly transforming into a beam of light. The recorder promptly converted the position of the light dot into coordinates, inputting them into the electronic map before clicking send. At the Silver City office, Yu Xian and his companions had waited for approximately half an hour when Gongqian suddenly stood and announced, "We have located him. Hu Weijia is at Xingniu Airport, just outside Silver City." In truth, Silver City was once much larger and more expansive, boasting a subway connecting it to several cities, including Rong City, as well as a distant airport. However, since the emergence of the forbidden fruit, these facilities had gradually fallen into disrepair. Although Yu Xian and his companions had never ventured beyond Silver City during their ordinary lives, they had studied ancient maps in history class, granting them a general understanding of the airport's location. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart," Zhang Shou declared, rising to his feet. Yu Xian playfully handled 2 bubbles in his hands, akin to cracking walnuts. Before he spoke up, "There is a teleportation point not far from Xingniao Airport where I placed it. We can teleport directly there. Wait a moment. I need to fetch some weapons and ammunition from the armory," Qing Niao hastily interjected. Zhang Shou also came to the realization that he too needed to request weapons, as he was even weaker than Qing Niao. Without weapons, he would merely serve as a healer, his offensive capabilities nearly negligible. "Let us go together. We'll depart right after we acquire our weapons." Yu Xian rose from his seat, as he had yet to visit the armory, and saw it as an excellent opportunity to broaden his horizons. Ultimately, the 4 of them proceeded to the armory, and upon their arrival, the staff responsible for managing the equipment promptly opened the warehouse doors, allowing them to enter and select their desired items, though they were required to sign for them afterward. In truth, every city's office housed a substantial stockpile of military arms. However, these weapons were not intended for use against humans. Many firearms possessed a recoil so tremendous that a single shot could result in a fracture for an average individual, or even inflict severe injury due to the force of the recoil. Naturally, the offensive power of these weapons far surpassed that of standard firearms. Yu Xian held little interest in firearms. He selected 10 standard superalloy steel knives, followed by over 500 assorted explosives, including flashbangs, stun grenades, incendiary devices, and fragmentation grenades. In the end, he also procured more than 50 superalloy shields. Although none of these were top-tier equipment, their unexpected application might yield delightful surprises. After completing the signature registration, he placed all his equipment into a storage ring and subsequently sat aside, awaiting Zhang Shou and the others to select their gear. Once everyone was prepared with their firearms and ammunition, Yu Xian exited the equipment room. With a gesture of his hand, a small bubble suspended in midair. He then infused energy into the bubble before stepping inside it. In the next moment, he found himself atop a mountain. Gazing into the distance to his right, he could still discern the remnants of the Starboard Airport, now reduced to ruins. "Xianyu, your abilities are incredibly convenient. I envy you immensely," Zhang Shou remarked as he emerged from the bubble, surveying the surroundings in awe. Qing Niao and Gong Qian exited the spatial bubble, with Qing Niao exclaiming, "Our team may very well be the strongest ever, and the most functionally complete. If we require teleportation, Yu Xian has it. If we need a doctor, Zhang Shou can resurrect in an instant. For reconnaissance, she is present. And lastly, we have Gong Qian, the foremost attacker capable of dispatching even dragon-level foes. I cannot fathom what kind of monster could pose a threat to us. Indeed, if the captain were here, our functionality would be even more refined, Gong Qian added. She possesses immense strength, yet she is not without weaknesses. For instance, against phantoms or malevolent spirits, she lacks effective means of combat. If Jin Xing were present, the radiance of his lion's might would obliterate such creatures in an instant. Vice Captain, shall we commence the mission now? Qing Niao inquired, looking towards Gong Qian with a smile. Gong Qian nodded and said, let us commence. Qing Niao, you shall scout the Xingniao airport and ascertain the whereabouts of Hu Weijie. But be cautious not to alert him. Xian Yu, ascend to the heights and establish several teleportation points, if necessary. I will require your assistance to transport me into the air to launch a strike on the ground of Xingniao Airport. CE, prepare yourself. Should Xingniao or I sustain injuries or be poisoned, you must promptly collaborate with Xian Yu to provide remote detoxification for me. I shall take my leave now. As soon as Gong Qian finished speaking, Qingniao transformed into a bird and soared towards Xingniao Airport. Yustin nodded at Gong Qian, then conjured a bubble and entered it, also heading in the direction of Xingniao Airport. However, he ascended while Qingniao descended. Once the bubble reached the cloud layer, Yuxian gazed downward and, akin to a game of Go, began to send bubble after bubble cascading towards the ground, centered around Xingniao Airport. The bubbles soon formed a complex network, providing mutual support. He then closed his eyes and intently listened for the sounds emanating from Qingniao. He had yet to discover a method to visually perceive the exterior of the bubbles, but he devised a strategy, employing sonar principles to deduce the surrounding conditions through sound. Although not entirely accurate at present, it was certainly preferable to remaining in utter ignorance. Xingniao Airport, viewed from above, resembled a combination of the letters Y and H. It had not been maintained for 7 or 8 centuries. The entire airport was overgrown with weeds, and a tree had sprouted from within, its canopy sprawling magnificently. A bluebird alighted on a branch, sensing an unsettling quiet that enveloped the airport. Past experiences immediately alerted her to the discord in this place, hinting at a lurking, ominous danger. The absence of any animals was profoundly abnormal. The bluebird slightly spread her wings and swiftly descended to a damaged section of the airport's roof, peering through a shattered window to discern the interior. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, the daylight still ample. Yet the grime on the airport's glass rendered it nearly opaque. Consequently, the interior appeared dim, obscured shadows revealing numerous animal remains and several broken syringes. The bluebird hopped through the broken window, landing atop a faintly visible sign that read baggage packing. She surveyed her surroundings, but encountered no signs of life. However, the pervasive odor within the airport was distinctly unpleasant. It reeked, compounded by the unmistakable scent of canine urine. The ground was littered with cages, all violently torn apart. Besides the mound of bones, the area was scattered with many remnants of canines, which the bluebird surmised were either dogs or foxes. Suddenly, she froze, a chill creeping up her spine, paralyzing her in place. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of enormous eyes had fixated upon her diminutive form from the shadows. Her pupils trembled incessantly, and beside her, the dim glass reflected a towering fox, approximately 10 meters high, adorned with numerous tails. A 9-tailed fox? Hu Weijie? Qingniao's eyes widened in disbelief. The conundrum was that, despite Hu Weijie's lineage of the 9-tailed fox, he was not a monster. How could he transform into such a creature? At that moment, the beast behind Qingniao fixated on her, its voice meticulously articulated, "Tell me, am I an immortal or a deity?" Its tone possessed a power that could disrupt the very essence of one's soul, rendering Qingniao's body rigid and immobile, her lips trembling as they parted slightly. Seeking a title of nobility? How could that be? Hu Weijie was human, not a genuine fox, so why would he seek such a thing? Nevertheless, Qingniao found herself utterly incapable of controlling her body. She understood all too well that a response would lead to dire consequences. You resemble your true self. All creatures of the world stem from the ancestral spirits. The ancestral spirit, reviled by all, is often referred to derogatorily as a dog creature. This disdain primarily arises from her cold cruelty towards her kin, while treating animals, especially dogs, with the affection of a mother. After fortuitously consuming the forbidden fruit, she became the world's first hybrid of human and monster. She possessed the ability to transfer her demonic essence to other beings, awakening their intelligence and thus embarking on the path of demonic cultivation. As a result, she nurtured hundreds of formidable demons. To assist these great demons in transcending their tribulations, She willingly transformed into human form and launched attacks on human towns, capturing numerous ordinary people, turning them into consumables for the demons during their quest for recognition. The fate of the demon ancestor was ultimately grim. She was expelled from humanity and subsequently slain by a coalition of powerful beings, reduced to ashes. Regrettably, once the demon ancestor came into existence, demonic energy was already unleashed, granting fortunate beings the opportunity to awaken their consciousness and embark on the path of cultivation, ultimately evolving into terrifying demons. It was over. The blue bird understood clearly that the demons' quest for recognition was, in essence, a means to extract everything from their targets, thereby augmenting their own essence and elevating their wisdom, all in pursuit of becoming human. After answering the questions, her body would be instantaneously drained, leading to her untimely demise. However, as her body involuntarily began to speak, the bubbles that once served as her headphones suddenly expanded, enveloping her form in a protective cocoon. In the next moment, the scenery shifted, and she was transported back to the mountaintop by Yuxian. She felt a profound sense of relief wash over her, gasping for air as if she had narrowly escaped death. "Blue bird, are you all right?" Yuxian inquired upon her return, initially unaware of the peril Blue bird had encountered. It was only when the creature, resembling Huijia, questioned whether she appeared celestial or divine that he realized Blue bird might have been controlled or captured. Thus, he decisively utilized the bubble within the bluebird's ear to transport the creature back. The bluebird, regaining its senses, responded, "I am unharmed. However, there is a monstrous entity at the airport, and I suspect it to be Huijia." No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous roar reverberated from the direction of Xingyao Airport. In the next moment, a fox with 9 tails, its body adorned with peculiar muscles, burst forth from the airport's interior. It scanned its surroundings and abruptly lifted its head, locking onto the location of Yuxian and the others. Subsequently, its bizarre muscles swelled, and it ran with a disjointed gait, careening toward the mountains. The strangeness of its musculature was unsettling, with many of the bulging muscles appearing entirely superfluous. Gong Qian observed the rapidly approaching 9-tailed fox, her brow furrowed as she remarked. Yuxian, also frowning, expressed, "If he is indeed Huijia, we might glean little of value from him. Its speed is astonishing. We must subdue it first and ponder other matters later," Zhang Shou declared, retrieving a firearm from his storage ring, feeling a slight perspiration in his palms as the formidable fox drew nearer. Though he harbored no fear of death, the sheer presence of such a colossal fox was overwhelming. "Then let us act," Gong Qian exclaimed, clenching her fist and propelling herself swiftly down the mountainside. Simultaneously, Yuxian took a step back, traversing through a bubble, and instantaneously appeared high in the sky. He gazed down at the 9-tailed fox on the ground, his fingers immediately releasing a myriad of tiny bubbles that cascaded down, encircling the fox in a circular formation. Suddenly, a tremendous impact occurred as Gong Qian collided with the 9-tailed fox, delivering a powerful punch that struck its head, causing its massive body to explode in an instant. A single blow to obliteration? Everyone was momentarily stunned, only to witness blood, remnants, and fur swiftly reconstituting in midair. And in the blink of an eye, the 9-tailed fox revived. If it were indeed Huijia, then the 9 tails would suggest it possessed dragon-level strength, which seemed rather feeble. Zhang Shou remarked to the others. The Qingniu interjected, "Moreover, it had just sought a title from me. This is exceedingly strange. Is there a possibility that it too has been injected with the same serum as Sun Youhu and the others, albeit in a dosage far surpassing theirs?" Yuxian observed the reformed 9-tailed fox, contemplating thoughtfully. Notably, during the fox's reconstruction, its flesh and blood reformed layer by layer, and Yuxian could discern the muscle patterns, illuminated by radiant lines within that musculature.